Volume 2, Chapter 4 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 4. Time passed, or seemed to pass, with unusual gentleness over Whitford. If some of our acquaintances there had suddenly been called upon to mention the changes that had taken place within 2 years, they would perhaps have said at first that there had been none. But changes there had been, nevertheless, and by a few dwellers in the little town they had been keenly felt. The second summer vacation after that happy holiday time which Rhoda had passed with the Erringtons at Llanryddan arrived. A hot July, winged with thunder clouds, brooded over the meadows by the Whit. The shadow of Pudcombe Woods was pleasant in the sultry afternoons, and the cattle stood for hours knee-deep in dark pools, overhung by drooping boughs. The great schoolroom at the grammar school resounded no more with the tread of young feet or the murmur of young voices. It was empty and silent and dusty, and an overgrown spider had thrown his grey tapestry right across the oriel window, so that it was painted warp and woof with brave purple and ruby blazonries from the old stained glass. Dr. Bodkin and his family were away at a seaside place in the south of England. Mr. Diamond had gone on a solitary excursion afoot. Even Pudcombe Hall was deserted, although young Pawkins was expected to return thither later in the season for the shooting. Rhoda Maxfield had been sent to her half-brother Seth at Duckwell Farm to get strong and sunburned, and as she was allowed to be by herself almost as much as she wished, Mrs. Seth Maxfield being a bustling, active woman, who would not have thought of suspending or modifying her daily avocations for the sake of entertaining any visitor whatever, Rhoda spent her time not unhappily in a sort of continuous day-dream, sitting with a book of poetry under a hedge in the hayfield, or wandering with her little nephew, Seth Maxfield the younger, in Pudcombe Woods, which were near her brother's farm. She liked looking back better than looking forward, perhaps, and enacted in her imagination many a scene that had occurred at dear Llanryddan over and over again. But still there were many times when she indulged in hopeful anticipations as to Algy's return. He had come back to London after his foreign travel, and had spent another brilliant season under the patronage of his great relations. And then a rumour had reached Whitford that Lord Seely had at length obtained the promise of a good post for him, and that he might be expected to revisit Whitford in the autumn at latest. Mrs. Errington had been invited to a country house of Lord Seely's in Westmoreland to meet her son, and had set out on her visit in high spirits. Rhoda was thus cut off from hearing frequently of Algernon through his mother, but she looked forward to seeing them together in September. Rhoda missed her friend and patroness, but she missed her less at Duckwell than she would have done in the dull house in the High Street. On the whole, she was not unhappy during these sultry summer weeks. Modest and humble-minded as she was, she had come to understand that she was considered pretty and pleasing by the ladies and gentlemen whose acquaintance she had made. No caressing words, no flattering epithets, no pet names had been bestowed upon her by her father's old friends and companions. She was just simply Rhoda Maxfield to them, never Primrose, or Pretty One, or Rhoda dear. And the Methodists, however blind to her attractive qualities, had displayed considerable vigilance in pointing out her backsliding, and exhorting her to make every effort to become convinced of sin. Certainly the society of ladies and gentlemen was infinitely more agreeable. Then, too, there had dawned on her some idea that Mr. Diamond felt a warm admiration for her, perhaps something even warmer than admiration. Miss Chubb, who delighted to foster any amatory sentiments which she might observe in the young persons around her, and was fond of saying, with a languishing droop of her plump, rubicund, good-humoured countenance, that she would not for the world see other young hearts blighted by early disappointment as hers had been, had dropped several hints to that effect sufficiently broad to be understood even by the bashful Rhoda. And, a little to her own surprise, Rhoda had felt something like gratification in consequence. Mr. Diamond was such a very clever gentleman. Although he wasn't rich, yet everybody thought a great deal of him. Even Dr. Bodkin, decidedly the most awful embodiment of authority whom Rhoda had ever yet known, treated Mr. Diamond with consideration. And Miss Minnie was his intimate friend. Rhoda had not the least idea of ever reciprocating Mr. Diamond's sentiments, but she could not help feeling that the existence of those sentiments increased her own importance in the world, and she had a lurking idea that it might, if known to Algy, increase her importance in his eyes also. As to Mr. Diamond's part in the matter, Rhoda, to say truth, concerned herself very little with that, partly from a humble estimate of herself, and partly from that maiden incapacity for conceiving the fire and force of a masculine passion, which often makes girls pass for cruel who are only childish. She never had thought of Mr. Diamond as seriously suffering for her sake, but yet she was less cold and repellent to him than she had once been. It is difficult not to thaw somewhat in the presence of one whose words and looks make a genial atmosphere for that sensitive plant, youthful vanity. Rhoda's wardrobe, which by this time had become considerable in quantity and tasteful in quality, was a great source of amusement to her. She delighted to trim and stitch and alter, and busy her fingers with the manufacture of bright coloured bows of ribbon and dainty muslin frills. Mrs. Seth looked contemptuous at what she called Rhoda's finery, and told her she would never do for a farmer's wife if she spent so much time over a parcel of frippery. Seth Maxfield shook his head gravely, and hoped that Rhoda was not given up utterly to worldliness and vanity, but feared that she had learnt no good at St. Chad's Church, but had greatly backslided since the days of her attendance at chapel. For the Seth Maxfields still belonged to the Wesleyan connection, and disapproved of the change that had taken place among the family at Whitford. Not that Seth was a deeply religious man, but his father's desertion of the Wesleyans appeared to him in the light of a party defection. It was ratting, and ratting, as Seth thought, without excuse of a bribe. "Look how well father has prospered," he would say to his wife. "He's as warm a man, his father, as e'er a one in Whitford. And the church folks bought their tea and sugar of him all the same when he belonged to the Society. But I don't believe the Society will spend their money with him now as they did. So that's so much clean lost. I'm not so strict as some myself, nor I don't see the use of it. But I do think a man ought to stick to what he's been brought up to, especially when it's had the manifest blessing of Providence. If the Lord was so well satisfied with father being a Wesleyan, I think father might have been satisfied too." Still there had been no quarrel between the Whitford Maxfields and those of Duckwell. They came together so seldom that opportunities for quarrelling were rare, and Seth had too great a respect for such manifestations of providential approbation as had been vouchsafed to his father to be willing to break entirely with the old man. So when old Max proposed to send Rhoda to the farm for a few weeks, he paying a weekly stipend for her board, his son and his son's wife had at once agreed to the proposition. And as they were not persons who brought their religious theories into the practical service of daily life, Rhoda's conscience was not disturbed by having a high and stern standard of duty held up for her attainment at every moment. The Wesleyan preacher at that time in the district was a frequent guest at Duckwell Farm, and in the long summer evenings one or two neighbours would occasionally drop into the cool stone-flagged parlour, where Brother Jackson would read a chapter and offer up a prayer. And afterwards there would be smoking of pipes and drinking of home brewed by the men, while Mrs. Seth and Rhoda would sit on a bench in the apple orchard, near to the open window of the parlour, and sew and talk, or listen to the conversation from within, as they pleased. Rhoda perceived quickly enough that the Duckwell Farm species of Methodism was very different from the Methodism of David Powell. Mr. Jackson never said anything to frighten her. He talked, indeed, of sin and of the dangers that beset sinners, but he never spoke as if they were real to him, as if he heard and saw all the terrible things he discoursed of so glibly. Then Mr. Jackson was, Rhoda thought, a somewhat greedy eater. He did not smoke, it was true, but he took a good share of Seth's strong ale, and was not above indulging in gossip, perhaps to please himself, perhaps to please Mrs. Seth Maxfield. Rhoda drew a comparison in her own mind between Brother Jackson and the stately rector of St. Chad's, and felt much satisfaction at the contrast between them. How much nicer it was to be a member of a Church of England congregation, where one heard Dr. Bodkin or Mr. Warlock speak a not too long discourse in correct English, and with that refined accent which Rhoda's ear had learned to prize, and where the mellow old organ made a quivering atmosphere of music that seemed to mingle with the light from the painted windows, than to sit on a deal bench in a whitewashed chapel, and painfully keep oneself broad awake, whilst Brother Jackson or Brother Hinks bawled out a series of disjointed sentences, beginning with "Oh!" and displaying a plentiful lack of aspirates. On the whole, perhaps, her stay at Duckwell Farm was a potent agent in confirming Rhoda in orthodox views of religion. Generally, as she sat beside Mrs. Seth in the parlour, or on the bench outside the window, Rhoda withdrew her attention from the talk of Brother Jackson and the others. She could think her own thoughts and dream her own dreams, whilst she was knitting a stocking or hemming a pinafore for little Seth. But sometimes a name was mentioned at these meetings that she could not hear with indifference. It was the name of David Powell. The tone in which he was spoken of now was very opposite to the chorus of praise which had accompanied every mention of him among the Whitford Methodists 2 years ago. There were rumours that he defied the authority of conference, and intended to secede from the Society. He was said to have been preaching strange doctrine in the remote part of Wales, and to have caused and encouraged extravagant manifestations, such as were known to have prevailed at the preachings of Berridge and Hicks 70 or 80 years ago, and earlier still at the first open-air sermons of John Wesley himself at Bristol. Brother Jackson shook his head and pursed up his lips at the rumours. He had never much approved of Powell, and Seth Maxfield had distinctly disapproved of him. Seth had been brought up in the old sleepy days, when members of the society in Whitford were comfortably undisturbed by the voice of an awakening preacher. He had resented the fuss that had been made about David Powell. He had been still more annoyed by his father's secession, which he attributed to Powell's over-zeal and presumption, and he, by his own example, encouraged a hostile and critical tone in speaking of the preacher. There was indeed but one voice raised in his defence in the parlour at Duckwell Farm. This was the voice of Richard Gibbs, the head groom at Pudcombe Hall, who sometimes came over to Duckwell to join in the prayer meetings there. Although Richard Gibbs was but a servant, he was a trusted and valued one, and he was received by the farmer and his wife with considerable civility. Richard knew his place, as Mrs. Seth said, and was not "one of them as if you give 'em an inch they'll take an ell." And then he had considerable knowledge of farriery, and had more than once given good advice to Farmer Maxfield respecting the treatment of sick horses and cattle. Seth was fond of repeating that he himself was "not so strict as some," finding, indeed, that a reputation for strictness, in a methodistical sense, put him at a disadvantage with his fellow farmers on market days. But whenever Richard Gibbs was spoken of, he would add to this general disclaimer of peculiar piety on his own part, "Not, mind you, but what there's some as conversion does a wonderful deal for to this day, thanks be. Why, there's Dicky Gibbs, head groom at Pudcombe Hall. Talk of blasphemers! Well, Dicky was a blasphemer, and now his lips are as pure from evil speaking as my little maid's there. And he's the only one I ever knew as had to do with horses that wouldn't tell you a lie. At first I believe there was some at the Hall, I name no names, didn't like Dicky's plain truths. There was a carriage horse to be sold, and Dicky spoke out and told this and that, and young master couldn't get his price. But in the long run it answers. Oh, I'm not against a fervent conversion, nor yet against conviction of sin, for some." So Richard Gibbs sat many a summer evening in the flagged parlour at Duckwell Farm, and his melancholy, clean-shaven, lantern-jawed face was a familiar spectacle at prayer meetings there. "I have been much grieved and exercised in spirit on behalf of Brother Powell," said Mr. Jackson in his thick voice. The expounding and the prayers were over. Seth had lighted his pipe, so had Roger Heath, the baker from Pudcombe village. A great cool jug of ale stood on the table, and the setting sun sent his rays into the room, tempered by a screen of jessamine and vine leaves that hung down outside the window. "Ah, and reason too," said Seth gruffly. "He's been getting further and further out of the right furrow this many a day." "They do say," observed sour-faced Roger Heath, "that there's dreadful scenes with them poor Welsh at his field preachings. Men and women stricken down like bullocks, and screechings and convulsions like as if they was all possessed with the devil." "Lauk!" cried Mrs. Seth eagerly. "Why, how is that then?" Rhoda, listening outside, behind the screen of vine leaves at the open window, could not repress a shudder at the thought that, had David Powell shown this new power of his a year or two ago, she herself might have been among the convulsed who bore testimony to his terrible influence. "How is that, Mrs. Maxfield?" returned Richard Gibbs. "Why, how can it be, excepting by abounding grace?" "Nay, Mr. Gibbs, but how dreadful it seems, don't it? Just think of falling down in a fit in the open field." "Just think of living and dying unawakened to sin. Is not that 100 times more dreadful?" "I hope it don't need to roll about like bedlamites to be awakened to a sense of sin, Mr. Gibbs," cried Seth Maxfield. "The Lord forbid!" ejaculated Brother Jackson. "A likely tale," added Mrs. Seth cheerfully. "I'm against all such doings," said Roger Heath, shaking his head. "But if it be the Lord's doing, sir," remonstrated Richard Gibbs, speaking slowly and with an anxious, lack-lustre gaze at the whitewashed ceiling, as though counsel might be read there, "and I've heard tell that John Wesley did the same at his field preachings." Brother Jackson hastily wiped his mouth after a deep draught of ale before replying, "That was in the beginning, when such things may have been needful. But now I fear they only bring scandal upon us, and strengthen scoffers." "I'll tell you what it is," said Seth, taking the pipe from his mouth and waving it up and down to emphasize his words. "It's my opinion as David Powell's not quite right in his head." "'Tain't the first time that thought has crossed my mind," said the baker, who had once upon a time been uneasy under the yoke of Powell's stern views as to weights and measures. "Of course," pursued Seth argumentatively, "we've got to draw a line. Religion is one thing, and rampaging is another. From the first, when Powell began rampaging, I mistrusted what it would come to." "The human brain is a very delicate and mysterious organ," said Brother Jackson. "Ah!" ejaculated Heath with an air of profundity. as of one the extent of whose acquaintance with the human brain was not easily to be set forth in words. "You may well say so, sir. There you're right indeed, brother Jackson." "Why, there it is!" cried Seth. "And Powell, he overtaxed the human brain. It's like flying in the face of Providence almost, to want to go so much beyond your neighbours. Why, he'd fast till he well nigh starved himself." "But he gave all he spared from his own stomach to the poor," put in Gibbs, looking sad and perplexed. "I call all that rampaging," returned Seth, with a touch of his father's obstinacy. "Dr. Evans read out an account of these things in Wales from a newspaper in Mr. Barker, the chemist's shop in Whitford last Saturday," said Heath. "I heard it, and Dr. Evans said it was catching, and that such like excitement was dangerous, for you never know where it might end. And Dr. Evans is of a Welsh family himself," he added, bringing out this clause as though it strikingly illustrated or elucidated the topic under discussion. Mrs. Seth drew her little boy close to her, and covered his curly poll with her large maternal hand, as though to protect the little human brain within from all dangers. "Mercy me!" she said. "I hope Powell won't come into these parts any more. I should be frightened to go to chapel, or to let the children go either." "Oh, you need not be alarmed, Mrs. Maxfield," said brother Jackson, with a superior smile. "Nay, but if it is catching, Mr. Jackson?" persisted the anxious mother. "Tut, lass, it isn't like measles," said her husband. The ale being by this time exhausted, and the pipes smoked out, brother Jackson rose to depart, and the baker went away with him. Seth Maxfield detained Gibbs for a few minutes to ask his advice about a favourite cart horse. "Well, Mr. Gibbs," said the housewife, when the conference being over, he bade her good evening, "and when are your folks coming back to the Hall?" "Not just yet, marm. Young master has gone to Westmoreland, I hear, to a wedding at some nobleman's house there. He'll be back at Pudcombe for the shooting." "A wedding, eh?" said Mrs. Seth, with eager feminine interest in the topic. "Not his own wedding, I suppose?" "Oh no, marm. 'Tis some friend of his, I believe, that he knew at Whitford. Erringham, I think the name is. A young gentleman that's going to marry the nobleman's niece. The housekeeper at the Hall was telling some of my fellow servants about it the other day. But I'm ill at remembering the chat, I hear. And 'tis unprofitable work, too. Good evening, marm." "Farewell, Seth," stooping down to pat the little one's curly head. "May the Lord bless and keep you." Mrs. Seth stood out in the apple orchard, with two of her children clinging to her skirts, and held up her hand to shade her eyes as she watched the departing figure of Richard Gibbs moving across the meadow in the rosy evening light. Then she turned to the wooden bench where Rhoda was sitting, huddled together, with her work lying in her lap. "You didn't come in to prayers, Rhoda," said her sister-in-law. "But, however, you can hear it all just as well outside as in. If it wasn't for civility to Mr. Jackson, I'd liefer stay out there in these fine summer evenings myself. And I was thinking, why, child, what a white face you've got! Like a sheet of white paper, for all the world. And your hands are quite cold, though it's been downright sultry. Mercy me, don't go and get sick on our hands, Rhoda. What will your father say? Come, you'd best get to bed, and I'll make you a hot posset myself." Rhoda passively followed her sister-in-law to the fresh lavender-scented chamber which she occupied, and she consented to go to bed at once. Her head ached, she said, but she declined the hot posset, and only asked to be left quiet. "There's always some bother with girls of that delicate sort," said Mrs. Seth to her husband, when she went downstairs again. "Rhoda's mother was just such another. Looked as if you might blow her away. I can't think whatever made your father marry her. Not but Rhoda's a nice-tempered girl enough, and very patient with the children. But do you know, Seth, I'm afraid she's got a chill or something, sitting out in the orchard so late." "What makes you think so?" "Well, she had a queer, scared kind of look on her face." "Nonsense! Catching cold don't make people look scared." "Something made her look scared, I tell you. It's either she's sickening for some fever, or else she's seen a ghost." End of Chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 5. From Mrs. Errington to Mrs. Bodkin. Long Fells, Westmoreland, July 26, 18 . Dear Mrs. Bodkin, amid the tumult of feelings which have recently agitated me, I yet cannot neglect to write to my good friends in Whitford, and participate my emotions with those who have ever valued and appreciated my darling boy at this most important moment of his life. It may perhaps surprise, but will, I am sure, gratify you to learn that Algernon is to be married on this day week, To the Honourable Castalia Caroline Kilfinane, only daughter of the late Baron Caldcale of Caldcale, who is, though not a relation, yet a connection of our own, being the niece of our dear cousin-in-law, Lord Seely. To say that all my proudest maternal aspirations are gratified by such a match is feebly to express what I feel. Birth, with me the first consideration, dear Mrs. Bodkin, for I make no pretences with you, and confess that I should have deplored Algernon's mating below himself in that respect. Elegance, accomplishments, and a devoted attachment to my son, these are Castalia's merits in my eyes. You will forgive me for having said nothing of this projected alliance until the last moment. The young people did not wish it to be talked about. They had a romantic fancy to have the wedding as quiet as possible, amid the rural beauties of this most lovely scenery, and thus escape the necessity for inviting the crowds of distinguished friends and connections on both sides of the house, who would have had to be present had a marriage taken place in London. That would have made it too pompous an affair to satisfy the taste of our Castalia, who is sensitive refinement itself. The dear Seelys are only too indulgent to the least wish of Algernon's, and they at once agreed to keep the secret. What poor Lord and Lady Seely will do when Algy leaves them, I assure you I cannot imagine. It really grieves me to contemplate how they will miss him. But of course I cannot but rejoice selfishly to know that I shall have my dear children so near me. For, you may perhaps have heard the news, Lord Seely has by his immense influence in the highest quarters procured dear Algy an appointment. And, as good fortune will have it, the appointment brings him back to Whitford, among his dear and early friends. He is to be appointed to the very arduous and responsible position of postmaster there. But important as this situation is, it is yet only to be considered a stepping stone to further advancement. Lord Seely wants Algy in town, which is indeed his proper sphere, and the result of some new ministerial combinations, which are expected in certain quarters, will, there is no doubt, put him in the very foremost rank of rising young diplomatists. But I must not say more even to you, dear Mrs. Bodkin, for these are state secrets, which should be sacredly respected. This is a most lovely spot, and the house combines the simple elegance of a cottage ornée with the luxurious refinement that befits the residence of a peer like Lord Seely. It is not, of course, fitted up with the same magnificence as his own town mansion, or even as his ancestral place in Rutlandshire, but it is full of charms to the cultivated spirit, and our dear young people are revelling in its romantic quietude. There are very few guests in the house. By a kind thought of Algy's, which I am sure you will appreciate, Orlando Parkins is to be the best man at the wedding. The young man is naturally gratified by the distinction, and our noble relatives have received him with that affability which marks the truly high bred. There is also an Irish gentleman, the Honourable John Patrick Price, who arrived last evening in order to be present at the ceremony. He is one of the most celebrated wits in town, and belongs to an Irish family of immense antiquity. Castalia will have none of her own intimate young friends for bridesmaids. To make a choice of one or two might have seemed invidious, and to have 8 or 10 bridesmaids would have made the wedding too ostentatious for her taste. Therefore she will be attended at the altar by the 2 daughters of the village clergyman, simple modest girls who adore her. The bride and bridegroom will leave us after the breakfast to pass their honeymoon at the Lakes. I shall return forthwith to Whitford, in order to make preparation for their reception. Lady Seely presses me to remain with her for a time after the wedding, but I am impatient to return to my dear Whitford friends, and share my happiness with them. Farewell, dear Mrs. Bodkin. Give my love to Minnie, who I hope has benefited by the sea breezes, and best regards to the doctor. Believe me, your very attached friend, Sophia Augusta Addington. P.S. Do you happen to know whether Barker, the chemist, has that cottage in the Bristol Road still to let? It might suit my dear children, at least for a while. From Miss Kilfinane to her cousin, Lady Louisa Marston. Longfells, 29th July. My dear Louisa, I answer your last letter at once, for if I delay writing, I may not have time to do so at all. There are still 1,000 things to be thought of, and my maid and I have to do it all. For you know what Aunt Seely is. She won't stir a finger to help anybody. Uncle Seely is very kind, but he has no say in the matter, nor, as far as that goes, in any matter in his own house. You ask about the wedding. It will be very scrubby, thanks to my lady's stinginess. She would have it take place in this out-of-the-way country house, which they scarcely ever come to, in order to save the expense of a handsome breakfast. There will be nobody invited but the parson and the apothecary, I suppose. I hate Longfells. It is the most inconvenient house in the world, I do believe, and so out of repair that my maid declares the rain comes through the roof on to her bed. Ancram's mother arrived last week. She was half inclined to be huffy at first when we told her our news, because she had been kept in the dark to the last moment. But she has got over her sulks now, and makes the best of it. I can see now that Ancram was right in keeping our engagement secret from her as long as possible. She would have been a dreadful worry, and told everybody. She is wonderfully like Lady Seely in the face, only much better looking, and has a fine natural colour that makes my lady's cheeks look as if they had been done by a house painter. Ancram has invited an old Whitford acquaintance of his to be his best man at the wedding. He says that as we are going to live there for a time at least, it would never do to offend all the people of the place by taking no notice of them. It would be like going into a hornet's nest. And the young man in question has been civil to Ancram in his schoolboy days. He is a certain Mr. Pawkins, who lives at a place with the delightful name of Pudcombe Hall. He is not so bad as I expected, and is quiet and good-natured. If all the Whitfordians turn out as well as he, I shall be agreeably surprised; but I fear they are a strange set of provincial bumpkins. However, we shall not have to remain amongst them long, for Uncle Val has privately promised to move heaven and earth to get Ancram a better position. You know he is to be postmaster at Whitford. Only think of it! It would be absurd if it were not such a downright shame. And I more than suspect my lady of having hurried Uncle Val into accepting it for Ancram. I suppose she thinks anything is good enough for us. I wish you could see Ancram. He is very handsome, and even more elegant than handsome, and his manners are admitted on all hands to be charming. It is monstrous to think of burying his talents in a poky little hole like Whitford. But there is this to be said: if he hadn't got this postmastership, we could not have been married at all, for he is poor, and you know what my great fortune is. I do think it is too bad that people of our condition should ever be allowed to be so horribly poor. The government ought to do something for us. Uncle Val has made me a handsome present of money to help to furnish our house. I'm sure this is quite unknown to my lady, so don't say anything about it among your people at home, or it may come round to Lady S.'s ears, and poor Uncle Val would get scolded. Give my love to Aunt Julia and my cousins. I hope to see you all next season in town, for Ancram and I have quite made up our minds not to stick in that nasty little provincial hole all the year round. Mrs. Errington is to go back there directly after the wedding, to see about a house for us and get things ready. Of course, if there's anything that I don't like, I can alter it myself when I arrive. Good-bye, dear Louisa. Don't forget your affectionate cousin, who signs herself, perhaps for the last time, C. Kilfinane. From Orlando Pawkins to his sister, Mrs. Machyn Stubbs. Longfells, Westmoreland, Monday evening. My dear Jemima, I'm sorry that you and Humphrey should have felt hurt and thought I was making mysteries, but I assure you I was quite taken by surprise when I got Addington's letter, telling me about his wedding, and enclosing Lord Seely's invitation to me to come here. I knew nothing about it before, I give you my word. You asked me to write you full details of the affair, and I am sure I would if I could, but I don't know any more than the rest of the world. I don't think much of Longfells. The land is poor, and the house almost tumbling to pieces. Lord Seely is uncommonly polite, but I don't much like my lady, and she has a beast of a lapdog that snaps at everybody. Errington is the same as ever, only he looks so much older in these 2 years. Any one would take him to be 5 or 6 and 20 at least. As to the bride, she don't take much notice of me, so I haven't got very well acquainted with her. I ride about the country nearly all day long. Lord Seely has provided me with a pretty decent mount. I shall be glad when the wedding is over, and I can get away, for it's precious dull here. Even your friend Jack Price seems moped and out of sorts, and goes about singing, "The heart that once truly lives never forgets," or something like that, enough to give a fellow the blue devils. I asked about what you wanted to know about the wedding dresses, but I couldn't make out much from the answers I got. Miss Kilfinane is to wear a white silk gown trimmed with something or other that has a French name. Perhaps you can guess what it is. The bridesmaids are fat, freckled girls, the daughters of the parson. I think I have now given you all the particulars I can. I wish you and Humphrey would come down to Pudcombe in September. Tell him I can give him some fairish shooting, and will do all I can to make you both comfortable. Believe me, your affectionate brother, O.P. End of chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 6. It was the evening before the wedding. In a low, long room that was dark with black oak panelling, and gloomy, moreover, by reason of the smallness of the ivy-framed casement at one end, which alone admitted the daylight into it, Lord Seely sat before the hearth. Although it was August, there was a fire. There were few evenings of the year when a fire was not agreeable at Long Fells, and one was certainly agreeable on this especial evening. The day had been rainy. The whole house seemed dark and damp. A few logs that had been laid on the top of the coal fire sputtered and smoked drearily. My lord sat in a large high-backed chair which nearly hid his diminutive figure from view, except on the side of the fireplace. His head was sunk on his breast. His hands were plunged deep into his pockets. His legs were stretched out towards the hearth. His whole attitude was undignified. It was such an attitude as few of his friends or acquaintances had ever seen him in, for it was nearly impossible for Lord Seely to be unconscious or careless of the effect he was producing in the presence of an observer. He was now absorbed in thought, and was allowing his outer man to express the nature of his musings. They were not pleasant musings, as any spectator would at once have pronounced, who should have seen his posture, and his pursed mouth, and his eyebrows knitted anxiously under the bald yellow forehead. The entrance even of a footman into the room would have produced an instant change in Lord Seely's demeanour, but no footman was there to see his lordship sunk in a brown study. At length he raised his head and glanced out of the window. It had ceased to rain, but the drops were still trickling down the window panes from the points of the ivy leaves, and it was already so dark that the firelight began to throw fantastic shadows from the quaint old furniture, and to shine with a dull red glow on the polished oak panels. Lord Seely rang the bell. "Has Mr. Errington returned?" he asked of the servant who appeared in answer to the summons. "Not yet, my lord." "Tell them to beg Mr. Errington, with my compliments, to do me the favour to step here before he dresses for dinner." "Yes, my lord." "Don't light that lamp, or stay, yes, you may light it. Put the shade over it, and place it behind me. Draw the curtains across the window. Take care that my message is given to Mr. Errington directly he comes home." The servant withdrew, and Lord Seely, when he was left alone, began to walk up and down the room with his hands behind him. Thus Algernon found him when, in about 10 minutes, he appeared, rosy and fresh from his ride. "I must apologise for my muddy condition," he cried gaily. "Pawkins and I rode over to Applethwaite to get something for Castalia that was found wanting at the last moment, and I am splashed to the eyebrows. But I thought it best to come just as I was, as your lordship's message was pressing." "Thank you. I'm much obliged to you, Ancram. It is not, in truth, that there is any such immediate hurry for what I have to say, that it might not have waited an hour or so. But I thought it likely that we might not have so good an opportunity of speaking alone together." Lord Seely seated himself once more in the high-backed chair, but in a very different attitude from his former one. He was upright, majestic, with one hand in his breast and the other reclining on the arm of his chair. But on his face might be read, by one who knew it well, traces of trouble and of being ill at ease. Algernon read my lord's countenance well enough. He stood leaning easily on the mantel-shelf, tapping his splashed boot with his riding-whip, and looking down on Lord Seely with an air of quiet expectation. "I have been having a serious conversation with Castalia," said my lord, after a preliminary clearing of his throat. Algernon said smilingly, "I hope you have not found it necessary to scold her, my lord. The phrase 'having a serious conversation with any one' always suggests to my mind the administering of a reprimand." "No, Ancram, no. I have not found it necessary to scold Castalia. I am very much attached to her, and very anxious for her happiness. She is the child of my favourite sister." The old man's voice was not so firm as usual when he said this, and he looked up at Algernon with an appealing look. Algernon could be pleasant, genial, even affectionate in his manner, but never tender. That was more than he could compass by any movement of imitative sympathy. He had never even been able so to simulate tenderness as to succeed in singing a pathetic song. Perhaps he had learned that it was useless to make the attempt. At all events, he did not now attempt to exhibit any answering tenderness to Lord Seely's look and tone of unwonted feeling in speaking of his dead sister's child. His reply was hard, clear, and cheerful as the chirp of a canary bird. "I know you've always been extremely good to Castalia, my lord. We are both of us very sensible of your kindness, and very much obliged by it." "No, no," said my lord, waving his hand. "No, no, no. Castalia owes me nothing. She has been to me almost as my own daughter. There can be no talk of obligations between her and me." Then he paused for what appeared to be a long time. In the silence of the room the damp logs hissed like whispering voices. "Ancram," Lord Seely said at length, "Castalia is very much attached to you." "I assure you, my lord, I am very grateful to her." "Ahem! Castalia's is not an expansive nature. She was perhaps too much repressed and chilled in childhood by living with uncongenial persons. But she is responsive to kindness, and it develops her best qualities. I will frankly own that I am very anxious about her future. You will not owe me a grudge for saying that much, Ancram." "I never owe grudges, my lord. But I trust you have no doubt of my behaving with kindness to Castalia?" "No, Ancram. No, I hope not. I believe not." "I'm glad of that, because the doubt would come rather too late to be of much use, would it not?" Algernon spoke with his old bright smile, but two things were observable throughout this interview. Firstly, that Algernon, though still perfectly respectful, no longer addressed his senior with the winning, cordial deference of manner which had so captivated Lord Seely in the beginning of their acquaintance. Secondly, that Lord Seely appeared conscious of some reason in the young man's mind for dissatisfaction, and to be desirous of deprecating that dissatisfaction. At the same time there seemed to be in Lord Seely an undercurrent of feeling struggling for expression. He had the air of a man who, knowing himself to have right and reason on his side in the main, yet is aware of a tender point in his case which an unscrupulous adversary will not hesitate to touch, and which he nervously shrinks from having touched. He winced at Algernon's last words, and answered rather hotly, "It would be too late. Your insinuation is a just one. If I had any misgivings, I ought to have expressed them and acted on them before. But the fact is that the final arrangement of this marriage took me in a great measure by surprise." "So it did me, my lord." Lord Seely had been gazing moodily at the fire. He now suddenly raised his eyes and looked searchingly at Algernon. The young man's face wore an expression of candid amusement. His arched eyebrows were lifted, and he was smiling as unconcernedly as if the subject in hand touched himself no jot. "I give you my word," he continued lightly, "that when Lady Seely first spoke to me about it, I was astonished is no word to express what I felt." A dark red flush came into Lord Seely's withered cheeks, and mounted to his forehead. He dropped his eyes, and moved uneasily on his chair, passing one hand through the tuft of grey hair that stood up above his ear. Algernon went on, with an almost boyish frankness of manner. "Of course, you know, I should hardly have ventured to aspire to such an idea quite unassisted, and I believe I said something or other to my lady, very stumblingly, I have no doubt, for I remember feeling very much bewildered. I said some word about my being a poor devil with nothing in the world to offer a lady in Miss Kilfinane's position, except, of course, my undying devotion. Only one cannot live altogether on that. But Lady Seely was very sanguine and saw no difficulties. She said it could be managed. And she was right, you see. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I am really to be married to Castalia to morrow. It seems too good to be true." Lord Seely rose and faced the young man, and as he did so, his lordship looked really dignified, for the sincere feeling within him had for once obliterated his habitual uneasy self-consciousness. "Ancram," he said, "I am afraid, from what Castalia tells me, that you are greatly dissatisfied with the position I have been able to procure for you." "Oh, my lord, Castalia ought not to have said so. If she can content herself in it for a time, how can I venture to complain?" "I am sorry to find," continued Lord Seely, "that your circumstances are more seriously embarrassed than I thought." "Are they, my lord? I profess I don't know how to disembarrass them." "You are in debt?" "I had the honour of avowing as much to your lordship when my marriage was first discussed, as you doubtless remember." "Yes, and you named a sum which your lordship was kind enough to pay, certainly. But it now appears that the sum did not cover the whole of your liabilities, Ancram. Castalia tells me that you have been annoyed by applications for money quite recently." Algernon smiled, and put his head on one side, as if trying to recall a half-forgotten fact. "Well," said he at length, "upon my word, I have forgotten the exact sum which I did name to your lordship, but I have no doubt it was correct at the time. The worst of it is that my debts have this unfortunate peculiarity: they won't stay paid." "It is a great pity, Ancram, for a young man to get into the habit of thinking lightly of debt. It is, in fact," continued his lordship, growing graver and graver as he spoke, "a fatal habit of mind." "My dear lord, I don't think lightly of it by any means. But really, is it not best to accept the inevitable with some cheerfulness?" "The inevitable, Ancram?" "Yes, my lord. In my position, debt was inevitable. I could not be a member of your family circle, a frequent inmate of your house, doing the things you did, going where you went, without incurring some expense." It was no want of tact which made Algernon speak thus plainly and coarsely. He did not fail, as his mother might have done, to perceive that his words pained and mortified his hearer. He would by no means have aimed such a shaft at Lady Seely, knowing that nature had protected her feelings with a hide of some toughness, and knowing, moreover, that my lady would unhesitatingly have flung back some verbal missile at least equally rough and heavy. But my lord was at once more vulnerable and more scrupulous. And although Algernon was the last person in the world to be guilty of gratuitous cruelty, yet if one is to fight, he had best use the most effective weapons, and take advantage of any chink in the enemy's armour to drive one's javelin home. "I regret," said Lord Seely, with a little catching of the breath, like a man who has received a cold douche, "I deplore that your intimacy with my family should have led you into a false position." "Not at all, my lord. My position in your family has been a very pleasant one." I ought, perhaps it was my duty, to have inquired more particularly into your means, and to have ascertained whether they sufficed for the life you were leading in London. You were very young, and without experience. I reproach myself, Ancram." "Don't do that, my lord. There is really no need. I'm sure nobody is the worse for the few pounds I owe at the moment. Not even my tailor, who has cheated me handsomely, doing me the honour to treat me as one of your lordship's own class." Lord Seely bent down his grey head and meditated with a pained and anxious face. Then he looked up and said, "You know, Ancram, that I am not a rich man for one in my station." Algernon bowed gracefully. "Had I been so, I should have made a settlement upon Castalia; but although I have no daughters of my own to provide for," with a little sigh, "yet my property is very strictly tied up. There are claims on it, too, of various sorts." "Lady Seely screws all she can out of him for that nephew of hers," was Algy's mental comment. "And, in brief, I am not in a position to command any large sums of ready money. I believe I said as much to you before." Algernon bowed again and smiled. "Well, I repeat it now in order to impress on you the fact that neither you nor Castalia must look to me for pecuniary help in the future." "Oh, my lord!" "I do not say that Castalia might not have a right to ask such help of me, but I merely assure you that it will be out of my power to grant it. You perhaps scarcely realise how poor a man may be who has a fairly large rent-roll?" "I think I have begun to realise it, my lord." Lord Seely looked quickly into the young man's face, but it was smiling and inscrutable. "Well," he resumed, "I will only add that for this once, and presuming your present debts are not heavy—" "Oh dear no, a trifle." "I will discharge them if you will let me have the amount accurately. I have a great repugnance to the thought of Castalia and you beginning your married life in debt." "A thousand thanks. It will be better for us to start fair. I hope, Ancram, that you will use every endeavour to live clearly within your means, and to make the best of your circumstances. The fact is, this marriage has been hurried on." Algernon did not answer in words, but he gave an expressive shrug and smile which said as plainly as possible, "I have not hurried it on." Lord Seely coloured deeply, and seemed to shrink bodily, as if he had received a blow. He went on hastily, and with less than his usual self-possession. I have felt, rather than perceived, a little touch of bitterness in your manner lately. There, we will not quibble about the word. If not bitter, you have not been, at all events, in the frame of mind I wished and hoped to find you in. You are young, and youth is apt to be a little unreasonable in its expectations. I admit that your worldly position will not be exactly brilliant, but I assure you that in these days there are many gentlemen of good abilities and industry who would be glad of it." "Oh, I am fully aware of my good fortune, my lord. Besides, you know, this is only a stepping-stone." "Yes, we hope so. But, Ancram, and this is what I had in mind to say to you frankly, don't neglect or despise the present employment in looking forward to something better." "By no means." "For your own sake, I earnestly advise you not to give way to feelings of discontent." "Do I look discontented? Upon my word, your lordship is doing me singular injustice." "There is a smiling discontent as well as a frowning discontent, and I don't know but that it is the worst of the two." Algernon laughed outright. "Well," said he, "you must own that it is a little difficult to give satisfaction." His light, smooth tone jarred disagreeably on Lord Seely. If the latter had thought to make any impression on the young man, to draw from him any outburst of feeling, he had signally failed. Algernon's words could not be objected to, but the tone in which they were uttered was completely nonchalant. His nonchalance increased in proportion to Lord Seely's earnestness. A year ago Algernon would have brought his manner into harmony with my lord's mood. He would have been grave, attentive, eager to show his appreciation of my lord's kindness, and his value for my lord's advice. But now there was some malice in his smiling good humour, a little cruelty in the brightness of his unruffled serenity. He was genuinely tickled at seeing the pompous little nobleman embarrassed in speaking to him, Algernon Errington, and he enjoyed what comedy there might be in the situation none the less because his patron suffered. In truth, Algernon was discontented. His was not a gnawing, black sort of discontent. He neither grew lean, nor yellow, nor morose, but his irony was sometimes flavoured with acidity, and instead of being easily tolerant of such follies as zeal, enthusiasm, or fervent reverence, he was now apt to speak of them with a disdainful superiority. And he had, too, an air of having washed his hands of any concern with his own career, of laying the responsibility on destiny, or whomsoever it might concern, of awaiting with sarcastic patience the next turn of the wheel, as if life were neither a battle nor a march, but a gigantic game of rouge et noir, with terrible odds in favour of the bank. Lord Seely was no match for this youth of 22. Lord Seely had intended to impress him deeply, to read him a lecture, in which Olympian severity should be tempered by mercy, to convince him by dignified and condescending methods of his great good fortune in having secured the hand of Castalia Kilfinane of Caldcale, and of his great unreasonableness, not to say presumption, in not accepting that boon on bended knee, instead of grumbling at being made postmaster of Whitford. But in order to make an impression, it does not suffice to have tools only. The surface to be impressed must also exist, and be adapted to the operation. How impress the bright, cool, shining, liquid bosom of a lake, for instance? Oar and keel, pebble and arrow, wind and current, are alike powerless to make a furrow that shall last. Lord Seely laboured under the disadvantage in this crisis of feeling for other persons with some keenness, a circumstance which frittered away his power considerably, and made him vacillating. Algernon's capacities for feeling were, on this occasion, steadily concentrated on himself, and this gave his behaviour a solid consistency, which was felt even beneath the surface lightness of his manner. "I hope," said Lord Seely, rather sadly than solemnly, "I do most earnestly hope, Ancram, that you will be happy in this marriage." "Your lordship is very good, I assure you. I feel your goodness." He said it as if he had been accepting an invitation to dinner. And that you will do your best to make Castalia happy." "You may rely on my doing my best." "There are discrepancies, perhaps disparities, but those marriages are not always the happiest in which the external circumstances on both sides seem to be best matched. You are young, you are untrammelled, you have no irrevocable past behind you to regret. I do not see why, with mutual regard and respect, you should not make a good life of it. These are the most lugubrious nuptial felicitations that ever were offered to a bridegroom, I should fancy," thought Algernon. And he had some difficulty in keeping his countenance, so vividly did he feel the ludicrous aspect of his lordship's well-meant effort at impressing him. "I should feel some sense of responsibility if things were not to turn out as brightly as we hope, and believe they will turn out." "Oh, don't distress yourself about that, my lord," cried Algernon. He had very nearly said, "Don't apologise. There is the dressing bell," he added with alacrity, taking his hat up from the table. "If your lordship has no further commands, I think Yes, go, Ancram. I will not detain you longer. Remember," said Lord Seely, taking the young man's hand between both his own, and speaking in a tremulous voice, "remember, Ancram, that I wish to serve you. My intention all along has been to do my best for you. You have been a very pleasant inmate in my home, Ancram. Be good to Castalia. For good or for evil, you are her fate now. No one can come between you. Be good to her." "My dear lord, I beg you to believe that I will make Castalia's happiness the study of my life. And I have no doubt we shall get on capitally. With your interest, it can't be long before we get into a better berth. I know you'll do your best for us, for Castalia's sake. Oh, and mine too, I'm happy to believe. Yes, certainly. I really am in such a state of mud that I believe my very hair is splashed. It will take me all the time there remains for dressing to get myself presentably clean, positively. Au revoir, my lord, and thank you very, very much." With his jauntiest step and brightest smile, Algernon left the room. Lord Seely returned to his chair before the hearth, resumed his moody, musing attitude, and sat there alone, with his head sunk on his breast, until they called him to dinner. End of chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 7. In the first week of August, Mrs. Errington returned to Whitford. She had got over her annoyance at not having been entrusted sooner with the news of Algernon's engagement to Miss Kilfinane. By dint of telling her friends so, she had at last persuaded herself that she had been in the secret all along, and if she felt any other mortifications and disappointments connected with her son's marriage, she kept them to herself. But it is probable that she did not keenly feel any such. She was not sensitive, and she did believe that by connecting himself so nearly with Lord Seely's family, Algernon was advancing his prospects of success in the world. These sources of comfort, combined with an excellent digestion, and the perennial gratification of contemplating her own claims to distinction as contrasted with those of her neighbours, kept the worthy lady in good spirits, and she returned to Whitford in a kind of full blow of cheerfulness and importance. Her reception there at the outset was, however, far from being what she had looked forward to. She had written to Rhoda announcing the day and hour of her arrival, and requesting that James Maxfield should meet her at the Blue Bell Inn, where the coach stopped, with a fly for the conveyance of herself and her luggage to her old quarters. Mrs. Errington had not previously written to Rhoda from Westmoreland, but she had forwarded to her at different times 2 copies of the Applethwaite Advertiser. In one of these journals a preliminary announcement of Algernon's marriage had appeared under the heading of "Alliance in High Life." In the second there was an account of the wedding, and the breakfast, and the rejoicings in the village of Longfells, which did much credit to the imaginative powers of the writer. According to the Applethwaite Advertiser, the ceremony had been imposing, the breakfast sumptuous, and the village demonstrations enthusiastic. Mrs. Errington had bought 20 copies of the newspaper for distribution among her friends, and she pleased herself with thinking how grateful the Maxfields would be to her for sending them the papers with the interesting paragraphs marked in red ink. She also looked forward with much complacency to having Rhoda for a listener to all her narrations about the wedding and life at Longfells, and the great people whom she had met there. Rhoda was such a capital listener. And then, besides and beyond all that, Mrs. Errington was fond of Rhoda, and had more motherly warmth of feeling for her than she had as yet attained to for her new daughter-in-law. Mrs. Errington's head was stretched out of the coach window as the vehicle clattered up the archway of the Bluebell Inn. It was about 7 o'clock on a fine August evening, and there was ample light enough for the traveller to distinguish all the familiar faces of the streets through which she passed. "James will be standing at the inn-yard ready to receive me," she thought, "and I suppose the fly will be waiting at the corner by the booking-office. I wonder whether the driver will be the lame old man or young Simmons." She was still debating this question when the coach turned sharply round under the archway, and stopped in the great rambling yard of the old-fashioned Bluebell Inn. Mrs. Errington got down unassisted. James Maxfield was not there. She looked round in bewilderment, standing hot, dusty, and tired in the yard, where after a bustling waiter had tripped up to her to ask if she wanted a room, and tripped away again, no one took any heed of her. A fly was not to be had in Whitford at a moment's notice. After waiting for some 10 minutes, Mrs. Errington found there was nothing for it but to walk to her lodgings. She left her luggage in the coach office to be called for, and set out, carrying a rather heavy hand bag, and hurrying through the streets at a pace much quicker than her usual dignified rate of moving. She wished not to be seen and recognised by any passing acquaintance, under circumstances so unfavourable to an impressive or triumphant demeanour. Arrived at Jonathan Maxfield's house, the aspect of things was not much improved. Betty Grimshaw opened the door, and stared in surprise on seeing Mrs. Errington. She had not been expected. Mr. Maxfield was over at Duckwell at his son's farm. James was busy in the storehouse. And as for Rhoda, she was away on a visit to Miss Bodkin at the seaside, and had been for some weeks. A letter? Oh, if a letter had come for Rhoda, her father would have sent it on to her. It was a 2 days' post from where she was to Whitford. And the newspapers? Betty did not know. She had not seen them. Her brother-in-law had had them, she supposed. Yes, she had heard that Mr. Algernon was married, or going to be married. The servants from Pudcombe Hall had spoken of it when they came into the shop. Jonathan had not said anything on the subject as far as she knew. Mrs. Errington knew what Jonathan was. He never was given to much conversation, and it was Betty's opinion, delivered very frankly, that Jonathan grew crustier and closer as he got older. But wouldn't Mrs. Errington like a cup of tea? Betty would have the kettle boiling in a few minutes. Mrs. Errington felt rather forlorn as she entered her old sitting-room and looked around her. It was trim and neat, indeed, and spotlessly clean, but it had the chill, repellent look of an uninhabited apartment. The corner cupboard was locked, and its treasure of old china hidden from view. Algernon's books were gone from the shelf above the piano. A white cloth was spread over the sofa, and the hearth-rug was turned upside down, displaying a grey lining, instead of the gay-coloured scraps of cloth. She missed Rhoda. She had become accustomed to Algernon's absence from the familiar room, but Rhoda's absence made a blank in it that was depressing. And perhaps Mrs. Errington herself was surprised to find how dreary the place looked, without the girl's gentle face and modest figure. She gladly accepted Betty Grimshaw's invitation to take her tea downstairs in the comfortable bright kitchen, instead of alone in the melancholy gentility of her own sitting-room. Betty was as wooden-faced and grim and rigid in her aspect as ever, but she was not unfriendly towards her old lodger, and moreover she was entirely respectful in her manner, holding it as a fixed article of her faith that gentlefolks born were intended by Providence to be treated with deference, and desiring to show that she herself had been trained to becoming behaviour under the roof of a person of quality. It was little more than 9 o'clock when Mrs. Errington rose to go to bed, being tired with her journey. As she did so, she said, "Mrs. Grimshaw, will you get James to send a hand-cart for my luggage in good time to-morrow?" "Oh, your luggage?" returned Betty. "Well, do you think it's worth while to send for it, if you're not going to stay?" Mrs. Errington was so much astonished by this speech that she sat down again in the chair she had just quitted. Then, after a minute's pause, her mind, which did not move very rapidly, arrived at what she supposed to be the explanation of Betty's words. "Oh, I see," she said. "You took for granted that on my son's marriage I should leave you and join him. But it is not so, my good soul. My daughter-in-law has implored me to live with them, but I have refused. It is better for the young people to be by themselves, and I prefer my own independence also. No, my good Mrs. Grimshaw, I shall remain in my old quarters until Mr. Algernon leaves Whitford for good. And perhaps even then I may not give you up altogether. Who knows?" Betty hesitated for an instant before replying. "Then Jonathan has not said anything to you about giving up the rooms?" "Good gracious, no! I have not heard from Mr. Maxfield at all." "I suppose he didn't expect you back quite so soon. And there, I suppose I won't take upon myself to speak for him. I shouldn't have got on with my brother-in-law all these years if I hadn't made it a rule to try for peace and quietness, and never interfere." But Mrs. Errington persisting in her demand that Betty should explain herself more fully, the latter at length confessed that during the past 2 or 3 weeks Jonathan Maxfield had declared his intention to get rid of his lodger, and of not letting the first floor of his house again. "Your sitting room is to be kept as a kind of drawing room for Rhoda, as I understand Jonathan," she said. A drawing room for Rhoda! Mrs. Errington could not believe her senses. "Why, what is Mr. Maxfield thinking of?" she exclaimed. "Oh, you don't know what a fuss Jonathan has been making lately about Rhoda. Before you went away, you know, ma'am, as he had begun to spend a deal of money on her clothes. And since then, more and more, it's been all his talk as Rhoda was to be a lady. The notion has got stuck fast in his head, and wild horses wouldn't drag it out." Mrs. Errington rose very majestically. "I much fear," she said, "I much fear that I am responsible for this delusion of your brother-in-law. I have a little spoiled the girl, and taken too much notice of her. I regret it now, but really, Rhoda is such a sweet creature that I don't know that I have been so very much to blame either. It is true I have introduced her to my friends, and brought her forward a little beyond her station, but I little thought a man of Mr. Maxfield's common sense would have been so utterly led away by kindly meant patronage." "Well, I don't know as it's so much that, ma'am," replied Betty, in a matter-of-fact tone, "as it is that Jonathan has latterly been thinking a deal about his money, and he knows money will do great things." "Money can never confer gentle birth, my good creature." "No, for sure, ma'am. That's what I say myself. I know my catechism, and I was brought up to respect my superiors. But you see, Jonathan's heart is greatly set on his riches. He's a well-off man, is my brother-in-law, more so than many folks think. He's been a close man all his life, and for that matter he's close enough now in some things, and screws me down in the housekeeping pretty tight. But for Rhoda he seems to grudge nothing, and wants her to make a show and a splash almost, if you can fancy such a thing of Jonathan. But there's no saying how men will turn out, not even the old ones. I'm sure I often and often thank my stars I've kept single. No offence to you, ma'am." Mrs. Errington went to bed in a bewildered frame of mind. Tired as she was, the news she had heard kept her awake for some time. Leave her lodgings? Leave old Max's house, which had been her home for so many years? It was incredible, and indeed before long she had made up her mind to resist old Max's intention of turning her out. "I shall give him a good talking to morrow," she said to herself. "Stupid old man! He really must not be allowed to make himself so absurd." And then Mrs. Errington fell asleep. But the next day old Max did not return to be talked to, nor the day after that. James Maxfield went over to Duckwell, and came back bringing a formal notice to Mrs. Errington to quit the lodgings, signed by his father. "What does this mean, James?" asked Mrs. Errington, with much emphasis and wide open eyes. James did not know what it meant. He did not apparently much care either. He had never been on very friendly terms with the Erringtons, having indeed come but seldom in contact with them during all the time they had lived under the same roof with him, and had perhaps been a little jealous, in his sullen, silent way, of their petting of Rhoda. At all events, on the present occasion, he was not communicative nor very civil. He had performed his father's behests, and he knew nothing more. His father was not coming back home just yet, and James volunteered the opinion that he didn't mean to come back until Mrs. Errington should be gone. All this was strange and disagreeable, but Mrs. Errington was not of an irritable or anxious temperament, and her self-complacency was of too solid a kind to be much affected even by ruder rubs than any which could be given by James Maxfield's uncouth bluntness. "I shall take no notice whatever of this," she said with serene dignity. "When your father comes back I shall talk to him. Meanwhile I have a great many important things to do." The good lady did in truth begin at once to busy herself in seeking a house for Algernon, and in getting it furnished. There was but a month to make all arrangements in, and all Mrs. Errington's friends who could by any possibility be pressed into the service were required to assist her. The Dockets, Rose and Violet McDougall, Mrs. Smith, the surgeon's wife, and even Miss Chubb were sent hither and thither, asked to write notes, to make inquiries, to have interviews with landlords, and to take as much trouble and make as much fuss as possible in the task of getting ready an abode for Mr. and the Honourable Mrs. Algernon Errington. A house was found without much difficulty. It was a small isolated cottage on the outskirts of the town, with a garden behind it which ran down to the meadows bordering the Whit, and was the very house belonging to Barker the chemist, of which Mrs. Errington had written to her friend Mrs. Bodkin. It was really a very humble dwelling, but the rent of it was quite as large as Algernon would be able to afford. Mrs. Errington said, "I prefer a small place for them. If they took a more pretentious house, they would be expected to entertain, and you know, my dear sir, or madam, as the case might be, that there is a great mixture in Whitford society, and that would not suit my daughter-in-law, of course. You perceive that, don't you?" And then the person so addressed might flatter him or herself with the idea of belonging to the unmixed portion of society. Indeed, this terrible accusation of being mixed was one which Mrs. Errington was rather fond of bringing against the social gatherings in Whitford; and she had once been greatly offended, and a good deal puzzled, by Mr. Diamond's asking her what objection there could be to that, and challenging her to point out any good thing on earth, from a bowl of punch upwards, which was not mixed. But however this might be, no one believed at all that the mixture in Whitford society was the real reason for young Errington's inhabiting so small a house. They knew perfectly well that if Algernon's means had been larger, his house would have been larger also. And yet Mrs. Errington's flourish was not without its effect on some persons. They in their turn repeated her lamentations on the mixture to such of their acquaintances as did not happen to be also her acquaintances. And as there were very few individuals in Whitford, either so eccentric or so courageous as Mr. Diamond, this mysterious mixture was generally acknowledged, with shrugs and head-shakings, to be a very great evil indeed. At the end of about a fortnight, old Max one day reappeared in his own house, and marched upstairs to Mrs. Errington's sitting-room. "Well, marm," said he, without any preliminary greetings whatsoever, "I suppose you understood the written notice to quit that I sent you. But as my son James informs me that you don't seem to be taking any steps in consequence of it, I've come to say that you will have to remove out of my abode on the 27th of this month, and not a day later. So you can act according to your judgment in finding another place to dwell in." Mrs. Errington was inspecting the contents of a packing-case which had been sent from London by Lady Seely. It contained, as her ladyship said, "some odds and ends that would be useful to the young couple." The only article of any value in the whole collection was a porcelain vase, which had long stood in obscurity on a side table in Lord Seely's study, and would not be missed thence. Lady Seely at all events would not miss it, as she seldom entered the room, and therefore she had generously added it to the odds and ends. Mrs. Errington looked up, a little flushed with the exertion of stooping over the packing-case, and confronted Mr. Maxfield. Her round, red, full-moon face contrasted in a lively manner with the old man's grey, lank, harsh visage. The years, as they passed, did not improve old Max's appearance; and as soon as she beheld him, Mrs. Errington was convinced of the justice of Betty Grimshaw's remark, that her brother-in-law seemed to have grown closer and crustier than ever of late. "Why, Mr. Maxfield," said the lady condescendingly, "how do you do? I have been wanting to see you. Come, sit down, and let us talk matters over." Old Max stood in the doorway glaring at her. "I don't know, ma'am, as there's any matters I want to talk over with you," he returned. "You had better understand that I mean what I say. You'll find it more convenient to believe me at once, and to act according." "Do you mean to say that you intend to turn me out, Mr. Maxfield?" "I have given you a legal notice to quit, ma'am. You needn't call it turning you out, unless you like." He had begun to move away, when Mrs. Errington exclaimed, "But I really don't comprehend this at all. What will Rhoda think of it?" Maxfield stopped hesitatingly, with his hand on the banisters at the top of the landing. "Rhoda?" said he gruffly. "Oh, Rhoda has nothing to say to it, one way or t'other." "But I want to have something to say to her. I assure you it was a great disappointment to me not to find Rhoda here on my return. I'm very fond of her, and shall continue to be so as long as she merits it. It is not her fault, poor girl, if other people forget themselves." Maxfield took his hand off the banisters and turned round. "Since you're so fond of Rhoda," he said, with a queer expression on his sour old face, "you'll be glad to know where she is, and the company she's in." "I know that she is at the seaside with my friends, Mrs. and Miss Bodkin." "She is at the seaside with her friends, Mrs. and Miss Bodkin. Miss Minnie is a real lady, and she understands how to treat Rhoda, and knows that the Lord has made a lady of Rhoda by nature." Mrs. Errington stared in utter astonishment. The suspicion began to form and strengthen itself in her mind that the old man was positively out of his senses. If so, his insanity had taken an extremely unpleasant turn for her. "I really was not prepared for being turned out of my lodgings after all these years," she said, reverting to the point that most nearly touched herself. "I've not been prepared for many things as have happened over all these years, but I'm ready to meet 'em when they come." "Well, but now, Mr. Maxfield, let us see if we cannot make an arrangement. If you have any different views about the rent, "The rent? What do you think your bit of rent matters to me? I want the rooms for the use of my daughter, Miss Maxfield, and there's an end of it." "Oh, he certainly cannot be in his right senses to address me in this manner," thought Mrs. Errington. Maxfield went on. "I see you've got a box of rubbish there littering about the place. I give you warning not to unpack any more here, for out everything will have to go on the 27th of this month, as sure as my name's Jonathan Maxfield." "Mr. Maxfield, you are certainly forgetting yourself. Rubbish, indeed! These are a very few of the valuable wedding presents sent to my son and daughter by Lady Seely." Old Max made a grating sound which was intended for a laugh, although his bushy grey eyebrows were drawn together in a heavy frown the while. Then he suddenly burst out in a kind of cold fury. "Pooh!" he cried. "Presents! Valuable presents! You don't deceive anybody by that. Look here, if the old carpet or any of this furniture in this room would be of any assistance to you, you can take it. I'll give it to you. A free gift. The place is going to be done up and new furnished for Miss Maxfield. Furnished handsome, fit for a young lady of property. Fit for a young lady that will have a sum of money on the day she marries, if I'm pleased with her choice, as'll make some folks' mouths water. It won't be reckoned by twenties, nor yet by hundreds, won't Miss Maxfield's fortin. You can take the old carpet and mahogany table, and the high-backed chairs, and put 'em among your valuable presents. They're too old-fashioned for Miss Maxfield's drawing-room." And with a repetition of the grating laugh, old Max tramped heavily downstairs, and was heard to bang the door of his own parlour. Mrs. Errington sat motionless for nearly a quarter of an hour, staring at the open door. "Mad!" she exclaimed at length, drawing a long breath. "Quite mad! But I wonder if there is any truth in what he says about Rhoda's money. Dear me, why, she'll be quite a catch." End of Chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 8. Meanwhile, Rhoda, at Duckwell Farm, supposed herself to be too unhappy to care much for anything. She did not have a fever, nor fall into a consumption, nor waste away visibly, but she passed hours crying alone in her room, or sitting idle-handed, whilst her thoughts languidly retraced the past, or strove to picture what sort of lady Algernon's wife might be. Headaches, pallid cheeks, and red eyes resulted from these solitary hours. Mrs. Seth Maxfield wondered what had come to the girl, having no suspicion that young Errington's marriage could be more to Rhoda than an interesting subject for gossip. Old Jonathan went over to Duckwell immediately after receiving the first newspaper sent by Mrs. Errington from Westmoreland. The announcement of the intended wedding had taken him wholly by surprise. It would be hard to say whether wrath or amazement predominated in his mind on first reading the paragraph which Mrs. Errington had so complacently marked with red ink. But it is not at all hard to say which feeling predominated within an hour after having read it. According to old Max's judgment, there was not one extenuating circumstance in Algernon's behaviour, not one plea to be urged on his behalf. Utter vindictive anger filled the old man's soul as he read. He had been deceived, played upon, laughed at by this boy. That was the first and perhaps the most venomous of his mortifications. But many other stinging thoughts rankled in his mind. David Powell had been right. That was almost unendurable. As to Rhoda, old Max could not, in the mood he was then in, contemplate her being bowed down by grief and disappointment. He would have her raise her head, and revenge herself on her faithless lover. He would have her successful, admired, and prosperous. He would have her trample on Algernon's pride and poverty with all the insolence of wealth. Even his beloved money, so hardly earned, so eagerly hoarded, seemed to him, for the first time in his life, to be of small account in comparison with the sentiment. He took his Bible and gloated over the menaces of vengeance and threats of destruction. Future condemnation was, no doubt, in store for Algernon Errington, but that was too vague and too distant a prospect to appease old Max's stomach for revenge. He wanted to see his enemy in the dust, and that his enemy should be seen there by others. In the midst of his reading, he suddenly recollected the acknowledgment he held of Algernon's debt to him, and jumped up and ran to his strong box to feast his eyes on it. It seemed almost like a clear leading from on high that the IOU should come into his head just then, old Max thought. He was not the first, nor the worst man who has wrested Scripture into the service of his own angry passions. Then he sent to order a gig from the Blue Bell, and set out for Duckwell Farm. "I hope your father isn't sickening for any disease, or going to get a stroke or something," said Betty Grimshaw to her nephew James. "But I never see anybody's face such a colour out of their coffin. It's a greeny grey, that's what it is. And he was frowning like thunder." But Jonathan Maxfield's disorder was not of the body. He arrived at Duckwell unexpectedly, but his arrival did not cause any particular surprise. He had business transactions to discuss with his son Seth, to whom he had advanced money on mortgage. And then there was Rhoda staying at the farm, and of course her father would like to see Rhoda. Rhoda was called from her own room, and came down pale and nervous. She dreaded meeting her father. Did he or did he not know the news from Westmoreland? It had only come to Duckwell Farm by means of Mr. Pawkins's servants. It might possibly not yet have reached Whitford. On his side, old Max took care to say nothing about the Applethwaite Advertiser. He had destroyed that journal before leaving home, placing it in the heart of the kitchen fire, and holding it there with the poker until the remains of it fluttered up the chimney in black, impalpable fragments. But old Max had brought another document in his pocket, which had been placed in his hand just as he was starting in the gig. It was a letter directed to Miss Rhoda Maxfield, High Street, Whitford, and this he pulled out almost immediately on seeing Rhoda. A glance at her face sufficed to show him that she was unhappy and dispirited. "She has heard it," he thought, and something like an anathema upon Algernon followed the thought in his mind. The old man's countenance was not so clearly read by his daughter. Indeed, she hardly raised her eyes to his, but received his kiss in silence. "I'm afraid, father, you'll not find Rhoda's looks doing us credit," said Mrs. Seth. "Why or wherefore I don't know, but these last days she has been as peaky as can be." "It's the heat, maybe," said old Max shortly, and withdrew his own and Mrs. Seth's attention from the girl, as she read the letter he handed to her. Rhoda was grateful for this forbearance on her father's part, although it fluttered her, too, a little, as proving that he was aware of the cause of her dejection, and anxious to shield it from observation. The letter was from Minnie Bodkin. She had written it almost immediately on hearing of Algernon's intended marriage. It invited Rhoda, if her father would consent, to visit the Bodkins during the remainder of their stay at the seaside. There was no word of allusion to the Erringtons in the letter. Minnie only said, "Mamma and I remember that your cheeks had lost their roses somewhat when we left Whitford, and we think that a breath of sea breeze may blow them back again. It is some time since you had complete change of air. Tell Mr. Maxfield we will take good care of you." And in a postscript Mrs. Bodkin had added in her small running hand, "Do come, my dear. We shall be very glad to have you. Dr. Bodkin bids me send you his love." It had been no slight effort of self-conquest which had made Minnie Bodkin send for Rhoda, to stay with her at the seaside, and had enabled her to endure the girl's daily presence, and to stand her friend in word and deed throughout the weeks which succeeded the announcement of Algernon's marriage. To be kind to Rhoda at a distance would have been pleasant enough. Minnie would willingly, nay gladly, have served the girl in any way which should not have necessitated frequent personal communion with her. But she told herself unflinchingly that if she really meant to keep her promise to David Powell, she must do so at some cost of self-sacrifice. The only efficacious thing she could do for Rhoda was to take her away from Whitford scenes and Whitford people for a time, to take her out of the reach of gossiping tongues and unsympathizing eyes, and to give her the support of a friendly presence when she should be obliged to face Whitford once more. This would be efficacious help to Rhoda, and Minnie resolved to give it to her. But it was a task to which she felt considerable repugnance. There was an invisible barrier between herself and pretty, gentle, winning Rhoda Maxfield. It is curious to consider of how small importance to most of us actions are, as compared with motives, and perhaps nothing contributes more to hasty accusations of ingratitude than forgetfulness of this truth. We are more affected by what people mean than by what they say, and by what they feel than by what they do. Only when meaning and feeling harmoniously inform the dry husk of words and deeds can we bring our hearts to receive the latter thankfully, however kind they may sound or seem to uninterested spectators. The egotism of most of us is too exacting to permit of our judging our friends' behaviour from any abstract point of view, and to be done good to for somebody else's sake, or even for the sake of a lofty principle, seldom excites very lively satisfaction. Thus Rhoda reproached herself for the unaccountable coldness with which she received Miss Bodkin's kindness, having only a dim consciousness that Miss Bodkin's kindness was prompted by motives excellent indeed, but which had little to do with personal sympathy with herself. She silently handed the letter to her father, and turned away to the window. Mrs. Seth bustled out of the room, saying that she must get ready a snack of something for Mr. Maxfield after his drive, and the father and daughter were left alone together. Jonathan Maxfield's face brightened wonderfully as he read Minnie's gracious words. A glow of pleasure came over his hard features, but it was not a very agreeable sort of pleasure to behold, being considerably mingled with malicious triumph. Here was a well-timed circumstance, indeed! What could Powell, or such as Powell, say now? Let the Erringtons behave as they might, it was clear henceforward that Rhoda had not been received amongst gentlefolk solely on their account. His girl was liked and made much of for her own sake. "Well," said he, "this is a very pretty letter of Miss Minnie's, very pretty indeed." He did not allow his voice to express his exultation, but spoke in his usual harsh, grumbling tones. "Yes," answered Rhoda tremulously, "it is very kind of Miss Minnie, and of dear Mrs. Bodkin, wonderfully kind. But I don't think I want to go, father." "Not want to go? Nonsense! That's mere idle nonsense. Of course you will go. I shall take you down by the coach myself." "Oh, thank you, father, but I really don't want change. I don't care about going to the seaside." The old man turned upon her almost savagely. "I say you shall go. You must go. Are you to creep into a hole like a sick beast of the field, and hide yourself from all eyes? There, there," he added in a gentler tone, drawing her towards him, as he saw the tears begin to gather in her eyes. "I am not chiding you, Rhoda, but it will be good for you to accept this call from your kind friends. It will be good for mind and body. You will be quiet there amongst fresh scenes and fresh faces, and you will return to Whitford in the company of those gentlefolks, who, it is clear, are minded to stand your friends under all circumstances. Seth's wife is a worthy woman, but she is not a companion for you, Rhoda." One phrase of this speech did seem to offer a glimpse of consolation to Rhoda, the promise, namely, of quiet and fresh scenes, where she and her belongings were utterly unknown. But her father did not know that Minnie Bodkin understood her little love story from first to last, and that Minnie Bodkin's presence and companionship might not be calculated to pour the waters of oblivion into her heart. Still, she reflected, a day must come when she would have to face Miss Minnie and all the other Whitford people who knew her. There was no chance of her dying at once and being taken away from it all. And Rhoda's teaching had made her shrink from the thought of desiring death, as from something vaguely wicked. On the whole, it might be the best thing for her to go to the Bodkins. She would better have liked to continue her solitary rambles in Pudcombe Woods or the meadows at Duckwell, only that now the pain awaited her, every evening at the farm, of hearing Algernon's marriage discussed and speculated on. She could not shut out the topic. On the whole, then, it might be the best thing she could do to get away from Whitford gossip for a time. These considerations Rhoda brought before her own mind, not with any idea that they could avail to decide her line of conduct, but by way of reconciling herself to the line of conduct she should be compelled to take. It never entered her head that any resistance would be possible when once her father had said, "You must go." "Very well, father," she answered meekly, after a short pause. The Bodkins' invitation was duly communicated to Seth and his wife, and it was arranged that Rhoda should start from the farm without returning to Whitford at all, as a cross road could be reached from Duckwell, where the coach would stop to pick up passengers. "If there's any garments you require, beyond those you have here, your Aunt Betty shall send them over by the carrier to morrow," said Mr. Maxfield. Mrs. Seth protested, not without a spice of malice, that Rhoda could not possibly want any more clothes, for that she was rigged out already fit for a princess. Nevertheless, there did arrive from Whitford several fresh additions to Rhoda's wardrobe, enclosed in a brand new black trunk, studded with brass-headed nails, and with the initials R.M. traced out in the same shining materials on the lid. "Your father's well nigh soft-headed about that girl," said Mrs. Seth to her husband, as they stood watching the father and daughter drive away together. Grunted Seth. His wife went on. "We may make up our minds as our little ones will never be a penny the better for your father's money. I'm as sure it'll all go to Rhoda." "As to his will, you may be right," returned Seth. "But I have good hopes that father will cancel that mortgage he holds on the home farm. If he does that, we mustn't growl too much. 'Tis a good lump of money, and it would come a deal handier to me if I could have the land free now, than if I waited for father's death. He's tough, is father, and the Lord knows I don't wish him dead neither." In this way Rhoda Maxfield went down to the seaside place where the Bodkins were staying, spent about 3 weeks with them there, and returned in their company to Whitford, to find Mrs. Errington no longer an inmate of her father's house, the old sitting room decorated and refurnished very smartly, and all the circle with whom she had become acquainted at Dr. Bodkin's on the tiptoe of expectation to behold the Honourable Mrs. Algernon Errington, whose arrival was looked forward to with an amount of interest only understood by those who have ever lived an unoccupied life in a remote provincial town. End of chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 9. We have already been present at more than one social gathering at Dr. Bodkin's house, but these entertainments have been of an informal character, and the guests at them all persons in the habit of meeting each other very frequently. On Mr. and Mrs. Algernon Errington's arrival in Whitford, after their marriage, Dr. and Mrs. Bodkin issued cards for an evening party, and invited the leading personages of their acquaintance to meet the bride and bridegroom. Mrs. Errington was in high delight. She appreciated this attention from her old friends very highly. Castalia, it was true, looked discontented and disdainful about the whole affair, and demanded to know why she must be dragged out to these people's stupid parties before she had had time to turn around in her own house. But then, as Mrs. Errington reflected, Castalia did not understand Whitford society. "The fact is, my dear," said her mother-in-law with suavity, "it may be all very trumpery business in your eyes, and after the circles you have moved in, but I assure you it is considered a very desirable thing here to have the entrée to Dr. Bodkin's. And then they scarcely ever entertain on a showy scale, nothing but a few friends, tea and cake, your rubber, and a tray afterwards. But for this occasion I hear there are great preparations going on. They won't dance, because Minnie can't stand the vibration, but there will be quite a large gathering. Of course, my dear, it is not what I was accustomed to at Ancram Park, but they are most kind, well-meaning people, and Minnie is highly accomplished, even learned, I believe." "I hate blue stockings," returned Mrs. Algernon with a shrug. "Oh, but Minnie is not the least blue in her manners. Indeed, her knowing Greek has ever been a mystery to me, for I assure you she is extremely handsome, and has, I think, the finest pair of eyes I ever saw in my life. But I suppose it is accounted for by her affliction, poor thing." Castalia had darted a quick, suspicious glance at her husband on hearing of Minnie's beauty, but relapsed into languid indifference when she was told that Miss Bodkin was a confirmed invalid, suffering from disease of the spine. In other circles Mrs. Errington was by no means so cool and condescending in speaking of the doctor's projected party. The check administered to her exultation by Castalia's chilly indifference only caused a further ebullition of it in other directions. She overwhelmed her new landlady by the magnitude and magnificence of her Ancramisms. I have already asked permission to use the phrase in these pages, and was looked up to by that simple soul as a very exalted personage, for the new landlady was no other than the widow Thimbleby. Mrs. Errington occupied the 2 rooms on the first floor above Mr. Diamond's parlours. The place was smaller and poorer altogether than Maxfield's house, although it did not yield to it in cleanliness. Here was Mrs. Errington's old blue china, set forth on a side table in the little oblong drawing-room, and her work-box with its amber satin and silver implements, and the faded miniatures hung over the mantelpiece. Also there was a square of substantial, if somewhat faded, carpet in the middle of Mrs. Thimbleby's threadbare drugget, a mahogany table, and a roomy, comfortable easy-chair, all of which we have seen before. In a word, Mrs. Errington had taken advantage of old Max's somewhat rash offer, and had carried away with her such articles of furniture out of her old quarters as she fancied might be useful. Mrs. Errington took some credit to herself for her magnanimity in doing so. "I could not refuse the poor man," she said to Mrs. Thimbleby. "I have lived many years in his house, and although he was led away by mistaken ambition to want his drawing-room for his own use, and certainly did cause me great inconvenience at a moment when I was up to my eyes in important business, yet I could not refuse to accept his little peace-offering. A lady does not quarrel with that sort of person, you know. And poor old man, I believe he was dreadfully cut up at my going away when it came to the point, and would have given anything to keep me. But I said, 'No, Mr. Maxfield, that is impossible. I have made other arrangements, and in short, I cannot be troubled any more about this matter. But to show that I bear no malice, and that I shall not withdraw my countenance from your daughter, I am willing to accept the trifles you press upon me.' He was a good deal touched by my taking the things, poor, foolish, misguided old man." "Well, it was real Christian of you, ma'am," said simple Mrs. Thimbleby. The day of the party at Dr. Bodkin's arrived, and there was as intense an excitement connected with its advent as if it were to bring a county ball, or even a royal drawing-room. Whether a satin train, Lapés and feathers be intrinsically more important and worthy objects of anxiety than a white muslin frock and artificial roses, I do not presume to decide. Only I can unhesitatingly assert that the Misses Rose and Violet McDougall could not have given their female attendant more trouble about the preparation and putting on of the latter adornments, which formed their simple and elegant attire on this occasion, if they had been duchesses, and their gowns cloth of gold. Miss Chubb, too, contemplated her new dress of a light blue colour, laid out upon her bed, with great interest and satisfaction; and when her toilette for the evening was complete, she had more little gummed rings of hair on her cheeks and forehead than had ever before been beheld there at one time. The company began to assemble in Dr. Bodkin's drawing rooms about 8:30. There were all our old acquaintances, Mr. Smith, the surgeon, and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Dockett, with Miss Alethea, now promoted to long dresses and grown-up young ladyhood. There was Orlando Pawkins, Mr. Warlock, the curate, and Colonel Whistler with his charming nieces. Miss Chubb had dined with the Bodkins in the middle of the day, and after being of great assistance to the mistress of the house in the preparation of her supper table, had returned to her own home to dress, and consequently arrived upon the festive scene rather later than would otherwise have been the case. But she was not the last guest to arrive. Mr. Diamond came in after her, and so did one or two families from the neighbourhood of Whitford. "Country people," Miss Chubb had said in a loud whisper to Rose McDougall, who replied snappishly, "Of course, we know them very well. Have visited them for years." "This is a brilliant scene," said good natured Miss Chubb, turning to Mr. Warlock, whom fate had thrown into her neighbourhood. Mr. Warlock agreed with her that it was very brilliant; and indeed Dr. Bodkin's drawing rooms, well lighted with wax candles, and with abundance of hothouse flowers, tastefully arranged, and relieved against the rich crimson and oak furniture, were exceedingly cheerful, pleasant, and picturesque. There was an air of comfort and good taste about the rooms, a habitable, home-like air, not always to be found in more splendid dwellings. On her crimson lounging chair reclined Minnie Bodkin. Her dress was of heavy cream white silk with gold ornaments. She wore nothing in her abundant dark hair, and her pale face seemed to many who looked upon it that evening to be more lovely than ever. Her lips had a tinge of red in them, and her eyes were full of lustre. There was a suppressed excitement about her looks and manner, which lighted up her perfectly moulded features with a strange beauty that struck all observers. Even the McDougalls could not but admit that Minnie looked very striking, but added that she was a little too theatrically got up. Didn't you think so? That was poor Minnie's failing, all for effect. "And," added Rose, "she has a good foil in that little pink and white creature who sits in the corner beside her chair and never moves. I suppose she's told to do it. But the idea of dressing that chit up in a violet silk gown fit for a married woman, and she has no figure to carry it off. I really think it's rather a strange measure on the Bodkins' part to ask us all to meet a girl of such very low origin on equal terms. But there it is, you see. Poor dear Minnie delights in doing startling things, unlike other people, and of course her parents refuse her nothing." Miss Rose's opinion of Rhoda Maxfield's insignificant appearance was not, however, shared by many persons present. Several young gentlemen and more than one old gentleman vied with each other in offering her cups of tea and paying her various little attentions according to their opportunities. Even Colonel Whistler, when he thought himself unobserved by his nieces, sidled up to pretty Rhoda Maxfield, and was heard to say to one of the country gentlemen, "She's the prettiest girl I've seen this many a day, by George! And I know a pretty girl when I see one, sir, or used to, once upon a time." To Rhoda, all the strangers who spoke and looked so kindly were merely troublesome. Her colour went and came, her heart beat with anxiety. She started nervously every time the door opened. She could think only of Algernon and Algernon's wife. She made a silent and very earnest prayer that she might be strengthened to sit still and quiet when they should appear, for she had had serious apprehensions lest she should be irresistibly impelled to start up and run away as soon as she saw them. It was in vain that young Mr. Pawkins hovered near her, inviting her to accept his arm into the tea room. It was in vain that old Colonel Whistler softened his martinet voice to ask her, with paternal tenderness, how she had enjoyed her stay at the seaside, and to say that, if one might judge by her looks, she had derived great benefit from the change of air. In the words of the song, all men else seemed to her like shadows. She was in a dream, with the consciousness of an impending awakening, which she half longed for, half dreaded. Two persons watched over her, and covered the mistakes she made in her nervous trepidation. Matthew Diamond and Minnie Bodkin exerted themselves to shield her from importunate observation, and to give her time to recover her self-possession, if that might be possible. Diamond was in good spirits. He could wait. He could be patient. He could be silent now, with a good heart. Algernon's marriage had opened a bright vista of hope before him, and perhaps he had never felt so disposed to condone and excuse his old pupil's faults and failings as at this present moment. "Minnie is a good creature," he thought, with a momentary grateful diversion of his attention from Rhoda, "to keep my timid birdie so carefully under her wing. She might do it with a little more softness of manner, but we cannot change people's natures." Meanwhile Minnie reclined in her chair, watching his tender lingering looks at Rhoda, and his complete indifference to every one else, with a heartache which might have excused even less softness of manner than Diamond thought she displayed towards the girl beside her. At length a little commotion and movement among the persons standing near the door announced a new arrival. Rhoda felt sick, and grasped the back of Minnie's chair so hard that her little glove was split by the force of the pressure. But that horrible sensation passed away in a few seconds, and then, looking up with renewed powers of seeing and hearing, she perceived that Mrs. Errington had made her entrance alone, and was holding forth in her mellow voice to Dr. and Mrs. Bodkin, and a knot of other persons in the centre of the room. Mrs. Errington was radiant. She nodded and smiled to one and another with an almost royal suavity and condescension. She was attired in a rich dove-coloured silk gown, Lord Seely's gift to her at her son's wedding, and wore rose-coloured ribbons in her lace cap, and looked altogether as handsome and happy a matron of her years as you would easily find on a long summer's day. "I have sent back the carriage for them, dear Mrs. Bodkin," she was saying, when Rhoda gained self-possession enough to take account of her words. "Naughty Castalia was not ready, so I said, 'My dear children, I shall go on without you, and put in an appearance for one member of the family at least.' So here I am, and my boy and girl will be here directly. And how is dear Minnie? How do you do, Colonel? Good evening, Miss Chubb. Ah, Alethea! Papa and mamma quite well? Oh, there she is! How are you, my dear Minnie? But I need not ask, for I never saw you looking so well." By this time Mrs. Errington had arrived at Minnie's chair, and stooped to kiss her. Almost at the same moment she caught sight of Rhoda, who shrank back a little, flushed and trembling. Mrs. Errington thought she very well understood the cause of this, and thought to herself, "Poor child! She is ashamed of her father's behaviour." "What, my pretty Rhoda!" she said aloud, and drawing the girl to her, kissed her warmly. "I am very glad to see you again, child," continued Mrs. Errington. "I began to fancy we were not to meet any more. You must come and see me, and spend a long day. I suppose that won't be against the laws of the Medes and Persians, eh?" The familiar voice, the familiar looks, the kind manner of her old friend, helped to put Rhoda at her ease. The fact, too, that Mrs. Errington had no suspicion of her feeling was calming. Mrs. Errington was not apt to suspect people of any feeling but gratification when she was talking to them. In the full glow of her satisfaction, Mrs. Errington even condescended to be gracious to Matthew Diamond, who came forward to offer his congratulations. "Why, yes, Mr. Diamond," said the good lady, "it is indeed a marriage after my own heart; and I do not think I am blinded by the partiality of a mother when I say the bride's family are quite as gratified at the alliance as I am. Do you know that one of Mrs. Algernon's relatives is the Duke of Macklepie and Bros? A distant relative, it is true, but these Scotch clans, you know, call cousins to the 12th degree. His Grace sent Castalia a beautiful wedding present, a cairngorm set in solid silver, so characteristic, you know, and so distinguished. No vulgar finery. Oh, the Broses and the Caldcales have been connected from time immemorial." Then Colonel Whistler came up and joined the circle round Mrs. Errington's chair, and Miss Chubb, whose curiosity generally got the better of her dignity when it came to a struggle between the two. To them sauntered up Alethea Dockett on the arm of Mr. Pawkins. The latter, finding it impossible to draw Rhoda into conversation, had philosophically transferred his attention to the smiling, black-eyed Miss Alethea, much to the disgust and scorn of the McDougalls. Mrs. Errington soon had a numerous audience around her chair, and she improved the occasion by indulging in such flourishes as fairly staggered her hearers. Her account of the bride's trousseau was almost oriental in the splendour and boldness of its imagery, and Matthew Diamond began to believe that, with very small encouragement, she might be led on to endow her daughter-in-law with the roc's egg, which even Aladdin could not compass the possession of, when a diversion took place. Algernon Errington appeared close behind Miss Chubb, and said, almost in her ear, and in his old jaunty way, "Well, is this the way you cut an old friend? Oh, Miss Chubb, I couldn't have believed it of you." The little spinster turned round quite fluttered, with both her fat little hands extended. "Algy!" she cried. "But I beg pardon. I ought not to call you by that familiar name now, I suppose." "By what name, then? I hope you don't mean to cut me in earnest." Then there was a general hand-shaking and exchange of greetings among the group. Rhoda was still in her old place behind Minnie's chair, and was invisible at first to one coming to the circle from the other end of the room, as Algernon had done. But in a minute he saw her, and for once his self-possession temporarily forsook him. If he had walked into the sitting room at old Max's, and seen Rhoda there, in her accustomed place by his mother's knee, with the accustomed needlework in her hand, and dressed in the accustomed grey stuff frock, he might have accosted her with tolerable coolness and aplomb. The old associations, which might have unnerved some soft-hearted persons, would have strengthened Algernon by vividly recalling his own habitual ascendancy and superiority over his former love. But instead of the Rhoda he had been used to see, here was a lovely young lady, elegantly, even richly dressed, received among the chief personages of her little world evidently on equal terms, and looking as gracefully in her right place there as the best of them. Algernon stood for a second, staring point blank at her, unable to move or to speak. His embarrassment gave her courage. Not less to her own surprise than to that of the two who were watching her so keenly, she rose from her chair and held out her hand with the little torn glove on it, saying in a soft voice that was scarcely at all unsteady, "How do you do, Mr. Errington?" Algernon shook her proffered hand, and murmured something about having scarcely recognised her. Then some one else began to speak to him, and he turned away, as Rhoda resumed her seat, trembling from head to foot. So the dreaded meeting was over. Let her see him again as often as she might, no second interview could be looked forward to with the same anxious apprehension as the first. She had seen Algernon once more. She had spoken to him, and touched his hand. It seemed very strange that no outward thing should have changed, when such a moving drama had been going on within her heart. But not one of the faces around her showed any consciousness that they had witnessed a scene from the old, old story, that the clasp of those two young hands had meant at once hail and farewell. Farewell to the sweet foolish dream, to the innocent tenderness of youth and maiden, to the soft thrilling sense of love's presence, that was wont to fill so many hours of life with a diffused sweetness, like the perfume of hidden flowers. No, the world seemed to go on much as usual. The McDougalls came flouncing up close beside her to tell Minnie that they had just been introduced to the Honourable Mrs. Errington, and a very young gentleman, one of Dr. Bodkin's senior scholars, asked Rhoda if she had had any tea yet, and begged to recommend the pound cake from his own personal experience. "Go with Mr. Ingleby," said Minnie, authoritatively. "I put Miss Maxfield under your charge, Ingleby, and shall hold you responsible for her being properly attended to in the tea-room." The lad, colouring with pleasure, led off the unresisting Rhoda. All her force of will, all her courage, seemed to have been expended in the effort of greeting Algernon. She simply obeyed Miss Bodkin with listless docility. But on reaching the tea-room, she was conscious that her friend had done wisely and kindly in sending her away, for there were but two persons there. One was Mr. Dockett, who was as inveterate a tea-drinker as Dr. Johnson, and the other was the Reverend Peter Warlock, hovering hungrily near the cake-basket. Neither of these gentlemen took any special notice of her, and she was able to sit quiet and unobserved. Her cavalier conscientiously endeavoured to fulfil Miss Minnie's injunctions, but was greatly disappointed by the indifference which Rhoda manifested to the pound cake. However, he endeavoured to make up for her shortcomings by devouring such a quantity of that confection himself as startled even Dr. Bodkin's old footman, accustomed to the appetites of many a generation of schoolboys. But all this time, where was the bride? The party was given especially in her honour, and to omit her from any description of it would be an unpardonable solecism. The Honourable Mrs. Algernon Ancram Errington sat on a sofa in the principal drawing-room, with a discontented expression of countenance, superciliously surveying the company through her eye-glass, and asking where Algernon was, if he were absent from her side for 5 minutes. Castalia was looking in better health than when we first had the honour of making her acquaintance. She had grown a trifle stouter, or less lean. Her sojourn in Westmoreland had been more favourable to her looks than the fatigues of a London season, which under other circumstances she would have been undergoing. Happiness is said to be a great beautifier, and it was to be supposed that Castalia, having married the man of her heart, was happy. But yet the fretful creases had not vanished from her face, and there was even a more suspicious watchfulness in her bright, deeply set eyes than formerly. Perhaps it may be well to record a few of the various verdicts passed on the bride's manners and appearance by our Whitford friends after that first evening. Possibly an impartial judgment may be formed from them, but it will be seen that opinions were strongly conflicting. Said Dr. Bodkin to his wife, "What can the boy have been thinking of to marry that woman? A sickly, faded, fretful-looking person, nearly 10 years his senior. I can forgive a generous mistake, but not a mean one. If he had run away with Ally Dockett from her boarding school, it would no doubt have been a misfortune, but I don't know that one would have loved him much the less." "Oh, doctor!" I am not counselling young gentlemen to run away with young ladies from boarding schools, my dear, but I'm afraid this has been a marriage wholly of interest and ambition on his side. Ah, I hoped better things of Errington." And the doctor went on shaking his head for full a minute. Said Mrs. Smith to Mrs. Dockett, "What do you think of the bride?" Said Mrs. Dockett to Mrs. Smith, "A stuck-up, unpleasant little thing, and I do wish somebody would tell her to keep her gown on her shoulders. I assure you, if I were to see my Ally half undressed in that fashion, I should box her ears. And Ally has a very pretty pair of shoulders, though I say it. She's not a bag of bones like Mrs. Algernon, at all events." Said Miss Chubb to her old woman servant, "Well, the Honourable Mrs. Algernon Errington is very distinguée looking, Martha. That's a French word that means out of the common, aristocratic, you know. Very distinguée, certainly. But she lacks sentiment, in my opinion. And her outline's very sharp, Martha. I prefer a rounder contour, both of face and figure. Some of the ladies found fault with her because of her low dress, but that, as I happen to know, is quite the custom with our upper classes in town. Mrs. Figgins, wife of the Bishop of Plumbunn, you know, Martha. Mrs. Figgins' sister, who married Sir William Wick of the Honourable Company of Tallow Chandlers, I believe. That's a kind of city society for dining sumptuously, Martha. You mustn't suppose it has anything to do with selling tallow candles. Well, Lady Wick sat down to dinner in Low every day of her life." Mr. Diamond and young Pawkins walked a little way together from the Docks House to the Bluebell Inn. The master of Pudcombe Hall, on attempting to resume his acquaintance with the bride, had been received with scant courtesy; but this was not so much because Castalia intended to be specially uncivil to him, as because at that moment it happened, unfortunately, that she saw her husband in a distant part of the room talking to Minnie Bodkin with an air of animation. "By Jove!" cried the ingenuous Pawkins, "I don't envy Errington. His wife looks so uncommon ill-tempered, and turns up her honourable nose at everybody." "She does not turn up her nose at him," returned Diamond, "and Errington will not be over-sensitive on behalf of his friends." "Oh, well, but she's so crabbed, somehow. One expects a bride to have some kind of softness in her manners, and, hang it all, there's not a particle of romance about her." "My dear fellow, if there is in the United Kingdom a young man of 23 who can comfortably dispense with romance in his wife, our friend Errington is that young man." "Oh, well, I know Errington's a very clever fellow and all that, and perhaps I'm a fool, but I shouldn't like my wife to be quite so cool and cutting in her manners, that's all." "Neither should I, and perhaps I'm a fool." "Shouldn't you, now?" Orlando was encouraged by this admission on Diamond's part, further to express his opinion that it was all very fine to stick honourable before your name, but that for his part he considered little Miss Maxfield to look 50 times more like a lady than Mrs. Algernon. And as for good looks, there was of course no comparison. And though Miss Maxfield was too shy and quiet, yet if you offered her any little civility, she thanked you in such a sweet way that a fellow felt as if he could do anything for her, whereas some women stare at a fellow enough to turn a fellow into stone. But the Misses McDougall were enthusiastic in their praises of Algernon's wife. They performed a sort of Carmen Amiboam after this fashion. Rose: "That sweet creature, the Honourable Mrs. Algernon! I can't get her out of my head." Violet: "Dear thing, what high-bred manners! And did she tell you that we are positively related? The Macklepeas, you know, call cousins with us. There was the branch that went off from the elder line of Brose," etc., etc., etc. Rose: "Oh yes, one feels at home directly with people of one's own class. How lucky Algernon has been to get such a wife, instead of some chit of a girl who would have had no weight in society." Violet: "Yes, but she's quite young enough, Rose." Rose: "Oh dear me, of course. But I mean that Algernon has shown his sense in not selecting a bread-and-butter miss. I own I detest schoolgirls." Violet: "She asked us to go and see her. Do you know, I think we were the only girls in the room she seemed to take to at all. Even Minnie Bodkin now. She was very cool, I thought, to Minnie." Rose: "My dear child, how often have I told you that people here have quite a mistaken estimate of Minnie Bodkin? They have just spoiled her. Her airs are really ludicrous. But directly a person of superior birth comes to the place, you see how it is. Perhaps you'll believe me another time. I do think you are half inclined to fall down and worship Minnie yourself." Violet: "Oh no, not that. But she is very clever, you know. And in spite of her affliction, I thought she looked wonderfully handsome to night." Rose (sharply): "Pshaw! She was dressed up like an actress. I saw the look Mrs. Algernon gave her. How beautifully Mrs. Algernon had her hair done." Violet: "And did you notice that little flounce at the bottom of her dress?" etc., etc. Both, almost together: "Isn't she charming, uncle?" "Very," answered Colonel Whistler, twirling his moustaches. Then the gallant gentleman, as he took his bed candle, was heard to mutter something which sounded like "damned skinny." End of chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of A Charming Fellow. This recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 10. Love in a cottage is a time-honoured phrase which changes its significance considerably according to the lips that utter it. To some persons, love in a cottage would be suggestive of dreary obscurity, privation, cold mutton, and one maid of all work. To others it might mean a villa with its lawn running down to the Thames, a basket phaeton, and a pair of ponies, and the modest simplicity of footmen without powder. To another class of minds again, love in a cottage might stand for a comprehensive hieroglyph of honest affection sufficiently robust to live and thrive even on a diet of cold mutton, and warm-blooded enough to defy the nip of poverty's east winds. Lady Seely had joked, in her cheerful, candid way, with her niece-in-law about her establishment in life, and had said, "Well, Castalia, you'll have love in a cottage, at all events. Some people are worse off. And at your age, you know, quite between ourselves, you must think yourself lucky to get a husband at all." Miss Kilfinane had made some retort to the effect that she did not intend to remain all her life in a cottage, with or without love, and that if Lord Seely could do nothing for Ancram, she, Castalia, had other connections who might be more influential. But in truth Castalia did think that she could be quite content to live with Algernon Errington under a thatched roof, having only a conventional and artificial conception of such a dwelling, derived chiefly from lithographed drawing copies. It was not, of course, that Castalia Kilfinane did not know that thatched hovels are frequently comfortless, ill ventilated, the noted haunt of earwigs, and limited in the accommodation necessary for a genteel family; but such knowledge was packed away in some quite different department of her mind from that which habitually contemplated her own personal existence, present and future. Wiser folks than Castalia are apt to anticipate exceptions to general laws in their own favour. Castalia was undoubtedly in love with Algernon; that is to say, she would have liked better to be his wife in poverty and obscurity than to accept a title and a handsome settlement from any other man whom she had ever seen, although she would probably have taken the latter had the chance been offered to her. Nor is that bringing so hard an accusation against her as it may at first sight appear. She would have liked best to be Algernon's wife, but for penniless Castalia Kilfinane to marry a poor man, when she might have had a rich one, would have required her to disregard some of the strongest and most vital convictions of the persons among whom she lived. Let their words be what they might, their deeds irrefragably proved that they held poverty to be the one fatal unforgiven sin, which so covered any multitude of virtues as utterly to hide and overwhelm them. You could no more expect Castalia to be impervious to this creed than you could expect a sapling to draw its nourishment from a distant soil, rather than from the earth immediately around its roots. To be sure, there have been vigorous young trees that would strike out tough branching fibres to an incredible distance, in search of the food that was best for them. Such human plants are rare, and poor narrow-minded, ill-educated Castalia was not of them. Had she been much beloved, it is possible that she might have ripened into sweetness under that celestial sunshine, but it was not destined to be hers. In some natures the giving even of unrequited love is beautifying to the character, but I think that in such cases the beauty is due to that pathetic compassion which blends with all love of a high nature for a lower one. Do you think that all the Griseldas believe in their Lord's wisdom and justice? Do you fancy that the fathers of prodigal sons do not oftentimes perceive the young vagabond's sins and shortcomings with a terrible perspicuity that pierces the poor fond heart like sharp steel? Do you not know that Cordelia saw more quickly and certainly than the sneering sycophant courtiers every weakness and vanity of the rash choleric old king? But there are hearts in which such knowledge is transmuted, not into bitter resentment, but into a yearning, angelic pity. Only in order to feel this pity we must rise to some point above the erring one. Now poor Castalia had been so repressed by low ambition and the petty influences of a poverty ever at odds with appearances, that the naturally weak wings of her spirit seem to have lost all power of soaring. The earliest days Mrs. Algernon Errington spent in her new home were passed in making a series of disagreeable discoveries. The first discovery was that a 6-roomed brick cottage is practically a far less commodious dwelling than any she had hitherto lived in. The walls of Ivy Lodge, that was the name of the little house which had not a twig of greenery to soften its bare red face, appeared so slight that she fancied her conversation could be overheard by the passers-by on the road. The rooms were so small that her dress seemed to fill them to overflowing, although those were not the days of crinolines and long trains. The little staircase was narrow and steep. The kitchen was so close to the living rooms that at dinner time the whole house seemed to exhale a smell of roast mutton. The stowing away of her wardrobe taxed to the utmost the ingenuity of her maid, and the few articles of furniture which Lady Seely had raked out from disused sitting rooms appeared almost as Brobdingnagian in Ivy Lodge as real tables and chairs would seem beside the furniture of a doll's house. A second discovery, made very quickly after her arrival in Whitford, was still more unpleasant. It was this, that a fine London-bred lady's maid is an inconvenient and unmanageable servant to introduce into a small humble household. Poor Castalia "couldn't think what had come to Slater," and Slater went about with a thunderous brow and a sulky mouth, conveying by her manner a sort of contemptuous compassion for her mistress, and a contempt by no means compassionate for everybody else in the house. The stout Whitford servant of all work offended her beyond forgiveness on the very first day of their acquaintance, by bluntly remarking that well-cooked bacon and cabbage was a good enough dinner for anybody, and that if Mrs. Slater had seen as many hungry folks as she, Polly, had, she would say her grace and fall to with a thankful heart instead of turning up her nose and picking at good wholesome victuals with a fork. Moreover, Polly was not in the least awe-stricken by Mrs. Slater's black silk gown or the gold watch she wore at her belt. She observed cheerfully that such like fine toggery was all very well at church or chapel, and for her part she always had, and always would, put a bit of a flower in her bonnet on Sundays, and them missuses as didn't like it must get some one else to serve 'em. But when she was about her work she liked to be dressed in working clothes, and a servant as wanted to bring second-hand parlour manners into the kitchen seemed to her a poor creetur, neither fish, flesh, fowl, nor good red herring. All which indignities Slater visited on her mistress, finding it impossible to disconcert or repress Polly, who only laughed heartily at her genteelest flights. But these things were not the worst. The worst was that Algernon showed very plainly a disinclination to sympathize with his wife's annoyance, and his intention of withdrawing himself from all domestic troubles, as if he considered them to be clearly no concern of his. Mrs. Errington, indeed, would have come to the rescue of her daughter-in-law, but neither of Mrs. Algernon's servants were disposed to submit to Mrs. Errington's authority, and the good lady was no more inclined than her son to take trouble and expose herself to unpleasantness for any one else's sake. Castalia and her mother-in-law did not grow more attached to each other the more intimate their acquaintance became. They had one sentiment in common, namely, love for Algernon, but this sentiment did not tend to unite them. Indeed, putting the rivalry of lovers out of the question, of course, it would be a mistake to conclude that because A and B both love C, therefore A and B must love each other. Mrs. Errington thought that Castalia worried Algernon by complaints. Castalia thought that Mrs. Errington was often a thorn in her son's side by reason of her indulgence in the opposite feelings, that is to say, over sanguine and boastful prognostications. "My dear Algy," his mother would say, "there is not the least doubt that you have a brilliant career before you. Your talents were appreciated by the highest in the land, directly you became known to them. It is impossible that you should be left here in the shade. No, no, Whitford won't hold you long, of that I am certain." To which Castalia would reply that Whitford ought never to have held them at all, that the post he filled there was absurdly beneath his standing and abilities, and that Lord Seely would never have dreamt of offering Ancram such a position if it had not been for my lady, who is the most selfish, domineering woman in the world. "I am sorry to have to say it, Mrs. Errington, since she is your relation, and you needn't suppose that she cares any the more for Ancram because he is her far-away cousin. At most, she only looks upon him as a kind of poor relation that ought to put up with anything, and she's always abusing her own family. She said to Uncle Val, in my presence, that the Ancrams could never be satisfied, do what you would for them, so he might as well make up his mind to that first as last. She told me to my face, the week before I was married, that Ancram and I ought to go down on our knees in thankfulness to her for having got us a decent living. That was pretty impudent from her to a Kilfinane, I think." Algernon laughed with impartial good humour at his mother's rose-coloured visions and his wife's gloomier views; but the good humour was a little cynical, and his eyes had lost their old sparkle of enjoyment, or at least it shone there far less frequently than formerly. As to his business, his superintendence of the correspondence by letter between Whitford and the rest of the civilized world, that, it must be owned, seemed to sit lightly on the new postmaster. There was an elderly clerk in the office named Gibbs. He was uncle to Miss Bodkin's maid Jane, and her brother, the converted groom, and was himself a member of the Wesleyan Society. Mr. Gibbs had been employed many years in the Whitford post office, and understood the routine of its business very well. Algernon relied on Mr. Gibbs, he said, and made himself very pleasant in his dealings with that functionary. What was the use, he asked, of disturbing and harassing a tried servant by a too restless supervision? He thought it best, if you trusted your subordinates at all, to trust them thoroughly. And certainly Mr. Gibbs was very thoroughly trusted, so much so indeed that all the trouble and responsibility of the office work appeared to be shifted on to his shoulders. Yet Mr. Gibbs seemed not to be discontented with this state of things. Possibly he looked forward to promotion. Algernon's wife and mother frequently gave it to be understood in the town that Whitford was not destined long to have the honour of retaining Mr. Ancram Errington. Mr. Gibbs did the work, and perhaps he hoped eventually to receive the pay. Why should he not step into the vacant place of postmaster when his chief should be translated to a higher sphere? I dare say that in these times of general reform, of competitive examinations, and official purity, no such state of things could be possible as existed in the Whitford post office 40-odd years ago. I have only faithfully to record the events of my story, and to express my humble willingness to believe that nowadays nous avons changé tout cela. I must, however, be allowed distinctly to assert, and unflinchingly to maintain, that Algernon took no pains to acquire any knowledge of his business, and that nevertheless the postal communications between Whitford and the rest of the world appeared to go on much as they had gone on during the reign of his predecessor. Mr. Gibbs was a close, quiet man, grave and sparing of speech. He had known something of the Erringtons for many years, having been a crony of old Maxfield's once upon a time. Mr. Gibbs remembered seeing Algernon's smiling rosy face and light figure flitting through the long passage at old Max's in his schoolboy days. He remembered having once or twice met the majestic Mrs. Errington in the doorway, and could recollect quite well how the tinkling sound of the harpsichord, and Algy's fresh young voice, used to penetrate into the back parlour on prayer-meeting nights, and fill the pauses between Brother Jackson's nasal dronings, or Brother Powell's passionate supplications. Mr. Gibb had not then conceived a favourable idea of the Erringtons, looking on them as worldly and unconverted persons, of whom Jonathan Maxfield would do well to purge his house. But Mr. Gibbs kept his official life and his private life very perfectly asunder, and he allowed no sectarian prejudices to make him rusty and unmanageable in his relations with the new postmaster. Then Mr. Gibbs was not altogether proof against the charm of Algy's manner. Once upon a time Algy had been pleasant to all the world for the sheer pleasure of pleasing. Years, in their natural course, had a little hardened the ductility of his compliant manners, a little roughened the smoothness of his once almost flawless temper. But disappointment, and the, to Algernon, almost unendurable sense that he stood lower in his friend's admiration, I do not say estimation, than formerly, had changed him more rapidly than the mere course of time would have done. Still, when Mr. Ancram Errington strongly desired to attract, persuade, or fascinate, there were few persons who could resist him. He found it worth while to fascinate Mr. Gibbs, desiring not only that his clerk should carry his burden for him, but should carry it so cheerfully and smilingly as to make him feel comfortable and complacent at having made the transfer. I have said that disappointment had changed Algernon. He was disappointed in his marriage. It was not that he had been a victim to any romantic illusions as regarded his wife. He had had his little love romance some time ago, had it, and tasted it, and enjoyed it as a child enjoys a fairy tale, feeling that it belongs to quite another realm from the everyday world of nursery dinners, Latin grammars, and torn pinafores, and not in the least expecting to see Fanfreluche fly down the chimney into the schoolroom, or to find Cinderella's glass slipper on the stairs as he goes up to bed. Romances that touch the fancy only, and in which the heart has no share, are easily put off and on. Algernon had wilfully laid his romance aside, and did not regret it. Castalia's lack of charm and sweetness and sympathy would not greatly have troubled him, did he not know it all beforehand, had she been able to help him into a brilliant position, and to cause him to be received and caressed by her noble relatives and the delightful world of fashionable society. It was not that she failed to put any sunlight into his days, and to fill his home with a sweet atmosphere of love and trust. Algy would willingly enough have dispensed with that sort of sunshine, if he could but have had plenty of wax candles and fine crystal lustres for them to sparkle in. Give him a handsome suite of drawing-rooms, filled with the rich odour of pastille and potpourri, and Algy would make no sickly lamentations over the absence of any sweet atmosphere, such as I had written of above. Only put his attractive figure into a suitable frame, and he would be sure to receive praise and sympathy enough, and to have a pleasant life of it. No, he could not accuse himself of having been the victim of any sentimental illusion in marrying Castalia, and yet he had been cheated. He had bestowed himself without receiving the due quid pro quo. In a word, he began to fear that it had not been worth his while to marry the Honourable Miss Kilfinane, and sometimes the thought darted like a twinge of pain through the young man's mind. Might it not have been worth his while to marry some one else? Some one else was talked of as an heiress. Some one else was said by the gossips to be so good a match that she might have her pick of the town, ay, and a good chance among the county people. But Algernon smothered down all vain and harassing speculations founded on an "if it had been." Neither did he by any means hopelessly resign himself to his present position, nor despair of obtaining a better one. He persisted in looking on his employment as merely provisional and temporary, so that, in fact, the worse things became in his Whitford life, the less he would do to mend them, taking every fresh disgust and annoyance as a new reason why, according to any rationally conceivable theory of events, he must speedily be removed to a region in which a gentleman of his capacities for refined enjoyment might be free to exercise them untrammelled by vulgar cares. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Of a Charming Fellow. This recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 11. It was true that Mrs. Algernon Errington had distinguished the Misses McDougall by her notice above all the other ladies whom she met at Dr. Bodkin's. The rest had by no means found favour in her eyes. Minnie Bodkin she decidedly disapproved of. Ally Dockett was "a little black-eyed, fat, flirting thing." The elder ladies were frumps or frights or bores. Rhoda Maxfield she had scarcely seen. On the evening of the Bodkins' party, Rhoda, as we know, had kept herself studiously in the background. Mrs. Errington intended to present Rhoda to her daughter-in-law as her own especial pet and protégée. But a favourable moment for fulfilling this intention did not offer itself. Rhoda had not distinctly expressed any unwillingness to be taken to Ivy Lodge, and it could never enter into Mrs. Errington's head to guess that she felt such unwillingness. But in some way the project seemed to be eluded, so that Castalia had been some weeks in Whitford without making the acquaintance of Miss Maxfield, as she began to be called, even by some of those to whom she had been "old Max's little Rhoda" all her life. Castalia, indeed, troubled her head very little about Rhoda under whatever style or title she might be mentioned. We may be sure that Algernon never spoke to his wife of the old days at the Maxfields. Indeed, he eschewed all allusion to that name as much as possible. Castalia knew from Mrs. Errington that there had been a young girl in the house where she had lodged, the daughter of the grocer, who was her landlord; but, being pretty well accustomed to Mrs. Errington's highly coloured descriptions of things and people, she had paid no attention to that lady's praises of Rhoda's intelligence, good looks, and pretty manners. No, Castalia troubled not her head about Rhoda, but she was troubled about Minnie Bodkin, of whom she became bitterly jealous. She did not suppose, to be sure, that her husband had ever made love to Miss Bodkin, but she was constantly tormented by the suspicion that Algernon was admiring Minnie, and comparing her beauty, wit, and accomplishments with those of his wife, to the disadvantage of the latter. Not that she, Castalia, admired her. Far from it. But she was just the sort of person to be taking with men. She had such a forward, confident, showy way with her. Some speech of this sort being uttered in the presence of the Misses McDougall was seized upon, and echoed and re-echoed, and made much of by those young ladies, who pounced on poor Minnie and tore her to pieces with great skill and gusto. Violet, indeed, made a feeble protest now and then on behalf of her friend, but how was she to oppose her sister and that sweet Mrs. Algernon? And then, in conscience and candour, she could not but admit that poor dear Minnie had many and glaring faults. In fact, Rose and Violet McDougall were installed as toadies in ordinary to Castalia. They were her dearest friends. They called her by her Christian name. They flattered her weaknesses, and encouraged her worst traits, not, we may charitably believe, with the full consciousness of what they were doing. For her part, Castalia soon got into the habit of liking to have these ladies about her. They performed many little offices which saved her trouble. They were devoted to her interests, and brought her news of the doings of the opposite faction. For there was an opposite faction, or Castalia persuaded herself that there was. The Bodkins were ranged in it, in her jealous fancy, and so were the Docketts, and one or two more of Algernon's old friends. Miss Chubb she considered to hover as yet on neutral ground. As to the unmarried men, young Pawkins, Mr. Diamond, and the curate of St. Chad's, they were not much taken into account in this species of subterranean warfare, carried on with an arsenal of sneers, stares, slights, hints, coolnesses, bridlings, envy, hatred, malice, and all uncharitableness. I have said that the warfare was subterranean, occult, as it were. Had the enemy been actuated by similar feelings to those of Castalia and her party, hostilities must have blazed up openly, but most of them did not even know that they were being assailed. Among these unconscious ones were Dr. and Mrs. Bodkin. Minnie had at times a suspicion that Algy's wife disliked her, but then the manners of Algy's wife were not genial or gracious to any one, and Minnie could not but feel a certain compassion for her, which extinguished resentment at her sour words and ways. With the rest of the Whitford society the bride did not enter into intimate or even amicable relations. She offended most of the worthy matrons who called on her by merely returning her card and not even asking to be admitted to see them. As to offering any entertainment in return for the hospitalities that were offered to her during the first weeks that she dwelt in Whitford, that, Castalia said, was out of the question. How could more than two persons sit at table in her little dining room, and how was it possible to receive company in Ivy Lodge? But Whitford was not quite of her opinion in this matter. It was true her rooms were small, but were they smaller than Mrs. Jones's, who gave 3 tea parties every year, and received her friends in detachments? Why was Ivy Lodge less adapted for festive purposes than Dr. Smith's house in the High Street, a queer, ancient, crooked nook of a dwelling, squeezed in between 2 larger neighbours, with a number of tiny dark rooms like closets, in which, nevertheless, some of the best crumpets and tea cakes known to that community, not to mention little lobster suppers in the season, had been consumed by the Smiths' friends with much satisfaction. As Mrs. Dockett observed, it was not so much what you gave as the spirit you gave it in that mattered. And she was not ashamed, not she, to recall the time in the beginning of Mr. Dockett's career when she had with her own hands prepared a Welsh rabbit and a jorum of spiced ale for a little party of friends, having nothing better to offer them for supper. In a word, it was Whitford's creed that even the most indigestible food, freely bestowed, might bless him that gave and him that received, and that if the Algernon Erringtons did not offer any one so much as a cup of tea in their house, the real reason was to be sought in the lady's proud reserve and a general state of feeling which Mrs. Dockett described as stuck-upishness. Castalia was unaccustomed to walking, and disliked that exercise. Riding was out of her power, no saddle horse that would carry a lady being kept for hire in Whitford, and the jingling old fly from the Bluebell Inn was employed to carry her to such houses as she deigned to visit at. Her mother-in-law's lodging was not very frequently honoured by her presence. The stairs frightened her, she said. They were like a ladder. Mrs. Thimbleby's oblong drawing-room was a horrible little den. She had had no idea that ladies and gentlemen ever lived in such places. In truth, Castalia's anticipations of the Erringtons' domestic life at Whitford had by no means prepared her for the reality. Ancram had told her he was poor, certainly. Poor, yes, but Jack Price was poor also, and Jack Price's valet was far better lodged than her mother-in-law. However, occasionally the jingling fly did draw up before the widow Thimbleby's door, and Castalia was seen to alight from it with a discontented expression of countenance, and to pick her way with raised skirts over the cleanly sanded doorstep. One day when she entered the oblong drawing-room, Castalia perceived that Mrs. Errington was not there, but instead of her there was a young lady sitting at work by the window, who lifted a lovely blushing face as Castalia entered the room, and stammered out, in evident embarrassment, that Mrs. Errington would be there in a few minutes, and meanwhile would not the lady take a seat. "I am Mrs. Ancram Errington," said Castalia, looking curiously at the girl. "Yes, I know. I saw you at Dr. Bodkin's. I am spending the day with Mrs. Errington. She is very kind to me." Algernon's wife seated herself in the easy chair and leisurely surveyed the young woman before her. Her first thought was, "How well she's dressed!" Her second, "She seems very bashful and timid, quite afraid of me." And this second thought was not displeasing to Mrs. Algernon, for in general she had not been treated by the provincial bumpkins, as she called them, with all the deference and submission due to her rank. The girl's hands were nervously occupied with some needlework. The flush had faded from her face, and left it delicately pale except a faint rose tint in the cheeks. Her shining brown hair waved in soft curls on her neck. Mrs. Algernon sat looking at her, and critically observing the becoming hue of her green silk gown, the taste and richness of a gold brooch at her throat, the whiteness of the shapely hand that was tremulously plying the needle. All at once a guess came into her mind, and she asked suddenly, "Is your name Maxfield?" "Yes, Rhoda Maxfield," returned the girl, blushing more deeply and painfully than before. "Why, I have heard of you!" exclaimed Mrs. Algernon. "You must come and see me." Rhoda was so alarmed at the pitch of agitation to which she was brought by this speech, that she made a violent effort to control it, and answered with more calmness than she had hitherto displayed, "Mrs. Errington has spoken once or twice of bringing me to your house, but I did not like to intrude, and besides—" "Oh, Mrs. Errington brings all sorts of tiresome people to see me. She may as well bring a nice person for once in a way." Castalia was meaning to be very gracious. "Yes, I mean, but then my father might not like me to come and see you," blurted out Rhoda with a sort of quiet desperation. Mrs. Algernon opened her eyes very wide. "Why, for goodness' sake?" "Oh, he had some quarrel or other with Mrs. Errington, hadn't he? Never mind, that must all be forgotten, or he wouldn't let you come here. I believe the truth is that Mrs. Errington meant slyly to keep you to herself, and I shan't stand that." Indeed, Castalia more than half believed this to be the case, and partly from a sheer spirit of opposition to her mother-in-law, partly from the suspicious jealousy of her nature that led her to do those things which she fancied others cunningly wished to prevent her from doing, she began to think she would patronize Rhoda and enlist her into her own faction. Besides, Rhoda was sweet-voiced, submissive, humble. Certainly she would be a pleasanter sort of pet and tame animal to encourage about the house than Rose McDougall, who, with all her devotion, claimed a quid pro quo for her services, and dwelt on her kinship with the daughter of Lord Caldcale, and talked of their mutual ancestry to an extent that Castalia had begun to consider a bore. At this moment Mrs. Errington bustled into the room, holding a small roll of yellow lace in her hand. "I have found it, Rhoda!" she cried. "This little bit is nearly the same pattern as the trimming on the cap, and if we join the frilling—" Here she perceived Mrs. Algernon's presence, and stopped her speech with an exclamation of surprise. "Good gracious! Is that you, Castalia? How long have you been here? This is an unexpected pleasure. Now you can give us your advice about the trimming of my cap, which Rhoda has undertaken for me." Castalia did not rise from the easy chair, but turned her cheek to receive the elder lady's kiss. Rhoda gathered up her work and moved to go away. "Don't run away, Rhoda!" cried Mrs. Errington. "We have no secrets to talk, have we, Castalia? You know my little friend Rhoda, do you not? She is a great pet of mine." "Oh, I will go and sit in your bedroom if I may," muttered Rhoda hurriedly. I don't like to be in your way." And with a little confused curtsy to Mrs. Algernon, she slipped out of the room and closed the door behind her. "She is such a shy little thing!" exclaimed Mrs. Errington. "Well," returned Castalia, "it is a comfort to meet with any Whitford person that knows her place. They are the most presumptuous set of creatures in general that I ever came across." "Oh, Rhoda Maxfield's manners are never at fault, I assure you. I formed her myself with considerable care and pains." "She seems to make herself useful, too," observed Castalia with a languid sneer. "That she does, indeed, my dear, most useful. Her taste and skill in any little matter of needlework are quite extraordinary. Poor child! She is so delighted to do anything for me. She is devotedly attached to me and very grateful. Her father really did behave abominably, and she feels it very much, and wishes to make up for it. No doubt the old man repents of his folly and ill humour now, but of course I can have nothing more to say to him. However, I willingly allow the girl to do any little thing she can. She has just been trimming this cap for me most exquisitely." Castalia thought more and more that it would be worth her while to patronize Rhoda. "I shall go to old Maxfield myself, and get him to let her come to my house," said she, as she took leave of her mother-in-law, and slowly made her way down Mrs. Thimbleby's ladder-like staircase, holding fast to the banisters with one hand, and not lifting one of her feet from a step until the other was firmly planted beside it. On returning home that evening, Rhoda was greatly startled by her father's words. "Well, Miss Maxfield, here's an honourable missus been begging for the pleasure of your company." Rhoda turned pale and red, and said something in too low a tone to meet her father's ear. "Oh yes," the old man went on, "the Honourable Mrs. Algernon Ancram Errington has been here, if you please. Well, I wish that young man joy of his bargain. Our little Sally is 10 times as well favoured. Your Aunt Betty saw her first, and says she, 'Is Mr. Maxfield at home?' I answered that your father was engaged in business," said Betty Grimshaw, taking up the narration. "You should have said I was serving in the shop," observed old Max doggedly, "and would sell her fine ladyship a penn'orth of gingerbread if she'd a mind, and could find the penny." "Nay, Jonathan, how could I have said that to the lady? Says she, 'I wish to say a word to him.' So I showed her into your drawing-room, Rhoda, and called your father, and—" "And there she sat," interrupted the old man with unwonted eagerness in his face and his voice, "in a far better place than any she has of her own, if all accounts are true, looking about her as curious as a ferret. I walked in my calico sleeves and my apron." "He wouldn't take them off," put in Betty parenthetically. "No, I wouldn't. And she told me she was come to ask my leave to have my daughter Rhoda at her house. 'Of course you'll let her come,' she says, 'for you let her go to Mrs. Errington's and to Mrs. Bodkin's.' 'Why, as to that,' says I'm rather particular where Miss Maxfield visits.' You should have seen her stare. She looked fairly astounded." "Oh, father!" "Did I not speak the truth? I am particular where you visit.
I told her plainly that you was in a very different position from the rest of the family. I am a plain tradesman, said I. I have my own place and my own influence, and I have been marvellously upholden in my walk of light. But my daughter Rhoda is a lady of the Lord's own making, and must be treated as such. And she has plenty of this world's gear, for my endeavours have been abundantly blessed." "Oh, father!" "Oh, father!" repeated the old man impatiently. "What did I say amiss? I tell you the woman was cowed by me. I am in subjection to none of their principalities and powers. The upshot was that I promised you should go and take tea with her to morrow evening." Rhoda was greatly surprised by this announcement, which was totally unexpected. "Oh, father!" she exclaimed in a trembling voice, "why did you say I should go?" "Why? For various sufficient reasons. Let that be enough for you." The truth was that Castalia had more than hinted her suspicion that her mother-in-law selfishly endeavoured to keep Rhoda under her own influence, and to prevent her visiting elsewhere; and to thwart Mrs. Errington would alone have been a powerful incentive with old Max. But a far stronger motive with him was that he longed, with keen malice, that Algernon should be forced painfully to contrast the love he had been false to with the wife he had gained. He would have Algernon see Rhoda rich and well dressed and courted. If Rhoda would but have flaunted her prosperity in Algernon's face, there was scarcely any sum of money her father would have grudged for the pleasure of witnessing that spectacle. But although it was hopeless to expect Rhoda to display any spirit of vengeance on her own behalf, yet she might be made the half unconscious instrument of a retribution that should gall and mortify Algernon to the quick. That Rhoda herself might suffer in the process was an idea to which, if it occurred to him, he would give no harbourage. Rhoda sat silent until her aunt had left the room to prepare the supper according to her habit. Then she rose, and going close up to her father, took his hand, and looked imploringly into his face. "Father," she said, "don't make me go there. I can't bear it." "You can't bear it!" burst out old Maxfield. He scowled with a frown of terrible malignity. But Rhoda well knew that his wrath was not directed against her. She stood trembling and pale before him, whilst he spoke more harsh and bitter words against all the family of the Erringtons than she had ever heard him utter on that score. He dropped, too, for the first time in her hearing, a hint that he had some power over Algernon, and would use it to his detriment. Rhoda mustered courage to ask him for an explanation of those words, but he merely answered, "No matter. It is no matter. It is not the money. I shall not get it, nor do I greatly heed it. But I can put him to shame publicly if I am so minded." The poor child began to perceive that any display of wounded feeling on her part, of reluctance to meet Algernon and his wife, of being in any degree crushed and dispirited, would inflame her father's wrath against that family; and although she had only the vaguest notions as to what he could or could not do to spite them, she had 100 reasons for wishing to mitigate his animosity. So, with the gentle cunning that belonged to her nature, at once timid and persistent, she began to unsay what she had said, and to try to efface the impression which her first refusal had made upon her father. I have been thinking that you are right, father, in saying it would be best for me to go to Ivy Lodge. You know Mrs. Errington has always been good to me, and it would please her, perhaps. And after all, why should I be afraid of going there?" "Afraid of going there!" echoed old Max, with a sternly set jaw and puckered brow. "Why, indeed, should you be afraid? There's some as have reason to be afraid, but not my daughter, not Miss Maxfield. Afraid!" "Perhaps people might think it strange if I did not go." "People? What people?" "Well, no matter for that. But if you, father, think it well that I should go." "You shall go in a carriage from the Bluebell Inn, and Sally shall accompany you and bring you back, and see that you are properly attired. I would have you wear your best garments. You shall not be shamed before that yellow-faced woman. I don't believe she has a better gown to her back than the one I bought you to wear at Dr. Bodkin's." Rhoda waived the point for the moment, but after a while she was able to persuade her father that her grey merino gown, with a lace frill at her throat, was a more suitable garment in which to spend the evening at Ivy Lodge than the rich violet silk he recommended for the purpose. Real ladies, she urged timidly, did not wear their smartest clothes on such occasions; and old Max reluctantly accepted her dictum on this point. But nothing could shake him from his resolve that Rhoda should be conveyed to Mrs. Algernon Errington's door in a hired carriage. So, with a sigh, she yielded, devoutly wishing that a pelting shower of rain, or even a thunderstorm, might arrive the next evening to serve as an excuse for her appearing at Ivy Lodge in such unwonted state. End of chapter 11.
Volume 2, Chapter 12, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 12. No Jupiter, rainy or thunderous, lent his assistance to account for the extraordinary phenomenon of Rhoda Maxfield's driving up to the garden gate of Ivy Lodge instead of arriving there on foot. On the contrary, it was a fine autumn evening, with a serene sky where the sunset tints still lingered. Rhoda alighted hurriedly from the carriage, and walked up the few feet of gravel path between the garden fence and the house, with a beating heart. "You can go away now, Sally," she said, being very anxious to dismiss the Bluebell equipage before the door should be opened. But Sally was not in such a hurry. Her master had told her that she was to wait and see Miss Rhoda safe into the house, and then she might come back in the carriage as far as the Bluebell. And Sally was not averse to have her new promotion to the dignity of riding in a coach witnessed by Mrs. Algernon Errington's Polly, with whom she had a slight acquaintance. So Miss Maxfield's equipage was seen by the servant who opened the door, and stared at from the front parlour by two pairs of eyes belonging respectively to Miss Chubb and Mrs. Errington. "You can go into the parlour, miss," said Polly. "Master and missus are still at dinner, but the old lady's in there, and Miss Chubb." That they should still be at dinner at 6:30 o'clock in the evening seemed a strange circumstance to Rhoda, and was one that she had not reckoned on; but she supposed it was according to the customs of the high folks Mrs. Algernon had been used to live among. The innovation was not accepted so meekly by most of the Whitfordians, whom, indeed, it seemed to irritate to a greater degree than more serious offences. But it is true of most of us that we are never more angry than when we are unable to explain the reasons for our anger. "I'm afraid I'm too early," said Rhoda, when she had entered the parlour and greeted her old friends; "but father said he thought it was the right time to come." "Mr. and Mrs. Ancram Errington dine late, my dear. Castalia has not yet got broken of the habits of her own class, as I have had to be. Indeed, she will probably never need to relinquish them. But it is no matter, Rhoda. You can make yourself comfortable here with us for half an hour or so. Miss Chubb called in to see me at my place, and I brought her down here with me. I knew Mrs. Ancram Errington would be happy to see her if she dropped by in an informal way." "I never can get used to the name of Ancram instead of Algernon," said the spinster, raising her round red face from her woolwork. "It isn't half so pretty. 9 times out of 10 I call your son Algy, plump and plain. I'm very sorry if it's improper, but I can't help it." Mrs. Errington smiled with an air of lofty toleration. "Not at all improper," she said. "Algernon is the last creature in the world to be distant towards an old friend. But as to the name of Ancram, why, it was, from the first, his appellation among the Seelys, and Castalia always calls him so. You see, Ancram was a familiar name in the circles she lived in, like Howard or Seymour, or any of the great old family names, you know. It came naturally to her." "Well, I should think that one's husband's Christian name would come natural to one, even if it were only plain Tom, Dick, or Harry." "He didn't begin by being her husband, my dear." Rhoda had nestled herself down in a corner behind a small table, and was turning over an album and 1 or 2 illustrated annuals. She hoped that the discussion as to Algernon's name would effectually divert the attention of the two elder ladies from the unprecedented fact that she had been brought to Ivy Lodge in a carriage. But she was not to be let off altogether. Miss Chubb, folding up her work, declared that it was growing too dark to distinguish the colours, and observed, "I was standing by the window to catch the last daylight when you drove up, Rhoda. I couldn't think who it was arriving in such style." "That was the Bluebell fly you were in, Rhoda," said Mrs. Errington. "I believe it to be the same vehicle that my daughter-in-law uses occasionally. She complains of it sadly, but I tell her she cannot expect to find her Aunt Celia's luxurious, well-hung carriages in a little provincial place like this." Miss Chubb was about to make what she considered a severe retort, but she stifled it down. Mrs. Errington's airs were very provoking, to be sure, but there were reasons why Miss Chubb was more inclined to bear with her now than formerly. If it pleased this widowed mother to soften her disappointments about Algy's career and Algy's wife, it began to be considered in Whitford that both would prove to be failures. By an extra flourish or two, why should any one put her... "No," said Miss Chubb to herself, as the question was half framed in her mind. "That is not the right word, certainly. I defy the word to put Mrs. Errington out of conceit with herself. But why should one snub and snap at the poor woman?" Indeed, Miss Chubb never snapped, and rarely attempted to snub. She had a fund of benevolence hidden under a heap of frothy vanities and absurdities, like the solid cake at the bottom of a trifle. "Well," said she, smiling good-temperedly, "I'm sure Rhoda doesn't quarrel with the Bluebell fly, do you, Rhoda?" "I shouldn't have wished to use it myself, but father said it is rather a long way, and father thought..." "Oh, my dear, there is no need to excuse yourself, or to look shy on the subject. We should all of us be glad enough of a coach to ride in now and then if we could afford it. I'm sure I should, and I don't mind saying so." Mrs. Errington did not approve of the coach quite so unreservedly. She observed with some solemnity that she was no friend to extravagance, and that above all things persons ought to guard against ostentation, or a thrusting of themselves into positions unsuited to that station in life to which it had pleased Providence to call them; and in conclusion she announced her intention of availing herself of the circumstance that Rhoda had a carriage at her disposal for the evening, to drive back with her as far as Mrs. Thimbleby's door, "which," said she, "is only a street and a half away from your house, Rhoda, and it will not make any difference to your father in point of expense." Castalia found her three guests chatting in the twilight, or rather she found Mrs. Errington holding forth in her rich, pleasant voice, whilst the others listened, and threw in a word or two now and then, just sufficient to show that they were attending to the good lady's harangue. In Rhoda's case, indeed, this appearance of attention was fallacious, for although she said yes and no and indeed at due intervals, her thoughts were wandering back to old days which seemed suddenly to have receded into a far distant past. Castalia shook hands languidly with Miss Chubb and condescendingly with Rhoda. "I'm very glad you've come," she said to the latter, which was a speech of unusual warmth for her, and it had the merit, moreover, of being true. Castalia was not given to falsehood in her speech. She was too supercilious to care much what impression she made on people in general, and if they bored her, she took no pains to conceal the fact. Weariness of spirit and discontent had begun to assail her once more. They were old enemies. Her marriage had banished them for a time, but they gathered again like clouds which a transient gleam of wintry sunshine has temporarily dispersed, and shadowed her life with an increasing gloom. This young Rhoda Maxfield offered some chance of brightness and novelty. She was certainly different from the rest of the Whitford world, and the pursuit of her society had been beset with some little difficulties that gave it zest. A lamp was brought into the room, and then Castalia sat down beside Rhoda, unceremoniously leaving the other ladies to entertain each other as best they might. She examined her guest's dress, the quality of the lace frill at her throat, the arrangement of her chestnut curls, the delicate little gold chain that shone upon the pearl grey gown, the neatly embroidered letters R.M. worked on a corner of the handkerchief that lay in her lap, with as much unreserve and coolness as though Rhoda had been some daintily furred rabbit or any other pet animal. On her part, Rhoda took cognizance of every detail in Castalia's appearance, attire, and manner. She marked every inflection of her voice, and every turn of her haughty, languid head. And perhaps her scrutiny was the keener and more complete of the two, notwithstanding that it was made with timidly veiled eyes and downcast head. "What an odd man your father is!" said the Honourable Mrs. Ancram Errington, by way of opening the conversation. Rhoda found it impossible to reply to this observation. She coloured, and twisted her gold chain round her fingers, and was silent. But it did not seem that Mrs. Ancram Errington expected or wished for a reply. She went on with scarcely a pause. "I thought at first he would refuse to let you come here, but he gave his consent at last. I was quite amused with his odd way of doing it, though. He must be quite a character. He's very rich, isn't he?" "I don't know, ma'am," stammered Rhoda. "Well, he says so himself, or at least he informed me that you were, or would be, which comes to the same thing. And don't call me ma'am, it makes me feel 100 years old. You and I must be great friends." "Where is Algernon?" asked Mrs. Errington from the other side of the room. "He will come presently, when he has finished his wine. Do you know we found that stuff from the Bluebell that you recommended us to try quite undrinkable. Ancram was obliged to get Jack Price to send him down a case of claret from his own wine merchant in town." "Most extraordinary!" exclaimed Mrs. Errington, and began to recapitulate all the occasions on which the wine supplied to her from the Bluebell Inn had been pronounced excellent by the first connoisseurs. But Castalia made small pretence of listening to or believing her statements. Indeed, I am sorry to say that obstinate incredulity was this young woman's habitual tone of mind with regard to almost every word that her mother-in-law uttered, whereby the Honourable Mrs. Castalia occasionally fell into mistakes. "Could you not try Dr. Bodkin's wine merchant?" suggested Miss Chubb. "I am no judge myself, but I feel sure that the doctor would not put bad wine on his table." "Oh, I don't know. I don't suppose there is any first-rate wine to be got in this place. Ancram prefers dealing with the London man." And then Castalia dismissed the subject with an expressive shrug. "Who are your chief friends here?" she asked of Rhoda, who had sat with her eyes fixed on a small illustrated volume, scarcely seeing it, and feeling a confused sort of pain and mortification at the tone in which the younger Mrs. Errington treated the elder. "My chief friends?" "Yes, you must know a great many people. You have lived here all your life, have you not?" "Yes, but father never cared that I should make many acquaintances out of doors." "You were Methodists, were you not? I remember Ancram telling me of the psalm singing that used to go on downstairs. He can imitate it wonderfully. Do tell me how you lived and what you did. I never knew any Methodists, nor any people who kept a shop." The naive curiosity with which this was said might have moved some minds to mirth, and others to indignation. In Rhoda it produced only confusion and distress, and such an access of shyness as made her for a few moments literally dumb. She murmured at length some unintelligible sentences, of which "I'm sure I don't know" were the only words that Castalia could make out. She did not on this account desist from her inquiries, but threw them into the more particular form of a catechism, as "Were you let to read anything except the Bible on Sundays? I suppose you never went to a ball in your life? How did you learn to do your own hair? Do the Methodist preachers really rant and shriek as much as people say?" Algernon, coming quietly into the room, beheld his wife and Rhoda seated side by side on a sofa behind the little Pembroke table, and engaged apparently in confidential conversation. They were so near together, and Castalia was bending down so low to hear Rhoda's faintly uttered answers, as to give an air of intimacy to the group. He lingered in the doorway looking at them until Miss Chubb, crying, "Oh, there you are, sir!" called the attention of the others to him, when he advanced and shook hands with Rhoda, whose fingers were icy cold as he touched them with his warm, white, exquisitely cared for hand. Then he bent to kiss his mother, and seated himself between her and his old friend Miss Chubb, in a low chair, stretching out his legs, and leaning back his head as he contemplated the neatly shod feet that were carelessly crossed in front of him. "You did not expect to see Rhoda, did you, my dear boy?" said Mrs. Errington. "Yes, I believe Castalia said something about having asked her. It is a new freak of Castalia's. I think she had better have left it alone. The old man is highly impracticable, and is just one of those persons whom it is prudent to keep at an arm's length." "I think so too," assented Mrs. Errington emphatically. "Indeed, I almost wonder at his letting his daughter come here." Algernon quite wondered at it, but he said nothing. "Of course," pursued Mrs. Errington, "letting her come to me is a very different matter." "Why?" asked Miss Chubb bluntly. "Because, my dear, the girl herself is so devotedly attached to me that I believe she would fret herself into an illness if she were forbidden to see me occasionally. And I believe old Max is fond of his child in his way, and would not wish to grieve her. But of course Rhoda can have no particular desire to visit Castalia. Indeed, I have offered to bring her more than once, and she has not availed herself of the opportunity." "Old Max is ambitious for his daughter, they say," observed Miss Chubb, "and likes to get her into genteel company. Perhaps he thinks she will find a husband out of her own sphere. I am told that old Max is quite rich, and that she will have all his money. But I think Rhoda is pretty enough to get well married, even without a fortune." Then, when Mrs. Errington moved away to speak to her daughter-in-law, Miss Chubb whispered slyly to Algernon, "You were a little bit smitten with our pretty Rhoda once upon a time, sir, weren't you? Oh, it's no use your protesting and looking so unconscious. La, dear me! Well, it was very natural. Calf love, of course. But I'll tell you, between you and me, who was smitten with her, and pretty seriously too, and that's Mr. Diamond." "Diamond?" "Well, you needn't look so astonished. He's a young man for all his grave ways, and she is a pretty girl, and upon my word I think it might do capitally." "You look tired, Algernon," said Mrs. Errington to her son a little later in the evening. It must have been a very marked expression of fatigue which could have attracted the good lady's attention in any other human being. "Oh, I've been bored and worried at that confounded post office." "What a shame!" cried Mrs. Errington. "Positively some representation ought to be made to Government about it." "Oh, it's disgusting!" said Castalia with a shrug of her lean shoulders, and in the fretful drawl which conveyed the idea that she would be actively angry if any sublunary matters could be important enough to overcome her habitual languor. "I don't remember hearing that Mr. Cooper found the work so hard," said Miss Chubb innocently. Mr. Cooper had been the Whitford postmaster next before Algernon. "It isn't the work, Miss Chubb," said Algernon, a little ashamed of the amount of sympathy and compassion his words had evoked. "That is to say, it's not the quantity of the work, but the kind of it, that bores one. Cooper, I believe, was a steady jog-trot old fellow, who did his daily task like a horse in a mill. But I can't take it so comfortably. It is as if you, with your taste for elegant needlework, were set to hem dusters all day long." Algernon laughed in his old frank way as he made the comparison. "Well, I shouldn't like that, certainly. But after all, dusters are very useful things. And then, you see, I do the fancy work to amuse myself. But I should be paid for the dusters, and that makes a difference." "Paid!" screamed Castalia. "Why, you don't imagine that Ancram's twopenny salary can pay him? Good gracious, it seems to me scarcely enough to buy food with. It's quite horrible to think how poor we are." "Come," said Algernon, "I don't think this conversation is particularly lively or entertaining. Suppose we change the subject. There is Miss Maxfield looking as if she expected to see us all expire of inanition on the spot." And in truth Rhoda was gazing from one to the other with a pale distressed face, and a look of surprise and compassion in her soft brown eyes. Mrs. Errington did not approve of her daughter-in-law's unscrupulous confession of poverty. Castalia lacked the Ancram gift of embellishing disadvantageous circumstances, and the elder lady took occasion to remark to Miss Chubb that everything was comparative, and that means of which might appear ample to persons of inferior rank were very trivial and inadequate to the eyes of the Honourable Mrs. Ancram Errington. "She has been her uncle's pet for many years. My lord denied her nothing. And I needn't tell you, my dear Miss Chubb, that the emoluments of Algernon's office post are by no means the whole and sole income of our young couple here. There are private resources." Here Mrs. Errington waved her hands majestically, as though to indicate the ample nature of the resources, "which to many persons would seem positive affluence. But Castalia's measure is a high one. I scold her sometimes, I assure you. 'My dear child,' I say to her, 'look at me. Bred amidst the feudal splendours of Ancram Park, I have accommodated myself to very different scenes and very different associates. For of course, my dear soul, although I have great regard for my Whitford friends, and am very sensible of their kind feelings for me, yet, as a mere matter of fact, it would be absurd to pretend that the society I now move in is equal, in point of rank, to that which surrounded my girlish years. And then Castalia's perhaps partial estimate of her husband's talents, you know she has witnessed the impression they made in the most brilliant circles of the metropolis, makes her impatient of his present position. For myself, feeling sure as I do that this post-office business is merely temporary, I can look at matters with more philosophy." "Oh!" panted Miss Chubb, and began to fan herself with her pocket handkerchief. "Anything the matter, Miss Chubb?" asked Algernon, raising his eyebrows and looking at her with a smile. "Nothing particular, Algy. I find it a little oppressive, that's all." "This little room is so stuffy with more than 2 or 3 people in it," said Castalia. "I'll do my part towards making it less stuffy," said Miss Chubb, jumping up and beginning to shake hands all round. "I dare say my old Martha is there. I told her to come for me at 9 o'clock. Oh, never mind, thank you," in answer to Castalia's suggestion that she should stay and have a cup of coffee, which would be brought in presently. "Never mind the coffee. I have no doubt I should find a bit of supper ready at home." And with that she departed. "I hope it wasn't too severe, that hit about the supper," said the good little woman to herself as she trotted homeward, accompanied by the faithful Martha. "But really, offering one a cup of coffee at 9 o'clock at night! And as to Mrs. Errington, I am sorry for her, and can make allowances for her, but she did so go beyond all bounds to night, that if I had not come away when I did, I think I should have choked." "Is the little woman affronted at anything?" asked Algernon of his wife, when Miss Chubb's footsteps had ceased to be heard pattering down the gravel path outside the house. "Eh? What little woman? Oh, the Chubb? No, I don't know. I suppose not." "No, no, not at all," said Mrs. Errington decisively. "But you know her ways of old. She has no savoir faire. A good little creature, poor soul. Oh, by the way, Castalia, you know the patterns for autumn mantles you asked me to look at? Well, I went into Revell's and Sarsnett's yesterday, and they told me—" And then the worthy matron and her daughter-in-law entered into an earnest discussion in an undertone, the common interest in autumn mantles supplying that touch of nature which made them kin more effectually than the matrimonial alliance that united their families. "I'm afraid you must have had a very dull evening," said the master of the house, looking down on Rhoda as he stood near her, leaning with his back against the tiny mantel shelf. "No, thank you." "I'm afraid you must. There was no amusement for you at all." "My evenings are not generally very amusing. I dare say you, who have been accustomed to such different things, would find them very dull." This was not the humble, simple, childlike Rhoda whom he had parted from 2 years ago. It was not that she had now no humility or simplicity, but the humility was mingled with dignity, the simplicity with an easier grace. Rhoda was more self-possessed at this moment than she had been all the evening before. The weakest creatures are not without some means of self-defence, and if she be but pure-hearted, the most inexperienced girl in the world can put on an armour of maiden pride over her hurt feelings that has been known to puzzle even very intelligent individuals of the opposite sex, and has perhaps given rise to 1 or 2 of the numerous impassioned complaints that have been uttered from time to time as to the inscrutable duplicity of women. In like manner, if a man scalds his finger, or gets a bullet in his flesh, he endeavours to bear the pain without screaming. So little Rhoda Maxfield sat there with a placid face, talking to her old love, turning over the leaves of a picture book, and scarcely looking at him as she talked. Now, if Algernon had been consulted beforehand as to what line of conduct he would wish Rhoda to adopt when they should meet, he would doubtless have said, "Let us meet pleasantly and frankly as old friends, and behave as if all our old love-making had been the mere amusement of our childhood." And yet somehow it a little disconcerted him to see her so calm. Don't you go out much in the evening?" he said, feeling to his own surprise considerably at a loss what to say. "Go out much in the evening? No, indeed. Where should I go to?" Rhoda actually gave a little laugh as she answered him. "Oh, I thought my mother mentioned that you were a good deal at the Bodkins." "Yes, I go to see Miss Minnie sometimes. They are all very good to me. And my mother says, too, that you are growing quite a blue stocking. You have lessons in French and music, and I don't know what besides." "Father can afford to have me taught now, and so I have begun to learn a few of the things that girls are taught when they are little children, if they happen to be the children of gentlefolk," answered Rhoda, with considerable spirit. "I am sure there is no reason why you should not learn them." "I hope not. But of course I am clumsy, and shall never succeed so well as if I had begun earlier. I'm getting very old, you know." "Oh, very old indeed. Your birthday, I remember, falls—" He checked himself with a sudden recollection of the last birthday he had spent with Rhoda, and of the bunch of late roses he had been at the pains to procure for her on that occasion from the gardener at Pudcombe Hall. And on the whole he felt positively relieved when Slater came to announce, with her chronic air of resentful gentility, that "Miss Maxfield, young woman, was waiting for her in the hall."
"And are you off too, mother?" he asked.
"Yes, my dear Algernon, I am going to drive home with Rhoda." "Drive? Oh, so you are indulging in the extravagance of a fly, madam. I am glad of it, though you did give me a lecture on the subject of economy only last week." "You know that I always do, and always did, disapprove of extravagance, Algernon. A genteel economy is compatible with the highest breeding. But the fact is that Rhoda has a coach to go home in, and I'm about to take advantage of it." There was something in the situation which Algernon felt to be embarrassing, as he gave his arm to his mother to lead her to the carriage. But Mrs. Errington had at least one quality of a great lady. She was not easily disconcerted. She marched majestically down the garden path, entered the vehicle which old Max's money was to pay for, with an air of proprietorship, and invited Rhoda to take her place beside her with a most condescending wave of the hand. "You must come again soon," Castalia had said to her new acquaintance when they bade each other good night. But Algernon did not support his wife's invitation by a single word, though he smiled very persistently as he stood bareheaded in the moonlight, watching his mother and Rhoda drive away. End of chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 13. The accounts which had reached Whitford from Wales, of the wonderful effects produced by David Powell's preaching there, sufficed to cause a good deal of excitement among the lower classes in the little town, when it was reported that Powell would revisit it, and would preach on Whit Meadow, and also in the little room used by the Ranters in Lady Lane. The Wesleyan Methodists in Whitford now felt themselves at liberty to allow their smouldering animosity against Powell to break forth openly, for he had seceded from the society. Some said he had been expelled from it, but this was not true, although there was little doubt that at the next conference his conduct and doctrine would have been severely reprehended, and probably he would have been required publicly to recant them on pain of expulsion. Should this be the case, those who knew David Powell had little difficulty in prophesying the issue. However, all speculations as to his probable behaviour under the reproof of conference were rendered vain by the preacher's voluntarily withdrawing himself from the bonds of the society, as he phrased it. Then broke forth the hostile sentiments of the Whitford Wesleyans against this rash and innovating preacher. Unfavourable opinions of him, which had been concealed, or only dimly expressed, were now declared openly. He was an antinomian. He had fallen away from the doctrines of assurance and Christian perfection. He had brought scandal on large bodies of sober, serious persons, by encouraging wild and extravagant manifestations among his hearers. His exhortations were calculated to do harm, inasmuch as he preached a doctrine of asceticism and self-renunciation which, if followed, would have the most inconvenient consequences. That some of these accusations, as for example that of antinomianism, and that of too extreme self-mortification, were somewhat incompatible with each other, was no impediment to their being heaped simultaneously on David Powell. The strongest disapprobation of his sayings and doings was expressed by that select body of citizens who attended at the little Wesleyan chapel. And yet there was perhaps less bitterness in this open opposition to him than had been felt towards him during the last days of his ministration in Whitford. So long as David Powell was their preacher, approved, or at least not disapproved, by conference, a struggle went on in some minds to reconcile his teaching with their practice, which was an irritating and unsatisfactory state of things, since the struggle in most cases was not so much to modify their practice, in order to bring it into harmony with his precepts, as ingeniously to interpret his precepts so that they should not too flagrantly accuse their practice. But now that it was competent to the staunchest Methodists to reject Powell's authority altogether, these unprofitable efforts ceased, and with them a good deal of resentment. The chorus of openly expressed hostility to the preacher which, I have said, made itself heard in Whitford, arose in a great measure from the common delight in declaring, where some circumstances unforeseen by the world in general comes to pass, that we perceived all along how matters would go, and knew our neighbour to be a very different fellow from what you took him to be. Here old Max was triumphant, and it must be owned with more reason than many of his acquaintances. He had openly quarrelled with this fanatical Welshman, long before the main body of Whitford Wesleyans had ventured to repudiate him. One humble friend was faithful to the preacher. The widow Thimbleby maintained, in the teeth of all opposition, that though Mr. Powell might be a little mistaken here and there on points of doctrine, she was an ignorant woman and couldn't judge of these things, yet his practice came very near perfection, and that the only human being to whom he ever showed severity, intolerance, and lack of love was himself. Mrs. Thimbleby was not strong in controversy. It was not difficult to push her to her last resort, namely, crying silently behind her apron. But there was some tough fibre of loyalty in the meek creature, which made it impossible for her to belie her conscience by deserting David Powell. The cold attic at the top of her little house was prepared for his reception, as soon as it was known that he was about to revisit Whitford; and Mrs. Thimbleby went to the loft over the corn dealer's storehouse in Lady Lane one Sunday evening, to beg that Nick Green would let Mr. Powell know, whenever he should arrive, that his old quarters were waiting for him, and that she would take it as a personal unkindness if he did not consent to occupy them. She could not help talking of the preacher to her grand lodger, Mrs. Errington, of whom she was considerably in awe. The poor woman's heart was full at the thought of seeing him again, and not even Mrs. Errington's lofty severity regarding all dissenters and ignorant persons who flew in the face of Providence and attempted to teach their betters could entirely stifle her expressions of anxiety as to Mr. Powell's health, her hopes that he took a little more care of himself than he formerly did, and her anecdotes of his angelic charity and goodness towards the poor and needy and suffering. "I should advise you on no account to go and hear this man preach," said Mrs. Errington to her landlady. "Terrible scenes have taken place in Wales, and very likely something of the kind may happen here. You are very weak, my poor soul. You have no force of character. You would be sure to catch any excitement that was going. And how should you like, pray, to be brought home from Lady Lane on a stretcher?" But even this alarming suggestion did not deter Mrs. Thimbleby from haunting the Ranters' meeting room, and leaving message after message with Nick Green, to be sure and tell Mr. Powell to come up to her house the very minute he arrived. Nick Green knew no more than the widow the day and hour of the preacher's arrival. All he could say was, that Powell had applied to him and to his co-religionists for leave to preach in the room, little more than a loft, which they rented of the corn dealer in Lady Lane. Powell had been refused permission to speak in the Wesleyan chapel, to which his eloquence had formerly attracted such crowds of listeners. Whitmeadow would indeed be probably open to him, but the year was drawing on apace. Autumn would soon give place to winter, and at all events in the evening it would be vain to hope for a large number of listeners in the open air. "Open air!" exclaimed Mrs. Thimbleby, raising her hands and eyes. "Why, Mr. Green, he ought never to think of preaching in the open air at this season, and him so delicate." "Nay, Sister Thimbleby," responded Nick Green, a powerful black-muzzled fellow, with a pair of lungs like a blacksmith's bellows, "we may not put our hands to the plough and turn back. We are all of us called upon to give ourselves body and soul in the Lord's service, and many's the night after my day's work was over that I've exhorted here in this very room and poured out the word for 2 and 3 hours at a stretch, until the sweat ran down my face like water, and the brethren were fairly worn out. But yet I have been marvellously strengthened. I doubt not that Brother Powell will be so too, especially now that he has given up dead words and the errors of the society, and thrown off the yoke of the law." "Dear, I hope so," answered Mrs. Thimbleby tremulously; "but I do wish he would try a hot posset of a night just before going to bed." The good woman was beginning to walk away up Lady Lane somewhat disconsolately, for she reflected that if Nick Green measured Mr. Powell's strength by his own, he would surely not spare it, and that the preacher need rather a curb than a spur to his self-forgetting exertions, when she almost ran against a man who was coming in the opposite direction. They were not 20 paces from the door of the corn dealer's storehouse, and a lamp that burnt above it shed sufficient light for her to recognise the face of the very person who was in her thoughts. "Mr. Powell!" she exclaimed in a joyful tone. "Thanks be to the Lord that I have met you. Was you going to look for Mr. Green? He is just putting the lights out and coming away. I left a message with him for you, sir, but now I can give it you myself. You will come up with me to my house now, won't you? Everything is ready, and has been these 3 days. You wouldn't think of going anywhere else in Whitford but to my house, would you, Mr. Powell?" She ran on thus eagerly because she saw, or fancied she saw, symptoms of opposition to her plan in Powell's face. He hesitated.
"My good friend," said he, "your Christian kindness is very precious to me, but I am not clear that I should do right in becoming an inmate of your house." "Oh, but I am, Mr. Powell, quite clear. Why, it would be a real unkindness to refuse me." "It is not a matter to be settled thus lightly," answered Powell, although at the same time he turned and walked a few paces by the widow's side. "I had thought that I might sleep for to night at least in our friend's meeting room." "What, in the loft there? Lord have mercy, Mr. Powell, 'tis cold and draughty, and there's nothing in it but a few wooden benches, and the rats run about as bold as can be directly the light is put out. Why, 'twould be a tempting of Providence, Mr. Powell." "I am not dainty about my accommodation, as you know, and I could sleep there without payment." "Without payment? Why, you might pay pretty dear for it in health, if not in money. And for that matter, I shouldn't think of asking a penny of rent for my attic, as long as ever you choose to stay in it." Then, with an instinctive knowledge of the sort of plea that might be likely to prevail with him, she added, "As for being dainty about your accommodation, why, I know you never were so, and I hope you haven't altered, for indeed the attic is sadly uncomfortable. I know there's worse draughts from the windows than ever, and it would be a benefit to me to get the room aired and occupied, for only last week I had a most respectable young man, a journeyman painter, to look at it, and he says, 'Mrs. Thimbleby, we shan't disagree about the rent,' he say, 'but I do wish the room had been slept in latterly, for I've a fear as it's damp,' he say, 'and that's the reason you don't use it yourself, nor haven't let it.' But I tell him the only reason why I didn't use the room was as you might be expected back any day, and I couldn't let you find your place taken. And he say, if he could be satisfied of that, he might take it after the next month, when you would likely be gone again. So you see as you would be doing me a service, Mr. Powell, not to say a pleasure." Whether David Powell implicitly believed the good creature's argument to be derived from fact may be doubtful, but he suffered himself to be persuaded to accompany her to his old lodgings, and they begged Nick Green, who presently overtook them, to send one of his lads to the coach office, to bring to Mrs. Thimbleby's the small battered valise which contained all Powell's luggage. "I would have gone to fetch it myself," said the preacher apologetically, "but in truth I am so exceedingly weary, that I doubt whether my strength would avail to carry even that slender burden the distance from the coach office to your house." When he was seated beside Mrs. Thimbleby's clean kitchen hearth, on which burned a fire of unwontedly generous proportions, the widow declared that as she grew older she found it necessary to her health to have a glow of warmth in her kitchen these chilly autumn nights. When the preacher was thus seated, I say, and when the red and yellow firelight illuminated his face fully, it was very evident that he was indeed exceeding weary, weary and worn and wan, with hollow temples, eyes that blazed feverishly, and a hue of startling pallor overspreading his whole countenance. For a few minutes, whilst his good hostess moved about hither and thither in the little kitchen, preparing some tea and slicing some bacon to be presently fried for his refection, Powell sat looking straight before him, with a curious expression in his widely opened eyes, something like that of a sleep-walker. They were evidently seeing nothing of the physical realities around them, and yet they unmistakably expressed the attentive recognition by the mind of some image painted on their wondrous spheres. The true round mirror of the wizard is that magic ball of sight, for on its sensitive surface live and move 1,000 airy phantoms, besides the reflection of all that people this tangible earth we dwell on. Powell's lips began to move rapidly, although no sound came from them. He seemed to be addressing a creature visible to him alone, on which his straining gaze was fixed. But suddenly his face changed and was troubled, as a still pool is troubled by a ripple that breaks its clearly glazed reflection into fantastic fragments. In another moment he passed his thin hand several times with a strong pressure over his brows, shut and opened his eyes like a dreamer awakened, drew his pocket Bible from his breast, and began to read with an air of resolute attention. "Will you ask a blessing, Mr. Powell?" said the widow timidly. He looked up. A comfortable meal was spread on the white deal table before him. Mrs. Thimbleby sat opposite to him in her old chair with the patchwork cushions. The fire shone, the household cat purred drowsily, the old clock clicked off the moments as they flowed past, tick-tack, tick-tack. Then there came a jar, a burr of wheels and springs, and the tinkle of silver-toned metal striking 9. In a few moments the ancient belfry of St. Chad's began to send forth its mellow chimes. Far and wide they sounded, over the town and the flat meadow country through the darkness. Powell sat still and silent, listening to the bells until they had done chiming. "How well I know those voices!" he said. "I used to lie awake and listen to them here, in the old attic, when my soul was wrestling with a mighty temptation, when my heart was smitten and withered like grass, so that I forgot to eat my bread. The sound of them is sweet to the fleshy ears of the body, but to the ears of the spirit they can say marvellous things.
They have been the instruments to bring me many a message of counsel, as they came singing and buzzing in my brain." The widow Thimbleby sat looking at the preacher as he spoke, with an expression of puzzled admiration blended with anxiety. "Oh, for certain the Lord has set a sign on you!" she exclaimed. "He would have us know that you are a chosen vessel, and he has given you the gifts of the Spirit in marvellous abundance. But, dear Mr. Powell, I doubt he does not mean you to neglect the fleshly tabernacle neither. For, as I say to myself, he could have made us all soul and no body, if such had been his blessed will." "We thank thee, O Father most merciful. Amen," said Powell, bending over the table. "Amen," repeated Mrs. Thimbleby. "And now pray do fall to and eat something, for I'm sure you need it." "It is strange, but though I have fasted since 5 o'clock this morning, I feel no hunger." "Mercy me! Fasting since 5 o'clock this morning! Why, for sure that's the very reason you can't eat. Your stomach is too weak. Dear, dear, dear! But you must make an effort to swallow something, sir. Drink a sup of tea." Powell complied with her entreaty, although he expressed some misgivings as to the righteousness of his partaking so luxurious a beverage. And then he ate a few mouthfuls of food, but evidently without appetite. But seeing his good friend's uneasiness on his behalf, he said, with the rare smile which so brightened his countenance, "Do not be so concerned for me. There is no need. Although I have not much replenished the carnal man to day, yet I have been abundantly refreshed and comforted. I tarried in a small town on the borders of this county at midday, and I found that my ministrations there in the spring season had borne fruit. Many who had been reclaimed from evil courses came about me, and we gave thanks with much uplifting of the heart. And although I had suffered somewhat from faintness before arriving at that place, yet no sooner were those chosen persons got about me, and I began to pray and praise, than I felt stronger and more able for exertion than I have many a time felt after a long night's rest and an abundant meal." Poor Mrs. Thimbleby's mind was divided and exercised, as she herself would have said, between her reverent faith in Powell's being supported by the supernal powers, and her rooted conviction regarding the virtues of a hot posset. Was it for her, a poor ignorant woman, presumptuously to supplement, as it were, the protection of Providence, and to insist on the saintly preacher's drinking her posset? Yet, on the other hand, arose her own powerful argument, that the Lord might have dispensed with our bodies altogether, had it so pleased him, and that therefore, mankind being provided with those appendages, it was but reasonable to conclude that they were meant to be taken some care of. At length the widow's mental debatings resulted in a resolution to make the hot posset, and to carry it up to the preacher's bedside without consulting him on the subject. "For," she said to herself, "if I persuade him to swallow it out of kindness to me, there'll be no sin in the matter; or at least, if there is, it will be my sin and not his, and that is not of so much consequence." In this spirit of true feminine devotion she acted, and having coaxed Powell to swallow the cordial mixture, as a mother might coax a sick child, she had the satisfaction of seeing him fall into a deep slumber, he being, in truth, exhausted by fatigue, excitement, and lack of nourishment. End of chapter 13. Volume 2, Chapter 14, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 14. Among the first persons to hear of David Powell's return to Whitford and his intention of preaching there was Miss Bodkin. As the spectators see more of the play than the actors, so Minnie, from her couch or her lounging chair, witnessed many a scene in its entirety, which those who performed it were only conscious of in a fragmentary manner. The news of the little town was brought to her through many various channels. Her infirmity seemed to set her in a place apart, and many a one was willing to play the part of chorus for her behoof, and interpret the drama after his or her own fashion. Minnie's maid, Jane Gibbs, Mrs. Errington, and Mr. Diamond had all given her the news about Mr. Powell, and all in different keys, and with such variations of details as universally attend the contemporaneous viva voce transmissions. Jane Gibbs had a strong feeling of respect and gratitude towards the preacher for his having converted her brother, and being herself a member of the Church of England, she looked upon his secession from the main body of the Methodists with great leniency. She dared to say that Mr. Powell would do as much good in Lady Lane as he had done in the Wesleyan chapel, and seeing that whether you called them Wesleyans or Ranters or Baptists or Quakers or Calvinists, they were all dissenters, it could not so much matter whether they disagreed among each other or not. Mrs. Errington, without entering into that question, considered herself peculiarly aggrieved by the circumstance that Powell had come to lodge in the same house with her, "I am doomed, it seems, to be a victim to that man," she said to Minnie Bodkin. "At Maxfield's house I was frequently disturbed by his hymns and his preachments, and even now it appears I am not to escape from him. He absorbs Mrs. Thimbleby's attention to a ludicrous extent. If you will credit the fact, my dear Minnie, only yesterday morning my egg was sent up at breakfast greatly overboiled, and when I remonstrated with Mrs. Thimbleby on this piece of negligence, what excuse do you suppose she made? She answered that she was very sorry, but she had been getting ready a little snack, that was her expression, for Mr. Powell after his early preaching, and it had slipped her memory that my breakfast egg was still in the saucepan. I have no doubt the man stuffs and crams himself at her cost. All these dissenting preachers do, my dear." Whereunto Minnie answered gravely that it was a great comfort to church people to reflect that moderation in eating and drinking was entirely confined to the orthodox clergy. Mr. Diamond again took a different and more sympathizing view of the poor preacher, but even he was very far from entertaining the same exalted admiration for Powell's character as was felt by Minnie. Matthew Diamond had an Englishman's ingrained antipathy for the uncontrolled display of feeling, from which Powell's Welsh blood by no means revolted. Diamond could never divest himself of a lurking notion that no man would publicly exhibit deep emotion if he could help it, and consequently he looked on all such exhibitions as rather pitiable manifestations of infirmity, or else as mere claptrap and play-acting. Of the latter it was impossible to suspect Powell. Diamond had the touchstone of truthfulness within himself, and it sufficed to convince him that the preacher, however wild and mistaken, was sincere. "Yes," he said to Miss Bodkin, "there can be no doubt that the man's soul is as clear from guile as an infant's, but it is a pity he cannot suppress the outbursts of enthusiasm which exhaust him so much." "He does not wish to suppress them," answered Minnie. "He looks on them as a means specially vouchsafed to him for moving others, and, to use his own words, saving souls. Some sober, sensible persons remind me, when they speak of David Powell, of a covey of barn-door fowls, complacently staring up at a lark and exclaiming, 'Poor creature, how unpleasant it must be for it to have to soar and gyrate in that giddy fashion, and to make that shrill noise all the time too! How it must envy us our constitutions!'" "I suppose I am one of the barn-door fowls, Miss Bodkin." "Well, perhaps. Or rather you have lived among them until it seems to you that higher flying creatures have something a little ridiculous about them, and you forcibly restrain any upward tendency of wing, at least in the presence of your mates of the barn-door." "I am flattered to be credited with some upward tendencies at any rate. But, Miss Bodkin, to drop metaphor, in which I cannot attempt to compete with you, I must be allowed to maintain that Powell's outbursts of excitement are neither good for himself nor others. They are morbid, and not the healthy expression of a healthy nature, like the lark's singing and soaring." "You have seen Powell since his return? How does he seem to be in health?" "In bodily health, not perhaps so much amiss, although he is greatly emaciated and startlingly pale. But his mind is in a strange state." "He was always enthusiastic." "He is enthusiastic for others, but as regards himself his mind is a prey to overwhelming gloom. I see a great change for the worse in him in that respect." Minnie felt a strong desire to see the preacher again. She compassionated him from her heart, and thought she might be able to administer some comfort to him as regarded Rhoda Maxfield. There were days when Minnie was able to walk from one room to another with the assistance of a crutched stick, and it occurred to her that if Mrs. Thimbleby would allow her house to be made a place of meeting, she might see and speak with Powell there more privately, and with less danger of exciting gossiping remark than elsewhere. Minnie had once or twice latterly driven to the widow Thimbleby's house to see Mrs. Errington, or leave a message for her, although she had never mounted to her sitting room. For the ladder-like staircase, which was an imaginary difficulty in the way of Castalia's visits to her mother-in-law, was a very real obstacle to Minnie Bodkin. The project of seeing Powell in this way took possession of her mind. She sent a note to Mrs. Thimbleby by her maid Jane, asking at what hour Mr. Powell was most likely to be in the house, and saying that she should like to come there and say a few words to him about a person in whose welfare he was interested. The widow saw nothing very singular in this. She knew that Powell had been to see Miss Bodkin before he left Whitford, and it was quite in accordance with the known characters of the Methodist preacher and the rector's daughter that they should meet and combine on the common ground of charity. "For sure Mr. Powell have recommended some poor afflicted person to the young lady, and she have assisted 'em, whosoever they may be," thought Mrs. Thimbleby, "and she begs me not to mention her coming to anybody, for sure and certain she's not one of them as boasts of their good deeds. No, no, like our blessed Mr. Powell, she don't let her left hand know what her right hand doeth. I wonder if she's under conviction. Such a good charitable lady, it seems as if she must belong to the elect. But there, all our good works are filthy rags, I suppose, the best on us.
But I can't help thinking as Miss Bodkin's works must be more pleasing to the Lord than Brother Jackson's, as lives among the Wesleyans on the fat of the land, and don't do much in return, except condemning all those folks as isn't Wesleyans. Lord forgive me if I'm wrong." Mrs. Thimbleby returned a verbal message to Miss Bodkin, as the latter had desired her to do. Mrs. Thimbleby's duty, and the most likely time, would be between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and she would be sure to obey Miss Bodkin's instructions. "And I'm ever so much obliged to her for excusing me writing, my dear," said the widow to Jane, "for my hands is so stiff and rough with hard work, as holding a pen seems to be a great difficulty. I'd rather mop out my backyard any day than write the receipt for a lodger's rent, and 'tis but a smudgy business when all's done." On the following day Dr. Bodkin's sober green carriage, drawn by a stout sober paced horse, was seen standing at Mrs. Thimbleby's door. It was a few minutes after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The street was very quiet. There was scarcely a passer-by to be seen from one end of it to the other, when Jane and the old maidservant assisted Miss Bodkin to alight from the carriage, and supported her into the clean flagged room on the ground floor, which served Mrs. Thimbleby for parlour, kitchen, and dining hall all in one. The coachman had orders to return and fetch his young mistress at 6 o'clock. "Will you give me house room so long, Mrs. Thimbleby?" asked Minnie with a sweet smile, which so captivated the good woman that she stood staring at her visitor in a kind of rapture, unable to reply for a minute or two. Minnie was placed in Mrs. Thimbleby's own high-backed chair, with the clean patchwork-covered cushions piled behind her. A horsehair footstool, borrowed for the purpose from Mr. Diamond's parlour, was under her foot, and she declared that she found herself as comfortable as in her own lounging chair at home. "You see, miss, I couldn't say to the minute when Mr. Powell would be back, but between 4 and 5 he generally do come in, and I make him swallow a cup of herb tea or something, and I will not deny that I sometimes put a pinch of China tea in, but he don't know. 'Tis but a poor place, miss," added the widow, glancing round, "but so long as you can make yourself content to stay in it, so long you will be welcome as the flowers in May, if 'twas to be for a 12-month." Then Minnie praised the brilliant cleanliness of the little kitchen, took notice of the cat that rubbed its velvet head confidingly against her hand, and asked Mrs. Thimbleby how she prospered in her lodging letting. The widow was loquacious in her mild, slow way, and she was pleased at this opportunity for a little harmless gossip. It was a propensity which received frequent checks from those around her. Mr. Diamond was too taciturn, too grave, too much absorbed in his books, to give any heed to his landlady's conversation, beyond listening to the few particulars of his weekly expenses, which she insisted on explaining to him. Mrs. Errington, on the other hand, was not at all taciturn, but she desired to have the talk chiefly to herself. She loved to harangue Mrs. Thimbleby on a variety of subjects, and to place in vivid colours before her the inadequacy of all her domestic arrangements to satisfy a lady of Mrs. Errington's quality. As to gossiping with David Powell, Mrs. Thimbleby would as soon have thought of attempting to gossip with the sculptured figure of a saint which stood at a niche at one side of the portal of St. Chad's. So the good woman, finding Miss Bodkin more compliant and affable than the two first named of her lodgers, and nearer to the level of common humanity than the last, indulged herself with an outpouring of chat, as the two sat waiting for Powell's return. Minnie listened to her at first with but a drowsy kind of attention. Her own thoughts were wandering away from the present time and place, and for a while the quiet of the room, where the gathering twilight seemed to bring a deeper hush, was only broken by the monotonous murmur of the widow's voice. But by and by Mrs. Thimbleby spoke words which effectually aroused Minnie's attention. There was, she said, a deal of talk in Whitford about young Mr. Errington. He was such a very nice-spoken gentleman, and most people seemed to like him so much, but yet he had enemies in the town. Folk said he was extravagant, and his wife gave herself such airs as there was no bearing with 'em. She not paying ready money, but almost expecting tradespeople to be satisfied with the honour of serving her. Poor lady, she wasn't used to be pinched for money herself, and knew no better, most likely. But many Whitford shopkeepers grumbled, as Mr. Errington got goods on credit from them, and yet sent orders to London with ready money for expensive articles, and it didn't seem fair. There was no use saying anything to old Mrs. Errington about the matter, because though she was, no doubt, a very good-hearted lady, she was rather high. And if you mentioned to her, as Mr. Gladwish, the shoemaker, said, unpleasant things about her son's Bill, why, she would tell you that her grandfather drove 4 horses to his coach, and that Mr. Algernon's wife's uncle was a great nobleman up in London, as paid his butler a bigger salary than all Gladwish could earn in a year. And if such sayings got abroad, they would not be soothing to the feelings of a respectable shoemaker, would they now? Not to say that they wouldn't help to pay Gladwish's bill, nor yet the fly bill at the Bluebell, nor yet the bill for young madam at Revell and Sarsnett's, nor yet the bill at the fishmongers and poulterers, as she, Mrs. Thimbleby, was credibly informed that Ivy Lodge consumed the best of everything, and at a great rate.
In the beginning, tradespeople believed all that was said about young Mr. and Mrs. Errington's fine friends and fine prospects, and seemed inclined to trust 'em to any amount. But latterly there had growed up a feeling against 'em, and if Miss Bodkin wouldn't think it a liberty in her to ask her not to mention it again, seeing it was but a guess on her part, she would go so far as to say that she believed an enemy was at work, and that enemy old Jonathan Maxfield. Why or wherefore old Max should be so set against young Mr. Algernon, as he had known him from a little child, she could not say; but there was rumours about that young Errington owed old Max money, and old Max was that near and fond of his pelf as nothing was so likely to make him mad against any one as losing money by him. And old Max was a harsh man and a bitter where he took a dislike. Only see how he had persecuted Mr. Powell. And though he let his daughter go to Ivy Lodge, and they did say young Mrs. Errington had taken quite a fancy to the girl, yet that didn't prevent old Max sneering and snarling and saying all manner of sharp words against the Erringtons. And old Max was a man of substance, and his words had weight in the town. "And you see, miss," said Mrs. Thimbleby in conclusion, "young Mr. and Mrs. Errington are gentlefolks, and they don't hear what's said in Whitford, and they may think things are all right when they're all wrong. Of course, I dare say they have great friends and great prospects, miss, and very likely they could settle everything to morrow if they thought fit. Only the tale here is, that not a tradesman in the place has seen the colour of their money, and they deny theirselves nothing. And the lady so high in her manners, and altogether there is a feeling against 'em, miss. And as I know you're an old friend, and a kind friend, I'm sure, and not one as takes pleasure in the troubles of their neighbours, I thought I would mention it to you, in case you should like to say a word to the young lady and gentleman private like. A word from you would have a deal of weight. And I do assure you, miss, 'tis of no use trying to speak to old Mrs. Errington, for she'll only go on about her grandfather's coach and four, and between you and me, miss, there is some as takes it amiss." All this pained and surprised Minnie. She understood at once how Castalia's ungracious manner was resented in the little town, and set down a great deal of the hostility which the widow had described, to the score of the Honourable Mrs. Algernon's personal unpopularity. Still there must be something seriously wrong at Ivy Lodge. Debt was a slough of despond into which such a one as Algernon Errington would easily put his foot, from sheer thoughtlessness and the habit of refusing himself no gratification within his reach. But he might not find it so easy to extricate himself. A word of warning might possibly do good. At least it could do no harm beyond drawing forth some languid impertinence from Castalia. And Minnie would not for an instant weigh that chance against the hope of doing some good to her old friend Algy. Besides, in truth, she had, as has been said, an undefined feeling of compassion for Castalia herself, which rendered her singularly forbearing towards the latter's manifestations of fretful jealousy or haughty dislike. In the first days of his return to Whitford, Algernon had many a time shot one of his quick, questioning glances at Minnie, when his wife uttered some coolly insolent speech directed at rather than to the rector's daughter. But instead of the keen sarcasm or scornful irony which he had expected, Minnie had, 9 times out of 10, replied with a quiet matter-of-fact observation, calculated to extinguish anything like a war of words. At first Algernon had attributed such forbearance on the part of the brilliant, high-spirited Minnie entirely to her strong regard for himself. But this flattering illusion did not last long. He soon perceived that Minnie regarded his wife with pity, and that she refrained from using the keen weapons of her wit against Castalia, much as a nurse might refrain from scolding or arguing with a sick child. Now this discovery was not pleasant to Algernon. If any sympathy were to be expended on the inmates of Ivy Lodge, he was persuaded that much the larger share of it ought to be given to himself. If there were troubles, if there were mortifications, if there was disappointment, who suffered from them as he did? And by whom were they so unmerited? He was not far, sometimes, from resenting any show of compassion for Castalia as a direct injury to himself. After having sacrificed himself, by making a marriage so inadequate to his deserts, it was a little too much to hear his wife pitied for the contrast between her past and present position. And yet, by a queer strain of inconsistency running through the warp and woof of his character, he would often boast of Castalia's aristocratic antecedents, and ask, with a smile and a shrug, how the deuce his wife could be expected to stand the petty privations and discomforts of Whitford, after having lived all her life in a sphere as remote from such things as the planet Saturn from the earth. Minnie partly saw, partly guessed these movements of Algernon's mind, but she judged him with leniency, and put a kind interpretation on his words and ways, whenever such an interpretation was possible. At all events, if a word in season could be useful to him, she would not refrain from speaking that word. This young woman had latterly passed into regions of thought and feeling from which much of her old life, with its old pains and pleasures and aims, seemed shrunken to insignificance. One solid good she was able to grasp and to enjoy, the satisfaction of serving her fellow creatures. All else grew poor and paltry as the years rolled by. Not that Minnie had attained to any saint-like heights of self-abnegation, not that she did not still desire and admire many sublunary things, but she had got a hurt that had stricken down her pride. She bore an ache in her heart for which self-culture, and all the activities and aspirations of her bright intellect, afforded no balm. But she did not grow sour and selfish in her grief. The example of the poor unlettered Methodist preacher, whom in former days she would have thought the unlikeliest of human beings to teach her any profitable lesson, had roused the noblest part of her nature to emulation. David Powell had started from a lofty theory to a life of beautiful deeds. Minnie Bodkin, vaguely groping after a theory, had seized on practical benevolence as a means to climb to some higher ideal. In morals, as in thought, the deductive and inductive states, like the ladders of Jacob's dream, reaching from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, and the angels of the Lord descend and ascend them continually. Minnie was roused from a reverie by the entrance of the preacher's tall figure into the kitchen, where the fire was now beginning to throw ruddy lights and fantastic shadows onto the whitewashed walls. "Don't be startled, Mr. Powell," she said in her clear, sweet tones. "It is I, Minnie Bodkin. I thought I should like to see you, and to say a few words to you quietly." Powell advanced and took her outstretched hands reverently in his hand. "The blessing of our Father in heaven be on you, lady," he said. "Your kind face is very welcome to me." End of chapter 14. Volume 2, Chapter 15, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 15. Mrs. Thimbleby set a cup full of hot tea and a slice of bread on the table, and glided out of the kitchen in a humble, noiseless way, as if she feared lest the mere sound of her footsteps would be deemed importunate. "You have something to say to me?" asked Powell, still standing opposite to Minnie's chair. "Yes, but first you must take some food. Please to sit down there at the table." Powell shook his head. "Food disgusts me," he said. "I do not need it." "That will pain your kind landlady," said Minnie gently. "She has been so careful to get this refreshment ready for you." Powell sat down. "I would not pain the good soul for any earthly consideration," he answered. "But if the burthen be laid on me, I must pain her." "Come, Mr. Powell, no injunction can be laid on you to starve yourself, and grow ill, and be unable to fulfil your duties." After an instant's hesitation, he swallowed some tea, and began to break off small fragments of the bread, which he soaked in the liquid and ate slowly. Minnie watched him attentively. The widow had lighted a candle, which, standing on the high mantel-shelf, shed down its pale rays on the preacher's head and face, the rest of his person being in shadow. Now and again, as he lifted a morsel of bread to his lips, one thin long hand, yellow-white as old ivory, came within the circle of light. His whole countenance appeared to Minnie to have undergone a change since she had seen him last. The features were sharper, the skin more sallow, the lines around the mouth deeper, but the greatest change was in the expression of the eyes. They were wonderfully lustrous, but not with the soft, mild lustre which formerly shone in them. They looked startlingly large and prominent, and at times seemed literally to blaze with an inward fire. "He is ill and feverish," thought Minnie. And then, as she continued to watch him, there came over his face an expression so infinitely piteous that the sympathetic tears sprang into her eyes when she saw it. It was a pathetic, questioning, bewildered look, like that of a little child that has lost its way and is frightened. When he had eaten a few mouthfuls, he asked, "Who told you that you would find me here?" "Oh, it was not difficult to discover your whereabouts in Whitford, Mr. Powell," answered Minnie, smiling with an effort to seem cheerful and at ease. "Your coming has been spoken of in our little town for weeks past." "Has it so? Has it so? That is a good hearing. There must be souls ripe for conviction, anxious, inquiring souls." There was a pause. Minnie had expected him to speak of their last interview, but as he made no allusion to it, she opened the subject herself. "You remember, Mr. Powell, before you went away from Whitford, giving me a charge, a trust to fulfil for you?" He looked at her inquiringly, but did not answer. "There was a young member of your flock whose welfare you had greatly at heart, and you thought that I might be able to help her and show her some kindness. I have honestly tried to keep the promise I then made to you," persisted Minnie, on whom Powell's strange silence was producing an unpleasant impression. She could not understand it. "I fancied that you might still feel some anxiety about Rhoda's welfare." At the sound of that name, Powell seemed moved as if by an electric shock. The change in his face was as distinct, although as momentary, as the change made in a dark bank of cloud by a flicker of summer lightning. "You know, of course," continued Minnie, "that the person whose influence you feared is married. And I assure you that, so far as my attentive judgment goes, Rhoda's peace of mind has not been fatally troubled. She fretted for a while, but is now rapidly regaining her cheerfulness. She even visits rather frequently at Mr. Errington's house, having, it seems, become a favourite with his wife." David Powell's head had sunk down to his breast. He held one hand across his eyes, resting his elbow on the table, and neither moving nor looking up; but it was evident that he was listening. Minnie went on to speak of Rhoda's improvement. She had always been pretty, but her beauty was now very striking. She had profited by opportunities of instruction which her father afforded her. She was caressed by the worthiest people in her little world. Minnie went bravely on, nerved by the sight of that bowed figure and emaciated hand, hiding the eyes, speaking the praises of the girl who had sent many a pang of jealousy into her heart, a jealousy none the less torturing because she knew it to be unreasonable. "He could never have thought of wretched, crippled me, if there had been no Rhoda Maxfield in the world," she had told herself 100 times. But she tried to fancy that the withering up of the secret romance of her life would have been less hard to bear, had the sacrifice been made in favour of a higher, nobler woman than simple, shallow, slight-hearted Rhoda Maxfield. Nevertheless, she spoke Rhoda's praises now ungrudgingly. Nay, more, she believed Powell to be capable of the highest self-sacrifice. She believed that he would welcome a prospect of happiness and security for Rhoda, even though it should shut the door for ever on any lingering hopes he might retain of winning her. So, bracing herself to a strong effort, which seemed to strain not only the nerves, but the very muscles, of her fragile frame as she sat almost upright, grasping the arms of her chair with both hands, she added, "And as I know that you have that rare gift of love which can rejoice in looking at a happiness it may never share, I will say to you in confidence that I believe Rhoda is honourably sought in marriage by a good man, a man who, it is not needful to speak at length of him," indeed her throat was dry and her courage desperately at bay, "but he is a good, high-minded man, one who will value and respect his wife, one who admires and loves Rhoda very fervently." It was magnanimously said. The words, as she uttered them, sounded the knell of her own youth and hope in her ears. We believe that a beloved one is dead. We have kissed the cold lips. We have kissed the unresponsive hand. Yes, the beloved one is dead. We surely believe it. But no, the death bell sounds, beating with chill, heavy fingers on our very heartstrings, and then we awake to a sudden confirmation of our grief. The bell sings its loud monotone over roof tree and gravestone, piercing through the murmur of busy life in streets and homes. And then we know that we had not hitherto believed, that in some nook and secret fold of heart or brain a wild, formless hope had been lurking, that all was not really over. Only the implacable mental clang carries conviction with its vibrations into the broad daylight and the common air, and the tears gush out as if our sorrow were born anew. Even so felt Minnie Bodkin when she had put her secret thought into words. The speaking of the words could not hasten their fulfilment, but yet it seemed to her as if in saying them she had signed some bond, had formally renounced even the solace of a passing fancy that might flit fairy bright into the dimness of her life, had given up the object of her silent passion by a covenant that was none the less stringent because its utterance was simple and commonplace. She was silent, breathing quickly, and lying back against the cushions after the short speech that had cost her so much. Powell remained quite still for a few seconds. Then, suddenly removing the screening hand, the almost intolerable lustre of his eyes broke upon the startled woman opposite to him, as he said, with a strange smile, "She is safe. She is happy for time and eternity. She has been ransomed with a price." "I knew that you would allow no selfish feeling to sway you," returned Minnie, after an instant's pause. "I was right in feeling sure that you would generously consider her happiness before your own." But yet she was not satisfied with the result of her well-meant attempt to free Powell's mind from the anxiety concerning Rhoda which she believed to have been preying on it. There was something strangely unexpected in his manner of receiving it. Presently Powell looked at her again with a sad, sweet smile. The wild blaze had gone out of his eyes. They were soft and steady as they rested on her now. "You are a just and benevolent woman," he said. "You have been faithful. You came hither with the charitable wish to comfort me. I am not ungrateful. But the old trouble has long been dead. I did wrestle with a mighty temptation on her account. My heart burnt very hot within me, the fleshy heart, full of deceit and desperately wicked. But that human passion fell away like a garment, shrivelled and consumed by the great fire of the wrath of God, that put it out as the sun puts out the flame of a taper at noonday. Neither," he went on, speaking rather to himself than to Minnie, "am I concerned for that young soul. No, it is safe. It has been ransomed. I have had an answer to prayer, and heard voices that brought me sure tidings in the dimness of the early morning. But these things are hard to be understood. Sometimes, even yet, the old foolish yearning of the heart seems to awaken and stir blindly within me. When you named that name, no lips had uttered it to my ears for many months. There seemed to run a swift echo of it through all the secret places of my soul, but I heard as though one dead should hear the beat of a familiar footfall above his grave. The dusk of evening, the low thrilling tones of the preacher's voice, the terrible pallor of his face with its great glittering eyes shining in the feeble rays of the candle, contributed not less than the strangeness of his words to oppress Minnie with a sensation of nervous dread. She was not afraid of David Powell, nor of anything that she could see or touch, but vague terrors seemed to be floating in the air. She started as her eye was caught by a deep mysterious shadow on the wall. The fire had burnt low, and shed only a dull red glow upon the hearth. The ticking of the old clock appeared to grow louder with every beat, and to utter some ominous warning in an unknown tongue. All at once a sound of voices and footsteps in the passage broke the spell. The fire cast only commonplace and comprehensible shadows. The clock ticked with its ordinary indifferent tone. The preacher's pale face ceased to float in a mystical light against the dark background of the curtainless window. The everyday world entered in at the kitchen door in the shape of Mr. Diamond and Rhoda Maxfield. Of the four persons thus unexpectedly assembled, Minnie was the first to speak. "What, Rhoda!" she cried in a quiet voice which revealed much less surprise than she felt. "What brought you here at this hour?" As she spoke she glanced anxiously at Powell, uneasy as to the effects on him of Rhoda's sudden appearance. But he remained curiously impassible, looking at those present as if they were objects dimly seen afar off. "I was coming to drink tea with Mrs. Errington. Mr. Diamond overtook me and Sally in the street. I saw your carriage at the door and looked in here, hoping that I should find both you and Mrs. Errington in this room, because I know you do not go upstairs." Thus spoke Rhoda in a soft, tremulous little voice, and with downcast eyes. Diamond came and shook hands with Minnie. He pressed the hand she gave him with unusual warmth and emphasis. His eyes were bright, and there was a glow of pleasure on his face. He believed that his suit was prospering, and he wished to convey some hint of his hopeful anticipations to his sympathizing friend Miss Bodkin. Then he turned to Powell and touched him on the shoulder. "How are you to-night?" he asked in a friendly tone, not without a kind of superior pity. "I am glad to see that you have been refreshing the inner man. Our friend is too careless of his health, Miss Bodkin. He fasts too long and too often." Powell smiled slightly, but neither looked at him nor answered him. Going straight to Rhoda, he laid his hand on her bright chestnut hair, from which the bonnet she wore had fallen backwards, and looked at her solemnly. Rhoda turned pale and gazed back at him as if fascinated. Neither of the others spoke or moved. "It is true, then," said Powell, after a pause, and the low tones of his voice sounded like soft music. "I have passed through the valley of the shadow of death, and between me and the dwellers under the light of the sun there is a great gulf fixed." He released the bright young head on which his hand had rested, and made as if he would move away. Then, pausing, he said, "I frightened you long ago in the other life. Fear no more, Rhoda Maxfield. Be no more disquieted by night or by day. Many are called, but few are chosen. Yet you are among the chosen." He smiled upon her very sadly and calmly, and went slowly away without looking round. As soon as he was gone, Rhoda burst into tears. Diamond made an eager step forward as if to take her hand, then stopped irresolutely, and looked anxiously at Minnie. "She is so sensitive," he said, half aloud. Minnie was as white as the preacher, and her eyes were full of tears, which, however, she checked from falling by a strong effort of her will. "I must go," she said. "Rhoda tells me my carriage is here. Will you kindly call my servants?" He obeyed her, first making his formal little bow, a sign, under the circumstances, that he was not quite in sympathy with his friend, who showed so little sympathy herself for that sensitiveness which so moved him. However, when assisted by Jane, Miss Bodkin had made her way to the door. Mr. Diamond stood there bareheaded to help her into the carriage. She put her hand for an instant on his proffered arm, as she got into the vehicle. Rhoda came running out after her. "Good night, Miss Minnie!" she cried. Minnie leant back and seemed neither to see nor hear her, but in an instant she was moved by a generous impulse to put her head out of the window and say kindly, "Good night, Rhoda. Come and see me soon." As soon as the carriage began to move away, she saw Diamond tenderly drawing Rhoda's shawl round her shoulders, and trying to lead her in from the chill of the evening air. End of Chapter 15. Volume 2, Chapter 16 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 16. "Well, you may say as you please, Mr. Jackson, but 'twas a sight I shall never forget, and one I don't expect to see the like of on this side of eternity," said Richard Gibbs. "Nor no don't wish to, I should think," put in Seth Maxfield. "Anyway, it was a wonderful manifestation," remarked Mr. Gladwish musingly. There was a little knot of Wesleyans assembled in the house of Mr. Gladwish, the shoemaker. Since Jonathan Maxfield's defection, he might be considered the leading member of the Methodist congregation, and a weekly prayer meeting was held at his house on Monday evenings, as it had formerly been held in old Max's back parlour. On the present occasion the assembly was more numerous than usual. Besides the accustomed cronies and Mr. Jackson the preacher, there were also Seth Maxfield, who had come into Whitford on some farm business on the previous Saturday, Richard Gibbs, and the widow Thimbleby. The latter was an old acquaintance of Mrs. Gladwish, and much patronized by that matron, although of late Mrs. Thimbleby had been under some cloud of displeasure among the stricter Methodists, on account of her fidelity to David Powell. There had not been, to say the truth, any fervent or lengthy religious exercises that evening. After a brief discourse by Brother Jackson, and the singing of a hymn, the company had, by mutual agreement, understood but not expressed, fallen into a discussion of the topic which was at that time in the minds and mouths of most Whitford persons high and low, namely, David Powell's preachings, and the phenomena attendant thereon. "Anyhow," repeated Mr. Gladwish, after a short silence, "it was a wonderful manifestation." "You may well say so, sir," assented Richard Gibbs emphatically. "Humph!" grunted out Brother Jackson, pursing up his thick lips and folding his fat hands before him. "I misdoubt whether the enemy be not mixed up somehow or other with these manifestations. I don't say they are wholly his doing, but, my brethren, Satan is very wily, and is continually going to and fro in the earth, and walking up and down in it, even as in the days of Job." "That's very true," said Mrs. Gladwish, with an air of responsible corroboration. She was a light-haired, pale-faced woman, with a slatternly figure and a sharp, inquisitive nose, and her quiet persistency in cross-questioning made her a little formidable to some of her neighbours. "When I see a thorn tree bring forth figs, or a thistle grapes, I will believe that such things as I witnessed yesterday on Whit Meadow are the work of Satan, not before," rejoined Gibbs. "Amen," said Mrs. Thimbleby tremulously. "Oh, indeed, sir, I hope you don't consider it presumption in me, but I must say I do think Mr. Gibbs is right. It was the working of the Lord's Spirit, and no other." "What was the working of the Lord's Spirit?" asked a harsh voice that made the women start, and caused every head in the room to be turned towards the door. There stood Jonathan Maxfield, rather more bowed in the shoulders than when we first made his acquaintance, but otherwise little changed. He was welcomed by Gladwish with a marked show of respect. The breach made between old Max and his former associates by his departure from the Methodist Society had been soon healed in many instances. Gladwish had condoned it long ago, and owing to various circumstances, among them the fact that Seth Maxfield and his wife remained among the Wesleyans, the intercourse between the two families had been almost uninterrupted. There was truly no cordial interchange of hospitalities, nor much that could be called companionship. But the strong bond of habit on both sides, and on Gladwish's the sense of his neighbour's growing wealth and importance, served to keep the two men as close together as they ever had been. "I've come to say a word to Seth, if it may be made without putting you out," said old Maxfield, with a sidelong nod of the head that was intended as a general salute to the company. Mr. and Mrs. Gladwish protested that no one would be in the least put out by Mr. Maxfield's presence, but that they were all, on the contrary, pleased to see him. Then, while the father and son said a few words to each other in a low tone, the others conversed among themselves rather loudly, by way of politely expressing that they did not wish to overhear any private conversation. "That's all then, Seth," said old Max, turning away from his son. "I knew I should find you here, and I thought I would mention about them freeholds before it slipped my memory. And life is uncertain. I have put a clause in my will about 'em this very evening. Putting off has never been my plan, neither with the affairs of this world or the next." There was something in the mention of a clause in old Max's will which had a powerful attraction for the imagination of most persons present. Brother Jackson made a motion with his mouth, as though he were tasting some pleasant savour. Mrs. Gladwish thought of her tribe of growing children and their rapid consumption of food, clothing, and doctor's stuff, and she sighed. Two or three of the regular attendants at the prayer meeting fixed their eyes with lively interest on Jonathan Maxfield, and one whispered to another that Seth had gotten a good bit of cash with his wife, and would have more from his father. 'Twas always the way. Money makes money.
Though rightly considered, it was but dross and dust, and riches were an awful snare. And then they obsequiously made for the rich grocer to take a seat in their circle, moved perhaps by compassion for the imminent peril to his soul which he was incurring from the possession of freehold property. "Well, I'll sit down for half an hour," said Jonathan in his dry way, and took a chair near the table accordingly. In fact, he was well pleased enough to find himself once more among his old associates, and if any embarrassment belonged to the relations between himself and Brother Jackson, his former pastor, it was certain that old Max did not feel it. When a man has a profound conviction of his own wisdom, supported on a firm basis of bankers' books and solid investments, such intangible sentimentalities have no power to constrain them. Mr. Jackson perhaps felt some little difficulty in becomingly adjusting his manner to the situation, being troubled between the desire of asserting his dignity in the eyes of his flock, and his natural reluctance to affront a man of Jonathan Maxfield's weight in the world. But he speedily hit on the assumption of an unctuous charity and toleration, as being the kind of demeanour best calculated for the circumstances, and perhaps he did not judge amiss. "I'm sure," said he, with a pious smile, "it is a real joy to the hearts of the faithful, and a good example to the unregenerate, to see believers dwelling together in unity, however much they may be compelled to differ on some points for conscience' sake." "What was it, as some one was saying just now, about the working of the Lord's Spirit?" asked Maxfield, cutting short Brother Jackson's verbal flow of milk and honey. There was a little hesitation amongst those present as to who should answer this question. To answer it involved the utterance of a name which was known to be unpleasing to Mr. Maxfield's ears. Mrs. Thimbleby shrank into the background. She had a special dread of old Jonathan's stern, hard face and manner. Richard Gibbs at length answered simply, "We were speaking, Mr. Maxfield, of David Powell's preaching in Lady Lane and on Whit Meadow." Maxfield pressed his lips together and made an inarticulate sound which might be taken to express contempt or disapprobation, or merely an acknowledgment of Gibbs's information. "My, I should like to have been there!" exclaimed Mrs. Gladwish. "Well now," said Seth Maxfield, "my wife would walk 20 mile to keep out of the way of it. She was quite scared at all the accounts we heard." "But what did you hear? And what did happen after all?" asked Mrs. Gladwish. "I wish you would give us an account of it, Mr. Gibbs." "It is hard to give an account of such things to them as wasn't present, ma'am. But there was a great outpouring of grace." Brother Jackson groaned slightly, then coughed and shook his head. "I never saw such a beautiful evening for the time of year," put in one of Gladwish's apprentices, a consumptive-looking lad with bright dreamy eyes. "And all the folks standing in the sunset, and the river shining, and the leaves red and yellow in the branches. It was a wonderful sight." "It was a wonderful sight!" ejaculated Gibbs. "There was the biggest multitude I ever saw assembled in Whit Meadow. There must have been thousands of people. There were among them scoffers and ungodly men and seekers after the truth, and some that were already awakened. Then women and children. They came gathering together more and more from the north and the south, and the east and the west. And there in the midst, raised up on a high bench, so that he might be seen of all, stood David Powell. His face was as white as snow, and his black hair hung down on either side of it." "I thought of John the Baptist preaching in the wilderness," said the apprentice softly. "I couldn't get to stand very near to him," continued Gibbs, "and I thought I should catch but little of his discourse, but when he began to speak, though his voice was low at first, after a while it rose, and grew every moment fuller and stronger." "Yes," said the bright-eyed apprentice, "it was like listening to the organ pipes of St. Chad's, just that kind of tremble in it that seems to run all through your body." "The man always had a goodish voice," said Brother Jackson, "but that is a carnal gift. 'Tis the use we put our voices to that is all important, my dear friends." "He began by prayer," said Gibbs, speaking slowly, and with the abstracted air of a man who is not so much endeavouring to give others a vivid narration as to recall accurately to his own mind the thing of which he is speaking. "Yes, he began with prayer. He prayed for us all there present with wonderful fervour." "What did he say?" asked Mrs. Gladwish. "Nay, I cannot repeat the exact words." "Can't you remember, Joel?" persisted his mistress, addressing the young apprentice. The lad blushed up, but more apparently from eagerness and excitement than bashfulness, as he answered, "Not the very words, ma'am, I can't remember. But it was a prayer that had wings like, and it lifted you up right away into the heavens. When he left off, I felt as if I had been dropped straight down on to Whit Meadow out of a cloud of glory." "Well, there's no harm in all that, Brother Jackson," said Gladwish, looking round. "Harm!" echoed Gibbs. "Why, Mr. Gladwish, if you could but have seen the faces of the people! And then presently he began to call sinners to repentance with such power as I never witnessed. No, not when he was preaching in our chapel 2 years ago. He spoke of wrath and judgment until the whole field was full of the sound of crying and groaning. but he seemed continually strengthened, and went on, until first one fell and then another. They dropped down just like dead when the arrows of conviction entered their souls, and the cries of some of them are awful to hear. Then there was weeping, and a kind of hard breathing and panting from breasts oppressed with the weight of sin. And then, mixed with those sounds, the rejoicing aloud of believers and those who received assurance. But through all the preacher's voice rose above the tumult, and it seemed to me almost a manifest miracle that he should be able to make himself heard so clearly. "Aye," said Joel, "it was like a ship on the top of the stormy waves, now high, now low, but always above the raging waters." There was a short silence. Those present looked first at each other and then at old Max, who sat motionless and grim, with his elbows on the table and his chin resting on his clenched hand. "And did you really see any of the poor creatures as was took?" asked Mrs. Gladwish of the widow Thimbleby. "Took, ma'am?" "Took with the fits, or whatever it was." "Oh yes, I see several. There was a fine, fresh-coloured young man who was a butcher out Duckwell way. Mr. Seth'll likely know him, and he dropped down just like a bullock, and then he stamped and struggled and grew an awful dark red colour in the face, and tore up the grass with his hands, such was the power of conviction, and at last he lay like a log, and 'twas an hour or more before he come to. But when he did, he had got peace, and his burthen was taken away, thanks be." "And there was a girl, too, very poor and sickly looking," said Joel, "and when the power of the Lord came upon her, she went into a kind of trance. Her eyes were open, but she saw nothing. Tears were falling down her cheeks, but they were tears of joy, for she kept on saying, 'How thou hast loved sinners,' over and over again. And there was such a smile on her face. When we go to heaven, I expect we shall see the angels smile like that." "And the man himself, the preacher, did he seem filled with joy and peace?" asked Jackson, covertly malicious. "Why, that is a strange thing," returned Richard Gibbs, with frank simplicity. "Although he was doing this great work, and witnessing the mercies of the Lord descend on the people like manna, yet Mr. Powell had such a look of deep sorrow on his face as I never saw. It was a kind of a fixed, hopeless look. He said, 'I speak to you out of a dark dungeon, but you are in the light. Give thanks and rejoice, and hasten to make your calling and election sure. Those who dwell in the blackness of the shadow could tell you terrible things.'" Mrs. Thimbleby wiped away a tear with the corner of her shabby black shawl. "Ah," she sighed, "it do seem a hard dispensation, and a strange one, as him who brings glad tidings to so many shouldn't get peace himself, and a more angelic creature in his kindness to the afflicted never walked this earth. Yet he's a'most always bowed down with the heaviness of spirit. It do seem strange." Jonathan Maxfield struck the table with his fist so hard that the candlestick standing on it rocked. "Strange!" he cried. "It would be strange indeed to see anything else. Why, this is the work of the enemy as plain as possible. Don't tell me. Look at all the years I've been a member of Christian congregations in Whitford. Whether in chapel or church, it is no matter. And tell me if ever there was known such ravings and fits and bedlam doings. And yet I suppose there were souls saved in my time too. I say that Satan is busy among you, puffing up one another with spiritual pride." "Lord forgive you!" ejaculated Richard Gibbs, in a tone of such genuine pity and conviction as startled the rest. "Lord forgive me, sir!" echoed old Max, turning slowly round upon the speaker, and glaring at him from under his grey eyebrows. There was an awe-stricken silence. "Our good friend Richard Gibbs meant no offence, Mr. Maxfield," said Jackson, looking everywhere except into Gibbs's face. "I say," cried Maxfield, addressing the rest of the company, and entirely ignoring the rash delinquent Gibbs, "that these things are a snare and a delusion, and the work of the devil, and when them of more wisdom and experience than me comes forward to speak on the matter, I shall be glad to show forth my reasons." "Why, but brother Maxfield, I don't know now, I don't feel so sure," said Gladwish, on whom the accounts of Powell's preaching had produced a considerable effect. "There have been cases, you know, in the early times of Methodism, and John Wesley himself, you know, was ready to believe in the workings of grace as manifested in similar ways." "Don't tell me of your David Powells," returned old Max, declining to discuss the subject on wide or general grounds, but doggedly confining himself to the particulars immediately before him. "Don't tell me of a man as is blown out with pride and vainglory like a balloon. Did I, or did I not, say more than 2 year ago that David Powell was getting puffed up with presumptuousness?" There was a low murmur of assent. Brother Jackson closed his eyes and uttered a deep, long-drawn "Ah!" like a man reluctantly admitting a painful truth. Did I or did I not say to many members of the society, 'This man is dangerous. He has fallen from grace. He is hankering after new-fangled doctrine, and is ramping with red-hot overbearingness'?" "You did, sir," answered a stout, broad-faced man named Blogg, who looked like a farmer, but who was a linen draper in a small way of business. "You said so frequently. I remember your very words, and can testify to 'em." This speech appeared to produce a considerable effect. Mrs. Thimbleby began to cry, and not having an apron at hand, threw the corner of her shawl over her face. "Did I or did I not say that if things went on at this kind of rate, I should withdraw from the society? And did I or did I not withdraw from it according?" "Sir," said Mr. Blogg, "I saw you with my own eyes a coming out of the parish church of St. Chad's at 10 minutes to 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the Sunday next following your utterance of them identical expressions, and cannot deny or evade the truth, but must declare it to the best of my ability, with no regard to any human respects, but for the ease and liberation of my conscience, as a sincere though humble professor." There was a general feeling that in some conclusive though mysterious way the linen draper had brought a crushing weight of evidence to bear against David Powell, and even the preacher's best friends would find it difficult to defend him after that. Old Max looked round triumphantly, and proceeded to follow up the impression thus made. "And then I'm to be told," said he, "that the lunatic doings on Whit Meadow are the work of heavenly powers, eh? Come, Gladwish, you're a man as has read theologies and controversies, and are acquainted with the history of Wesleyan Methodism as well as most members in Whitford. I should like to know what arguments you have to advance against plain facts. Facts known to us all, and testified to by Robert Blogg, a linen draper, now present, and for many years a respected class leader in this town." "Well, but we have plain facts to bring forward too," said Richard Gibbs with anxious earnestness. "I ask you, Gladwish, what arguments you have to bring forward," repeated Maxfield, determinedly repressing any outward sign of having heard the presumptuous Gibbs. "If this be not Satan's doing, I have no knowledge of the words of the devil, and I suppose I shall hardly be told that, after regular attendance in a congregation of Wesleyan Methodists for 50-odd years, man and boy. But," continued the old man, after a short silence, which none of those present ventured to break, "there's no knowing, truly. These are new-fangled days. I cannot say but what I may live to hear it declared that I know nothing of Satan, nor can discern his works when I see them." "Nay, father," said Seth Maxfield, speaking now for the first time in deprecation of so serious a charge against the new-fangled days on which Whitford had fallen, "nay, no man will say that, nor yet think it. But my notion is, that it may neither be heaven nor t'other place that has much to do with this kind of fits and screechings. I believe it to be just as Dr. Evans said, and he a Welshman himself, you'll remember, when he first heard of these doings of David Powell in Wales. Says he, 'It's a epidemic,' says the doctor, 'a catching kind of nervous disease, neither more nor less, and you may any of you get it if you go to hear and see the others. Though forewarned is forearmed in such cases,' says the doctor, 'and the better you understand the real nature of the disorder, the safer you'll be from it.'" Seth was of a materialistic and practical turn of mind, and he offered this hypothesis as an explanation which had approved itself to his own judgment, not because he thoroughly comprehended Dr. Evans' statements, but rather because of the inherent repugnance of his mind to accept a supernatural theory about any phenomenon when a natural theory might be substituted for it, and also as a neutral ground of conciliation, whereon the opposing celestial and diabolic partisans might meet half-way. But it speedily appeared that he had miscalculated in so doing. Neither the friends nor the opponents of David Powell would for an instant admit any such rationalistic suggestion. It was scouted on all hands, and Seth, who had no gift of controversy, speedily found himself reduced to silence. "Well," said he quietly, when he and his father rose to go, "think what you please, but I know that if one of my reapers was to fall down in the field that way, let him be praying or cursing, I should consider it a hospital case." "Good night, Gladwish," said old Max. "Good night, Mrs. Gladwish. I am glad, for the sake of all the decent, sober, godly members of the society, as this firebrand has left it before things come to this pass. And I only wish you'd all had the gift of clear-sightedness to see through him long ago, and cut yourselves off from him as I did." Richard Gibbs advanced towards the old man with outstretched hand. "I hope, Mr. Maxfield," said he, "that you will not think I meant any offence to you just now, but I was so full of conviction, and you know we can but speak the truth to the best of our power. I hope you nor any other Christian man will be in wrath with me, because we don't see things just alike. I know Mr. Powell is always for making peace, for he says we many a time fancy we're fighting the Lord's battles, when in truth we are only desiring victory for our own pride. Anyway, I know he would bid me to ask pardon for a hasty word, if any offence had come by it, and so I hope you'll shake hands." Jonathan Maxfield took no notice of the proffered hand, neither did he make any answer directly, but as he reached the door he turned round and said, "Well, Mr. Jackson, you have your work cut out for you with some of your flock, I doubt, like to like. I expect that ranting Welshman will draw some away from decent chapel going, but them as admires such doings are best got rid of, and that speedily." With that he walked off. "I think Maxfield was rather hard on poor Dicky Gibbs," said Mr. Gladwish to his spouse when they were alone together. "He might have shook hands. Dicky came forward in a real Christian spirit. Maxfield was very hard in his wrath." "Well," returned the virtuous matron, "I can't so much wonder, having the Lord's forgiveness called down on his head in that way. And I don't know, Gladwish, as we should like it ourselves." End of chapter 16. Volume 2, Chapter 17, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 17. Minnie Bodkin had not dismissed from her mind the rumours about Algernon Errington, which she had heard from the widow Thimbleby. After some consideration, she resolved to speak to him directly on the subject, and decided on the manner of doing so. "I will not try to speak to him in the presence of other people," she thought. "He would wriggle off and slip through my fingers if he found the conversation had any tendency to become disagreeable. And then, too, it might be difficult to speak to him without interruption." This latter consideration had reference to Minnie's observation of Mrs. Algernon, who never saw her husband engaged in conversation with Miss Bodkin without unceremoniously thrusting herself between them. The result of Minnie's deliberations was the sending of the following note to the Whitford post office. "My dear Algernon, I want to say a word to you quietly. Can you come to me on your way home this afternoon? I will be ready to receive you at any hour between 4 and 6. Don't disappoint your old friend, M. B." At a few minutes before 5 that evening, Mr. Ancram Errington presented himself at Dr. Bodkin's house, and was shown up to Minnie's room. It was one of Minnie's good days. She was seated in her lounging chair by the fire, but she was not altogether reclining in it, merely leaning a little back against the cushions. A small writing table stood in front of her. It was covered with papers, amongst them a copy of the local newspaper, and she had evidently been busily occupied. When Algernon entered, she held out her hand with a smile of welcome. "This is very good!" she exclaimed. "I was not sure I should succeed in tearing your postmastership away from the multifarious duties." Algernon winced and held up his hand. "Don't, Minnie!" he cried. "For mercy's sake, let me forget all that for half an hour." "Oh, reassure yourself, most overworked of public servants. It is not about the conveyance of His Majesty's mails that I am going to talk to you." "Upon my word, I'm infinitely relieved to hear it." And indeed his countenance brightened at once, and he took a chair opposite to Minnie with all his old nonchalant gaiety. "How you hate your office!" said Minnie, looking at him curiously. "More even than your native laziness, which I know to be considerable, would seem to account for." "Not at all. There's no difficulty in accounting for my distaste for the whole business. There can be no difficulty. It's the simplest, most obvious thing in the world." "Don't things go smoothly? Have you any special troubles or difficulties in the office, Algernon?" "Special troubles! My dear Minnie, what on earth are you driving at?" "I am driving at nothing more than the simple sense of my words implies," she answered, with a marked shade of surprise in her countenance. "I mean just what I say. Is your work going pretty smoothly? Have you any complaints? Does your clerk do well?" "Oh, Gibbs, capitally, capitally. Old Obadiah is a first-rate fellow. Did you know his name was Obadiah? Absurd name, isn't it? Oh yes, he's all right. I trust him entirely, blindly. He has the whole thing in his hands. He might do anything he liked in the office. I have every confidence in Gibbs. But now, Minnie, let us have done with this subject. If you had as much of it as I have, you would understand. Come, dismiss the bugaboo, or I shall think you have entrapped me here to talk to me about the post office. And I warn you, I don't think I should be able to stand that even from you." "How absurdly you are exaggerating, Algy," said Minnie, shaking her head at him, and yet smiling a little at the same time. "But be at peace. I have nothing to say on the subject of the Whitford post office. My discourse will chiefly concern the Whitford postmaster, and no, don't be so ridiculous, not in his official capacity either." "Oh, well, in his private character I should think it impossible to find a more delightful topic of conversation than that interesting and accomplished individual," returned Errington, laughing and settling himself comfortably in his chair. "I hope it may prove so. Tell me first, how is Mrs. Algernon Ancram Errington?" "Why, Castalia's not very well, I think, although I don't know what is the matter. She grows thinner and thinner, and sallower and sallower. Entre nous, Minnie, she frets and chafes against our life here. She has not the gift of looking on the bright side of things. She's rather peevish by nature. It's a little trying sometimes, coming on the back of all the other botherations. Ha! There," passing his hand quickly across his forehead, "let us say no more on that subject either. And now to return to the interesting topic. The delightful and accomplished, eh? What have you to say to me?" Minnie seized on the opportunity which chance had afforded her to introduce the matter which she wished to speak about. "Do you think your wife is annoyed by the importunities of tradespeople, Algy? That would be enough to fret her and sour her temper." "Importunities of tradespeople? Good gracious, no! And besides, I don't think Castalia would allow the importunities of tradespeople to disturb her much. I should fancy that a Bourbon princess could scarcely look on such folks from a more magnificent elevation than poor Castalia does. But, que voulez-vous? She was brought up in that sort of hauteur." "I quite believe in your wife's disregard for the feelings of the tradespeople," answered Minnie dryly. "But this is a question of her own feelings, you see. Come, Algernon, may I take the privilege of our old friendship, and speak to you quite frankly?" "Pray do, my dear Minnie. You know I always loved frankness." He looked the picture of candour as he turned his bright blue eyes on his friend. "Well, then, to begin with a question. Do you not owe money to several persons in Whitford?" "My dear Minnie, don't look so solemn, for mercy's sake. Owe money! Why, I suppose everybody owes money. A few pounds would cover all my debts. I assure you I am never troubled on the subject." "I'm glad to hear it. But will you forgive the liberty I am taking for the sake of my motive, and give me carte blanche to be as impertinent as I please?" "With all my heart," he answered unhesitatingly. "Thanks, Algy. Then to proceed without circumlocution, I am afraid that, since neither you nor your wife are accustomed to domestic economy, you may possibly be spending more money than is quite prudent, without being aware of it. You say you are not disturbed by your debts, but, Algy, I hear things on this subject which are never likely to reach your ears, or not until it is too late for the knowledge of them to serve you. And I have reason to think that there is a good deal of unpleasant feeling among the Whitford tradespeople about you and yours." "You will excuse me for observing that the Whitford tradespeople always have been, within my recollection, a set of pig-headed, prejudicial ignoramuses, and that I see no reason to apprehend any speedy improvement on the intelligence of that highly respectable body." "Don't laugh, Algernon. The matter is serious. You have not been troubled yet, you say, but the trouble may begin at any moment. I should wish you to be prepared to meet it. You may have bills sent in which—" "Bills? Oh, as to that, there's no lack of them already. I must acknowledge the great alacrity and punctuality with which the mercantile class of this town send in their weekly accounts. Oh dear, yes! I have a considerable collection of those interesting documents; so many, in fact, that the other day, when Castalia was complaining of the shabbiness of the paper hangings in our dining room, I proposed to her to cover the walls with the tradesmen's bills. It would be novel, economical, and moral, a kind of memento mori, a death's head at the feast. Fancy seeing your butcher's bill glaring down above the roast mutton every day, and the greengrocer's, to account delivered, restraining the spoon that might otherwise too lavishly dispense the contents of the vegetable dishes." "Algy, Algy!" "Upon my honour, Minnie, I made the suggestion, but Castalia looked as grave as a judge. She didn't see it at all. The fact is, poor Cassie's sense of humour is merely rudimentary." Minnie joined her hands together on the table, and thus supported she leant a little forward, and looked searchingly at the young man. "Algernon," she said with slow deliberation, "I begin to be afraid that the case is worse than I thought." "What do you mean?" he asked almost roughly, and with a sudden change of colour. "I mean that you really are in difficult waters. How has it come to pass that the weekly accounts have accumulated in this way?" He laughed a little forced laugh, but he looked relieved too. "The process is simple. They keep sending 'em in." "And then it is said, forgive me if I appear intrusive, that you gave orders for wine and such things out of Whitford, and that does not incline the people of the place to be patient." "Well, by Jove!" exclaimed Algernon, throwing himself back in his chair and thrusting his hands into his pockets, "that is the most absurd, the most irrational, the most preposterous reason for being angry with me. They grumble when I run up a bill with them, and they're affronted when I don't." "Does your wife understand or control the household expenditure?" "Bless you, no! She's not the very vaguest ideas of anything of the kind. When she had an allowance from her uncle for her dress, my lord used to have to come down every now and then with a supplementary sum of money to get her out of debt." He spoke with an air of perfectly easy amusement, and without a trace of anxiety, unless perhaps an accustomed ear might have detected some constraint in his voice. "But could she not be made to understand? Why not give her some hints on domestic economy? It should be done kindly, of course, and surely her own good sense—" Algernon pursed up his mouth and raised his eyebrows. "She considers herself an unexampled victim as it is. I think lessons in domestic economy would about put the finishing stroke on the internal felicity of Ivy Lodge." Minnie looked pained. They were trenching here on ground on which she had no intention of venturing farther. It formed no part of her plan to be drawn into a discussion respecting the defects and shortcomings of Algernon's wife. She was silent. Algernon got up from his chair and came and stood before Minnie, taking both her hands in his. "My dear girl," he said, "I cannot tell you how much I feel your kindness and friendship. But now pray don't look so terribly like the tragic muse. I assure you there's no need, as far as we are concerned. Castalia is perhaps a little extravagant, but after all, what does it amount to? A few pounds would cover all I owe. The whole of our budget is a mere bagatelle. The fact is, you have attached too much importance to the chatter of those thick-headed boobies. They hate us, I suppose, because Castalia's uncle is a peer of the realm, and because we dine late, and because we prefer claret to double X, or for some equally excellent and conclusive reasons." "I don't know that they hate you, Algy," returned Minnie, but not with an air of very perfect conviction. "And after all, it is scarcely a proof of personal malignity to wish to be paid one's bill." Algernon laughed quite genuinely. "Oh yes, it is!" he cried. "A proof of the direst malignity. What worse can they do?" "Well, Algernon, I cannot presume to push my sermonizings on you any farther. You will give me credit, at least, for having ventured to make them from a single-minded wish to be of some service to you." "My dear Minnie, you're the best fellow in the world. You remember I used to call you so in my saucy schoolboy days, and when your Majesty condescended to permit my impertinences. And to show you how thoroughly I appreciate your friendship, I don't mind telling you that when I'm removed from this damned delightful berth that I now occupy, I shall have to get Uncle Seely to help us out a little. But I feel no scruple about that. Something is due to me. I ought never to have been placed here at all. Well, no matter. It was a mistake. My lord sees it now, and he is setting to work in earnest for me in other quarters. I have every reason to believe that I shall get a very pretty promotion before long. It isn't my business to go about proclaiming this to the butchers and bakers, is it? And between you and me, Miss Bodkin, your dear Whitfordians are as great rogues as the tradesmen in town, and vastly less pleasant to deal with. They make us pay an enormous percentage for the trifling credit we take. So let 'em wait and be paid. Dear Minnie, I assure you I shall not forget your affectionate kindness." He bent down over her as he said the last words, still holding her hands. A change in Minnie's face made him look round, and when he did so, he saw his wife standing just within the room behind him. Minnie was inexpressibly vexed with herself to feel a hot flush covering her face. She knew it would be misconstrued, and that made her colour the more. Mrs. Algernon Errington was the first to speak. "I beg your pardon, Miss Bodkin," she said. "I didn't know that you were so particularly engaged." "What the deuce brought you here?" asked her husband, with a not altogether successful assumption of thinking the whole trio, including himself, completely at their ease. "There was no one in the drawing-room nor in the study," continued Castalia, still addressing Minnie, "so I thought I would come direct to your room. I see now that I ought not to have taken that liberty." "Well, frankly, I don't think you ought, my dear," said her husband lightly. Minnie was sorely tempted to say so too, but she felt that any show of anger on her part would but increase the unpleasantness of the situation, and to quarrel with Algernon's wife under such circumstances would have been equally revolting to her pride and her taste. So she held out her hand to Castalia with grave courtesy, and said, "I have to apologise on my side for having taken the privilege of old friendship to sermonize your husband a little. He will tell you what I have ventured to speak to him about. I hope you will forgive me." Castalia appeared not to see the proffered hand. She stood quite still near the door as she answered, "Oh, I dare say it is all quite right. I don't suppose Ancram will tell me anything about it. I am not in his secrets." "This is no secret, Mrs. Errington, at all events not from you." "Oh, I don't know, but I dare say it doesn't matter." Through all the languid insolence of her manner there was discernible so much real pain of mind that Minnie once more checked a severe speech and answered gently, "You will judge of that. Of course Algernon will discuss the subject of our conversation with you." Mrs. Algernon Errington scarcely condescended to return Minnie's parting salutation, but walked away, saying to her husband over her shoulder, "I am going to drive home. It is nearly dinner time. I suppose you are coming, but don't let me interfere with your arrangements." "Interfere with a fiddlestick!" cried Algernon in the quick, testy tone that was the nearest approach to loss of temper Minnie had ever seen in him. Then he added after an instant, with a short laugh, "I don't know why I'm supposed not to include dinner in my arrangements to day of all days in the year." And then the husband and wife went away together, and entered the fly that awaited them before Dr. Bodkin's door. "How did you know where to find me?" asked Algernon suddenly, after a silent drive of some 10 minutes. "Oh, I knew you had a rendezvous." "I had no rendezvous. You could not know it." "Couldn't I? I tell you I saw that creature's letter. Dear Algernon! What right has she to write to you like that?" And Castalia burst into angry tears. Algernon turned upon her eagerly. "Saw her letter? Where? How?" "I... They told me. It was at the office." "You went to the office? And you saw Minnie's letter?" "I... It's no use scolding me or pretending to be injured. I know who's injured of us two." "I suppose I must have left the note lying open on the table of my office," said Algernon, speaking very distinctly, and not looking at his wife. "Yes, that must be it. I tore it up. You will find the fragments on the floor if you think them worth preserving." "What a goose you are, Castalia!" exclaimed her husband, leaning back in the carriage and closing his eyes. Now the fact was that Algernon distinctly remembered having placed Minnie's note in a drawer of a little secretaire which he kept habitually locked, and of which the key was at that moment in his waistcoat pocket; and the discovery that his wife had in some way or other obtained access to the said secretaire gave him, for reasons known only to himself, abundant food for conjecture and reflection during the rest of the drive home. End of Chapter 17. End of Volume 2. Volume 3, Chapter 1 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 1. There was a scene that evening at Ivy Lodge, not the less a scene in that it was conducted on genteel methods. Mrs. Algernon Errington inflicted on her husband during dinner a recapitulation of all her wrongs and injuries which could be covertly hinted at. She would not broadly speak out her meaning before "the servants." The phrase shaped itself thus in her mind from old habit; but in truth "the servants" were represented by one plump-faced damsel in a yellow print gown, into which her person seemed to have been inserted in the same way that bran is inserted into the cover of a pincushion. She seemed to have been stuffed into it by means of considerable force, and with less reference to the natural shape of her body than to the arbitrary outlines of the case made for it by a Whitford dressmaker. This girl ministered to her master and mistress during dinner, pouring water and wine, changing knives and plates, handing vegetables, and not unfrequently dropping a spoon or a sprinkling of hot gravy into the laps of her employers. She had succeeded to Slater, who resigned her post after a trial of some 6 weeks' duration. Castalia, in despair at this desertion, had written to Lady Seely to send her a maid from London forthwith. But to this application she received a reply to the effect that my lady could not undertake to find any one who would suit her niece, and that her ladyship thought Castalia had much better make up her mind to do without a regular lady's maid, and to take some humbler attendant who would make herself generally useful. "I always knew Slater wouldn't stay with you," wrote Lady Seely, "and you won't get any woman of that kind to stay. You can't afford to keep one. Your uncle is fairly well, but poor Fido gives me a great deal of unhappiness. He eats nothing." Not by any means from conviction or submission to the imperious advice of Lady Seely, but under the yoke of stern necessity, Castalia had consented to try a young woman of the neighbourhood, highly recommended; and this Abigail, in her tight yellow gown, was the cause of Mrs. Algernon's reticence during dinner. The poor lady might, however, have spared herself this restraint, if its object were to keep her servants in the dark as to domestic disagreements. For no sooner had Lydia, that was the Abigail's name, reached the kitchen, than she and Polly the cook began a discussion of Mr. and Mrs. Algernon Errington's private affairs, which displayed a surprising knowledge of very minute details, and an almost equally surprising power of piecing evidence together. When Lydia was gone, Algernon lit a cigar and drew up his chair to the fireside, where he sat silent, staring at his elegantly slippered feet on the fender. Castalia rose, fidgeted about the room, walked to the door, stopped, turned back, and standing directly opposite to Algernon, said querulously, "Do you mean to remain here?" "For the present, yes, out of consideration for you. You dislike me to smoke in the drawing room, do you not?" "Why should you smoke at all?" Algernon raised his eyebrows, shrugged his shoulders, crossed one leg over the other, and made no answer. His wife went away, and sitting down alone on a corner of the sofa, in her little drawing room, cried bitterly for a long time. She was made to raise her tear-stained face by feeling a hand pass gently over her hair. She looked up, and found her husband standing beside her. "What's the matter, little woman?" he asked in a half-coaxing, half-bantering tone, like one speaking to a naughty child, too young to be seriously reproved or argued with.
Now, although Castalia was haughty by education and insolent by temper, she had very little real pride and no dignity in her character. To be noticed and caressed by Algernon was to her a sufficient compensation for almost any indignity. There was but one passion of her nature which had any chance of resisting his personal influence, and that passion had never yet been fully aroused, though frequently irritated. Her jealousy was like a young tiger that had never yet tasted blood. "What's the matter, little woman?" repeated Algernon, seating himself beside her and putting his arm round her waist. She shrugged her shoulders fretfully, but at the same time nestled herself nearer to his side. She loved him, and it put her at immense disadvantage with him. "Don't you mean to vouchsafe me an answer, Mrs. Algernon Ancram Errington?" "Oh, I dare say you're very sorry that I am, Mrs. Errington. I have no doubt you repent." "Really? And is that what you are crying for?" No reply. "It looks rather as if you repented, madam." "Oh, you know I don't, unless you like other people better than you like me." "Other people don't cry in my company." "No, because they don't care for you, and because they're nasty, artful minxes." "Hear, hear! A charming definition! Castalia, you are really impayable sometimes. How my lord would enjoy that speech of yours!" "No, he wouldn't. Uncle Val would never enjoy what vexed me. My lady might. Nasty, disagreeable old thing." "There I can agree with you. A vulgar kind of woman, though she is my blood relation, thoroughly coarse in the grain. But now that we've relieved our feelings and spoken our minds on that score, suppose we converse rationally." "I don't want to converse rationally." "Why not?" "Because that means that you're going to scold me." "Well, that might be highly rational, certainly, only I never do it." "Well, but you'll manage to make out that I'm in the wrong and you're in the right, somehow or other." "Cassie, I want you to write a letter." "A letter? Whom do you want me to write to?" Her tears were completely dried, and she looked up at him with a faint smile on her countenance, which, however, looked rueful enough, with red nose and swollen eyes. "You must write to my lord and get him to help us with a little money." Her face fell. "Ask Uncle Val for money again, Ancram? It is such a short time since he sent me some." "And to morrow at this hour it will be such a short time since you had your dinner. Nevertheless, I suppose you will want another dinner." I don't think Uncle Val can afford it, Ancram." "Leave that to him. Afford it? Pshaw!" Algernon made the little sharp ejaculation in a tone expressive of the most impatient contempt. "But do we really? Is it absolutely necessary for us to beg of my uncle again?" "Not at all. Do just as you please," answered her husband, rising and walking away from the sofa to a distant chair. Castalia's eyes followed him piteously. "But what can I say?" she asked. "What excuse can I make? I hate to worry Uncle Val. It isn't as if he had more money than he knew what to do with. And if Lady Seely knew about his helping us, she would lead him such a life." "Do as you please. It would be 1,000 pities to worry your uncle. Let all the worry fall on me." He took up a book and threw himself back in his chair, as if he had dismissed the subject. "I don't know what to do!" exclaimed Castalia with fretful helplessness. At length, after sitting silent for some time, twisting her handkerchief backwards and forwards in her fingers, she got up and crossed the room to her husband's chair. "Ancram," she said softly. "Eh? I beg your pardon?" looking up with an appearance of great abstraction, as if the perusal of his book had absorbed all his attention. "I wish to do what will please you. I only care to please you in the world. But can't you explain to me a little better why I must write to Uncle Val?" Explain? Of course he would. He desired nothing better. He had brought her to a point at which encouragement was needed, not coldness; and with the singular flexibility that belonged to him, he was able immediately to plunge into an animated statement of his present situation, which sufficed to persuade his hearer that no course of conduct could be so desirable, so prudent, nay, so praiseworthy, as the course he had suggested. To be sure, the details were vague, but the general impression was vivid enough. If Algernon's pictures were a little inaccurate in drawing, they were at least always admirably coloured; and the general impression was this, that there never had been a person of such brilliant abilities and charming qualities as Algernon Ancram Errington, so unjustly consigned to obscurity and poverty; and no contributions to his comfort, luxury, or well-being were too much to expect and claim from the world in general, and his wife's relations in particular. Common honesty, common decency almost, would compel Lord Seely to make all the amends in his power for having placed Algernon in the Whitford post office; and there was an insinuation very skilfully and delicately mixed with all the seemingly unstudied and spontaneous outpourings of Algy's conjugal confidence, an insinuation which affected the flavour of the whole, as an accomplished cook will contrive to mingle garlic in a ragoût, never coarsely obtrusive and yet distinctly perceptible, to the effect that the hand of Miss Castalia Kilfinane had been somewhat officiously thrust upon her charming husband, and that the family owed him no little gratitude for having been kind enough to accept it. Poor Castalia had an uneasy feeling, at the end of his fluent discourse, that Algernon had been a victim to her great relations, and in some dim way to herself; but the garlic was so admirably blended with the whole mass, that it was impossible for her to pick it out or resent it, or do anything but declare her willingness to help her husband by any means in her power. "Why, my dear girl, it is as much for your sake as for mine. And as to the necessity for it, I must tell you what Minnie Bodkin said to me to day. Minnie is an excellent creature, full of friendly feeling, a little too conceited and fond of lecturing." Castalia's face brightened. "But much must be excused to an afflicted invalid who never meets her fellow creatures on equal terms." Castalia looked almost happy, but she said, "As to her affliction, it seems to me that she has been growing much stronger lately." "Yes, I am glad to think so too. But let the best happen that can be hoped. Let the disease that has kept her helpless on her couch all these years be overcome. Still she must always be so lame as to make her an object of pity." "Poor thing! I dare say it does warp her mind a good deal. What did she say to you?" Algernon recapitulated a part of Minnie's warnings, but gave them such a turn as to make it appear that the greatest wrath and impatience of the Whitford tradesman were directed against his wife. "They have a narrow kind of provincial prejudice against you, Cassie, on account of your being a London fine lady. Me they know, and in their great condescension are pleased to approve of." "Oh, everybody likes you better than me, of course," answered Castalia simply. "But I don't care for that, if you will only like me better than anybody." The genuine devotion with which this was said would have touched most men. It might have touched Algernon, had he not been too much engrossed in mentally composing the rough draft of Castalia's letter to her uncle, and putting his not inconsiderable powers of plausible persuasion to the task of making it appear that his wife's personal extravagance was the chief cause of their need for ready money. "Don't tell him that I even know of your writing. My lord will be more willing to come down handsomely if he thinks it's only for you, Cassie," said Algernon, as he drew up his wife's writing table for her, placed a chair, opened her inkstand, and performed several little acts of attention with a really charming grace and gallantry. So Castalia, writing almost literally what her husband dictated, although he kept saying at every sentence, "My dear child, you ought to know best how to address your uncle. Well, I really don't know, but I think you might put it thus," and so forth, completed an appeal to Lord Seely to anticipate by nearly a quarter the allowance he continued to make her for her dress out of his private purse, and if possible to increase its amount. One such appeal had already been made, and responded to by a gift of money. It had been made immediately after the arrival of the newly married couple in Whitford, on the ground of the unforeseen expenses attendant on installing themselves in their new habitation. In answering it, Lord Seely had written kindly, but with evident disapproval of the step that had been taken. "I cannot, Castalia," he said, "bid you keep anything secret from your husband, and yet I can scarcely help saying that I wish he did not know of the cheque I enclose. I fear he is disposed to be reckless in money matters, and nothing encourages such a disposition more than the idea that aid can be had from friends for the asking. Ancram will recollect a serious conversation I had with him the evening before your marriage, and I can only now reiterate what I then assured him of, that it will be impossible for me to repeat the assistance I gave him on that occasion." "What assistance was that, Ancram?" asked Castalia, who knew not a word of the matter. "Oh, I believe my lord made me the munificent present of 2 pair of breeches and an old coat and a waistcoat or so." "Made you a present of an old coat and breeches? What on earth do you mean?" "I mean that he paid a twopenny outstanding tailor's bill for me, and he writes now as if he had conferred the most overwhelming obligation." The fact was that Lord Seely had discharged a great number of Algernon's debts, all of them as his lordship imagined; but there was clearly no need of troubling Castalia with these details. When the letter was finished and sealed, Castalia sat musingly tracing unmeaning figures with the point of her pen on the blotting book. At length she said with some hesitation, "Ancram, how is it that we spend so much money? I don't think I'm very extravagant." "So much money! Good heavens, Castalia, but you really have no conception of these things. Our whole income and twice our income is a miserable pittance. The Dormers pay their butler more." She was again silent for a little while. Then she said, "Isn't there anything we could do without?" Her husband looked at her in astonishment. It was a quite unexpected suggestion on Castalia's part. "Could you be kind enough to point out anything?" he asked dryly. She looked somewhat cast down by his tone, but answered, There's that last case of wine from town, the Rhine wine. Don't you think we might send it back unopened, and do with a bottle of sherry now and then from the Blue Bell? Your mother finds that very good." "Pshaw!" with the accustomed sharp impatient contempt. "My mother knows no more about wine than a baby. To drink bad wine is absolutely to poison oneself. I can't do it, and I don't mean to let you do it either. And when one knows that it is only a question of a few months, more or less, and that directly I get a better berth, these greedy rascals will be paid their extortionate bills in full. Positively, Castalia, it seems to me childish to talk in that way." It was the same with one or two other suggestions of retrenchment she ventured to make. Algernon showed conclusively enough to satisfy his hearer at all events, that it would not do, that it would be absolutely imprudent on their part to make any open retrenchment. All these sharks would come round them at once if they smelt poverty. "I know these gentry better than you, Castalia," he said. "There is no way of getting on with them except by not being in a hurry to pay them. Nothing spoils tradespeople so much as any over-alacrity of that kind. They immediately conclude that you can't do without them." "Oh, they're disgustingly impudent creatures, these Whitford tradespeople. There is no doubt in the world about that," said Castalia in perfect good faith. "Only I thought you seemed to be made uneasy by what Miss Bodkin said to you on the subject." "To be sure; but my dear girl, your method would never answer. I do want money very badly, and I do hope and expect, as I think I have some right to do, that my lord will assist us without delay, and without making one of his intolerable prosy preachments on the occasion. And we must have a few pounds to go on with, and stop the mouths of these rapacious rascals. But no retrenchment, Castalia, no Bluebell sherry. Good heavens, it makes one bilious to think of it. I really cannot sacrifice my digestion to advance the commercial prosperity of Whitford. And when one considers it, why should we destroy our peace of mind by worrying ourselves? Lord Seely has got us into this scrape, and Lord Seely must get us out of it. Voilà tout." After that, the rest of the evening was spent very harmoniously. Algernon could not repress two or three prodigious yawns, but he politely concealed them; and when Castalia went to her pianoforte, he woke up at the conclusion of an intricate fantasia quite in time to thank her for the performance, and to praise its brilliancy. In a word, so agreeable an evening, Castalia told herself, she had not passed for many weeks, although it had certainly begun in an unpromising way. So softened was she, indeed, by this gleam of happiness, that several times she was on the point of making a confession to her husband, and entreating his forgiveness; but she could not bear to risk bringing a cloud over the light of his countenance, which was the only sunshine in her life. "Ancram would be so angry," was a thought that checked back words which were on her lips a dozen times. "And since the matter is all over, and he need never know anything about it, I may as well hold my tongue." It needed, however, no confession on Castalia's part to convince Algernon that she had opened his secretaire and taken Minnie Bodkin's letter thence, instead of having found it lying open on his table, as she had said. For on the next morning, when he entered his private room at the office, his first action was to try the little secretaire, which was unlocked. He then remembered that after having secured that repository of his private papers, he had reopened it to throw Minnie's note into a drawer of it, and having been called away at that moment, must have forgotten to relock it. "Damnably provoking!" muttered Algernon to himself, as he stood looking at the little cabinet with gloomy, anxious brows. Then, having first bolted the door of his room, he made a thorough search throughout the secretaire. Nothing disturbed. She probably flew off to Dr. Bodkin's house directly after reading Minnie's note, and that lay in the little empty drawer right in front. It would be the first she opened. Then he sat down in a mighty comfortable armchair, which was placed in front of an official-looking desk, and meditated so deeply that he forgot to unbolt the door, and was roused by Mr. Gibbs tapping at it, and desiring to speak with him on business. End of Volume 3, Chapter 1. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 2. Mr. Gibbs' errand was not a pleasant one. He came to speak to his chief of complaints that had reached the office as to lost and missing letters. The most serious case was that of a man living in the neighbourhood of Duckwell, who complained that a money letter had never reached him, although it had been posted in Bristol 3 weeks back. Some inquiries had previously been made, but without result, and now the Duckwell man declared he would make a fine fuss, and bring the matter before the very highest authorities, if his letter were not forthcoming. "What does the bumpkin mean, Gibbs?" asked Algernon, impatiently tapping with his fingers on the desk before him. "I'm afraid he'll give us a deal of bother, sir," returned Mr. Gibbs slowly.
And I can't understand what has come of the letter. It's very awkward." "Very awkward for him, if he really has lost his money. But I should not be surprised to learn that it never was posted at all." "I don't know. He swears that the sender at Bristol can prove that it was posted." "And why the deuce do people go on sending bank notes by post, without the least care or precaution? One must have been connected with a post office in order fully to appreciate the imbecility of one's fellow creatures." "I don't know that it was bank notes, sir. It may have been a cheque." "Oh, depend upon it, it was whatever was stupidest to send, and most calculated to give trouble, if it was sent, that is to say. I can't call to mind such a thing happening for 20 years back, not in this office, but lately there seems to be no end to things going wrong. Well, don't distress yourself about it, Gibbs. I have full reliance on you in every way." "Oh, no, sir, it is unpleasant, but I don't know that I specially need distress myself about it." "Only because you haven't had the uncontrolled management of the office, Gibbs, and it is too bad, when one has worked so conscientiously as you have, to be worried by blundering bumpkins. I assure you, Gibbs, I am constantly singing your praises to Lord Seely. I tell him frankly that if it were not for you, I don't know in the least how I should fulfil my onerous duties here. When I'm removed from this place, the powers that be won't have far to look for my successor." This was the most explicit word that had yet fallen from Mr. Errington on the subject of his subordinate's promotion, and it decidedly gratified Mr. Obadiah Gibbs. Nevertheless, that steady individual was not so elated by the prospect held out to him as to dismiss from his mind the business he had come to speak about. "It is the most unaccountable thing," said he. 3 or 4 cases of the kind within 2 months! And up to that time no office in the kingdom bore a better character than Whitford. I hope the thing may be cleared up, but it is next to impossible to trace a stolen letter. The Duckwell man, Heath his name is, Roger Heath, says he is determined to complain to the Postmaster General. I suppose we shall be having the surveyor come to look after us. You see, it isn't like a solitary case, that's the worst of it. There's what you may term an accumulation, sir." Whilst Mr. Gibbs poured forth his troubled mind in these and many more slow sentences, Algernon rose, took his hat, brushed it lightly with his glove, put it on, and was evidently about to depart. Gibbs ventured to lay his hand on his coat sleeve to detain him. The clerk was not satisfied that the matter should be dismissed so lightly. It might not be possible to do anything truly, but in common with a great many other people, Mr. Obadiah Gibbs felt that, where efficacious action was impracticable, it was all the more desirable to mark the gravity of an unpleasant circumstance by copious talking of it. Life would become in some sort too frivolous and easy if, when a matter clearly could not be remedied, every one agreed to say no more about it. A vast deal of sage eloquence would thus be choked and dammed up, and Mr. Gibbs, for his special part, was conscious of having some reputation amongst his fellow Wesleyans for a gift of utterance. "I really don't know, sir, what to say to Roger Heath," he persisted. "Oh, tell him inquiries will be made in the proper quarters." "That, sir, has been said already. He has been here twice or thrice." "Then tell him to go to the devil," said Algernon, sharply jerking his arm away from the clerk's grasp, and walking off. The pious and respectable Mr. Gibbs shook his head disapprovingly at this profane speech, and went back to his stool in the outer office with a lowering brow. Algernon walked along the High Street, and turned down a narrow lane leading towards the river, and past one corner of the grammar school. The boys were just coming out of school, with the usual shrill babble and rush. A party of Dr. Bodkin's private scholars were on their way to Whit Meadow. "Good day, Ingleby," said Algernon, addressing the eldest of them, the same lad who had been Rhoda's squire in the tea-room on the night of Mrs. Algernon Errington's début in Whitford society. "Where are you off to?" "We're going to have a row. I've got a boat, and we're going up the river as far as Duckwell Reach. We have leave from the doctor. Deuce of a job to get it, though." "Why?" "Oh, because he's nervous about the river. Thinks it's dangerous and all that." "Well, you know, Ingleby," said a younger boy with much eagerness, "lots of people have been drowned in that bit of the river between here and Duckwell Reach." "Lots of people, gammon!" "Well, 2 since I've been here." "Oh, I dare say. Well, if you funk it, you needn't come. There's plenty without you." "You know I don't funk it for myself, Ingleby. I can swim." "Yes, my friend, you wouldn't get into a boat if you couldn't." "I'm on honour with the doctor to take none but swimmers," said Ingleby, turning to Algernon, "and of course that settles the matter. But for my part, I should have thought anybody but the quite small boys might walk out of the Whit if they tumbled into it." "Oh no, you do our noble river injustice. You're not a Whitfordian, or you would know better than that. There are some very ugly places between here and Duckwell Reach, places where I wouldn't give much for your chance of getting out if once you fell in, swimmer though you are. Good bye, a pleasant row to you." The boys pursued their way to the boat.
and Algernon, turning off at right angles when he reached the bottom of the lane, got into Whit Meadow through a turnstile at the foot of the grammar school playground. There was a footpath through the meadow, and some fields beyond, which made a pleasant walk enough in fine summer weather, and was then a good deal frequented. But at this season it was damp, muddy, and lonely. The day was fine, but the ground had been saturated by previous rains, and that part of the meadow nearest to the margin of the river was almost a swamp. The path continued to skirt the Whit for some miles, running in the direction of Duckwell, and as Algernon walked along it he saw the windings of the river shining in the sun, and presently there appeared on it the boat full of schoolboys. One of them wore a scarlet cap, and thus made a bright spot of colour in the landscape. The sound of their young voices was carried across the water to Algernon's ears. He stood for a moment or so at the gate of his own garden, which ran down behind the house to the river path, and watched them. The thought crossed his mind that if any accident should occur to the boat at that spot, there would be little chance of assistance reaching it quickly. Ivy Lodge was the last house on that side of the river between Whitford and Duckwell Reach, and on the willow-fringed shore opposite not a living creature was to be seen except some cattle grazing in the plashy fields. The whole scene, the vivid green of the marsh grass, the grey willows, the boat with its wet oars flashing at regular intervals, the red-capped boy, and the sound of the fresh shrill laughter of the crew, all fixed themselves on his mind with that vividness of impression which trivial external things so often make upon a brain labouring with some inward trouble. End of Chapter 2. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 3. "What a state your boots are in!" exclaimed Castalia, pausing at the foot of the stairs, which she happened to be descending as her husband entered the house. "And why did you come by the back way?" "I was worried, and did not wish to meet people and be chatted to. I thought the meadow path would be quiet, and so it was." "Quiet! Yes, but how horribly muddy! Do change your wet boots at once, Ancram." There was little need for her to insist on this proceeding. Algernon hastened to his room, pulled off his wet boots, and desired that they should be thrown away. "They can be dried and cleaned, sir," said plump-faced Lydia, aghast at this order. "My good girl, you may do what you please with them. I shall never wear them again. Slight boots of that sort, that have once been wet through, become shapeless. Don't you understand? Take them away." When the master of the house descended to the drawing-room, he found a paper, squarely folded in the shape of a letter, lying in a conspicuous position on the centre table. It was Mr. Gladwish, the shoemaker's bill, accompanied by an urgent request for immediate payment. "More wall-paper, Cassie," said her husband, flinging himself on the sofa. "Do you know, Lydia tells me the man was quite insolent," said Castalia. "What can be done with such people? They don't seem to have the least idea who we are." "Oh, confound the brutes! Don't let us talk about them." But Castalia continued to talk about them in a strain of mingled wonder and disgust. She did not cease until dinner was announced, and Algernon was by that time so thoroughly wearied by his conjugal tête-à-tête that he even received with something like satisfaction the announcement that Castalia expected the Misses Rose and Violet McDougall to pass the evening at Ivy Lodge. "I dare say your mother will come too," said Castalia, "and bring Rhoda Maxfield with her. I asked her." "Rhoda? Why on earth do you invite that little Maxfield?" "What is your objection to her, Ancram?" "Oh, I have no objection to her in the world, but I should not have thought she was precisely the sort of person to suit you." "That's exactly what Miss Bodkin says. Miss Bodkin tried to keep Rhoda apart from me, I'm perfectly sure, and I can't fathom her motive. And now you say the same sort of thing. However, I always notice that you echo her words, but I don't intend to be guided by Miss Bodkin's likes and dislikes. I haven't the same opinion of Miss Bodkin's wisdom that the people have here, and I shall choose my friends for myself. It's quite absurd, the fuss that is made in this place about Miss Bodkin. Absolutely sickening. Rose McDougall is the only person of the whole set who seems to keep her senses on the subject." "Rose McDougall will never lose her senses from admiration of another woman," returned Algernon. And then the colloquy was broken up by the arrival of the Misses McDougall, clogged and cloaked, and attended by their maidservant. After having exchanged greetings with these ladies, Algernon withdrew, murmuring something about going to smoke his cigar. "You'll not be long, Ancram, shall you?" said his wife, in a complaining tone; but he disappeared from the room without replying to her. "I'm so dreadfully afraid that I drive your husband away when I come here, my dear," said Rose McDougall, with a spiteful glance at Algernon's retreating figure. "Good gracious, no!
"He doesn't think of minding you at all." "Oh, I dare say he does not mind me. He does not think me of importance enough to be taken any notice of. But I cannot help observing that he always keeps out of the way as much as possible when I am spending an evening here." "Nonsense," said Castalia, tranquilly continuing to string steel beads on to red silk for the manufacture of a purse. "You might as well say that it is I who drive Mr. Errington away, Rose," put in Violet. "Not at all," returned her sister with sudden sharpness. "That's quite a different matter." "I don't see why, Rose." The true answer to this remark in the elder Miss McDougall's mind would have been, "You are so utterly insignificant compared with me, that you are effaced in my company, and are neither liked nor disliked on your own merits." But she could not quite say that, so she merely repeated with increased sharpness, "That's a very different matter." Rose McDougall was one of those persons who prefer animosity to indifference. That any one should simply not care about her was a suggestion so intolerable, that she was wont to declare of persons who did not show any special desire for her society, that they hated her. She was sure Mr. A. detested the sight of her, and Miss B. was her bitter enemy. But perhaps in Algernon's case she had more reason for declaring he disliked her, than in many others. He did in truth object to the sort of influence she exercised over Castalia. He knew that Castalia was insatiably curious about even the most trifling details of his past life in Whitford, and he knew that Miss McDougall was very capable of misrepresenting, even of innocently misrepresenting, many circumstances and persons in such a way as to irritate Castalia's easily aroused jealousy. And Castalia's easily aroused jealousy was an element of discomfort in his daily life. In a word, there had arisen since his marriage a smouldering sort of hostility between him and Rose McDougall; but he was far from conceiving the acrid nature of her feelings towards him. For his part, he laughed at her in a little playful way, and contradicted her, and above all, he did not permit her to bore him by exacting any attention from him, which he was disinclined to pay. But there was no bitterness in all that, none in the world. Only he did not reckon on the bitterness excited in Miss Rose's breast by being laughed at and neglected. The graceful and charming way in which the laughter and neglect were accomplished by no means mollified the sting of them, a point which graceful and charming persons would do well sometimes to consider, but to which they are often singularly blind. "And what have you been doing with yourself all day, Castalia dear?" asked Violet with a great display of affection. "Oh, what can one do with oneself in this horrid hole?" "To be sure!" responded Violet, but she responded rather uncertainly. To her, Whitford seemed by no means a horrid hole. She had been content enough to live there for many years, ever since her uncle had brought her and her sister from Scotland in their mourning clothes, and received his orphan nieces into his home. "Don't speak of it, my dear!" exclaimed Rose, on whom the reminiscences of the years spent in Whitford wrought by no means a softening effect. "What possessed Uncle James to stick himself down in this place of all places, I cannot conjecture. He might as well have buried us girls alive at once." "Oh, well, I suppose you have had time enough to get used to it," said Castalia coolly. "Violet, will you ring the bell? It is close to you. Thank you. Lydia," when the girl appeared, "where is your master?" "In the dining room, ma'am." "What is he doing?" "Smoking and reading, ma'am." "Go and ask him to come here, with my love." "How the woman worrets him! She doesn't leave him a minute's peace," was Lydia's comment to the cook on this embassy. "She worrets everybody, in her slow, crawly kind of way. But I'm sorry for her sometimes too. It's a trying thing to care more for a person's little finger than a person cares for your whole body and soul," returned Polly, who had a kind of broad good nature and candour. But Lydia felt no sympathy with her mistress, and maintained that it was all her own fault then. What did she always be nagging at him for? Having that pitiless contempt for other women's mistakes in the management of their husbands, which is not uncommon with her sex. Some such thoughts as Lydia's probably passed through the minds of the Misses McDougall, but of course that was not the time or place to express them. They exerted themselves to entertain their hostess with a variety of Whitford gossip, while Castalia, her attention divided between the purse she was making and the drawing room door, at which she hoped to see her husband presently appear, merely threw in a languid interjection now and then as her contribution to the conversation. At length she rose and flung the crimson and steel purse down on the table. "Do you want anything, dear?" asked the obliging Violet with officious alacrity. "No, I shan't be long gone. Sit still, Violet." "She's gone to implore her husband to honour us with a little of his society," whispered Rose, when Castalia had shut the door. "I'm certain of it. More fool she." The sisters sat silent for a few minutes. Then they heard the door of the dining room open, as though Castalia were coming back, and the sound of voices. Rose was seated nearest to the door, which was separated from that of the little dining room opposite by a very narrow passage, and she distinctly heard Algernon say, "Pooh, the old girl doesn't want me."
And again, "Says I hate her? Nonsense! I look on her with the veneration due to her years and virtues." And then Castalia said, "Well, she can't help her years. Besides, that's not the question. You ought to come for my sake. It is very unkind of you, Ancram." After that there was a low murmur of speech, as though the speakers had changed their places in the room, and Rose was able to distinguish no more. When Mrs. Algernon Errington returned to the drawing-room, she found Violet in her old seat near the pianoforte, but Rose had shifted her position and was standing near the window. "What are you doing there, Rose? Enjoying the prospect?" asked Castalia. The shutters were not closed, but as the night was very dark, there certainly did not seem to be any inducement to look out of the window. "Can't you persuade your husband to come, dear? I'm so sorry," said Rose, turning round, and her sister looked up quickly at the sound of her voice, which, to Violet's accustomed ear, betrayed in its inflections suppressed anger. Her face, too, was crimson, and her little light blue eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. Castalia, however, noticed none of these things. "Oh, he'll come presently," she said. "He really was finishing a cigar. I told him that you were offended with him, and—" "I offended with your husband? Oh dear, no. Why on earth should I be? You ought not to have said that, Castalia." "Well, you thought he was offended with you, or something of the sort. It's all the same," returned Castalia, with her air of weary indifference. "And he says it's nonsense." "My dear, I am only sorry on your account that he won't come. Really, to myself, it matters very little indeed. What a pity that you have not some one to amuse him. We are none of us clever enough, that is clear." "Oh, you are quite mistaken if you think Ancram cares particularly for clever women," said Castalia, whose thoughts instantly reverted to Minnie Bodkin. "Even Miss Bodkin, whom everybody declares to be such a wonder of talent, bores him sometimes, I can tell you. Of course he has known her from his childhood, and all that. But he said to me only yesterday that she was conceited, and too fond of preaching. So you see, I dare say, poor thing, she fancies all the time that she is enchanting him by her wisdom." "Dear me," said Violet timidly, and with a sort of strangled sigh, "I think that as a rule gentlemen don't like any kind of women except pretty women, though to be sure Minnie is handsome enough if it wasn't for her affliction." "Oh, I wasn't thinking of Minnie," said Rose, viciously twitching at her sewing thread. "I meant it was a pity that there was no one here who was clever enough, and who thought it worth while to play off pretty airs and graces for Mr. Errington's amusement. That's the kind of cleverness that attracts men, and your husband, my dear, was always remarkably fond of flirting." Violet opened her eyes in astonishment, and from her place a little behind Castalia made a warning grimace to her sister; but Rose only responded by a defiant toss of the head. Castalia's attention was now effectually aroused, and although she still spoke in the querulous drawl that was natural to her, or had become so from long habit, it was with a countenance earnestly addressed to her interlocutor, instead of, as hitherto, with carelessly averted eyes. "I never heard any one say before that Ancram was fond of flirting," she said. "I should have thought it was not necessary to hear it. You might see it for yourself, unless indeed he is very sly about it in your presence." "See it for myself? Why, there's nobody here for him to flirt with." This naïve ignoring of any pretensions on the part of her present guests to be eligible for the purposes of flirtation was not lost on Rose. "Not many who would flirt with a married man. No, I hope and believe not. But there are many kinds of flirtation, you know. There's the soft and sentimental, the shy, sweet 16 style. Little Miss Maxfield's style, for instance." "Rhoda?" "Yes, that is her name, I believe. I have never been intimate with the young person myself. Uncle James has always been very particular as to whom we associated with. However, since you have taken her up, my dear, I suppose she may be considered visitable." "We have met her at Dr. Bodkin's, you know, Rose," put in Violet, who was looking and listening with a distressed expression of face. "Oh yes, I believe Minnie asked her there at first to please Algernon. Minnie can be good-natured in that sort of way, but I don't know that it was very judicious." "Why should you suppose it was to please my husband that Rhoda was invited to the Bodkins?" asked Castalia. "I don't see that at all. The girl might have been asked to please Miss Bodkin. I dare say she had heard of her from Mrs. Errington. Mrs. Errington is always raving about her." Rose smiled with tightly closed lips and nodded. "To be sure! Poor dear Mrs. Errington! I mean no disrespect to your mother-in-law, Castalia, who is really a superior woman, only in some things she is as blind as a bat." Castalia's sallow face was paler than ever. Her nostrils were dilated as if she had been running fast. "You never told me a word of this before," she said. "My dear creature," said Rose, looking full at Castalia for the first time, "why, what was there to tell? The subject was led to by chance now, and I had not the least idea that you did not know all Algy's old love stories. Everybody here, except I suppose poor dear Mrs. Errington, knew of the boy and girl nonsense between him and that little thing. But of course it never was serious. That was out of the question." "I don't believe it," said Castalia suddenly. "Well, I dare say the thing was exaggerated, as so often happens. For my part, I never could see what there was in the girl to make so many people admire her. A certain freshness, perhaps, and some men do think a great deal of that pink and white sort of insipidity. At all events, Ancram does not care about her now," said Castalia, speaking in broken sentences, and twisting her watch chain nervously backwards and forwards in her fingers. "Oh, of course not! I dare say he never did care about her in earnest. But that sort of philandering is a little dangerous, isn't it?" "He does not like me to ask her to the house, even." "Doesn't he?" "No, he has said so more or less plainly several times. He said so this very evening." "Did he indeed? Well, I really am glad to hear it. I scarcely gave Mr. Errington, credit for so much prudence." "Mrs. Errington and Miss Maxfield," announced Lydia at the door of the drawing room. CHAPTER 4. Volume 3, Chapter 4 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 4. Mrs. Errington advanced towards her daughter-in-law with her habitual serene stateliness, and Rhoda followed her, modestly, looking very pretty in a new dress, the delicate hue of which set off her fair complexion to great advantage. Castalia received them much as usual, that is to say, without displaying any emotion whatever. But when Mrs. Errington took her daughter-in-law's hand, she exclaimed, "Good gracious, Castalia, how cold you are! A perfect frog! And yet this little room of yours is very warm, oppressively warm, to one coming from without." "We find the temperature so comfortable here," said Violet. "Dear Castalia always has her rooms deliciously warm, we think." "Perhaps, Violet, you are chilly by nature. Some constitutions are so. For myself, I have a wonderful circulation, but it is hereditary. All my branch of the Ancrams were renowned for it. I don't know, my dear Castalia, whether my cousin Lady Seely has the same peculiarity." "I don't know, I am sure." "With us it was a well-known thing among the faculty for miles around Ancram Park. Our extremities were never cold, nor had we ever red noses. I believe a red nose was absolutely unknown in our family. No doubt that was part of the same thing, perfect circulation of the blood." With that Mrs. Errington sat down tolerably near the fire, and made herself comfortable. "Where is my dear boy?" she asked after a little while. "Not at that dreadful office, I hope and trust." "He is at home," replied Castalia slowly. "I asked him to come into the drawing room, and he said he would by and by." "Oh, I dare say he will come now, dear," said Rose McDougall, without raising her eyes from her sewing. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Errington to her daughter-in-law, "and if he does come now, you must not be jealous." The two sisters glanced at the good lady in quick surprise, and then at Rhoda. Rhoda was looking, for the 100th time, at a book of prints. It was her usual evening's occupation at Ivy Lodge. Mrs. Errington proceeded, placid, smiling, and condescending as ever. "You must not be jealous, Castalia, if he does come directly he learns that his mother is here. To be sure, a wife ranks first. I have always acknowledged that, and indeed insisted on it. I am sure it was my own case with poor dear Dr. Errington, who would never have dreamed of putting any human being into competition with me. Still, allowances must be made for the very peculiar and devoted attachment Algy has always felt for me. He is, and ever was, an Ancram to the core, and this kind of, one may say, romantic affection for their mothers has always distinguished the scions of our house from time immemorial. Good evening, my dear Algy. I find our dear Castalia looking a little worn and ill, and I tell her she keeps her rooms too hot. What do you say?" Algernon had sauntered into the room during his mother's harangue, delivered in the full mellow voice that belonged to her, and now bent to kiss the worthy lady's cheek as he greeted her. It was a cold, firm, rosy cheek. Indeed, Mrs. Errington's freshness and bloom were in singular oppositions to Castalia's sallow haggardness, and made the elder lady look doubly buxom and buoyant by the force of contrast. "You're flourishing at all events, chère madame," said Algernon, looking at his mother with unfeigned satisfaction. It was a relief to him to see a contented, smiling, comfortable countenance. Nevertheless, although agreeable to look upon, Mrs. Errington was apt to become a little wearisome in point of conversation, and her dutiful son cast his eyes round the circle in search of a pleasant seat wherein to bestow himself. But his glance met no response. Rose McDougall had drawn near his wife, and after very stiffly returning his bow, had ceased to take any notice of him, markedly avoiding his eye, and keeping silence after he had spoken. Violet was divided between listening to the elder Mrs. Errington and watching her sister. Castalia was more lazy, more silent, more indifferent than usual. Algernon was as unaccustomed as a spoiled child to be taken no notice of.
He to stand among those women as a person of secondary importance, not greeted, not flattered, not smiled upon? He looked across the group round the fire to Rhoda, who happened to raise her eyes at that moment, and being taken by surprise at meeting his, dropped them hastily with a vivid blush. Rhoda's blushes were as unmeaning as the smiles of an infant. The most trivial cause made her change colour, as Algernon very well knew. But at least the soft bright pink hue on pretty Rhoda's cheek showed some emotion, however slight or transient, at the sight of him, and moved partly by a boyish, pettish resentment against the others, partly by the desire to hear a pleasant voice and pleasant words, and look upon a pretty woman's face with its delicate contour and fine subtle changes of tint, he walked across the room and seated himself beside Rhoda Maxfield. Castalia pushed her chair back out of the lamplight. "You can't see to do your purse in that dark corner, Castalia!" exclaimed Mrs. Errington. "I don't want to do my purse. I'm sick of it." "Naughty, fickle girl!" This was said playfully. Then in a loud whisper, addressed to the McDougalls as well as to her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Errington exclaimed, "Doesn't Rhoda look charming to-night? That pale lilac is the very colour for her, trying to skins that have the least tinge of yellow in them, but she is so wonderfully fair. Dear me, it reminds one of the old times to see those two side by side. As children they were always together." No one responded. Violet McDougall fidgeted nervously on her chair, and cast an appealing look at her sister. She would have tried to lead Mrs. Errington to talk of something else had she dared, but in Rose's presence Violet never ventured to take the initiative, and besides she was afraid of doing more harm than good, Mrs. Errington not being one of those persons who take a hint easily. The silence of her three listeners was no check to the worthy lady's eloquence. She continued to descant on Rhoda's attractions, and graces, and good manners. She dropped hints of the excellent opportunities Rhoda now had of settling in life, only that she was a little fastidious from long association with such rarefied persons as the Erringtons, and had turned the cold shoulder to several well-to-do wooers in her own rank of life. She related anecdotes of Rhoda's early devotion to herself and her son, until Violet McDougall muttered under her breath, in a paroxysm of nervous impatience, "One would think the woman was doing it on purpose." Meanwhile Algernon was talking to Rhoda more freely and confidentially than he had spoken to her for a long, long time. He was indulging in the luxury of playing victim before a spectator whose pity would certainly be admiring, not contemptuous; and as he spoke, the old habit of appealing to Rhoda, and confiding in Rhoda, and taking Rhoda's sympathy for granted, resumed its power over him. There was no strain of tenderness in his words. He said not a syllable that his wife and all the world might not freely have listened to. He talked as a petted boy might talk to an idolizing sister, with a mix of boastfulness and repining, which he would have been ashamed to display to a man. Rhoda listened with sorrowful interest. How could it be that Algernon should have to endure all these troubles and mortifications? He was so clever, so accomplished, so highly connected, had such great and powerful relations. It appeared natural enough that folks like Mrs. Thimbleby and the Gladwishes, and even her brother Seth, should sometimes be pressed for money. She herself, although she had never known privation in her father's house, had, until within the last year or so, been accustomed to the most rigid economy, not to say parsimony, and it had never cost her a care. But that Algernon Errington should desire money for various purposes, and not be able to get it, seemed to her a very hard case. But Algernon's note was not all of complaint. There were occasional intervals in which he spoke of the brightness of his prospects ultimately, when once he should have tided over his present difficulties and had got out of Whitford. And there were a few flourishes about his social successes in town last year. In the indulgence of his all-absorbing egotism, he seemed to forget that the girl beside him had ever been, or had ever had either expectation or right to be, anything more to him than the patient, admiring, sisterly, humble confidante, on whom he had relied for praise and sympathy from the time of his earliest recollections, and who supplied him with the most delicious food for his vanity, because unmingled with any doubt of its genuineness. No thought of her feelings, save that they were kindly and admiring towards himself, crossed his mind whilst he talked to her, bending down his head and gesticulating slightly with his white, handsome hands. But when his mother called to her, "Come, Rhoda, I think we must be going. I heard the carriage at the gate, child. You and Algy have been having a famous long chat. Reminded you of old times, didn't it?" When I say Algernon heard these words, a spark of manhood made his cheeks tingle and his tongue stammer as he said, "I'm afraid I must have been boring you dreadfully, Rhoda." In truth, he was surprised to find that he had spent the whole evening in talking to Rhoda about himself. He glanced quickly at his wife, but she was occupied with the Misses McDougall. So occupied was she, that she hardly returned Mrs. Errington's good night, which negligence, however, little ruffled that lady's equanimity. But when Rhoda approached to take leave of Castalia,
The latter moved aside so suddenly that the movement might almost be called a start, and facing round, came opposite to her own image in the mirror above the chimney-piece, with Rhoda's fair image looking over its shoulder. For 1 second, perhaps, it could scarcely have been more, the smooth surface of the glass gave back the two women's faces, one youthful, lily-hued, innocently surprised, with chestnut eyebrows and shining chestnut curls, and tender rosy lips parted like those of a child; the other yellow, worn full of fretful creases, with glittering eager eyes, and a thin mouth set into a straight line, and yet over all the undefinable pathos of a suffering spirit. Behind the two, Algernon looking into his wife's dark eyes, and recognizing something there that he had never seen in them before. In no longer time than it would take for a breath to dim the mirror, all these images were gone, and the cold shiny glass indifferently showed a confusion of cloaks and shoulders, and the back of a huge bonnet crowning Mrs. Errington's majestic figure. From that day forth, Castalia gave herself up to a devouring jealousy of Rhoda. She spied her goings and comings. She watched her husband's face when the girl was spoken of. She opened the letters that she found in the pockets of his clothes. She lay in wait to surprise some proof, no matter what, of a tender feeling on his part for his old love. In a word, she pursued her own misery with more eagerness, vigilance, and unflagging singleness of purpose than most people devote to the attainment of any object whatsoever. End of chapter 4. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 5. The discovery of Minnie Bodkin's note in Algernon's secretaire at the office had incited Castalia to make some other attempts to pry into that depository of her husband's papers. She made excuses to step into the post office whenever she had any reason for thinking Algernon was absent. Sometimes it was with the pretence of wishing to see him, sometimes on the plea of wanting to rest. She had learned that her husband frequently went into the Bluebell to have luncheon in the middle of the day, and that, from one cause or another, the Whitford post office was not really honoured with so much of his personal superintendence as she had been led to suppose. And this again was a fertile source of self-tormenting. Where was he when he was not at the office? It whetted her suspicious curiosity to find the secretaire always carefully locked, ever since her discovery of Miss Bodkin's note there. She now wished that she had searched it thoroughly when she had the opportunity, instead of hastening off to Dr. Bodkin's house after having read the first letter she came upon. But her feelings at that time had been very different from what they now were. She had been nettled, truly, and jealous of any private consultation between Minnie Bodkin and her husband, hating to think that he could trust and be confidential with another woman than herself, but not distinctly suspecting either Minnie or Algernon of any intent to wrong her. Miss Bodkin loved power and influence and admiration, and Castalia wished no woman to influence Algernon, or to be admired by him for any qualities whatsoever, except herself. But all her little envious resentments against Minnie had been mere pin-pricks compared with the cruel pangs of jealousy that now pierced her heart when she thought of Rhoda Maxfield. That secretaire! It seemed to have an irresistible attraction for her thoughts. She even dreamt sometimes of trying to open it, and finding fresh fastenings arise more and more complicated, as she succeeded in undoing one lock after the other. It was not Algernon's habit to lock up anything belonging to him. There must be some special reason for his doing so in this case, and to Castalia's jaundiced mind it seemed that the special reason could only be a desire to keep his letters secret from her. She grew day by day more restless. The servants at Ivy Lodge remarked with wonder their mistress's frequent absences from home. She who had so dreaded and disliked walking was now constantly to be seen on the road to the town, or on the meadow path by the river. This kind of exercise, however, merely fatigued without refreshing her, and she became so lean and haggard, and her eyes had such a feverish glitter, that her looks might have alarmed any one who loved her, and witnessed the change in her. "There she goes again!" exclaimed Lydia to her fellow servant, as she watched her mistress down the garden path behind the house one afternoon. "She can't bide at home for an hour together now." "She wears herself to the bone," said Polly, shaking her head. "She wears other folk to the bone, and that's worse," returned the pitiless Lydia. Meanwhile Castalia had passed out of the little wicket gate of her garden into the fields, and so along the meadow path towards Whitford. She made her way along the path resolutely, though with a languid step. The ground was hardened by recent frost, and the usual muddy track was dry. At the corner of the grammar school playground she turned up the lane towards the High Street, keeping close to the wall of the grammar school, so as to be out of view of any from the side windows. Before she quite reached the High Street she caught sight of Mr. Diamond, walking briskly along in the direction of his lodgings. He did not see Castalia, or did not choose to see her, for although she had once or twice saluted him in the street, she had on another occasion regarded him with her most unrecognizing stare, and Matthew Diamond was not a man to risk enduring that a second time. But Castalia quickened her step so as to intercept him before he crossed the end of Grammar School Lane. "Mr. Diamond!" she said, almost out of breath. "Madam?" Diamond raised his hat and stood still in some surprise. "Would you be kind enough, do you happen to know whether Mr. Errington has left the post office? You must have passed the door. You might have seen him coming out." "I am sorry, madam, that I cannot inform you." You haven't seen him anywhere in the town?" "No, I have only just left the grammar school. Have you any farther commands?" He asked the question after a slight pause, because Castalia remained standing exactly across his path, glancing anxiously up and down the High Street, and apparently oblivious of Diamond's existence. "Oh, no, I beg your pardon," she answered, moving aside. As she did so, young Ingleby came up, and was about to pass them, when Diamond touched him on the shoulder and said, "Ingleby, have you chanced to see Mr. Errington?" "Yes, sir. I saw him going down the High Street not 2 minutes ago, close to old Maxfield's shop. Do you want him, Mrs. Errington? I can easily catch him if I run." "No, no, don't go. You must not go after him." She walked away without any word or sign of farewell, leaving Diamond and the boy looking after her in surprise. "That is the most disagreeable woman I ever came across!" exclaimed Ingleby with schoolboy frankness. "I hate her stuck-up airs. But Errington is such a capital fellow. I'd do anything for him." Diamond did not choose to discuss either the husband or the wife with young Ingleby, but he said to himself, as he pursued his homeward way, that Mrs. Errington's manner had been not only disagreeable, but very strange. Castalia reached the office and walked in. She entered the inner part that was screened off from the public, and passed Mr. Gibbs behind his desk, without any recognition. She was about to enter Algernon's private room at the back, when Gibbs, rising and bowing, said, "Do you want anything, ma'am? Mr. Errington is not there." "Oh, I'll go in and sit down." Gibbs looked uneasy and doubtful, and presently made an excuse to follow her into the room. Her frequent visits to the office of late by no means pleased Mr. Obadiah Gibbs. "I didn't know how the fire was," said he, poking at the hot coals and looking furtively at Mrs. Errington. She was seated in her husband's chair in front of his desk. The little secretaire stood on a table at one side of it. "I'm afraid Mr. Errington may not be back very soon," said Gibbs. "Do you know where he's gone?" "Not I, ma'am." "Does he often go away during business hours?" "Why, I don't know what you would call often, ma'am. I crave pardon. I must attend to the office now. There is some one there." And Mr. Gibbs withdrew, leaving the door half open. Castalia shut it and fastened it inside. Then she pulled out a bunch of keys from her pocket and tried them, one after the other, on the lock of the secretaire. This time it was safely secured, and not one of her keys fitted it. Then she opened the drawer of the table and examined its contents. They consisted of papers, some printed, some written, a pair of driving gloves, and the cover of a letter directed to Algernon Errington, Esquire, in a woman's hand. Castalia pounced on the cover and thrust it into her pocket. After that she looked behind the almanac on the chimney-piece, and rummaged amongst a litter of newspapers and torn scraps of writing that lay in a basket. She was thus engaged when Mr. Gibbs' hand was laid on the handle of the door, and Mr. Gibbs' voice was heard demanding admission. Castalia opened the door at once, and Mr. Gibbs came in with a look of unconcealed annoyance on his face. He looked round the room sharply. "What do you want?" asked Castalia. "I want to see that all's right here, ma'am. I'm responsible." "What should be wrong? What do you mean?" she demanded with so cold haughty an air that Gibbs was abashed. He felt that he had gone too far, and muttered an apology. "I wanted to see to the fire. I'm afraid the coal box is nearly empty. That old woman is so careless. I beg your pardon, but Mr. Errington is very particular about the room being kept warm." Castalia deigned not to notice him or his speech. She drew her shawl round her shoulders and began to move away. "Can I give any message for you to Mr. Errington, ma'am?" "No, you need not mention that I came. I shall tell him myself this evening." As she walked down the High Street, she reflected on Mr. Gibbs' unwonted rudeness of look and manner. "He is told to watch me, to drive me away if possible, to prevent me making any discoveries. I dare say they are all in league together. I am the poor dupe of a wife, the stranger who knows nothing, and is to know nothing. We shall see. We shall see. I wonder where Ancram can have gone. That boy spoke of seeing him near Maxfield's house." At that moment she found herself close to it, and with a sudden impulse she entered the shop, and walking up to a man who stood behind the counter, said, "Is Mr. Errington here?" The man was James Maxfield, and he answered sulkily, "I don't know whether he's gone or not.
You'd better inquire at the private door." Castalia's heart gave a great throb. "He has been here, then?" she said. "You'd better inquire at the private door," was all James's response, delivered still more surlily than before. Castalia left the shop and knocked at the door indicated to her by James's thumb jerked over his shoulder. "Is Mr. Errington gone?" she asked of the girl who opened the door. "Yes, ma'am." "Did he stay long?" "About half an hour, I think." "Is Mr. Maxfield at home?" "No, ma'am. Master is at Duckwell, and has been since Saturday." "Who is it, Sally?" cried Betty Grimshaw's voice from the parlour, and upon hearing it Castalia walked hastily away. When she reached her own home again, between fatigue and excitement she could scarcely stand. She threw herself on the sofa in her little drawing room, unable to mount the stairs. "Deary me, missus!" cried Polly, who happened to admit her. "Why, you're almost dead! Wherever have you been?" "I've been walking in the fields. I came round by the road. I'm very tired." "Tired? Nay, and well you may be, if you took all that round. I thought you'd happen been into Whitford. Lauk, how you're squashing your bonnet! Let me take it off for you." "I don't care. Leave it alone." But Polly would not endure to see good clothes ruinated, as she said, so she removed her mistress's shawl and bonnet, folding and smoothing and straightening them as well as she could. "Now you'd better take a drop of wine," she said. "You're a'most green. I never saw such a colour." Despite her rustic bluntness, Polly was kind in her way. She made her mistress swallow some wine, and put her slippers on her feet for her, and brought a pillow to place beneath her head. "You see you ha'n't got no strength to spare. You're very weak, missus," she said. Then she muttered as she walked away, "Lord, I wouldn't care to be a lady myself. I think they're mostly poor creatures." Left alone, Castalia closed her eyes and tried to review the situation; but at first her brain would do nothing but represent to her, over and over again, certain scenes and circumstances, with a great gap here and there, like a broken kaleidoscope. Ancram had been to Maxfield's house, and it could not have been to see the old man, who had been absent for some days. Perhaps Ancram was in the habit of going thither. He had never said a word to her about it. How sly he had been! How sly Rhoda had been! All his pretended unwillingness to have Rhoda invited to Ivy Lodge had been a blind. There was nothing clear or definite in her mind except a bitter, burning, jealous hatred of Rhoda. "We shall see if Ancram confesses to having been to that house to day," said Castalia to herself. Then she went upstairs wearily. She was physically tired, being weak and utterly unused to much walking, and called Lydia to dress her and brush her hair; and when her toilet was completed, she sat quite still in the drawing room, neither playing, reading, nor working, quite still, with her hands folded before her, and awaited her husband. She would first try to lead him to confess his visit to the Maxfield, and if that failed, would boldly tax him with it. She even went over the very words she would say to her husband when he should descend from his dressing room before dinner. But she could not foresee a circumstance which disturbed the plan she had arranged in her mind. When Algernon returned to Ivy Lodge, he did not go into his dressing room as usual, but marched straight into the drawing room where Castalia was sitting. "That's an agreeable sort of letter," he said, flinging one down on the table. He was not in a passion. He had never been known to be in a passion, but he was evidently much vexed. His mouth was curved into a satirical smile. He drew his breath between his teeth with a hissing sound, and nodded his head twice or thrice, after repeating ironically, "That's an uncommonly agreeable sort of letter." Then he thrust his hands deep into his pockets, threw himself into an easy chair, stretched his legs straight out before them, and looked at his wife. Castalia was surprised, and curious, and a little anxious; but she made an effort to carry out her programme, despite this unexpected beginning. She remained motionless on the sofa, and said, with elaborate indifference of manner, "Do you wish me to read the letter? I wonder at your allowing me to know anything of your affairs." "Read it, of course. Why else did I give it to you? Don't be absurd, Castalia. Pshaw!" And he impatiently changed the position of his feet with a sharp, sudden movement. Castalia's sympathy with his evident annoyance overcame her resentment for the moment. She could not bear to see him troubled. She opened the letter. "Why, it's from Uncle Val!" she exclaimed. It was from her uncle, addressed to her husband, and was written in a tone of considerable severity. To Castalia it appeared barbarously cruel. Lord Seely curtly refused any money assistance, and stated that he wrote to Algernon instead of to Castalia, because he perceived that although the application for money had been written by Castalia's hand, it had not been dictated by her head. Lord Seely further advised his niece's husband, in the strongest and plainest terms, to use every method of economy, to retrench his expenditure, to refrain from superfluous luxuries, and to live on his salary. "The little allowance I give Castalia for her dress will be continued to her. wrote his lordship. "Beyond that, I am unable to give either her or you one farthing. Understand this and act on it. And, moreover, I had better tell you at once, as an additional inducement to be prudent, that I see no prospect of procuring advancement for you in any other department of His Majesty's service than the one you are in at present. My advice to you is to endeavour to merit advancement by diligence in the performance of your duties. You have abilities which are sure to serve you if honestly applied. You are so young that even after 10 or 15 years' work you would be in the prime of all your faculties and powers, and 10 or 15 years' good work might give you an excellent position. As to Castalia, I cannot help feeling a conviction that her discontent is chiefly reflected, and that if she saw you cheerful and active in your daily business, she would not repine at her lot." Castalia put the letter down on the table in silence. She was astonished, indignant, but yet a little gleam of satisfaction pierced through those feelings, a hope that she and her husband might be drawn closer together by this common trouble. She would show him how well able she was to endure this, and worse, if he would only love her and trust her entirely. Even her jealousy for Rhoda Maxfield was mitigated for the moment. All that fair weather prettiness and philandering would be put out of sight at the first growl of a storm. The wife would be the nearest to him if troubles came. No pink and white coquetry could usurp her right to suffer with him and for him, at all events. "That's a pleasant sort of thing, isn't it?" said Algernon, who had been watching her face as she read. "It is too bad of Uncle Val, Ancram." "Too bad! Yes, to put it mildly, it is too bad, I think. Too bad! By George, I never heard of anything so outrageous." "Do you know, I think that my lady is at the bottom of it." "I wish she was at the bottom of the Thames." "Ancram, I do feel sorry for you. It is such a shame to bury your talents and all that. But still you know it is true what he says about your having plenty of time before you. And as to being poor, of course it is horrid to be poor, but we can bear it, I dare say. And really I don't think I should mind it so much if once we were acknowledged to be quite, quite poor, because then it wouldn't matter what one wore, and nobody would expect one to have things like other people's of one's rank." Poor Castalia was not eloquent, but had she possessed the most fluent and persuasive tongue in the world, it would not have availed to make Algernon acquiesce in her view of the situation. She was for indignantly breaking off all connection with relatives who could behave as Uncle Val had behaved. It was not his refusing to advance more money. In her conscience, Castalia did not believe he could afford much assistance of that kind. But his writing with such cruel coldness to Ancram, his declaring that Ancram's case was not a hard one, his lecturing about duties and cheerful activity and so on, just as if Ancram had been an ordinary plodding young man, instead of being exceptionally gifted with all sorts of shining qualities, these were offences not to be forgiven. Castalia, for her part, would have endured any privation rather than beg more favours of Uncle Val and my lady. But Algernon's feeling in the matter was by no means the same as Castalia's. He dismissed all her attempts to express her willingness to share his lot for good or ill as matters of no importance. She might find it easy enough. Yes, the chief burden would not fall on her. And besides, she did not at all realise what it would be to have to live on a salary of the postmaster of Whitford, and to practise rigid economy, as my lord phrased it. It was really provoking to see the cool way in which she took it for granted that matters would be mended by their being acknowledged to be quite, quite poor. "My dear Castalia," he said, with an air of superior tolerance, "you have about as much comprehension of the actual state of the case as a canary bird." She paused, silently looking at him for a moment. Then she drew nearer to him and laid her arm round his shoulder. She wore a dinner dress with loose hanging sleeves, which were not becoming to her wasted frame. But the poor thin arm clung with a loving touch to her husband, as she said, "I know I am not so clever as you, Ancram, but I can see and understand that if we haven't money enough to pay for things, we must do without them." Castalia advanced this in the tone of one stating a self-evident proposition. "And I shan't care, Ancram, if you trust me, and don't put any one else before me. I never put any one before you. I was fond of Uncle Val. I think he was the only person I really loved in the world before I saw you. But if he treats you badly, I shall give him up." Algernon shook off the clinging arm from his shoulder, not roughly, but slightingly. "What on earth are you talking about, Cassie? What do you suppose we are to do? I tell you I must have some money, and you must write to your uncle again without delay." She drew back with a hurt sense of having been unappreciated. The tears sprang to her eyes, and she put her hand into her pocket to take her handkerchief. The hand fell on something that rustled and was stiff. It was the letter cover she had found in her husband's office that morning. The touch of the crisp paper recalled not only the events of the afternoon, but her own sensations during them. "Where were you this afternoon?" she asked, suddenly checking her tears, as the dry, burning, jealous feeling awoke again in her heart. "Where was I? Where must I be? "Where am I every afternoon? At the office, confound it!" "You were not there all the afternoon. I happened to look in there, and you were gone." "I suppose you came just at the moment I happened to be absent then. I had to see one or two men on business, not pleasant business. I was not amusing myself, I assure you," he added with a short, hard laugh.
"What men had you to see?"
"Oh, no one whom you know anything about. Isn't dinner ready? I shan't dress. I have to go out again this evening."
"This evening?"
"Yes, it is a frightful bore, but I have a business appointment. Do ring and tell the cook to make haste."
"You are not going out again this evening, Ancram?"
"I tell you I must. How can you be so childish, Castalia? Whilst I am gone, you can employ yourself in making out the draft of a letter to your uncle."
"I will not write to my uncle. I will not. You don't care for me. You deceive me!" burst out Castalia, and then a storm of sobs choked her voice, and she hurried away, filling the little house with a torrent of incoherent sounds. Algy looked after her with his head bent down and his eyebrows raised. Castalia was really very trying to live with. As to her refusal to write to her uncle, she would not, of course, persist in it. It was out of the question that she should persist in opposing any wish of his. But she was really very trying. When dinner was announced, Castalia sent word that she had a headache and could not eat. She was lying down in her own room. Her husband murmured a few words of sympathy, but ate his dinner with no sensible diminution of appetite. And as soon as it was dispatched, he lit a cigar, wrapped himself in his greatcoat, and went out. Castalia heard the street door shut. She rose swiftly from the bed on which she had thrown herself, put on a bonnet and cloak, muffled her face in a veil, and followed her husband. End of chapter 5. Volume 3, Chapter 6, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 6. The night was dark and cheerless. It was one of those murky November nights when one seems to see and breathe through a dusky gauze. The road from Ivy Lodge to Whitford was not lighted. At a long distance before her, Castalia saw a red glowing speck, which she knew to be the lamp over the chemist's shop, kept by Mr. Barker, her landlord. After that, a few street lamps glimmered, and the town of Whitford had fairly begun. It was not late, and yet most of the shops were shut, and the streets very silent and deserted. Castalia strained her eyes onward through the darkness, and presently saw her husband's figure come into the circle of faint light made by a street lamp, traverse it, and disappear again into the shade. She had walked so quickly in her excitement as to have overtaken him sooner than she had expected. Whither was he going? She slunk along in the shadow of the houses, frightened at the faint sound of her own footfall on the flagstones, starting nervously at every noise, hurrying across the lighted spaces in front of the few shops that remained open, with averted face and beating heart, fearing to be noticed by those within. But never once did she falter in her purpose of following her husband. She would have been turned back by no obstacle short of one which defied her physical powers to pass it. Algernon was now nearing Maxfield's house. The shutters of the shop were closed, but the door was still open, and a light streamed from it on to the pavement. Castalia followed, watching breathlessly. Her husband passed the shop, went on a pace or two, stopped at the private door, and rang the bell. She could see the action of his arm as he raised it. The door was opened without much delay, and Algernon went in. Castalia stood still, trying to collect her thoughts and determine on her course of action. What should she do? Her husband might be an hour, hours, in that house. She could not stand there in the street. An impulse came upon her to make herself known, to go in and tax Algernon with perfidy and deception then and there. But she checked the impulse. It would have been a desperate step. Algernon might never forgive her. It might be possible for her to reach a pitch of rage and jealousy which would make her deaf to any such considerations, careless as to the consequences of her actions, if she could but gratify the imperious passion of the moment. She was dimly conscious that this might be possible, but for the present she had sufficient control over her own actions to pause and deliberate. There she stood, alone at night, in Whitford High Street, stealthily, trembling, and wretched. She, Castalia Kilfinane! Who would believe it? What would her uncle feel if he could see her now, or guess what she was enduring? The idea came into her mind, floating like a waif on the current of indignant misery that seemed to flood all her spirit, that there might be hundreds of human beings whom she had seen and thought happy, smarting with some secret wound like her own, and living lives the half of which was never known to the world. Castalia had never been apt to let her imagination busy itself with the sorrows of others, and at this moment the conception had no softening effect. It only added an extra flavour of bitterness and rebellion to her sufferings. It was too cruel. Why should such things be? And what had she done to merit such unhappiness? She shivered a little as the breeze from the river came bringing with it the clammy breath of the marsh mists, the white cloud kraken that Minnie Bodkin had so often watched from her window. How long Castalia remained standing at her post, she could never reckon. She was conscious only of burning pain of mind, and of a determination not to shrink from her purpose because of the pain. A footstep came sounding along the quiet street and startled her. She shrank back as far as she could, pressing her shoulder close against the wall, and uncertain whether to walk on or remain still. It was a man who came towards her, turning from a narrow street opening into the High Street, which Castalia knew to be Lady Lane. He walked with a very rapid step, hanging his head, and looking neither to the right nor to the left. Castalia was perhaps the only dweller in Whitford who would not have recognised the figure as being that of David Powell, the Methodist preacher. As Powell neared Castalia, he seemed to become aware of her presence by some sixth sense, for to all appearance he had not looked towards her. The truth was that all his outward perceptions were habitually disregarded by him, except such as carried with them some suggestion of helpfulness and sympathy. A fashionable lady might have stood facing him during a long sermon in chapel or in the open fields, and, unless she had displayed signs of grace, he would have taken no heed of her, would not have been able to tell the colour of her garments. But let the same woman be tearful, ragged, sick, or injured, and no observation could be more rapid and comprehensive than David Powell's, to convey all needful particulars of her state and requirements. So this night, as he passed along the quiet Whitford streets, the few persons he had met hitherto were to him as shadows. But when the vague outline of a woman's form made itself a blot of blacker shadow in the darkness, those accustomed sentinels, his senses, gave the spirit notice of a fellow creature in want, possibly of bread, certainly of sympathy. He stopped within a few paces of Castalia, and perceived by that time that she was well and warmly clad, and that her trouble, whatever it was, could not be alleviated by alms. In her desire to avoid notice, she shrank away more and more, almost crouching down against the wall. It occurred to Powell that she might be ill. "Are you suffering?" he asked in a low musical voice. "Can I help you?" Finding that she did not reply, he advanced a step farther, and was stretching out his hand to touch her on the shoulder, when, driven to bay, she raised herself up to her full height, and answered quickly and resentfully, "No, I am not ill. I am waiting for some one." He stood still irresolutely. Her voice and accent struck him with surprise. He recognised them as belonging to a person of a different class from any he had expected. How came such a lady to be alone at that hour, standing in the cold street? At length he said gently, "If I may advise you, it would be well for you to go home. The person who keeps you waiting in the street in such weather, and at this hour, must surely be very thoughtless. Can I not assist you? I am David Powell, a poor preacher of the word. You need have no fear of me." "No, please to go away. I am not at all afraid. Go away, go away," she added with an imperative emphasis, for she began to fear lest her husband should come out of the house, hear the sound of her voice, and find her there. Powell obeyed her, and walked slowly away. There was, in truth, so far as he knew, no reason to fear that any evil could happen to the woman in Whitford High Street, except the evil of standing so long in the cold raw weather. It had now begun to rain, a fine drizzling rain that was very chill. When he had walked some distance along the High Street, and was close to the turning that led to Mrs. Thimbleby's house, he stopped and looked back. Almost at the same moment he saw a man come out of the Maxfields' house, and advance along the street towards him. Then, at rather a long interval, the cloaked lady began to move onward also, but without overtaking the man, or apparently trying to do so. It was a strange adventure, and one entirely unparalleled in Powell's experience of the little town, and after he had reached his lodgings he could not for a long time divert his thoughts from dwelling on it. Meanwhile Algernon, unconscious of the watcher behind him, proceeded straight onward to the post office. Then he turned up the narrow passage or entry in which was the side door that gave access to his private office. Castalia did not follow him beyond the mouth of the entry. Standing there and listening, she heard the sharp sound of a match being struck, then the turning of a key, and a door softly opened and shut. It then struck Castalia for the first time that this unexpected visit to the office afforded an opportunity for her to reach home without her husband's discovering her absence. She had not considered before how this was to be accomplished, and indeed, had Algernon returned directly to Ivy Lodge from Maxfield's house, it would have been impossible. She now saw this, and hastened back along the road, in a tremor at her narrow escape. For although the impulse had crossed her mind to declare herself, and boldly enter Maxfield's house in quest of her husband, that was a very different matter from being suddenly discovered against her will. In the latter case she would, as she well knew, have been at an immense disadvantage with her husband, who, instead of being accused, would become accuser. Nothing short indeed of the passion of jealousy within her would have given her the strength to combat her husband. This was the only way in which her idolatrous admiration, her very love for him, could be turned into a weapon against him. "I could bear anything else," she said to herself, "but to be fooled and deceived and put aside for that girl." A great hot wave of passion seemed to flow through her whole body as she thought of Rhoda. "Let the servants see me. What do I care?" she said recklessly. At that moment she would not have heeded if the whole town had seen her, and known her errand into Whitford, and its result. She rang loudly at the bell of Ivy Lodge, and walked in past the servant with a white face and glittering eyes. "Isn't master coming?" stammered the girl, staring at her mistress. "I don't know. Go to bed. I don't want you." There was something in her face which checked further speech on Lydia's part. Lydia was fairly frightened. She crept away to the garret, where Polly was already sleeping soundly, and vainly tried to rouse her fellow servant, to feel some interest in her account of how Mrs. had stalked into the house by herself like a ghost, and had ordered her off to bed, and to get up a discussion as to Mrs.'s strange goings on altogether of late. Castalia went to her own room, uncertain whether to undress and go to bed, or to remain up and confront her husband when he should return. One dominant desire had been growing in her heart for many days past, and had now become a force overwhelming all smaller motives, and drawing them resistlessly into its strong current. This dominant desire was to be revenged, not on her husband, but on Rhoda Maxfield; and it might be that by waiting and watching yet a while, by concealing from Ancram the discovery that she had that night made, she might be enabled more effectually to strike at her rival. If Ancram knew, he would try to shield Rhoda. He would put the thing in such a light before the world as to elicit sympathy for Rhoda, and to make her, Castalia, appear ridiculous or obnoxious. He had the gift to do such things when it pleased him. But Rhoda should not escape. No, she would keep her own counsel yet a while longer. When Algernon came home about midnight, letting himself into the house with a private key which he carried, he found his wife asleep, or seeming to sleep, and congratulating himself on escaping the querulous catechisms as to where he had been, and what he had been doing, which he would have to endure had Castalia been awake on his return. As he crossed the bedchamber to his dressing room, she moved, and put up one hand to screen her eyes from the light. "Don't let me disturb you, Cassie," he said. "I have been detained very late. I am going downstairs again. There is a spark of fire in the dining room. To have one cigar before I turn in. Go to sleep again." He bent down to kiss her, but she kept her face obstinately buried in the pillow. So he took her left hand, which hung down, and lightly touched it with his lips, saying, "Poor sleepy Cassie," and went away. And then she raised her thin left hand, on which her wedding ring hung loosely, and passionately kissed it where her husband's lips had rested, and burst into a storm of crying, until she fairly sobbed herself to sleep. End of chapter 6. Volume 3, Chapter 7, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 7. "So you had that fine gentleman, Mr. Algernon, what do you call it, Errington, here last evening?" said Jonathan Maxfield to his daughter on his return from Duckwell. "Yes, father. He had been before in the afternoon. He was very anxious to see you, but Aunt Betty told him you wouldn't be back until to day." "Very anxious to see me, was he? I have my own opinion about that, but no doubt he wants me to believe that he's anxious." "He seems in a good deal of distress of mind, father." "I dare say. And what about the minds of the folks as holds his promises to pay? Just so much waste paper those are, I take it. I'd as lief have his word of honour myself, and most people in Whitford know what that's worth." "I think he's been very unfortunate, father." What worldly folks call misfortune is generally the Lord's dealing according to deserts. It's set forth in Scripture that the righteous man shall prosper, and the unrighteous be brought to naught." "But, father, even good people are sometimes chastened by afflictions," said Rhoda timidly. Old Max knitted his brows. "There's nothing," said he, "more dangerous than for the young and inexperienced to wrest techs. It leads 'em far astray. When that kind of chastening is spoken of, it don't mean the sort of trouble as has fallen on young Errington. The Almighty has given every man reason enough to understand that, if he spends 13 pence out of every shilling, he'll be beggared before the year's end. I don't believe in men being ruined without fault or foolishness of their own." "He asked me if I thought He asked me to ask you to have a little patience with him about some bills. I didn't know that he had any bill here, but he said you would understand." "Ay, ay, I understand. It isn't bills for tea and flour and bacon and such like. It's a different kind of bills the young gentleman's been meddling with, and a fine hand he's made of it." "Couldn't you help him, father?" Rhoda spoke pleadingly, but with the timidity which always attended her requests to her father, whose recent indulgence had never reached a point of weakness, and who clearly showed in all his dealings with his daughter that he was not carried away by his affection for her, but acted with the consciousness of a will unfettered by precedents, and perfectly able to choose its course without regard to what other people might expect of him. For herself, in pleading for Algernon, she was not moved by self-conscious sentimentality, neither did she suppose herself to be doing anything heroic. The peculiar tenderness she still felt for him was made up of pity and memory. The Algy she had loved was gone, had melted into thin air like a dream under the morning sunlight. Mr. Errington, the postmaster of Whitford, and the husband of the Honourable Castalia Kilfinane, was a very different personage. Still he was inextricably connected in her mind with that bright idol of her childhood and her youth. His marriage had put all possibility of love-making between him and herself as much out of the question to her mind as if he had been proved to be her brother. Rhoda had read no romances, and she was neither of an innovating spirit nor a passionate temperament, and it is surprising what power a sincere conviction of the irrevocable and inevitable has to control the "natural feelings" we hear so much of. But she clung tenaciously to a better opinion of Algernon than his actions warranted, as has been the case with many another woman, chiefly to justify herself for ever having loved him. "Couldn't you help him, father?" she repeated, seeing that her father did not at once reply, but was sitting meditating, with a not altogether ill-pleased expression of face. "Help him!" cried old Max. "Why should I help him? A reprobate, unregenerate, vain, ungrateful worldling! I did help him once, and earned much gratitude for my pains. And what a sneaking, poor, mean, pitiful fellow he must be to come here and whine to you! A poor, pitiful fellow! Talk of a gentleman! Yah!" Old Max derived so much grim satisfaction from the contemplation of Algernon's pitiful behaviour, that it seemed almost to soften him towards the culprit, in whom any glimpse of nobility would not have been very welcome to his enemy. When you hate a man on excellent private grounds, it is certainly unpleasant to see him displaying qualities in public which win a fallacious admiration. And this aggravation was one which old Max had been suffering for some time at the hands of the popular Algernon. His present money difficulties, combined with his unworthy methods of meeting them, at once gratified and justified Jonathan Maxfield's vindictiveness. He gave forth the queer grunting noise that served him for a laugh, as he said, "And a lot of good his fine marriage has done him, and his grand relations. I told him long ago that if he wanted help from such as them, he must ask it with a pocket full of money. Then he might have been uplifted into high places. And it wasn't only my wisdom neither, though that might have been enough for such a half-fledged young cockerel as he was in them days, seeing it has been enough for his betters before now. I had the warrant of Scripture, for what says Solomon? Wealth maketh many friends, but the poor is separated from his neighbour." Still Rhoda did not altogether despair of inducing her father to do something for Algernon. What that something might be, or how far it was possible for her father to assist young Errington, except by simply giving or lending him money, Rhoda was ignorant. Algernon, in talking to her, had spoken very glibly, but to her very unintelligibly, of bills which were in her father's hands, and had pointed out with an air of candour and conviction that it would be imprudent on Mr. Maxfield's part to drive matters to extremity. It had all sounded very convincing, simply from the tone in which it was said. Many of us are astonishingly uncritical as to the coherence and cogency of words if they be but set to a good tune. Algernon himself was rather hopeful since that interview with Rhoda. It could not be, after all, that Jonathan Maxfield would actually cause him, Errington Algernon, any personal inconvenience, for the sake of a sum which was really a mere trifle to Maxfield, and which appeared very trifling to Algernon, under every aspect except that of being called upon to pay it. He had learned not long previously that certain bills he had given, backed by the name of that solid capitalist, the Honourable Jack Price, had found their way into old Max's hands. This startled him considerably, for he had no reason to count on the old man's forbearance. The time was drawing nigh when his bills would become due. About a month ago some other bills had fallen due, and had been duly honoured. They had been given to a London wine merchant, who would certainly not have scrupled to take any strong measure for getting his money. and even the name of Jack Price was no talisman to charm away this grasping tradesman's determination to be paid for goods delivered, the wine merchant in question doing a large city business, and feeling no anxiety as to the opinion entertained by the Honourable Mr. Price's fashionable connection about himself or his wares. Under the pressure of this disagreeable conviction, the money had been found to honour the bills held by the wine merchant. For the discharge of the liabilities represented by the bills now in Maxfield's hands, Algernon had reckoned on Castalia's extracting some money from her uncle. Algernon did not abandon the hope that she might yet succeed in doing so. Castalia must be urged to make new and stronger representations of their necessities to Lord Seely. But it could not be denied that my lord's last letter had been a very heavy blow, and that, moreover, a number of slight embarrassments, which Algernon had hitherto looked on as mere gossamer threads, to be broken when he pleased, had recently exhibited a disconcerting toughness and power of constraining his actions and destroying his comfort. The thought not infrequently occurred to him, that if he were alone in the world, unhampered by a wife who had no flexibility of character, and who had recently displayed a stubborn kind of obtuseness, showing itself in such remarks as that if they had not money to pay for luxuries, they must do without luxuries, and that if they were poor it would be better to seem poor, and the like dull commonplaces which were peculiarly distasteful to Algernon's vivacious intelligence, if, he thought, he had no wife, or a different wife, things would undoubtedly go better with him. He was too quick not to perceive that his marriage, far from improving his social position, had been eminently unpopular amongst his friends and acquaintances. To be sure, he had never intended to return to Whitford, after allying himself with the family of Lord Seely. He had meant to shake the dust of the sleepy little town from his feet for ever. He reckoned up the advantages he had expected to gain by marrying Castalia, and set the real result against each one in his mind. He had expected to get into the diplomatic service. He was a provincial postmaster. He had expected to live in some splendid metropolis. He found himself in the obscure town which of all others he wished to avoid. He had expected to be courted and caressed by wealthy, noble, and distinguished persons. He was looked coldly or shyly upon by even the insignificant middle-class society of a country town. All this seemed peculiarly hard and unjust, because Algernon had always intended to bear his honours gracefully, without stiffness or arrogance. He would cut nobody. He would turn the cold shoulder to nobody. He had pictured himself sometimes making a meteoric reappearance in Whitford some day, flashing with brief brilliancy across the horizon of that remote neighbourhood, affably shaking hands with old acquaintance, occupying the best rooms in the Bluebell, and scattering largesse among the servants, rattling through the streets side by side with some county magnate, whose companionship should by no means chill his recognition of such local stars of the second or third magnitude as the Pawkinses of Pudcombe Hall. He was inclined by taste and temperament to be thoroughly bon prince. Such fancies must seem childish, but it was a fact that Algernon had indulged in them. With all his tact, he had a considerable strain of his mother's anachronism in his blood, and the contrast between those former daydreams and the present reality was so terrible, so mortifying, so ridiculous, direst and most soul-chilling word of all to Algernon, that he was unable to face it. Some way out must be found. It was impossible, on any tenable theory of society, that he should be permanently consigned to oblivion and the daily round of inglorious duties. As to what Lord Seely said about meriting advancement by diligence, and working for 10 or 15 years, it seemed to Algernon pretty much like exhorting a convict to step his daily round of treadmill in so painstaking a manner as to win the approbation of the gaol authorities. What would he care for their approbation? It was impossible to take either pride or pleasure in working out one's penal sentence. Algernon felt very bitter against Lord Seely as he pondered these things, and not a little bitter against Castalia, who had, as it were, bound him to this wheel, and had latterly added the sting of her intolerable temper to his other vexations. Fate had used him despitefully. He seemed to consider that some gratitude was due to him on the part of the supernal powers for his excellent intentions. He would have borne prosperity so well. A feeling grew upon himself which would have been desperation, but for his ever-present instinctive efforts not to hurt himself. On the morning after the visit to Maxfield's house, of which Castalia had been an unseen witness, Algernon went to the post-office somewhat earlier than usual. As he reached it, a man was coming out, who scowled upon him with so sullen and hostile a countenance that it affected him like a blow. He was on the whole in better spirits on this special morning than he had been for some time past. Not that he was habitually depressed by his troubles, but there was a certain apprehension and anxiety in his daily life which flavoured it all unpleasantly. But on this morning he was, for various reasons, feeling hopeful of at least a reprieve from care, and the man's angry frown not only hurt but startled him. "Who was that fellow who has just gone out?" he asked of Gibbs, entering the office by the public door instead of his own private one, in order to put the question. "That is Roger Heath, the man who has lost his money letter. An uncommonly ill-looking rascal, I take leave to think." "Ahem! He is a decent, God-fearing man, sir, I believe, but at present he is wrath, and not without some excuse either. He tells me he has written to the head office." "And what then?" "And has been told that due inquiries will be made, of course." "And what then?" "Why then, I suppose that's the last he'll hear of it." Algernon lightly flicked a white handkerchief over his face and bright curling hair, filling the close little office with a delicate perfume, as he said, "So there's an end of that." "An end of it, I suppose, as far as Heath is concerned. But I doubt we shall hear more of the matter in the office." Algernon paused with his hand on the lock of the door leading to his private room. He kept his hand there, and scarcely turned his head as he asked, "How so?" Mr. Gibbs shook his head, and began to expatiate on the singular misfortunes which had been accumulated on the Whitford post office, and to hint that when 2 or 3 suspicious cases had followed each other in that way, an office was marked by the superior authorities, and means were taken to discover the culprit. "Means? What means?" said Algernon carelessly. "You said yourself that it was next to impossible to trace a stolen letter; and really, if people will be such idiots as to send money by post without precaution, in spite of all the warnings that are given to them, they deserve to lose it." "That may be, sir. Still, of course, it is no light matter to steal a letter. And as to the means of tracing it, why, I have heard of trapped letters being sent, containing marked money." The handle clicked, the door was opened and sharply shut again, and the Whitford postmaster disappeared into his private room. It was more than an hour before Algernon reappeared in the outer office. He advanced towards Gibbs, and leaning on his shoulder with great affability, said to him in a low voice, "You've no suspicion of any one about this place, eh? The old woman that cleans the office? That boy Jem? No suspicions of anybody, eh?" "Oh, well, I'm excessively glad of that. One hates to be distrustful of the people about one." Gibbs shook his head emphatically and decisively. "No one has access to the office unless in my presence, sir, not a creature." "The fact is," said Algernon slowly, "that I have missed 1 or 2 papers of my own lately, matters of no consequence. God knows why any one should have thought it worth while to take them, but they're gone." Gibbs looked up with serious alarm in his face. "Dear me, sir!" he exclaimed. "Dear me, Mr. Errington! I wish you had mentioned this before." "Oh, well, I thought I might be mistaken. I hate being on the watch about trifles. But latterly I am quite sure that papers have disappeared from my secretaire." "From that little cabinet with drawers in it that stands in your room?" "Exactly." "But I was under the impression that you kept that carefully locked." Algernon laughed outright. "What a fellow you are, Gibbs! Fancy my keeping anything carefully locked! The fact is, it is as often open as shut. Only a few days ago, for instance, Mrs. Errington mentioned to me that she found it unlocked when she was here." He stopped, as if struck by a sudden thought, and turned his eyes away from Gibbs, who was looking up at him with the same uneasy expression on his face. "By the way, Mrs. Errington did not stay very long here, did she?" asked Algernon, with a degree of marked embarrassment very unusual in him. It was an embarrassment so ingeniously displayed that one might almost have suspected he wished it to be observed. "When do you mean, sir? Mrs. Errington comes very often indeed." "Does she? I mean the last time she was here. Did she stay long then?" "No," answered Gibbs, removing his eyes from Algernon's face, and biting the feather of his pen thoughtfully. "At least, I think not, sir. I cannot be sure. She very often does not pass through my office, but goes away by the private door in the passage." There was a pause. "I really am very glad that you don't suspect any of the people about the place, Gibbs," said Algernon at length, rousing himself with some apparent effort from a reverie. "As long as I have any authority here, no innocent person shall be made unhappy for 1 moment by watchfulness and suspicion." "That's a very kind feeling, Mr. Errington. But I shouldn't think an innocent person would mind being watched in such a case. For my own part, I hope we shall trace the matter out. It shan't be my fault if we don't." "You are wonderfully energetic, Gibbs. An invaluable public servant. But, Gibbs, it will not, I think, be any part of your duty to mention to any one, at present, the losses I have spoken of from my secretaire. There is no reason as yet to connect them with the missing letters." "I did not duly consider what I was saying. The papers, after all, were only private letters of my own, Gibbs. They concern no one but myself. One was a mere note, an invitation from a lady. They could have had no value for a thief, I dare say I mislaid it, and never put it into the secretaire at all." Algernon went away with downcast eyes and hurried step, and Mr. Gibbs stared after him with a bewildered gaze. Then slowly the expression of his face changed to one of consternation and pity. "Poor young man!" he exclaimed half aloud. "That woman has been making free with his papers beyond a doubt, and he does his best to shield her. A worldly minded, vain woman she is, that looks at us as if we were made of a different kind of clay from her. And they say she is furiously jealous of her husband. But this is serious. This is very serious indeed. I am sorry for the young man with all my heart." End of chapter 7. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 8. It was no more possible to do anything unusual in Whitford, without arresting attention, and being subjected to animadversion, than it was possible for atmospheric conditions to change without affecting the barometer. Who could tell how it got abroad in the town that young Mrs. Errington was in the habit of following her husband about, of watching him, spying on his actions, and examining his private correspondence? Mr. Obadiah Gibbs, who could have told more than any one on the latter head, was not given to talking, yet the fact oozed out. It assumed, of course, a great variety of forms and colours, according to the more or less distorting mediums through which it passed. The fact, as uttered by Miss Chubb, for example, was a very different looking fact from that which was narrated with bated breath, and nods, and winks by Mrs. Smith, the surgeon's wife. And her version, again, varied considerably from those of Mr. Gladwish, the Methodist shoemaker, Mr. Barker, the Church of England chemist, and the bosom friends of the servants at Ivy Lodge. Still, under one shape and another, Mrs. Algernon Errington's jealousy of her husband, and her consequent behaviour, were within the cognizance of Whitford, and were discussed in all circles there. The predominant feeling ran strongly against Castalia. There were persons, indeed, who, exercising an exemplary impartiality, on which they much prided themselves, refused to take sides in the matter, but considered it most probable that both parties were to blame. Mrs. Smith was among these. She had, she declared, that rare gift in woman, a judicial mind, although her conception of the judicial functions appeared to be limited to putting on the black cap and passing sentence. But in the main, public sympathy was with Algernon. He had offended many old acquaintances by his aristocratic marriage, but at least he was now making the only amends in his power by being extremely unhappy in it. A great many wiseacres, male and female, were now able to shake their heads and say that they had known all along how it would turn out. This came of flying too high, for if Mrs. Errington senior was an Ancram by birth, her husband had been only a country surgeon, not even an M.D., although she called him doctor. And this justifying of their predictions was, in a vague way, imputed to Algernon as a merit, or at least it softened disapproval. Then, too, in justice to Whitfordians, it must be said that all their knowledge of Castalia showed them an insolent, supercilious, uninteresting woman, who made no secret of her contempt for them and their town, and who, although but a poor postmaster's wife when you came to look at it, as Mrs. Smith, the judicial, truly observed, gave herself more airs than a duchess. What good, or capacities for good, there might be in her was hidden from Whitford, whilst her unpleasant qualities were abundantly manifested to all beholders. Poor Castalia, in her quite unaffected nonchalance and disregard of all those people, was totally ignorant how much resentment and dislike she was creating, and in what a hostile atmosphere she was living. Her husband's popularity, dimmed by his alliance with her, began to revive when it was perceived that she persecuted and harassed him, and, as was shrewdly suspected, involved him in money difficulties by her extravagance. Some of the men thought it served him right. Why did he marry such a woman? But the ladies, as a rule, were on Algernon's side. There were exceptions, of course. Miss McDougall stood up for her friend, as she said, albeit with some admixture of Mrs. Smith's judicial tendency to blame everybody all round, and a personal disposition towards spitefulness. Minnie Bodkin said very little when the subject was mentioned in her presence, but when an opinion was forced from her, she did not deliver it entirely in favour of Algernon. She was sorry for his wife, she said, and 9/10 of her hearers would retort with raised hands and eyes that they, for their part, were sorry for the young man, and that they could not understand what dear Minnie found to pity in Mrs. Algernon Errington. "A woman who spies on her husband, my dear, who condescends to open his letters. How a woman can so degrade herself is a mystery to me. And they say she actually follows him about the street at night, skulks after him. Oh, it is almost too bad to repeat." "I don't know that all that is true, but if it be so, it seems to me that there is a great cause for pity," Minnie would reply, and the answer was set down to poor dear Miss Bodkin's eccentricity. There had been for some time back a talk of carelessness and mismanagement at the Whitford post office, Then Roger Heath made no secret of his loss, and was not soft-hearted or mild in his manner of speaking of it. He complained aloud, and spared nobody. And there were plenty of voices ready to carry his denunciations through all classes of Whitford society. It was very strange. Such a thing as the loss of a money letter had been almost unknown during the reign of the late postmaster, and now there was not one case, but two, three, a dozen. The number increased as it passed from mouth to mouth at a wonderful rate. There must be great negligence, to say the least of it, somewhere in the Whitford post office. If the present postmaster was too much above his business to look after it properly, it was a pity his high friends didn't remove him to some situation better suited to such a fine gentleman. To be sure, he was worried out of his wits by that woman. It really was true that she haunted the office at all hours. She had been seen slipping out of the private door in the entry. She was even said to have a pass key, which enabled her to go in and out at her will. Was it not rumoured on very good authority that she had actually gone to the office alone in the dead of night? What could she want to be always prowling about there for? It was all very well to say that she went to spy on her husband, but if things went wrong in the office in consequence of her spyings, it became a public evil. Anyway, it was most extraordinary and unheard of behaviour, and somebody ought to take the matter up. This latter somewhat vague suggestion was a favourite climax to gossip on the subject of the Algernon Erringtons. With respect to their private affairs, things did not mend. Tradesmen dunned and grumbled, and could not get their money, and some declined to execute further orders from Ivy Lodge until their accounts were settled. Among the angriest had been Mr. Revell, the principal draper of the town, whom Castalia had honoured with a good deal of her custom. But one day, not long after Algernon's conversation with his clerk, mentioned in the last chapter, he was met in the High Street by Mr. Revell, who bowed very deferentially, and stopped hesitatingly. "Could I say a word to you, sir?" said Mr. Revell. "Certainly," replied Algernon. They were close to the post office, and he took the draper into his private room, and bade him be seated. "I suppose, Mr. Revell," said Algernon, with a shrug and a smile, "that you've come about your bill. Mrs. Errington mentioned to me a short time ago that you had been rather importunate. Upon my word, Mr. Revell, I think you need not have been in such a deuce of a hurry. I know Mrs. Errington does not understand making bargains, and I suppose you don't neglect to arrange your prices, so as not to lose by giving her a little credit, eh?" This was said lightly, but either the words or the tone made Mr. Revell colour and look a little confused. He was seated, and Algernon was standing near him with his back to the fire, expressing a sense of his own superiority to the draper in every turn of his well-built figure, and every line of his half-smiling, half-bored countenance. "Why, you see, Mr. Errington, we are not in the habit of giving long credit, unless to a few old-established customers who deal largely with us. It would not suit our style of doing business, and it was reported that you were not settled permanently here, and one or two unpleasant things had been said, but I hope you will not continue to feel so greatly offended with us for sending in the account. It was merely in the regular way of our transactions, I assure you." "Oh, I'm not offended at all, Mr. Revell, and I hope by the end of this month to clear off all scores between us entirely. Mrs. Errington has not furnished me with any details, but—" Revell looked up quickly. "Clear off all scores between us, sir?" he said. "I presume you will have no objection to that, Mr. Revell?" "Oh, of course, sir, you will have your joke. I am glad you're not offended. You see, ladies don't always understand these matters. Mrs. Errington was a little severe on us when she paid the account yesterday. At least so my cashier said." "My wife paid your account yesterday?" cried Algernon, with a blank look. "Yes, sir, in full. We should have been quite satisfied if settlement had been made up to the end of last quarter, but it was paid in full. Oh, I thought you had been made aware of it. Mrs. Errington said, my people understood her to say, that it was by your wish, as you were so greatly annoyed at the bill being sent in so often." Oh, yes, quite right, Mr. Revell." He spoke slowly, as if he were thinking of something other than the words he uttered. Revell looked at him curiously. Algernon suddenly caught the man's eye, and broke into a little careless laugh. "The fact is," he said, with a frank toss of his head, "that I did not know Mrs. Errington had paid you. I suppose she had received some remittances, or... But in short," checking himself and laughing once more, "I dare say you won't trouble yourself as to where the money comes from, so long as it comes to you." Mr. Revell laughed back again, but rather in a forced manner. "Not at all, sir, not at all," he said, bowing and smiling, and seeing Algernon look significantly at his watch, he bowed and smiled himself out of the office. Then Mr. Revell went away to report to his wife the details of his interview with the postmaster, and before noon the next day it was reported throughout Whitford that Mrs. Algernon Errington had the command of mysterious stores of money, whereof her husband knew nothing, and that nevertheless she ran him into debt right and left, and refused to pay a farthing until she was absolutely forced to do so. This report was not calculated to make those tradesmen who had not been paid more patient and forbearing.
If Mrs. Algernon Errington could find money for one, she could for another, they argued, and a shower of bills descended on Ivy Lodge within the next week or two. Algernon said they came like a swarm of locusts, and threatened to devour all before them. He acknowledged to himself that the payment of Revell's bill had been a fatal precedent. And perhaps, he thought, there was no need for getting rid of the notes after all. However, the thing is done and can't be undone. The necessity for another appeal to Lord Seely grew more and more imminent. Castalia had displayed an unexpected obstinacy about the matter. She had held to her refusal to ask for more money from her uncle, but Algernon had not yet urged her very strongly to do so. The moment had now come, he thought, when an appeal absolutely must be made, and he doubted not his own power to cause Castalia to make it. Her manner, to be sure, had been very singular of late, alternately sullen and excited, passing from cold silence to passionate tenderness without any intermediate phases. He had surprised her occasionally crying convulsively, and at other times on coming home he had found her sitting absolutely unoccupied, with a blank fixed face. The few persons who saw Castalia frequently observed the change in her and commented on it. Miss Chubb once dropped a word to Algernon, indicating a vague suspicion that his wife's intellect was disordered. He did not choose to appear to perceive the drift of her words, but the hint dwelt in his mind. "You must write to Lord Seely this evening, Cassie," he said one day on returning home to dinner. He had found his wife at her desk, and on seeing him she huddled away a confused heap of papers into a drawer, and hastily shut it. "Must I?" she answered gloomily. "Well, I don't wish to use an offensive phrase. You will write to oblige me. It has been put off long enough." "Why should I oblige you?" said Castalia, looking up at him with sunken eyes. She looked so ill and haggard as to arrest Algernon's attention, not too lavishly bestowed on her in general. "Cassie," said he, "I am afraid you're not well." The tears came into her eyes. She turned her head away. "Do you really care whether I am ill or well?" she asked. "Do I really care? What a question! Of course I care. Are you suffering?" "No, not now. I believe I should not feel any suffering. If only you loved me, Ancram." "Castalia, how can you be so absurd?" He rose from his seat beside her, and walked impatiently up and down the room. Nothing irritated him so much as to be called on for sentiment or tenderness. "There!" she exclaimed, with a little despondent gesture of the head. "You were speaking and looking kindly, and I have driven you away. I wish I was dead." Algernon stopped in his walk and cast a singular look at his wife. Then, after a moment, he said, in his usual light manner, "My dear Cassie, you're low and nervous. It really is not good for you to mope by yourself as you do. Come, rouse yourself to write this letter to my lord. Then after dinner you can have the fly to drive to my mother's. She complains that she sees you very seldom." "Will you come too, Ancram?" Well, yes, if it is possible, I will come too." "I think," said Castalia, putting her hands on his shoulders and gazing wistfully into his face, "that if you and I could go away to some quiet, strange place, far away from all these odious people, across the seas somewhere, I think we might be happy even now." "Upon my honour, there's nothing I should like so much as to get away across the seas; and you might as well hint to my lord, in the course of your letter, that I should be very well contented with a berth in the colonies. A good climate, of course. One wouldn't care to be shipped off to Sierra Leone." "I will write that to Uncle Val, willingly. But don't ask me to beg money of him again." Algernon made a rapid calculation in his mind, and answered without appreciable pause, "Well, Cassie, it shall be as you will. But as to begging, that I think is scarcely the word between us and Lord Seely." "I'll run upstairs and bathe my eyes, and I shall still have time to write before dinner," said Castalia, and left the room. When he was alone, Algernon opened the writing-table drawer and glanced at the papers in it. Castalia's hurried manner of concealing them had suggested to his mind the suspicion that she might have been writing secretly to her uncle. He found no letter addressed to Lord Seely, but he did find an unfinished fragment of writing addressed to himself. It consisted of a few incoherent phrases of despondency and reproach, the expression of confidence betrayed, and affection unrequited. There was a word or two in it about the writer's weariness of life, and desire to quit it. Castalia had written many such fragments of late, sometimes as a mere outlet for suppressed feeling, sometimes under the impression that she really could not long support an existence uncheered by sympathy or counsel, embittered by jealousy, and chilled by neglect. She had written such fragments, and then torn them up in many a lonely hour, but she had never thought of complaining of Algernon to Lord Seely. She would complain of him to no human being. But all Algernon's insight into his wife's character did not enable him to feel sure of this. Indeed, he had often said to himself that no rational being could be expected to follow the vagaries of Castalia's sickly fancies and impracticable temper. He would not have been surprised to find her pouring out a long string of lamentations about her lot to Lord Seely. He was not much surprised at what he did find her to have written, although the state of feeling it displayed seemed to him as unreasonable and unaccountable as ever. He gave himself no account of the motive which made him take the fragment of writing, fold it, and place it carefully inside a little pocket book which he carried. "I wonder," he thought to himself, "if Castalia is likely to die." End of chapter 8. Volume 3, Chapter 9, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 9. The letter to Lord Seely was duly written, and this time in Castalia's own words. Algernon refused to assist her in the composition of it, saying, in answer to her appeals, "No, no, Cassie, I shall make no suggestions whatsoever. I don't choose to expose myself to any more grandiloquence from your uncle about letters being written by your hand, but not dictated by your head. I wonder at my lord talking such high-flown stuff, but pomposity is his master weakness." Castalia's letter was as follows: Whitford, November 23rd. Dear Uncle Val, I am sure you will understand that I was very much surprised and hurt at the tone of your last letter to Ancram. Of course, if you have not the money to help us with, you cannot lend it, and I don't complain of that. But I was vexed at the way you wrote to Ancram. You won't think me ungrateful to you. I know how good you have always been to me, and I am fonder of you than of anybody in the world except Ancram. But nobody can be unkind to him without hurting me, and I shall always resent any slight to him. But I am writing now to ask you something that I wish for very much myself. It is quite my own desire. I am not at all happy in this place, and I want you to get Ancram a berth somewhere in the colonies, quite away. It is no use changing from one town in England to another. What we want is to get far away, and to put the seas between us and all the odious people here. I am sure you might get us something if you would try. I assure you Ancram is perfectly wasted in this hole. Any stupid grocer or tallow chandler could do what he has to do. Do, dear Uncle Val, try to help us in this. Indeed, I shall never be happy in Whitford. Your affectionate niece, C. Errington. Give my love to Aunt Belinda, if she cares to have it, but I dare say she won't. C. E. "I think my lord will not doubt the genuineness of that epistle," thought Algernon, after having read it at his wife's request. Then the fly was announced, and they set off together to pass the evening at the elder Mrs. Errington's lodgings. The Bluebell driver touched his hat in a very respectful manner. His master's long-standing account was unpaid, but he continued to receive, for his part, frequent half-crowns from Algernon, who liked the immediate popularity to be purchased by a gift, somewhat out of proportion to his means. Indeed, our young friend enjoyed a better reputation amongst menials and underlings than amongst their employers. The former were apt to speak of him as a pleasant gentleman who was free with his money, and to declare that they felt as if they could do anything for young Mr. Errington, so they could. He had such a way with him. Whereas the mere payment of humdrum debts excites no such agreeable glow of feeling, and is altogether a flat, stale, and unprofitable proceeding. "What o'clock shall we say, Castalia?" asked her husband, as they alighted at Mrs. Thimbleby's door. "Tell him to come at 10:30, returned Castalia. It chanced that David Powell was re-entering his lodgings at the moment the younger Erringtons reached the door. He stood aside to let the lady pass into the house before him, and thus heard her answer. The sound of her voice made him start and bend forward to look at her face, when the light from the open door fell upon it. She turned round at the same instant, and the two looked full at each other. David Powell asked Mrs. Thimbleby if that lady were not the wife of Mr. Algernon Errington. "Yes, Mr. Powell, she is his wife, and more's the pity, if all tales be true." "Judge not uncharitably, Sister Thimbleby, nor let your tongue belie the gentleness of your spirit. It is an unruly member that speaks not always out of the fullness of the heart. The lady seems very sick, and bears the traces of much sorrow in her countenance." "Oh yes, indeed, poor thing! Sickly enough she looks, and sorry. Nay, I dare say she has her own trials, but I fear me she leads that pleasant young husband of hers a poor life of it. I shouldn't say as much to any one but you, sir, for I do try to keep my tongue from evil speaking. But had you never seen her before, Mr. Powell?" Powell answered musingly, "No, scarcely seen her, but I had heard her voice." Mrs. Errington received her son and daughter-in-law with an effusive welcome. She was so astonished, so delighted. It was so long since she had seen them. And then to see them together, that had latterly become quite a rare treat. The good lady expatiated on this theme until Castalia's brow grew gloomy with the recollection of her wrongs, her solitary hours spent so drearily.
and her suspicions as to how her husband employed the hours of his absence from her. And then Mrs. Errington began playfully to reprove her for being dull and silent, instead of enjoying dear Algy's society now that she had it. "I am sure, my dear Castalia," said the elder lady with her usual self-complacent stateliness, "you won't mind my telling you that I consider one of the great secrets of the perfect felicity I enjoyed during my married life to have been the interest and pleasure I always took, and showed that I took, in Dr. Errington's society." "Perhaps he liked your society," returned Castalia with a languid sneer, followed by a short bitter sigh. "Preferred it to any in the world, my dear," said Mrs. Errington mellifluously. She said it, too, with an aplomb and an air of conviction that mightily tickled Algernon, who, remembering the family rumours which haunted his childhood, thought that his respected father, if he preferred his wife's society to any other, must have put a considerable constraint on his inclinations, not to say sacrificed them altogether to the claims of a convivial circle of friends. "The dear old lady is as good as a play," thought he. Indeed, he thoroughly relished this bit of domestic comedy. "But then," proceeded Mrs. Errington, as she rang the bell to order tea, "I have not the vanity to suppose that he would have done so without the exercise of some little care and tact on my part. Tact, my dear Castalia, tact is the most precious gift a wife can bring to the domestic circle. But the Ancrams always had enormous tact. Give us some tea, if you please, Mrs. Thimbleby, and be careful that the water boils. Proverbial for it, in fact." Algernon thought it time to come to the rescue. He did not choose his comfort to be destroyed by a passage of arms between his mother and his wife. So he deftly turned the conversation to less dangerous topics, and things proceeded peacefully until the tea was served. "Who was that man that was coming into the house with us?" asked Castalia, as she sipped her tea from one of Mrs. Errington's antique blue and white china cups. "Would it be Mr. Diamond? But no, you know him by sight. Or I suppose it was that Methodist preacher, Powell." "Powell, yes, that was the name. David Powell." "Most likely. He is in and out at all hours. Really, Algernon, do you know? You remember the fellow, how he used to annoy us at Maxfield's? Well, do you know, I believe he is quite crazy." "You have always entertained that opinion, I believe, ma'am." "Oh, but my dear boy, I think he's demented in real downright earnest now. I do indeed. I'm sure the things that poor weak-minded Mrs. Thimbleby tells me about him. He has delusions of all kinds, hears voices, sees visions. I should say it is a case of what your father would have called melancholy madness. Really, Algy, I frequently think about it. It is quite alarming sometimes in the night, if I happen to wake up, to remember that there is a lunatic sleeping overhead. You know he might take it into his head to murder one, or if he only killed himself, which is perhaps more likely, it would be a highly unpleasant circumstance. I could not possibly remain in the lodgings, you know, out of the question, and so I told that silly Thimbleby. I said to her, 'Observe, Mrs. Thimbleby, if any dreadful thing happens in this house, a suicide or anything of that sort, I shall leave you at an hour's notice. I wish you well, and I have no desire to withdraw my patronage from you, but you could not expect me to look over a coroner's inquest.'" Algernon threw his head back and laughed heartily. "That was a fair warning at any rate," said he. "And if Mr. David Powell has any consideration for his landlady, he will profit by it. That is to say, supposing Mr. Thimbleby tells him of it. What did she say?" "Oh, she merely cried and whimpered and hid her face in her apron. She is terribly weak-minded, poor creature." Castalia had been listening in silence. All at once she said, "How many miserable people there are!" "Very true, Cassie. Provincial postmasters and others. And part of my miserable lot is to go down to the office again for an hour to-night." "My poor boy, go to the office again to-night!" exclaimed his mother and his wife simultaneously. "Yes, it is now 8:30. I have an appointment. At least, I shall be back in an hour, I have no doubt." Algernon walked off with an air of good-humoured resignation, smiling and shrugging his shoulders. The two women, left alone together, took his departure very differently. Mrs. Errington was majestically wrathful with a system of things which involved so much discomfort to a scion of the house of Ancram. She was of opinion that some strong representations should be made to the ministry, that Parliament should be appealed to, and she rather enjoyed her own eloquence, and was led on by it to make some most astounding assertions, and utter some scathing condemnations with an air of comfortable self-satisfaction. Castalia, on the other hand, remained gloomily taciturn, huddled into an easy chair by the hearth, and staring fixedly at the fire. It has been recorded in these pages that Mrs. Errington did not much object to silence on the part of her companion for the time being. She only required an assenting or admiring interjection now and then to enable her to carry on what she supposed to be a very agreeable conversation; but she did like her confidence to do that much towards social intercourse, and she liked, moreover, to see some look of pleasure, interest, or sympathy on the confidante's face. Looking at Castalia's moody and abstracted countenance, she could not but remember the gentle listener in whom she had been wont for so many years to find a sweet response to all her utterances. "Oddly enough," she said, "I have been disappointed of a visitor this evening, and so should have been quite alone if you and Algy had not come in. I had asked Rhoda to spend the evening with me." Castalia looked round at the sound of that name. "Why didn't she come?" she asked abruptly. "Oh, I don't know. She merely said she could not leave home to night. That old father of hers sometimes takes tyrannical fancies into his head. He has been kinder to dear Rhoda of late, and has treated her more becomingly, chiefly, I believe I may say, owing to my influence, although the old booby chose to quarrel with me. But when he takes a thing into his head he is as obstinate as a mule." "I don't know about treating her becomingly, but I think she needs some one to look after her and keep her in check." "Who, Rhoda? My dear Castalia, she is the very sweetest tempered creature I ever met with in my life. And that is saying a good deal, let me tell you, for the Ancram temper was something quite special, a gift. I don't boast of it, because I believe it was simply constitutional, but such was the fact." "That girl is dressed up beyond her station. The last time I saw her it was absurd, scarcely reputable, I should think." Mrs. Errington by no means liked this attack. Over and above the fact that Rhoda was her pet and her protégée, which would have sufficed to make any animadversions on her appear impertinent, she was genuinely fond of the girl, and answered with some warmth, "I am sure, Castalia, that whatever Rhoda Maxfield might be dressed in, she would look modest and sweet, not to say excessively pretty, for I suppose there cannot be a doubt about that." "I thought you were a stickler for people keeping to their own station, and not aping their betters." "We must distinguish, Castalia. Birth will ever be with me the first consideration. Coming of the race I do, it could not be otherwise. But it is useless to shut one's eyes to the fact that money nowadays will do much. Look at our best families. Families of lineage as good as my own. What do we see? We see them allying themselves with commercial people right and left. Now there was Miss Pickleham. The way in which she was thrown at Algy's head would surprise you. She had £100,000 of her own on the day she married, and expectations of much more on old Pickleham's decease. But I never encouraged the thing. Perhaps I was wrong. However, she married Sir Peregrine Puffin last season, and the Puffins were in Cornwall before the Conquest." Castalia shrugged her shoulders in undisguised scorn. "All that nonsense is nothing to the purpose," said she, throwing her head back against the cushion of the chair she sat on. Mrs. Errington opened her blue eyes to their widest extent. "Really, Castalia, all that nonsense? You are not very polite." "I am sick of all the pretences and shams and deceptions," returned Castalia, her eyes glittering feverishly, and her thin fingers twining themselves together with nervous restlessness. "I don't know whether you are made a fool of yourself, or are trying to make a fool of me." "Castalia!" "But in either case I am not duped. Your sweet Rhoda! Don't you know that she is an artful, false coquette? Perhaps worse." "Castalia!" "Yes, worse. Why should she not be as bad as any other low-bred creature who lures on gentlemen to make love to her? Men are such idiots, so false and fickle. But though I may be injured and insulted, I will not be laughed at for a dupe." "Good heavens, Castalia, what does this mean?" "And I will tell you another thing. If you really are so blind to what goes on, and has been going on for years, I don't believe Ancram has gone to the post office to night at all. I believe he has gone to see Rhoda. It would not be the first time he has deceived me on that score." Mrs. Errington sat holding the arms of her easy chair with both hands, and staring at her daughter-in-law. The poor lady felt as if the world were turned upside down. It was not so long since old Maxfield had astonished her by plainly showing that he thought her of no importance, and choosing to turn her out of his house. And now, here was Castalia conducting herself in a still more amazing manner, whilst she revolved the case in her brain, much confused and bewildered as that organ was, and endeavoured to come to some clear opinion on it. The younger woman got up and walked up and down the room with the restless, aimless, anxious gait of a caged animal. At last Mrs. Errington slowly nodded her head 2 or 3 times, drew a long breath, folded her hands, and assuming a judicial air, spoke as follows. "My dear Castalia, I shall overlook the unbecomingness of certain expressions that you have used towards myself, because I can make allowances for an excited state of feeling, but you must permit me to give you a little advice. Endeavour to control yourself. Try to look at things with calmness and judgment, and you will soon perceive how wrong and foolish your present conduct is. And, moreover, you need not be startled if I have discovered the real motive at the bottom of all this display of temper. There never was a member of my family yet who had not a wonderful gift of reading motives. I'm sure it is nothing to envy us. I have often, for my own part, wished myself as slow of perception as other people, for the truth is not always pleasant. But I must say that I can see one thing very plainly, and that is, that you are most unfortunately and most unreasonably giving way to jealousy. I can see it, Castalia, as plain as possible." Mrs. Errington had finished her harangue with much majesty, bringing out the closing sentences as if they were a most unexpected and powerful climax, when the effect of the whole was marred by her giving a violent start, and exclaiming, with more naturalness than dignity, "Mercy on us, Castalia! What will you do next? Do shut that window, for pity's sake! I shall get my death of cold." Castalia had opened the window, and was leaning out of it, regardless of the sleet which fell in slanting lines and beat against her cheek. "I knew that was his step," she said, speaking as it seemed more to herself than to her mother-in-law. "And he has no umbrella, and those light shoes on." She ran to the fireplace and stirred the fire into a blaze, displaying an activity which was singularly contrasted with her usual languid slowness of movement. "Can't you give him some hot wine and water?" she asked, ringing the bell at the same time. When her husband came in, she removed his damp greatcoat with her own hands, made him sit down near the fire, and brought him a pair of his mother's slippers, which were quite sufficiently roomy to admit his slender feet. Algernon submitted to be thus cherished and taken care of, declaring, with an amused smile, as he sipped the hot negus, that this fuss was very kind, but entirely unnecessary, as he had not been 3 minutes in the rain. As to Mrs. Errington, she was so perplexed by her daughter-in-law's sudden change of mood and manner, that she lost her presence of mind, and remained gazing from Algernon to his wife very blankly. "I never knew such a thing," thought the good lady. "One moment she's raging and scolding and abusing her husband for deceiving her, and the next she is petting him up as if he was a baby." When the fly was announced, and Castalia left the little drawing-room to put on her cloak and bonnet, Mrs. Errington drew near to her son and whispered to him solemnly, "Algy, there is something very strange about your wife. I never saw such a changed creature within the last few weeks. Don't you think you should have some one to see her? Some professional person, I mean. I fear that her brain is affected." "Good gracious, mother! Another lunatic! You're getting to have a monomania on that subject yourself." Algernon laughed as he said it. "My dear, there may be 2 persons afflicted in the same way, may there not? But I said nothing about lunatics, Algy. Only really, I think some temporary disturbance of the brain is going on. I do indeed." "Pooh, pooh! Nonsense, ma'am! But it is enough that you are the second person who has made that agreeable suggestion to me within a fortnight. Poor Cassie! That's all she gets by her airs and her temper." "Another person, was there?" "Yes, it was little Miss Chubb, and—" "Miss Chubb? Upon my word, I think that Miss Chubb was guilty of taking a considerable liberty in suggesting anything of the kind about the Honourable Miss Ancram Errington." "Oh, I don't know about liberty, but of course I laughed at her, and of course you will too if she says anything of the kind to you." "I shall undoubtedly check her pretty severely if she attempts anything of the sort with me. Miss Chubb, indeed!" The consequence was that Mrs. Errington went about among her Whitford friends, elaborately contradicting and denying "the innuendoes spread abroad about her daughter-in-law by certain presumptuous and gossiping persons," and thus brought the suggestion before many who would not otherwise have heard of it. All which, of course, surprised and annoyed Algernon very much, who had naturally not expected anything of the sort from his mother's well-known tact and discretion. End of Chapter 9. Volume 3, Chapter 10, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 10. One dreary Sunday afternoon about this time, that is to say, about the end of November, Matthew Diamond rang at the bell of Mr. Maxfield's door. He had a couple of books under his arm, and he asked the servant who admitted him if she could give him back the volume he had last lent to Miss Maxfield. Sally looked askance at the books as she took them from his hand, and shook her head doubtfully. "It's one of them French books, isn't it, sir? I don't know one from another. Would you please step upstairs yourself? Miss Rhoda's in the drawing-room." Diamond went upstairs and tapped at the door of the sitting-room. "Come in," said a soft, sweet voice that seemed to him the most deliciously musical he had ever heard, and he entered.
The old room looked very different from what it had looked in the days when Matthew Diamond used to come there to read Latin and history with Algernon Errington. There were still the clumsy beams in the low ceiling, and the old-fashioned cushioned seats in the bay window, but everything else was changed. A rich carpet covered the floor, there were handsome hangings and a couch, and a French clock on the chimney-piece. There was a small pianoforte in the room, too, and at one end a bookcase well filled with gaily bound books. These things were the products of old Max's money. But there were evidences about the place of taste and refinement which were due entirely to Rhoda. She had got a stand of hyacinths, like those in Miss Bodkin's room. She had softened and hidden the glare of the bright, brand new upholstery by dainty bits of lacework spread over the couch and the chairs. And she had with some difficulty persuaded her father to substitute for two staring coloured French lithographs which had decked the walls, a couple of good engravings after Italian pictures. There was a fire glowing redly in the grate, and the room was warm and fragrant. Rhoda was curled up in the window-seat with a book in her hand, and bending down her pretty head over it, until the soft brown curls swept the page. Diamond stood still for a moment in the doorway, admiring the graceful figure well defined against the light. "Come in, Sally," said Rhoda, and then she looked up from her book and saw him. "I am afraid I disturb you," said Diamond, "but the maid told me to come up." "Oh no, I was just reading." "Straining your eyes by this twilight? That's very wrong." "Yes, I'm afraid it's not very wise, but I wanted to finish the chapter, and my eyes are really very strong." "I thought you might be at church," said Diamond, seating himself on the opposite side of the bay window, and within its recess. "So I asked the maid to get me the book I wanted. But she sent me upstairs." "Aunt Betty is at church, and James, but father wouldn't let me go. He said it was so raw and foggy, and I had been to church this morning." "Yes, I saw you there. But have you not been well, that your father did not wish you to go out?" "Oh yes, I'm very well, thank you. But I had a little cold last week, and I should have had to walk to St. Chad's and back, you know. Father doesn't think it right to drive on the Lord's Day, so he made me stay at home." "How very right of him! What were you reading?" He drew a little nearer to her as he asked the question, and looked at the book she held. "Oh, it's a Sunday book," said Rhoda simply. "The Pilgrim's Progress. I like it very much." "I wonder whether you will care to hear some good news I had to day?" "Oh yes, I shall be very glad to hear it." "I think I stand a good chance of getting the head mastership of Dorrington Proprietary School. Dorrington is in the next county, you know." "Oh, I'm very glad." "It would be a very good position. I am not certain of it yet, you know, but Dr. Bodkin has been very friendly, and has promised to canvass the governing committee for me." "Oh, I'm very glad indeed." "I don't know yet myself whether I am very glad or not." "Don't you?" Rhoda looked up at him in genuine surprise, but her eyes fell before the answering look they encountered, and she blushed from brow to chin. "No, it all depends on you, Rhoda. Whether I am glad of it to the bottom of my heart, or whether I give it all up as a thing not worth striving for." There was a pause, which Rhoda broke at length because the silence embarrassed her unendurably. "Oh, I don't think it can depend upon me, Mr. Diamond," she said, speaking in a little quivering voice that was barely audible, whilst at the same time she hurriedly turned over the pages of the Pilgrim's Progress, with her eyes fixed on them, although she assuredly did not see one letter. Diamond gently drew the book from her hands and took the hand in his own. "Yes, Rhoda," he said, and having once called her so, his lips seemed to dwell lovingly on the sound of her name. "I think you do know. You must know that, if I look forward hopefully and happily to anything in my future life, it is only because I have a hope that you may be able to love me a little. I love you so much." She trembled violently, but did not withdraw her hand from his clasp. She sat quite still with downcast eyes, neither moving nor looking to the right or the left. "Rhoda! Rhoda, won't you say one word to me?" "I'm thinking what I ought to say," she answered, almost in a whisper. "Is it so difficult, Rhoda?" She made a strong effort to command her voice, but she had not the courage to look full at him as she answered, "Yes, it is very difficult for me. I want to do right, Mr. Diamond. I want not to deceive you." "I am very sure that you will not deceive me, Rhoda." "Not if I can help it, but it is so hard to say just the exact truth." "I don't find it hard to say the exact truth to you. You may believe me implicitly, Rhoda, when I say that I love you with all my heart, and will do my best to make you happy, if you will let me." "I do believe you. I believe you're really fond of me. Only, of course, you are much cleverer and wiser than I am, except in thinking too much of me, and you can say just whatever is in your mind. But I can't, not all at once." "I will wait, Rhoda. I will have patience and not distress you."
The tears were falling down her cheeks now, not from sorrow, but from sheer agitation. She thanked him by a gesture of her head, and drew her hand away from his very gently, and wiped her eyes. He could not command himself at sight of her tears, although he had resolved not to speak again until she should be calm and ready to hear him. "My darling!" he said, clasping his hands together, and looking at her with eyes full of anxious compassion. "Don't cry. Is it my fault? You must have had some knowledge of what was in my heart to say to you. I have not startled you and taken you by surprise." "No, that's just it, Mr. Diamond. It's that makes me feel so afraid of doing wrong and deceiving you. I have thought for some time past that you were getting to like me very much. Some one said so too. But yet I couldn't do anything, could I? I couldn't say, 'Don't get fond of me, Mr. Diamond.'" "It would have been quite in vain to say, 'Don't get fond of me.' I am a desperately obstinate man, Rhoda." "So then I mean to tell you the exact truth, you know, as well as I can. I began to think whether I liked you very much." "Well, Rhoda?" There was a rather long silence. "Well, I thought yes, I did." He clasped his arms round her with a sudden impetuous movement, but she held him off with her two hands on his shoulders. "No, but please listen. I did love somebody else once very much. Of course we were very young, and it was nonsense. But I did wrong in being secret and keeping it from father. And I never want to be secret any more. And though I do like you very much, and I should be very sorry if you went away, yet it isn't quite the same that I felt before. That is the truth as well as I can say it. And I am very grateful to you for thinking so well of me." He drew the young head with its soft shining chestnut curls down to his breast, and pressed his lips to her cheek. "Now you're mine, my very own, are you not, Rhoda?" "Yes, if you like, Mr. Diamond." Matthew Diamond had been successful in his wooing, after feeling very doubtful of success, and he should naturally have been elated in proportion to his previous trepidation. And he was happy, of course, yet scarcely with the fullness of joyful triumph he had promised himself, if pretty Rhoda should incline her ear to his suit. There was a subtle flavour of disappointment in it all. Rhoda had behaved very well, very honestly, in making that effort to be quite clear and candid about her feelings. It was a great thing to be able to feel perfect confidence in the woman who was to be his companion for life. And as to her loving him with the same fervour he felt towards her, that was not to be expected. He never had expected that. She was gentle, sweet, modest, thoroughly feminine, and exquisitely pretty. She was willing to give herself to him, and would doubtless be a true and affectionate wife. He held her slight waist in his arm, and her head rested confidingly on his bosom. Of course he was very happy. If only Rhoda were not quite so silent and cold! If she would say one little word of tenderness, or even nestle herself fondly against his shoulder without speaking! Some such thoughts were vaguely flitting through Diamond's mind, when Rhoda raised her head, and, emboldened by the gathering dusk, looked up into his face and said, "You know it cannot be, unless father consents." "I shall speak to him this evening. Do you think he will be stern and hard to persuade, Rhoda?" "I don't know. He said once that he would like to know I had some one to take care of me." "On that score I am not afraid of falling short. Your father could give his treasure to no man who would take more loving care of her than I." "And then you are a gentleman, and father thinks a great deal of that, although he makes no pretence at being anything more than a tradesman himself. And of course I am only a tradesman's daughter. I am greatly below you in station. I know that." "My Rhoda! As if there could be any question of that between us! God knows I have been poor and obscure enough all my life. But now I shall be able to tell your father that I hope to have a home to offer you that will be at least not sordid, and the position of a lady." "I hope you won't repent, Mr. Diamond." "Repent! But, Rhoda, won't you call me by my name? Say Matthew, not Mr. Diamond." "Yes, I will if you like. But I'm afraid I can't all at once. It seems so strange." "I wish you liked my name 1,000th part as much as I love the sound of yours. It seems so sweet to be able to call you Rhoda." "Oh, I like your name very much indeed. But I think, please, that you had better go now. The people are coming out of church, and Aunt Betty may be back at any moment, and I don't wish her to find you here before you have spoken to father." Rhoda stood up as she said it, and Diamond had no choice but to rise too and say farewell. He drew her gently towards him and kissed her. "Will you try to love me, Rhoda?" he said in a tone of almost sad entreaty. "Do you think you shall be able to love me a little?" "I should not have accepted you if I felt that I could never be fond of you," returned Rhoda, and a little flush spread itself over her face as she spoke. "But you know I have told you the truth. I have told you about—" He put up his hand to check her. "Yes, yes, you have been quite candid and honourable, and I won't be exacting or unreasonable or too impatient." He did not think he could endure to hear Rhoda, in her anxiety not to deceive him, recapitulate the confession of her different feeling for another man in days past; and yet he had known, or guessed, that it had been so. Then he took his leave, an accepted lover, and told himself that he was a very fortunate and happy man. As he passed the door of old Max's little parlour downstairs, he saw a light gleaming under the door into the almost dark passage. He stopped and tapped at the door. "Come in," said Jonathan Maxfield's harsh voice, and Diamond went into the parlour. End of Chapter 10. Volume 3, Chapter 11 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 11. Old Max looked up at his visitor over the great tortoise-shell spectacles on his nose. He had a large Bible open on the table before him. The large Bible was placed there every evening, and on Sunday evenings any other mundane volume which might chance to be lying in the parlour was carefully removed out of sight, to be restored to the light of day on Monday morning. This was the custom of the house, and had been so for years. It had obtained all through the Methodist days, and now lasted under the new Orthodox dispensation. Since old Max had his spectacles on, it was to be supposed that he had been reading; and since there was no other printed document within sight, not even an almanac, it was clear that he could have been reading nothing but his Bible. And yet it was nearly an hour since he had turned the page before him. He had been dozing, sitting up in his chair by the fire. This had latterly become a habit with him whenever he was left alone in the evening; and once even he had fallen into a sleep, or a stupor, in the midst of the assembled family, and on awakening had been lethargic in his movements and dazed in his manner for some time. He was quite awake now, however, as he peered sharply at Diamond over his glasses. The latter found some little difficulty in beginning his communication, not being assisted by a word from old Max, who stared at him silently. "I have a few words to say to you, Mr. Maxfield, if you are at leisure to hear them," he said at length. "If it's anything in the nature of business communication, I can't attend to it now," returned old Max deliberately. "It has been a rule of mine through life to transact no manner of business on the Lord's day, and I have found it prosper with me." "No, no, it is not a matter of business, Mr. Maxfield," said Diamond, smiling, but not quite at his ease. Then he sat down and told his errand. Maxfield listened in perfect silence. "May I hope, Mr. Maxfield, that you will give us your consent and approbation?" asked Diamond, after a pause. "You're pretty glib, sir. I must know a little more about this matter before I can give an answer one way or another." "You shall know all that I can tell you, Mr. Maxfield. Indeed, I do not see what more I have to say. I have explained to you what my prospects in life are. I have told you every particular with the most absolute fulness and candour. As to my feelings for your daughter, I don't think I could fully express that if I talked to you all night." "What did my daughter say to you?" She told me that she was willing to be my wife, but that it must depend upon your consent." "Rhoda has always been a very dutiful daughter. There's not many like Rhoda." "I appreciate her, Mr. Maxfield. You may believe that I do most heartily appreciate her. I have long known that all my happiness depended on winning Rhoda for my wife. I have loved her long. But, of course, I could not venture to ask her to marry me, or to ask you to give her to me, until I had some prospect of a home to offer her." "Ah! And this prospect now? You aren't sure about it?" "No, I am not quite sure." "And supposing you don't get the place, how then?" "Why then, Mr. Maxfield, I should look for another. If you will give your consent to my engagement to Rhoda, I am not afraid of not finding a place in the world for her. I have a fair share of resolution. I am industrious and well educated. I am not quite 30 years old. If you will give me a word of encouragement, I shall be sure to succeed." "Head master of Dorrington Proprietary School, eh? Will that be a place like Dr. Bodkin's?" "Something of that kind, only not so lucrative." "Dr. Bodkin is thought a good deal of in Whitford." "Mr. Maxfield, may I hope for a favourable answer from you before I go?" Old Max struck his hand sharply on the table as he exclaimed, almost with a snarl, "I will not be hurried, sir, nor be made to speak rashly, and without duly pondering and meditating my words." Then he added in a different tone, "You are glib, sir, mighty glib. Do you know what Miss Maxfield will have to her portion, if I choose to give it to her?" "No, Mr. Maxfield, I do not, nor do I care to know. I would take her to my heart to morrow if she would come, although she were the poorest beggar in the world." "And would you take her without my consent?" "I would, if you had no reasonable grounds for withholding it." "You would steal my daughter away without my consent?" "I said nothing about stealing. I should not think of deceiving you in the matter.
I think you must acknowledge that I am speaking to you pretty frankly, at any rate." Maxfield could not but acknowledge to himself that the young man was honest and straightforward, and spoke fairly. He was well looking too, and had the air of a gentleman, although there was not a trace about him of the peculiar airy elegance, the graceful charm of face and figure, which made Algernon Errington so attractive. Neither had he Algernon's gifts of flattery, so adroitly conveyed as to appear unconscious, nor, what might under the present circumstances have served him equally well with the old tradesman, Algernon's good-humoured way of taking for granted his own incontestable social superiority over the Whitford grocer. Maxfield has his doubts as to whether this young man, ex-usher at the grammar school, a fellow who went about to people's houses and gave lessons for money, could prove to be a fine enough match for his Rhoda, even though he should become headmaster at Dorrington. Maxfield had so set his heart on seeing Rhoda "made a lady of," in the phraseology of his class. "I shall have some conversation with my daughter, and let you have my answer after that, sir," said he, looking half sullenly, half thoughtfully at the suitor. "And as there will be questions of figures to go into, maybe, I am not willing to consider the subject more at length on the Lord's day." But I am bound to confess that this was an afterthought on old Max's part. When Diamond had gone, the old man sent for his daughter to come to him to the parlour. "You can take yourself off, Betty Grimshaw," said he to that respectable spinster, very unceremoniously. "You and James can bide in the kitchen till supper's ready. When it is, come and tell me." Rhoda came in answer to her father's summons, very calmly. She had of course expected it. She had quite got over the agitation of the interview with her lover, and was her usual sweet, placid self again. Yes, she said Mr. Diamond had asked her to marry him, and she was willing to marry him if her father would consent. She believed Mr. Diamond loved her very much, and she liked him very much. She had been afraid of him once because he was so very learned and clever, and seemed rather proud and stern; but he was really extremely gentle when you came to know him. She was sure he would be kind to her. "It's not a thing to decide upon all in a moment, Rhoda," said her father. "No, father, but I have thought of it for some time past," answered Rhoda simply. The old man looked at her with a slight feeling of surprise. "Rhoda has a vast deal of common sense," thought he. "She has some of my brains inside that pretty brown head of hers, that is so like her poor mother's." Then he said aloud, "You see, this Mr. Diamond is nobody after all. A schoolmaster. Well, that's no great shakes." "Dr. Bodkin is a schoolmaster, father." "Dr. Bodkin is rector of St. Chad's, and doctor of divinity, and a man of substance besides." "Mr. Diamond is a gentleman, father. Everybody allows that." "Do you think you could be happy to be his wife, Rhoda?" As he asked this question her father's voice was almost tender, and he placed his hand gently on her head. "Yes, father, I think so. He would take care of me, and be good to me, and guide me right. And he would never put himself between you and me, father. I mean, he would wish me always to be dutiful and affectionate to you." "Well, Rhoda, we must consider, and I hope the Lord will send me wisdom in the matter. I would fain see thee happy before I am called away. God bless thee, child." Jonathan Maxfield turned the matter in his mind during the watches of the night, with much anxious consideration, according to his lights. In social status there was truly not much to complain of, he thought. A man in a position like that of Dr. Bodkin, who should have money of his own or of his wife's, to render him independent of the profits of his place, might come to be a personage of importance. "And money there will be more than they think for," said old Max to himself. The young man seemed to worship Rhoda as he ought. She had shown herself to be very dutiful, very honest, very sensible on this occasion. "He's out and away a better man than that other one. Lives clear and clean before the world, and is ashamed to look no man in the face." Thus old Max reflected, and it will be seen that his reflections tended more and more to favour the acceptance of Matthew Diamond as his son-in-law. Yes, he should be glad to see Rhoda safe and happy under a husband's care before he died. And yet he felt, as the prosperous wooer had felt, a dim sense of dissatisfaction. Old Max could not be accused of being sentimental, but he had looked forward to Rhoda's marriage as an occasion of triumph and exultation. If she found a husband whom he approved of, he would be large and generous in his dealings with them. He would show the world that Rhoda Maxfield was no tokerless lass, but an heiress, courted and sought after, and destined to belong to a sphere far above that of Whitford shopkeepers. Now the husband had been found. He had almost made up his mind as to that. But there was no exultation, certainly no triumph. Rhoda was so cool and quiet, very sensible, oh, admirably sensible, but, in a word, the whole affair seemed a little flat and chilly. Of all the three personages chiefly interested, Rhoda was the only one who was conscious of no disappointment.
End of chapter 11. Volume 3, Chapter 12, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 12. Miss Chubb could keep a secret. She was proud of being entrusted with one. She was much gratified when Rhoda Maxfield, on the Monday after Diamond's proposal, called at the maiden lady's modest lodgings, and confided to her the fact that Mr. Diamond had asked her to marry him, and that she had accepted him, subject to her father's consent. It may seem strange that Rhoda should have chosen to make this confidence to Miss Chubb rather than to Mrs. Errington or to Minnie Bodkin, with both of whom she was more intimate. But she told Miss Chubb that she wanted her help. "My help, my dear? I'm sure I don't know how I can help you, but if I can I will, and I congratulate you sincerely. I have seen how it would be all along. You know I told you that a certain gentleman was falling over head and ears in love a long time ago, didn't I now?" Rhoda acknowledged that it was so, and then she said that she had come to ask a great favour. Would Miss Chubb mind saying a word or two on Mr. Diamond's behalf to her father? "Father told me this morning, after breakfast, that he should make some inquiries about Mr. Diamond. I am quite sure that nothing will come out that is not honourable to him. I am not in the least afraid of that. And I believe Dr. Bodkin will praise him very highly. But he will not perhaps say the sort of thing that would please father most. He will tell him what a good scholar he is, and all that. But he will never think of making father understand that Mr. Diamond is looked upon as being as much a gentleman as he is himself. Gentle folks like Dr. Bodkin take those things for granted, but father would like to be told them. He thinks so very much of my marrying above my own class, for of course I have learnt enough to know that Mr. Diamond belongs to a very different sort of people from mine." "I understand, my dear," returned Miss Chubb, nodding her head shrewdly, "and you may depend on my doing my best if I have the chance. But I'm afraid it is not likely that Mr. Maxfield will consult me on the subject. I told him to come to you. Father knows you are one of the few people with whom Mr. Diamond has associated in Whitford." "Why don't you send him to Mrs. Errington? Oh, I forgot. Your father and she are two." Miss Chubb laughed, to cover a little confusion on her own part, for she guessed that Rhoda might have other reasons for not asking Miss Errington's testimony in favour of her suitor. Then she added quickly, "Or Minnie Bodkin now. Minnie's word would go farther with your father than mine would, and Minnie and Mr. Diamond are such cronies. You had better send him to Minnie." "No, thank you." "But why not? Good gracious, she is the very person." "No, I think not. We don't wish it known until father has given his decided consent. I have only told you in confidence, Miss Chubb." "But if the doctor knows it, Minnie must know it. And if I know it, why shouldn't she?" "No, thank you. I don't want to ask Miss Minnie about it." "I wonder why that is now," pondered Miss Chubb when Rhoda was gone. And very probably Rhoda could not have told her why. Old Maxfield duly paid his visit to Miss Chubb. The good-natured little woman waited at home all day lest she should miss him. And about an hour after her early dinner, Mr. Maxfield sent in his respects, and would be glad to have a word with her if she were at leisure. "I hope you will overlook the intrusion, ma'am," said Maxfield, standing up with his hat in his hand, just inside the door of the little sitting-room, where Miss Chubb asked him to walk in. "No intrusion at all, Mr. Maxfield. I'm very glad to see you. Please to sit down." He obeyed, and holding his thick stick upright before him, and his hat on his knees, he thus began. "I'm not a going to waste your time and mine with vain and worldly discourse, ma'am. I am a man as knows the value of time, thanks be, and I have a serious matter on my mind. You know my daughter Rhoda?" "I know Rhoda, and like her, and admire her very much." "Yes, Rhoda is a girl such as you don't see many like her. There's a young man seeking her in marriage." "I'm not surprised at that." "No, there has been several others too, but she gave him no encouragement, nor should I have been willing that she should. Some of them were persons in my own rank of life, and that would not do for Rhoda." "I think you are quite right there, Mr. Maxfield. Rhoda is naturally very refined, and she has associated a good deal with persons of cultivated manners. I don't think Rhoda would be happy if she were obliged to give up certain little graces of life, which a great many excellent people can do without perfectly well." Maxfield nodded approvingly. "You speak with a good deal of judgment, ma'am," said he, with an air of recognised authority on wisdom. "But it isn't only that. Rhoda will have money, a great deal of money, more than some folks that holds their heads very high ever had or will have. Now it is but just and rightful that I should expect her husband to bring some advantages in return." "Of course. And I'm sure you are too sensible a man not to consider that the best thing a husband could bring in exchange would be an honest, loving heart, and a real esteem and respect for your daughter." Little Miss Chubb became quite fluttered after making this speech, and coloured as if she had been a girl of 18. "Not at all," returned old Max decisively. "The loving heart and the esteem and respect are due to my Rhoda if she hadn't a penny. In return for her fortin I expect something over and above." "Oh!" exclaimed Miss Chubb, a good deal taken aback. "Now, I don't feel sure that the young man in question has that something over and above. It is Mr. Matthew Diamond, tutor at the grammar school in this town." "A most excellent young man, and I am sure most devotedly in love with Rhoda." "But very poor, and not of much account in the world, as far as I can make out." "Oh, don't say that, Mr. Maxfield. He is proud and shy, and has kept himself aloof from society because he chose to do so. But he would be a welcome guest anywhere in the town or county. Young Mr. Pawkins of Pudcombe Hall quite courts him. He is always asking him to go over there." This much and more Miss Chubb valiantly spoke on behalf of Matthew Diamond, in his character of Rhoda's wooer, and then she expatiated on the excellent position he would hold as master of Dorrington School. It was such a select seminary, and so many of the first county people sent their boys there. "Dear me," said Miss Chubb, "it seems to me to be the very position for Rhoda. Not too far from Whitford, and yet not too near. Of course she couldn't keep up all her old acquaintances here, could she? And altogether so refined and scholastic and quiet. And really, Mr. Maxfield, see how everything turns out for the best. I thought at one time that young Errington was very much smitten with Rhoda. But if she had taken him, you wouldn't have been so satisfied with her position in life now, would you? With all his talent and connections, see what a poor place he has of it. Mr. Diamond has done best 10 to 1. This was a master stroke, and made a great impression on old Max. Not that the latter, even now, was at all dazzled by the prospect of having the headmaster of Dorrington School for his son-in-law. But Miss Chubb's allusion did suffice to show him that the world would consider Diamond to be a triumphantly successful man in comparison with Errington. "Oh, him!" said Maxfield in a tone of bitter contempt. "No, such as him was not for Miss Maxfield. And I'll tell you, moreover, that I don't know but what she's throwing herself away more or less if she takes this other. She's a great catch for him. I know the world, and I know that she is a great catch. But I've felt latterly one or two warnings that my end is near." "Dear me, Mr. Maxfield, don't say so. I'm sure you look very hearty," exclaimed Miss Chubb, much startled by this cool announcement. "That my end is near," repeated old Max doggedly. "And I wish to set my house in order, and see my daughter provided for before I go. And she seems to be contented with this young man. Rhoda ain't just easy to please. It may be a long time, if ever, before she found some one to suit her so well." Miss Chubb was a little shocked at this singularly prosaic and unemotional way of treating the subject of love and marriage, as to which she herself preserved the most romantic freshness of ideas. She would have liked the young couple to be like the lovers in a story book, and the father to bestow his daughter and his blessing with tears of joy. However, she did her best to encourage Mr. Maxfield in giving his consent after his own fashion, and they parted on excellent terms with each other. "That dry old chip, Jonathan Maxfield, has been to see me to day," said Dr. Bodkin after dinner to his wife and daughter. "He came to ask me what prospect I thought Diamond had of getting the mastership of Dorrington, explaining to me that Diamond was a suitor for his daughter's hand. It took me quite by surprise. Had you any inkling of the matter, Minnie?" "Oh yes, papa." "Dear me! Well, women see these things so quickly. Well, Master Diamond has shown good taste. I must say that little Rhoda is the prettiest girl I know, and such a sweet, soft, lovable creature. I think she's too good for him." "It is a singular thing, but I have remarked very often that men in general are apt to think pretty girls too good for anybody but themselves." The doctor frowned, and then smiled. "Have you so, Saucebox?" he said. "I don't know about her being too good for him," said Mrs. Bodkin in her quick, low tones, "but I suppose he knows very well what he is about. Old Maxfield has feathered his nest very considerably. It will be a very good match for a poor man like Matthew Diamond." Mrs. Bodkin had for some time past exhibited symptoms of dislike to Diamond. She never had a good word for him. She was almost rancorous against him at times, although she seldom allowed the feeling to express herself in words before her daughter. Minnie understood it all very well. "Poor mother!" she thought to herself. "She cannot forgive him. I wish I could persuade her that there is nothing to forgive. How could he help it if I was a fool?" Yet the mother and daughter had never exchanged a word on the subject, and Minnie comforted herself with the conviction that her mother was the only person in the world who guessed her secret. "Mamma has a sixth sense where I am concerned," said she to herself. "I hope you said a good word for the lovers to Mr. Maxfield, papa," she said aloud in a clear, cheerful voice. "I had not much to say. I told him that I thought Diamond stood a good chance of getting Dorrington School." "When will it be known positively, papa?"
"About Dorrington? Oh, before Christmas. I should say by the end of the first week in December. Diamond will be a loss to me, but I shall be glad of his promotion. He's a gentleman, and a very good fellow, although his manner is a trifle self-opinionated. And," added the Doctor, shaking his head and lowering his voice, as one does who is forced to admit a painful truth, "I am sorry to say that his views as to the use of the digamma are by no means sound." "Perhaps Rhoda won't find that a drawback to her happiness," said Minnie, laughing her sweet musical laugh. "Probably not, Puss." Then the Reverend Peter Warlock and Mr. Dockett dropped in. A whist table was made up in the drawing room. The Doctor and Mr. Dockett won 3 rubbers out of 4 against Mrs. Bodkin and the curate; and the latter, being seated where he could command a full view of Minnie as she reclined near the fire with a book, made 2 revokes, and drew down upon himself a very severe homily and a practical lecture or short course on the science of whist, illustrated by all the errors he had made during the evening, from Dr. Bodkin. For the Doctor, although he liked to win, cared not for inglorious victory, and was almost as indignant with his opponents as with his partner for any symptom of slovenly play. The Reverend Peter's brow grew serious, even to gloom, and it seemed to him as if the Doctor's scoldings were almost more than human patience could endure. "I don't mind losing my sixpences," thought the curate, "and I could make up my mind to sacrificing an hour or 2 over those accursed" I'm afraid he did mentally use that strong expression "those thrice accursed bits of pasteboard, but to be lectured and scolded at into the bargain." He arose from the green table with an almost defiant sullenness. However, when the tray was brought in, and the victimized gentleman had comforted his inner man with hot negus, and was at liberty to sip it in close proximity to Miss Bodkin's chair, and had received 1 or 2 kind looks from Miss Bodkin's eyes, and several kind words from Miss Bodkin's lips, his heart grew soft within him, and he began to think that even 6, 10, a dozen rubbers of whist with the Doctor would not be too high a price to pay for these privileges. Then they talked of Diamond's engagement to Rhoda. It had been spoken of all over Whitford hours ago, and of his prospects; and Mr. Warlock was quite effusive in his rejoicings on both scores. He had been dimly jealous of Minnie's regard for Diamond, and was heartily glad of the prospect of getting rid of him. Mr. Dockett, too, seemed to think the match a desirable one. He pursed up his mouth and looked knowing as he dropped a mysterious hint as to the extent of Rhoda's dowry. "I made old Max's will myself," said he, "and without violating professional secrecy, I may confirm what I hear old Max bruits abroad at every opportunity, namely, that he is a warm man, a very warm man indeed. But I'm sure Mr. Diamond is a young man of sound principles, and will make the girl a good husband. And it is decided promotion for her too, you know. A grocer's daughter, eh? I am sure I wish them well most sincerely." And shall we blame Mr. Dockett if, in his fatherly anxiety, he rejoiced at the removal of a dangerous rival to his little alley, on whom young Pawkins had recently bestowed a good deal of attention, whenever Rhoda Maxfield was out of his reach? "I never knew such a popular engagement," said Dr. Bodkin innocently. "Everybody seems to approve. One might almost fear it could not be a case of true love, it runs so very smooth. There does not appear to be a single objection." "Except the digamma, papa." "Except the digamma," echoed the Doctor merrily; and when he was alone with his wife that night, he remarked to her that he was immensely thankful to see the great improvement in their beloved child this winter. "Minnie is certainly stronger," said the mother. "And in such excellent spirits," said the father. End of Chapter 12. Volume 3, Chapter 13 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 13. The days passed by, and brought no letter, in answer to Castalia's, from Lord Seely. Dreary were the hours in Ivy Lodge. The wife was devoured by passionate jealousy and a vain yearning for affection. The husband found that even the bright, smooth, hard metal of his own character was not impervious to the corrosive action of daily cares, regrets, and apprehensions. Algernon was not apt to hate. He usually perceived the absurd side of persons who were obnoxious to him, with too keen an amusement to detest them; and the inmost feelings of his heart with respect to his fellow creatures, in general, approached perhaps as nearly to perfect indifference as it is given to a mortal to attain. But it was not possible to preserve a condition of indifference toward Castalia. She was a thorn in his flesh, a mote in his eye, a weariness to his spirit, and he began to dislike the very sight of the sallow, sickly face, red-eyed too often, and haggard with discontent, that met his view whenever he was in his own home.
It was the daily worry of it, he told himself, that was unendurable. It was the being shut up with her in a box like Ivy Lodge, where there was no room for them to get away from each other. If he could have shared a mansion in Grosvenor Square with Castalia, he might have got on with her well enough. But then that mansion in Grosvenor Square would have made so many things different in his life. At length one day came a letter to Castalia with the London postmark, and sealed with the well-known coat of arms. But it did not bear Lord Seely's frank. Another name was scrawled in the corner, and the direction was written in Lady Seely's crooked, cramped little characters. "I'm afraid Uncle Val must be ill," exclaimed Castalia, opening the letter with a trembling hand. She was so weak and nervous now that the most trifling agitation made her heart beat painfully. My lady's epistle was not long, and as a knowledge of its contents is essential to the due comprehension of this story, it is given in full, with her ladyship's own phraseology and orthography. "My dear Castalia, I cannot think what on earth you are about to write such letters to your uncle. Go abroad, indeed! I suppose Ancram would like the embassies to St. Petersburg, or to be governor of the Ionian Islands. It's all nonsense, and you had better put such ideas out of your head at once and for all. I should think you might have known that we have other people to think of besides your husband, especially after all we have done for him. Your uncle is very ill in bed with an attack of the gout, and can't write himself. The doctor thinks he won't be about again for weeks. You can guess what trouble this throws on to my shoulders, so I hope you won't worry me by any more such letters as the last. As if there was not anxiety enough, Fido had a fit on Thursday. I hope you are pretty well. What a blessing you've no sign of a family! With only you two to keep, you ought to do very well on Ancram's salary, and you can tell him I say so. Yours affectionately, B. Seely." "Poor Uncle Val!" exclaimed Castalia, dropping the letter from her hand. "I was afraid he was ill." "Pshaw! A touch of the gout won't kill him," said Algernon, who had been reading over her shoulder. "But it's deuced unfortunate for me that he should be laid up at this time, and quite helpless in the hands of that old catamaran." "Poor Uncle Val! Perhaps he never got my letter at all." "Nothing more likely, if my lady could prevent his getting it." "Perhaps when he gets better I can write to him again and ask him." "When he gets better? Oh yes, certainly. We have plenty of time. There is no hurry, of course." "I see that you are speaking satirically, Ancram, but I don't know why." Her husband shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the room. As he left the house, he was met at the garden gate by a bright-eyed, consumptive-looking lad in shabby work-clothes, who touched his cap, and held out a paper to Algernon. "What do you want?" asked the latter. "Mr. Gladwish, sir. His account, if you please, sir." "And who the devil is Mr. Gladwish?" "The shoemaker, sir." "Oh, Mr. Gladwish, then, is an extremely importunate, impatient, troublesome fellow. This is the third or fourth time within a very few weeks that he has sent in his bill. I am not accustomed to that sort of thing. I don't understand it. Don't give me the paper, boy. Take it into the house." "Please, sir," began the lad, and stopped hesitatingly. Then, seeing that Mr. Errington was walking off without taking any further notice of him, he repeated in a louder, firmer tone, "Please, sir, Mr. Gladwish is really in want of the money. He has 2 of the children bad with fever, and I was to say that even £5 on account will be acceptable." "£5? He's too modest. I haven't got £5, nor 5 minutes. I'm busy." "Then I'm sorry to say, sir, that Mr. Gladwish will take legal proceedings for the debt at once. He told me to tell you so." "Nice state of things!" muttered Algernon, as he walked towards the post office, with his head bent down and his hands deep in his pockets. "But that's nothing. It's those cursed bills in Maxfield's hands that are on my mind like lead." His spirits were not lightened by that which awaited him at the office. He had to undergo an interview with the district surveyor, who was very grave, not to say severe, in speaking of the irregularities which had been complained of, and were looked on as very serious at the head office. The surveyor ended by plainly hinting his hope that persons having no business at the office would be strictly forbidden from having access to it at abnormal hours. I don't understand you," stammered Algernon. "Mr. Errington," said the surveyor, "I am speaking to you not officially, but confidentially, and as man to man. I have been having a little conversation with Mr. Gibbs, who seems to have none but good feeling towards you, but who, in short, I think it is not needful to be more explicit. I advise you in all friendliness to be stern and decisive in keeping every person out of this office, except such as have recognised business to be here. If further trouble arises, I shall have to do my duty, and make my report without respect of any persons whatsoever." "Perhaps," said Algernon, who was white to his lips, but otherwise apparently unmoved, "perhaps it would be best for me to resign my post here at once, if the authorities above me find cause for dissatisfaction." "I can give you no advice as to that, Mr. Errington. You must know your own affairs better than I do." There are things which a man can scarcely say even to himself, considerations which are painful as they float dimly in one's own mind, but which would be unendurable uttered aloud in words. Anything like a public scandal or disgrace to me would involve a large circle of persons, many of them persons of rank and consideration in the world. You are possibly aware that my wife," there was a peculiar tone in Algernon's voice as he said these two words, "is a niece to Lord Seely." But the official gentleman declined to enter into the question of Mr. Errington's family connections. "Oh," said he coldly, "we must hope there will be no question of scandal or disgrace." Then he went away, leaving Algernon in a chaos of doubt as to whether he should or should not speak further on the subject to Obadiah Gibbs. Obadiah Gibbs, however, decided the question for him. He came into Algernon's room, closing the door carefully behind him, and asked to speak a few words in private. Algernon was sitting in the luxurious easy chair which he had had carried into the office for his own use. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a dull November day. The single window which looked on to a whitewashed court threw a ghastly pallid light on Algernon's face as he sat opposite to it, with his head thrown back against the cushions of the high chair. Mr. Gibbs was touched with compassion at seeing how changed the bright young face looked since he had first been acquainted with it. And yet, in truth, the change was not a very deep one. It was more in colouring, and the expression of the moment, than in any lines which care had graven. "Come in, Gibbs, come in," said Algernon with his affable air. The clerk seemed the more anxious and disturbed of the two. He sat down on a chair Algernon pointed out to him, in a constrained posture, and seemed to have some difficulty in beginning to speak, albeit not a man usually liable to embarrassment of manner. His superior stretched his feet out nearer to the hearth, and slightly moved his white hand to and fro, looking, as a child might have done, at the glitter of a ring he wore in the firelight. "Mr. Wing did not seem very well pleased, sir," said Gibbs, after clearing his throat. "Of course he had to appear displeased whether he was or not, Gibbs. A little hocus-pocus, a little official solemnity, is the thing to assume, I suppose. I think that man's nose is the very longest I ever saw. Remarkable nose, eh, Gibbs?" "But, sir," continued Gibbs, declining to discuss the surveyor's nose, "he said that from inquiries that have been made, it's pretty certain that the missing letters were stolen. They must have been stolen at Whitford." "Very intelligent on the part of the official, Mr. Wing. Only I think you and I had come to pretty nearly the same conclusion before. He made strict inquiries about the people in the office here, and I had to give him what information I could, sir." Of course, Gibbs, I quite understand," said Algernon, putting his hand out to shake that of the clerk with so frank a cordiality that the latter felt the tears spring into his eyes as he took the cool white hand into his own. "I have felt very much for you, Mr. Errington," said he. "Your position is a trying one, indeed. I would do almost anything in my power to set your mind more at rest, but I am sorry to say that I have an unpleasant matter to speak of." "I wonder," thought Algernon, leaning back in his chair once more, "whether my friend Obadiah conceives our conversation hitherto to have been of an agreeable and entertaining nature, that he now announces something unpleasant by way of a change." "You will understand," said Gibbs, "that I am speaking to you in the very strictest confidence. I should be sorry for it to come out that I had meddled in the matter. Nor, sir, would it be well for you to have it known that I gave you any warning." "I wish the old bore would not be so confoundedly long-winded," thought Algernon, nodding meanwhile with an air of thoughtful attention. But Gibbs was prone to long-windedness, and to the making of speeches, and he now availed himself of the opportunity of haranguing the postmaster, one of whose chief faults was a vivacious impatience of his clerk's eloquence, to the fullest extent. But the gist of what he had to say was this: Roger Heath, the man whose money letter had been lost, now declared that his correspondent at Bristol, being interrogated in the hope that he might be able to furnish some clue to the identification of the missing notes, stated that he remembered one was endorsed in blue ink instead of black, and that he, Heath, had reason to know that one of the notes paid by young Mrs. Errington to Revell the mercer had been endorsed in blue ink. "Now, sir," proceeded Gibbs, "I remember its being a good deal talked of in the town at the time that young Mrs. Errington had money unknown to you, and Mrs. Revell spoke of it to many." "Damn Mrs. Revell! What does it all mean, Gibbs?" Algernon got up from his chair and leant his elbows on the chimney-piece, and hid his face in his hands; but he so stood that he could watch the clerk's countenance between his fingers. That countenance expressed trouble and compassion. Gibbs got up too, and stood looking at Algernon and shaking his head ruefully. "I thought it well you should be known what was being said, Mr. Errington," said he. "What can I do, Gibbs? How can I stop their cursed tongues?" Algernon still spoke with his face hidden. "No, sir, you cannot stop their tongues, but you might possibly put a stop to what sets their tongues going. Of course the matter may be all explained simply enough. There may be plenty of bank notes endorsed in blue ink.
"Of course there are, chattering idiots. And as to that particular note, Mr. Revell paid it away, as well as the others Mrs. Errington gave him, to the agent of a Manchester house he deals with, the next day after it came into his hands. I ascertained that from Revell himself." "I'll have the note traced!" exclaimed Algernon, looking up for the first time. "That would be a difficult matter, sir. It has gone far and wide before now." "I tell you I will have it traced, and I will have that malignant scoundrel Heath pulled up pretty sharply, if he dares to make any more insinuations that... It is not difficult to see what he is driving at." Gibbs laid his hand on the young man's shoulder. "I feel for you, Mr. Errington," he said. "If I did not, I shouldn't put myself in the disagreeable position of saying what I have said. I should have attended to my own business, and let matters take their course. I hope you believe that I had only a kind motive in speaking." "I do believe it, heartily." "Thank you, sir. Then I shall make bold to give you one word of advice. Don't stir in the matter, nor make any threats against any one, until you have ascertained from Mrs. Errington where she got the notes that she paid to Revell." Algernon had bent down his head again, and he now answered without looking up. "No doubt Mrs. Errington can account for them to me, but she is not bound to do so to any one else, nor can I allow any one to hint that she is so bound. I should be a blackguard if I could listen to a word of that sort." "I hope it may come right, Mr. Errington. After all, there has been nothing, and so far as I can see, there can be nothing but talk to hurt you." "My good fellow," said Algernon, as he once more gave his hand to his clerk, "it's a kind of talk which poisons a man's life. You know that as well as I do." Then Gibbs took his leave of his superior, and went back into the outer office to watch over the epistolary correspondence of Whitford. As he sat at his desk there, his mind was full of sympathy with Algernon Errington. Poor young man, he took it beautifully. It must be a terrible blow, an awful blow. But no doubt he has had his suspicions before now. What a warning against worldly mindedness! He is a victim to that vain and godless woman, and that's all that comes of the marriage that so uplifted the heart of his mother. But he would be a beautiful character if he had only got religion, and would leave off profane swearing. He is so guileless and outspoken, like a child almost. Ah, poor young man! I hope the Lord may bless this trial to him. But religion or no religion, I don't believe he'll ever be fit to be postmaster of Whitford." Thus ran the reflections of Mr. Obadiah Gibbs. When Algernon reached home that evening, he bade Lydia put up a few things for him into a little travelling valise; and when he met his wife at the dinner table, he told her he should go up to London that night by the mail coach. He explained, in answer to her surprised inquiries, lamentations, and objections, uttered in a querulous drawl, that he must get help from Lord Seely; that it was useless to write to him under the present circumstances, seeing that his wife would probably intercept the letter; and that therefore he had resolved to go to town himself and obtain a personal interview with Lord Seely. "But, Ancram, what's the use? Why on earth should you fly off in this way? I'm sure it won't do. Do you suppose for an instant that Aunt Belinda will let you get at him?" "I must try for it. Things have got to that pass now that... Do you know what happened to me just as I went out after lunch? Gladwish, the shoemaker, sent to threaten me with arrest. I shall be walked off to prison, I suppose, for a few wretched pairs of abominable shoes. The fellow has no more notion of fitting my foot than a farrier." "To prison? Oh, Ancram! But Gladwish's bill cannot be so very large." "Of course it's not so very large." "Then if we paid it, or even part of it..." "Paid it! Upon my word, Cassie, you are too absurd. Paid it! In the first place, I have only a very few pounds in the house, barely enough to take me to town, I think. And in the next place, if I paid Gladwish, what would be the result? The butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker would be all down on me with summonses and writs and executions and bedevilments of every imaginable kind. But you have no more notion. You take it all so coolly. Pay him! By George, Cassie, it's very hard to stand such nonsense." Castalia withdrew from the table and sat down on the little sofa and cried. Her husband looked at her across a glass of very excellent sherry, which he was just about to hold up to the light. "I think, Castalia," he said, "I really do think that when a man is in such trouble as I am, reduced to the brink of ruin, not knowing which way to turn for a £10 note, struggling, striving, bothering his brains to find a way out of the confounded mess, he might expect something more cheering and encouraging from his wife than perpetual snivelling." With that he cracked a filbert with a sharp jerk of indignation. But Algernon's forte was not the minatory or impressively wrathful style of eloquence. He could hurl a sarcasm, sharp, light, and polished; but when he came to wielding such a ponderous weapon as a serious reproof on moral considerations, he was apt to make a poor hand of it. It was excessively disagreeable, too, to see that woman's thin shoulders moving convulsively under her gay coloured dress, as she sobbed with her head buried in the sofa cushions. That really must be put a stop to. So, as it appeared evident that scolding would not quench the tears, he tried coaxing. The coaxing was not so efficacious as it would have been once. Still, Castalia responded to it to the extent of endeavouring to check the sobs, which still shook her frail chest and throat. "When shall you be back, Ancram?" she said, looking beseechingly at him. He answered that he hoped to be in Whitford again on Tuesday night, or Wednesday at the latest. It was then Monday. And he particularly impressed on her the necessity of telling any one who might inquire the cause of his absence, that he had been suddenly called up to town by the illness of Lord Seely. He had, in fact, said a word or two to that effect, when, on his way home, he had ordered the fly, which was to carry him and his valise to the coach office. Castalia insisted on accompanying him to the coach, despite the damp cold of the night, a proceeding which he did not much combat, since he felt it would serve to give colour to his statement to the landlord of the Blue Bell. "Keep up your spirits, Cassie," he cried, waving his hands from the coach window, as she stood in the inn-yard, muffled in shawls and furs. "I hope I shall bring back good news of your uncle." Then Castalia was trundled back to Ivy Lodge in the jingling old fly, whilst her husband rolled swiftly behind 4 fleet horses towards London. End of chapter 13. Volume 3, Chapter 14 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 14. Stiff, tired, and cold, Algernon alighted the next morning at the coach office in London after his night journey. He drove to a fashionable hotel not very far from Lord Seely's house, and refreshed himself with a warm bath and a luxurious breakfast. By the time that was done, it was 11 o'clock in the forenoon. He had been considering how best to proceed in a leisurely way during his breakfast, and had decided to go to Lord Seely's house without further delay. He knew Lady Seely's habits well enough to feel tolerably sure that she would not be out of her bed before 11 o'clock, nor out of her room before midday. He thought he might gain access to his lordship by a coup de main, if he so timed his visit as to avoid encountering my lady. So he had himself driven to within a few yards of the house, and walked up to the well-known door. It was a different arrival from his first appearance on that threshold. Algernon did not fail to think of the contrast, and he told himself that he had been very badly used by the whole Seely family. They had done so infinitely less for him than he had expected. The sense of injury awakened by this reflection was as supporting to him as a cordial. The servant who opened the door, and who at once recognised Algernon, stared in surprise on seeing him, but was too well trained to express emotion in any other way. After a few inquiries about Lord Seely's health, Algernon asked if he could be allowed to see his lordship. This, however, was a difficult matter. My lord was better, certainly, the footman said, but my lady had given strict orders that he was not to be disturbed. No one was to be admitted to his room except the doctor, who would not make his visit until late in the afternoon. "Oh, I shouldn't think of disturbing my lady at this hour," said Algernon, "but I must speak with Lord Seely. It is of the very greatest importance." "I'll call Mr. Briggs, sir," the footman was beginning, when Algernon stopped him. Mr. Briggs was Lord Seely's own man, and, like all the servants in the house, was certain to obey his mistress's orders rather than his master's, if the two should happen to conflict. Algernon slipped some money into the footman's hand, together with a note which he had written that morning. "There, James," said he, "if you will manage to convey that into his lordship's own hand, I know he'll see me; and, moreover, he would be seriously annoyed if I were sent away without having spoken to him on business of very great importance." James reflected that the worst that could happen to him would be a scolding from my lady. That was certainly no trifling evil, but he decided to risk it, being moved to do so not only by the bribe, but by a real liking for young Errington, who was generally a favourite with other people's servants. The note which James carried upstairs was as follows: "My lord, I write in the driest and most matter-of-fact terms I can find, to ask for an interview with your lordship with the least possible delay, being unwilling to make, or to appear to make, any claim on the regard that you once professed for me, or on the connection which unites us, and desiring you to understand that I appeal to you on behalf of another person, and that, were it not for that other person, I should ask no more favours of your lordship, nor perhaps need any. A. Ancram Errington." In a few moments James came running downstairs and begged Algernon, almost in a whisper, to walk up to his lordship's room. Lord Seely was not in bed. He was reclining in an easy chair, with one foot and leg supported on cushions. He seemed ill and worn, but his dark eyes sparkled as he looked eagerly at Algernon,
who entered quietly and closed the door behind him.
"What is it? I'm afraid you have bad news, Ancram," said Lord Seely, holding out his hand.
Algernon did not take it. He bowed very gravely, and stood opposite to the little nobleman.
"Castalia!" cried Lord Seely, much dismayed by the young man's manner. "Don't keep me in suspense, for God's sake! Is she ill? Is she dead?"
"No, my lord, Castalia is not dead. Neither, so far as I know, is she ill in body."
"What is the matter?"
"I must crave a patient hearing, my lord. I regret to have to trouble you whilst you are ill and suffering, but what I have to say must be said without delay. May I ask if there is any one within hearing?"
"No, no one. You can close the door of that dressing closet if you choose, but there is no one there."
Algernon adopted the suggestion at once, and then sat down opposite to Lord Seely's chair. His whole manner of proceeding was so unusual and unexpected, that it produced a very painful impression on Lord Seely. Algernon rather enjoyed this. He began to speak with only one distinct purpose in his mind, namely, to frighten his wife's uncle into making a strong effort to help him out of Whitford. How much pressure would be necessary to achieve that purpose he could not yet tell. And he began to speak with a sort of reckless abandonment of himself to the guidance of the moment, a mood of mind which had become very frequent with him of late. "Did your lordship receive a letter from Castalia begging you to obtain a post abroad for me?"
"Certainly. My wife answered it. I was unable to write myself, but I intended to reply more at length so soon as I should be better."
"Castalia showed me Lady Seely's reply. That was the first intimation I had of Castalia's having made such an application. I mention this because I know your lordship suspected me of being the prime mover in all her applications to you for assistance." Lord Seely coloured a little as he replied,
"It was natural to suppose that you influenced your wife, Ancram."
"Your lordship must not judge all cases by your own," returned the young man, with a candid raising of his brows, and the colour on Lord Seely's face deepened to a dark red flush, which faded, leaving him paler than before. "As I said," continued Algernon, "I did not know what it was that Castalia had asked you to do for us. But now that I do know it, I may say at once that I heartily concur with her as to its desirability."
"I cannot agree with you there, but even if it were so, I assure you it is out of my power."
"Allow me, my lord. I must tax your patience to listen to what I have to say before you give me any positive answer." Lord Seely leaned back in his chair, and motioned with his head for Algernon to proceed. The latter went on. "Exile from England, and from all the hopes and ambitions not very unnatural at my age, is not such an alluring prospect that I should be suspected of having incited Castalia to write as she has done. However, I will say no more as to my own private and personal feelings in the matter. I did not mean to allude to them. I beg your pardon." Algernon sat leaning a little forward in his chair. His hands were clasped loosely together and rested on his knees. He kept his eyes gloomily fixed on the carpet for the most part, and only raised them occasionally to look up at Lord Seely without raising his head at the same time. "I could not write what I had to say to you, my lord. I dared not write it. Perhaps, even if I had written, the letter might not have reached you at once, and I could not wish its falling into other hands. So I came away from Whitford last night quite suddenly. I have no leave of absence. The clerk at the post office even did not know I was coming away."
"Do you mean to say, Ancram, that you have deliberately risked the loss of your situation?"
"My situation was as good as lost already. Do you know what happened yesterday, Lord Seely? I was subjected to the agreeable ordeal of a visit from the surveyor of the postal district in which Whitford is situated. I was catechised magisterially. The whole office, including my private room, was subjected to a sort of scrutiny. There have been a great many letters missing at Whitford lately, some money letters. That is to say, letters which should have passed through our office have never reached their destination. Nothing has been traced, nothing is known with certainty, but the concurrence of various circumstances points to Whitford as the place where the letters have been stolen. I am told on all hands that such things never happened in Mr. Cooper's time. Mr. Cooper was my predecessor as postmaster. I am scowled at and almost openly insulted in the streets by a miller, or a baker, or something of the kind, who lives in the neighbourhood. He declares he has lost a considerable sum of money by the post, and plainly considers me responsible. You may guess how pleasant my situation has become in consequence of these things being known and talked about."
"But, good heavens, Ancram, I don't comprehend your way of looking at the matter. These irregularities are doubtless very distressing, but surely your rational course would be to use every effort to discover the cause of them and set matters right, not to run away as if you were a culprit."
"Your lordship judges without knowing all the facts."
"Pardon me, Ancram, but no facts can justify such rash behaviour. I have some experience of men and of the world, and I give you my deliberate opinion that you have acted very indiscreetly, to say the least. I am disappointed in you, Ancram. I regret to say it, but I am disappointed in you.
You have shown a want of steadiness and almost of common sense. The more I think of it, the more I disapprove of the step you have taken. It shows a great want of consideration for others, for your wife. If you were alone it might be pardonable, although excessively ill-judged, to throw up your post at the first experience of the rough side of things. We all have difficulties to contend with. The most exalted position is not secure from them, as indeed it would appear almost superfluous to point out. The record of my own official life might supply you with more than one example of the virtue of steadfast energy and an inflexible determination to conquer antagonistic circumstances." Poor Lord Seely! He had been subdued by sickness more completely under the dominion of his wife than could ever be the case when he was able to move about, to get away from her, and to converse with persons who were not entirely devoid of any semblance of respect for his opinion. Lady Seely, it might be said, respected nobody, a point of resemblance between herself and her young kinsman which had not led to any very great sympathy or harmony between them. For as it is your professed joker who can least bear to be laughed at, so those persons who most flippantly ignore any sentiment of reverence towards others are by no means prepared to tolerate a want of deference towards themselves. Certainly my lady had snubbed her husband during his illness almost unmercifully. She wished him to get better, and she took care that the doctor's orders were faithfully carried out. But her course of treatment was anything but soothing to the spirit, and my lord's pet vanities received no consideration whatever from her. His mind being now relieved from the first shock of apprehension which Algernon's sudden visit had occasioned, for though things were bad, it was a relief to him to find that Castalia was safe and well, he could not resist the temptation to lecture a little, and be pompous, and display his suppressed self-esteem with a little more emphasis than usual. Poor Lord Seely! By doing so he unconsciously drew down a terrible catastrophe. It seemed a trivial cause to determine Algernon to speak as he next spoke, as trivial as the heedless footfall or too loudly spoken word which brings the avalanche toppling down from the rock. "The selfishness and egotism of the man are incredible," thought Algernon, looking at Lord Seely. "Not one word of sympathy with me, not a syllable to show that my feelings are worthy of any consideration whatever. Pompous little ass!" Then he said, very gravely and quietly, "I think, my lord, that you have forgotten what I said to you in the hurried note I sent upstairs, about appealing to you on behalf of another person." Lord Seely had forgotten it. No, Ancram, I remember what you said, but I take leave to think that if you wish to consider that other person, it is your wife of whom you spoke, I presume?" Algernon bowed his head. "If you wish to consider that person effectually, you ought not to have flown off at a tangent in the manner you have done. You might at least have written to me for advice." "Lord Seely, I am sorry to say that you are under an entire misapprehension as to the state of the case." Lord Seely was not accustomed to be told that he was under an entire misapprehension on any subject. "If so, Ancram," he answered with some hauteur, "the fault must be yours. I believe I should succeed in comprehending any moderately clear and accurate statement." "I will try to speak plainly. During the last 6 weeks I have been made seriously unhappy by rumours floating about in Whitford respecting my wife." "Rumours respecting your wife?" "They reach my ears through various channels, and appear to be rife in every social circle in the place." "Rumours? Of what nature?" There was a little pause, then Algernon said, "The least terrible of them is, that Castalia's reason is affected, and that she is not responsible for her actions." Lord Seely started into a more upright posture, and then sank back again with a suppressed cry of pain. Algernon went on, without looking up. "Her manner has been very singular of late. She has taken to wandering about alone, and to make her wanderings as secretly as may be. She haunts the post office in my absence, carefully informing herself beforehand whether I am in my private room or not. And if I am reported absent, she enters it, searches the drawers, and I have the strongest reason to believe, indeed I may say I know, that she has tampered with a little cabinet, in which I keep a few private papers, and taken letters out of it." "Ancram!" "These things, my lord, are commonly reported and spoken of by every gossiping tongue in Whitford. I can't help the people talking. Castalia is not liked there, her manners are unpopular, and even the persons who were inclined to receive her kindly for my sake have been offended and alienated. Still, the things I have told you are facts." "I am shocked, I am surprised, and, forgive me, Ancram, a little incredulous. You may have listened to malicious tongues. You say that my niece is not liked by the class of persons with whom she now associates, and it may be I am sorry to say, my lord, that Castalia cannot be said to associate with any class of persons in Whitford, for lately it has become plain to me that all our acquaintances have given her the cold shoulder." The mingled expression of amazement, incredulity, and offended pride on Lord Seely's face, when Algernon made this announcement, did not operate with the latter as an inducement to spare him. Indeed, he had now gone almost too far to stop short. He held up his hand to deprecate any interruption, and said, "One moment, my lord. I must ask you a question. Have you at any time privately supplied Castalia with money unknown to me?" "Never. Then, Lord Seely, I have only one more circumstance to add. Castalia the other day paid a bill of considerable amount to a mercer in Whitford, without my knowledge, and without my knowing where she found the money to pay it. And yesterday my clerk, an honest fellow and much attached to me, told me in private and in strict confidence that it was certainly reported in the town that one of the notes paid by my wife to the mercer was endorsed in the same way as a note in one of the missing money letters I have told you of." "Good God, Ancram! What do you mean?" "I told you that the least terrible rumour about Castalia was the rumour that her mind was affected." Lord Seely's face was almost lead-coloured. He pressed his hands one on each side of his head with a gesture of hopeless bewilderment. "This is the most appalling thing," he murmured, and his voice was scarcely audible as he said it. "I had to make a choice without delay, Lord Seely. I regret to inflict this blow on you in your present suffering state of body, but if I spared you, I could not have spared Castalia. I chose to spare my wife." Yes, quite right. Spare Castalia. I thank you, Ancram, for choosing to spare her rather than me." The poor little nobleman's face was convulsed by a kind of spasm for a second or two, and then he burst into tears, sobbing out with his face hidden in his trembling hands, "What is to be done? Gracious heavens, what is to be done?" "I talked about choosing to spare Castalia," said Algernon, looking at her uncle with a sort of furtive curiosity, and a feeling that was more akin to contempt than pity. "But I don't know how long it may be in my power, or anyone's power, to spare her. The only chance for either of us is to get away out of Whitford as quickly as possible." But my head is so confused. I am stunned, Ancram, stunned. But what was I going to say? Oh, have you interrogated Castalia? What representations does she make as to the money? There is so much to be said, to be asked. It cannot be but that there is some error. It cannot be. My poor Castalia! "Interrogating Castalia would be quite useless, worse than useless. You don't know what her behaviour and temper have been lately. She is utterly unreasonable. Ask any one who knows our house in Whitford. Ask my servants what my home has been latterly. I have bought the honour of your lordship's alliance somewhat dear." Lord Seely sank down in his chair as if he had been struck, and his grey head drooped on his breast. "What can I do, Ancram?" he asked, in a tone so contrasted in its feebleness with his usual self-assured, rather strident voice, that it might have touched some persons with compassion. "What can I do?" Then he seemed to make a strong effort to recover some energy of manner, and added, "If it were not for this unfortunate attack which disables me, I would return with you to Whitford to-night. I would see Castalia myself." Algernon heartily congratulated himself on the fit of gout which kept Lord Seely a prisoner. There was nothing he less desired than that her uncle should be confronted with Castalia. He represented that the only efficacious help Lord Seely could give under the circumstances would be to furnish them with money to pay their debts and leave Whitford forthwith. He pointed out that Castalia must have felt this herself when she wrote urging her uncle to get them some post abroad. Algernon became eager and persuasive as he spoke, and offered a glimpse to the man before him, whose pride and whose affections were equally wounded, of a future which should make some amends for the bitter present, a future in which Castalia might have peace and safety at last, and in which her mind might regain its balance. He would be gentle and patient and tender with her, and if they were in a position that offered no such temptations as the post office at Whitford, the anxiety to all who regarded Castalia would be greatly lessened. Lord Seely was, as he had said, too much stunned by the whole interview to follow Algernon's rapid eloquence step by step. He felt that he must have some time for reflection. Besides, he was physically exhausted. He bade Algernon leave him for a time, and return later in the day. He would give orders that he should be admitted at once. You have not seen my lady?" said Lord Seely, hesitatingly. "No, I purposely avoided doing so. She would have naturally inquired the cause of my unexpected presence in town, and I could speak of all this trouble to nobody on earth but yourself, my lord." Right, Ancram. But my lady will not fail to learn that you have been here, and we must give her some reason." "I can say, if you choose, that I came to London on post office business." Lord Seely bowed his head almost humbly, and Algernon left him. He left him with an air of sombre resignation, but inwardly he felt himself to be master of the situation. End of chapter 14. Volume 3, Chapter 15, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 15. "Rubbish!" cried my lady. "It's a trick. I know the Ancrams, and there isn't one of them, and never was one of them, of the Warwickshire Ancrams, that is, who would stick at a lie." Lady Seely was in a towering passion. She had met Algernon Errington on the stairs as he was leaving her husband's room for the second time that afternoon. Algernon had slipped past her with a silent bow, and had refused to return, although she screamed after him at the full pitch of her lungs. Upon this, Lady Seely had gone to her husband's room, and in a few minutes had drawn from him the confession that he had promised Algernon to use his utmost endeavours to obtain a post for him on the Continent. And then, on her violent opposition to this scheme, Lord Seely had been led on to tell her pretty nearly what Algernon had told him, dwelling very strongly on the circumstance that Castalia was in a strange excited state, and might not be deemed responsible for her actions. But neither did this terrible revelation make much impression on my lady. "Rubbish!" she said again. "And if she is in this queer excited condition, what makes her so? Belinda, you do not realise the full extent. This is a more serious, a more frightful matter than you seem to think." "Oh no, it isn't, my lord. You'll see. A young rascal to come here with his cock and bull stories, and try to frighten you into getting a berth for him. Why, there's nothing to be had if one was willing to try, except the consulate at what's-his-name on the Mediterranean, that Mr. Buller mentioned when you spoke to him about my nephew." "I thought that might be got for Ancram, Belinda." "Got for Ancram, fiddlestick's end! What next? If the consulate is to be had, Reginald shall have it. That's flat." Lord Seely lay back on his chair and groaned. "Yes," cried his wife, her cheeks flaming with anger until the rouge she wore seemed but a pale pigment on the hot colour beneath. "There it is! He has made you ever so much worse, upset you completely, thrown you back a fortnight, as Dr. Noakes said. He couldn't think what was the matter when he came at 1 o'clock. No more could I. 'My lord appears to have been agitated,' said he. Agitated! Yes, I'd agitate that young villain with a vengeance if I could get hold of him. But you agitate me, Belinda, and let me tell you that you are not showing a proper feeling in the case as regards Castalia, my niece Castalia, poor unhappy girl." My lady stood up. She had risen to her feet in her wrath against Algernon, big, florid, loud of voice, and vehement of will, and looked down upon her husband in his invalid's chair. And as she looked into his face she perceived, and acknowledged to herself, that it would not do to drive him to extremities; that on this occasion neither indolence, habit, and bodily weakness on the one hand, nor sheer force of tongue and temper on the other, would avail to make him succumb to her. She changed her tone, and began to give her view of the case. She gave it the more effectively in that she spoke the truth, as far as the representation of her genuine opinion went. She did not believe a word about Castalia's having stolen money letters. Lord Seely winced when she blurted out the accusation nakedly in so many words. Not one word. As to the gossip in Whitford, that might be, or might not. They had but Ancram's word for it. If Castalia was in this nervous, miserable state of mind, if she did pry on her husband, and prowl about the post office, and even open his letters, that might be, nothing more likely. If all these statements were true, what conclusion did they point to? Not that Castalia was a thief. My lord put his hand up at the word as if to ward off a stab, but that she was insanely jealous. The suggestion brought a gleam of comfort to Lord Seely, and it approved itself to his reason. The one explanation was in harmony with all that he knew of his niece's character. The other was not. "Jealous, eh, Belinda? Of course, insanely jealous. That always was her character when she lived in our house. She was jealous of Lady Harriet Dormer. She was jealous of everybody and everything that Ancram looked at." "Jealous," repeated my lord musingly. "But to act so strangely, to expose herself to animadversion, to go to the length of opening desks and letters. She must have had some cause, some great provocation." "Nothing more likely. Ancram is good-looking and young, and Castalia isn't." "But where did she procure that money without her husband's knowledge?" "Don't know, I'm sure."
and her extravagance, and running him into debt as she has done, it seems to point to some mental aberration, does it not, Belinda? Oh, fiddle-faddle, my lord! Why this and how that? How do we know what truth there is in the whole story?" "Belinda!" "Oh, bless you, I'm too old a bird to be caught by any chaff the Ancrams can offer me." "But, good heavens, Belinda, it is utterly incredible." "Nothing's incredible of an Ancram in the way of lying," returned the great lady of that family with much coolness. "This young jackanapes has got into a scrape down at what-d'ye-call-it. Things have gone wrong in the office. I'll be bound he don't mind his business a bit. He and his wife have got into debt between them. He don't like the place, and after bothering your life out for money, he comes off here with your leave or by your leave, and asks to be sent abroad. That's my notion of the matter. And anyway, if I were you, Valentine, I should take no sort of action, nor commit myself in any way, until I'd had Castalia's version of the story." Lord Seely pressed his hand to his forehead and writhed in his chair. "I wish to God that I could go to the place and speak with Castalia myself," he cried. "There are things that cannot be written, but here I am a prisoner. It is a dreadful misfortune." "I can't undertake to go traipsing down there in this weather," exclaimed my lady; "and besides, I wouldn't leave you just now." Lord Seely by no means wished that his wife should interfere personally in the matter. He well knew that nothing but discord was likely to arise from any interview between Castalia and her aunt. "There is no one I could send," he murmured; "no one I could trust." "No, no, it would never do to send anybody at all. This kind of family wash had better be done in private. I tell you what you do, Valentine. You just dictate a letter to me to be sent to Castalia. Send it off at once. When does Ancram return? To morrow? Very well, then. Send it off at once, so that it shall reach Whitford before he does." "Why so, Belinda?" asked my lord anxiously. "Why so? Dear me, Valentine, how unsuspicious you are! If Ancram was there when the letter arrived, do you suppose she would ever get it?" Lord Seely stared at the florid, fat, unfeeling face before him with a sensation of oppression and dismay. How was it possible to attribute such actions and motives to persons of one's own family, with an air of such matter-of-fact indifference? It was not the first time that his wife's coarseness of feeling had been thrust on his observation, to the shocking of his own finer taste and sentiment, for my lord was a gentleman at heart. But this was an amount of phlegmatic cynicism which hurt him to the core. He could not forget that it was his wife who had promoted the marriage of Castalia with this young man. It was his wife who had declared that the Honourable Miss Kilfinane was not likely to make a better match. It was his wife who had urged him to put young Errington into the Whitford post office, declaring that the place was in every way a suitable one for him. And now it was his wife who coolly described Ancram as a wretch full of the vilest duplicity. The fact was that my lady was by no means so indifferent on the subject as her words and manner would seem to imply. She was, not pained as Lord Seely was, but angered excessively. She foresaw various troubles to herself and her husband, even the distant possibility of having Castalia returned upon their hands, as she phrased it, and of having sooner or later to find money, or make interest, to get Ancram a berth which she would more willingly have bestowed on some of her nearer kith and kin; and her fashion of venting her anger was roundly to declare Ancram Errington capable of anything, and in her heart she believed him capable of a good deal of falsehood. Lord Seely made no immediate reply to his wife's suggestion. He was ill and grieved, and he felt as if his final exit from this world of troubles might not be altogether undesirable. His interview with Algernon had agitated him terribly. His interview with his wife, although she had opened the door for a ray of hope that things might be not quite so terribly bad as he had feared, had certainly not soothed him. But before the departure of the evening mail that night, he had completed and dispatched a letter to Castalia. He had insisted on writing it with his own hand, sitting up in bed to do so, although his fingers were scarcely able to guide the pen. Meanwhile Algernon was spending a very pleasant evening. He went to the club, to which the Honourable Jack Price had introduced him during the brief butterfly period of his London existence. There he found the genial Jack, friendly, affectionate, expansive as ever, a trifle balder, maybe, but otherwise unchanged. There, too, he found several of his former acquaintances, old friends he called them, who, after having his name recalled to their recollection by Jack Price, said, "Hullo, Errington! Where the deuce have you been hiding yourself?" and shook hands with utmost cordiality. Then Jack Price insisted on adjourning to a favourite haunt of his, and ordering supper in celebration of Algernon's unexpected visit; and the old friends were flatteringly willing to do Algernon the honour of eating it. They were mostly unfledged lads, such as affected very often the society of Jack Price,
who was really a kind companion, and gave the boys long lectures on steadiness of purpose and energy, illustrated by warning examples from his own career, and delivered amid such agreeable accompaniments to moral reflection as hot whisky punch and first-rate Havanas. But there were one or two older men, a newspaper editor from Dublin, who had been at college with Jack, and a grey-whiskered major of cavalry, who had served with Jack during his brief military career, and a middle-aged attaché to His Majesty's legation at the Grand Duchy of Prundenhausen, who had been a contemporary of Jack in the Foreign Office; and all these gentlemen, being warmed by wine and meat, became excessively companionable and entertaining. The Dublin editor, a fat, short, rather humorous-looking individual, sang Irish sentimental ballads with a sweet tenor voice, and at the whisky punch stage of the entertainment brought tears into the eyes of the cavalry major and Jack Price. The middle-aged attaché did not cry. He considered such manifestations beneath the dignity of the diplomatic service; and although he affected a bitter tone, and secretly considered himself to be a mute, inglorious Talleyrand, much injured and unappreciated by the blundering chiefs at the Foreign Office, yet to outsiders he maintained the dignity of the service, at the cost of a good deal of trouble and starch. Algernon did not cry either. Indeed, the combination of sentimental ballad and stout Dublin editor struck him as being pleasantly comic; but he paid the singer so easy and well-turned a compliment as to put to shame the clumsy "Thanks, O'Reilly! By Jove, that was delightful! What a sweet whistle you have of your own!" and the general shout of "Bravo!" by which the others expressed their approbation. And then he sang himself, one of the French romances for which he had gained a little reputation among a certain society in town. The romance was somewhat threadbare, and the singer's voice out of practice. Still the performance was favourably received. But Algernon soon changed his ground, and, eschewing music altogether, began to entertain his hearers with stories about the eccentric worthies of Whitford, illustrated by admirable mimicry of their peculiarities of voice, face, and phraseology, so that he soon had the table in a roar of laughter, and achieved a genuine success. Jack Price was enchanted, partly with the consciousness that it was he who had provided his friends with this diverting entertainment, and explained to every one who would listen to him, "Oh, you know it's great! What? Great, sir! Matthews isn't a patch on him! Inimitable! What? He's the dearest, brightest, most lovable fellow! What a burning shame that a thing of this sort should be hidden under a bushel! I mean down in what d'ye call it? By George! What?" Yes, Algernon spent a very agreeable evening, and thoroughly enjoyed himself. He certainly had a wonderful share of what his mother called the ancrum elasticity. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 16. Mrs. Errington was greatly astonished to hear of Algernon's sudden departure from Whitford. The news came to her through Mrs. Thimbleby, who had learned it from the baker, who had been told by the barman at the Blue Bell that young Errington had gone off to London by the night mail on Monday. At first Mrs. Errington was incredulous, but Mrs. Thimbleby's information was so circumstantial that at length her lodger resolved to go to Ivy Lodge and ascertain the truth. She found Castalia in a very gloomy humour. Yes, Ancram was gone, she said. Why? Well, he said he went because Lord Seely was ill. She, for her part, made no such statement, and beyond that it was not possible to draw much information out of her. Mrs. Errington, however, returned not altogether ill-pleased to her lodgings, and assumed an air of majestic melancholy. She desired Mrs. Thimbleby to prepare a cup of chocolate for her, and to bring it forthwith to the sitting-room; and when it appeared she began to sip it languidly, and to hold forth, and to enjoy herself. "Oh, my dear good soul," she said, half closing her eyes and slowly shaking her head, "I've had a great shock, a great shock." "Deary me, ma'am!" cried simple Mrs. Thimbleby, with ready sympathy, looking into her lodger's round comely face. "Nothing wrong with Mr. Algernon, I hope?" "No, thank heaven, not that. But perhaps the next greatest trial that could befall me, in the illness of a dear relative." "Young Mrs. Mrs. Thimbleby checked herself, having been reproved for using that distinctive epithet of young to Algernon's wife, and substituted the form of words her lodger had taught her. "The Honourable Mrs. Errington ain't ill, ma'am, is she?" "No, my good creature. We had a dispatch last evening announcing the illness of Lord Seely. It was sent to Algy because dear Lady Seely was so fearful of startling me, and, for the same reason, dear Algy went off without telling me a word about it." Mrs. Thimbleby had only the haziest notion as to what kinship existed between Mrs. Errington and the nobleman in question, but she knew that her lodger was nearly connected with high folks. But she had often been troubled by doubts and misgivings as to how far this fact might militate against her lodger's spiritual welfare, as being apt to promote worldliness and vainglory. But Mrs. Thimbleby was full of abounding charity, and she was always ready to attribute what appeared to her evil to her own poor head, rather than to other people's poor heart. So she merely expressed a hope that "the poor gentleman would soon get over it." "I trust so, Mrs. Thimbleby. His removal from the scene of life would be a terrible loss to this country. From the sovereign downwards we should all feel it." "Should we, ma'am?" "Not, of course, as acutely as the family would feel it. That could not be, of course. But I trust he will recover. I wish I could have accompanied Algy to town, to help nurse the dear patient, and take some of the care off the shoulders of my poor darling cousin Belinda. Belinda is Lady Seely's Christian name, my good Thimbleby. But, of course, that was impossible. I have not the strength for it." "No, for sure, ma'am. But them high gentlefolks like them, lords I mean, will be sure to have nurse tenders and doctors and servants, as many as they need." "Oh, as to that, the king's own physician twice daily." "I hope," said Mrs. Thimbleby timidly before leaving the room, "that the Lord will soften your daughter-in-law's heart to you in this trouble." It must be understood that Mrs. Errington had of late, and especially since Castalia's outburst against Rhoda Maxfield, spoken of her daughter-in-law with a good deal of disapprobation, pitying her son for all he had to endure, and lamenting that he should have thrown himself away as he had done, when so many brilliant matches were, as it might be said, at his feet. "The dear Seelys," she would say, "considered that he was making a sacrifice. That I happen to know. But she displayed so undisguised an attachment, and Algy is the soul of chivalry. All the Ancrams ever have been." It had certainly taken some time for the worthy lady to discover that her son's marriage wasn't quite a satisfactory one; but when the discovery did force itself on her perceptions, she was by no means tender to Castalia. Her moral toughness of hide prevented her from being much hurt by such speeches as, "Dear me, not happy together! Why, I thought this was such a model marriage, Mrs. Errington!" Or, "Ah, jealous and fretful, is she? Well, I always thought it wouldn't do, but of course I said nothing. You plumed yourself so much on the match, you know, at the time." She could always retreat to illogical strongholds of unreason, whence she sent forth retorts and arguments and statements which were found to be unanswerable by the average intellect of Whitford. "I wonder the woman isn't ashamed, really now!" exclaimed Miss Chubb once, in the exasperation of listening to Mrs. Errington, calmly superior to facts, and of being quite unable to touch her self-complacency by any recapitulation of them. "Do you?" asked Rose McDougall tartly. "How odd! Now, as to me, nothing would surprise me more than to find Mrs. Errington ashamed of anything." These and similar things had been freely spoken in Whitford, and although the world resented Mrs. Errington's manner of complaint as being deficient in humility and candour, for it is provoking to find people who ought to lament in sackcloth and ashes holding up their heads and making a merit of their deserved misfortunes, yet the world admitted that Mrs. Errington had substantial cause for complaint. The Honourable Castalia was really intolerable, and the only possible excuse for her behaviour was, what had been whispered with many nods and becks and much mystery, that she was not quite of sound mind. And when the news began to circulate in Whitford that young Errington had gone to London suddenly and almost secretly, the first and most general impression was that he had run away from his wife. To this solution the tradesman to whom he owed money added, "and his debts." Mrs. Errington's statement as to Lord Seely's illness was not much believed; and if he were ill, was it likely that my lord should cause Algernon Errington to be sent for? Later on in the course of the day it began to be known that Castalia had accompanied her husband to the coach office, so that his departure had not been clandestine as far as she was concerned, at all events. But was it not rather odd, the postmaster rushing off in this sudden manner? How did he manage to leave his business? Mr. Cooper never did such things. Not, probably, that it would make much difference whether Algernon Errington were here or not, for everybody knew pretty well that he was a mere cipher in the office, and Mr. Gibbs did everything. As to Mr. Gibbs, he was inwardly much disquieted at his chief's unwarranted absence. He had received a note which Algernon had left behind him to be delivered on the morning after his departure, but the note was not very satisfactory.
"My dear Gibbs," it said, "I am off to town by the night mail. My wife's uncle, Lord Seely, is ill, and I must see him. I shall speak to him on your behalf, of course. The inheritance must soon fall to you, without waiting for the demise of the present holder. I shall be back on Wednesday at latest. Meanwhile, I trust implicitly to your discretion. Yours always, A.A.E." This was oracular enough, but Mr. Obadiah Gibbs understood very well as he read it that by the inheritance which must soon fall to him, Algernon meant the place of postmaster. Still there was nothing in the note to commit Algernon in any way whatever, and his going off to London without leave and without notice was a proceeding which shocked all the old clerk's notion of what was fitting. The thought did cross his mind, suppose he should never come back? Suppose he is off to America as a short cut out of his troubles? The thing was possible, and the possibility haunted Mr. Obadiah Gibbs persistently, though he tried to argue it away. In the afternoon of Tuesday, Rhoda Maxfield walked into the post office, and asked to speak with Mr. Errington. She was on foot and alone, and was looking so pretty and blooming as to arrest the attention of the dry old clerk. When he told her that Mr. Errington was away in London, and would not be back until the next day, she appeared disappointed. "Will you tell him, please, that I came, and wanted to speak to him particularly, and beg him to come to me as soon as ever he gets back to Whitford?" she said in her soft lady's voice. Mr. Gibbs did not answer her. He stared straight over her shoulder, as if Medusa's head had suddenly appeared behind her. Rhoda turned to see what had petrified Mr. Gibbs into silence, and saw Castalia Errington. Rhoda was startled, but more from sympathy with Gibbs than from any other reason. The quick colour mounted into her cheeks, and deepened their blush rose hue to damask. "Oh, Mrs. Errington!" she said, and held out her hand. Castalia did not take it, did not speak, did not, after one baleful stare of anger, look at her. "Come into the private office," she said, addressing Gibbs in a dry, husky voice, and with a manner of imperious harshness. As she stood with her hand on the lock of the door leading into the inner room, she looked round over her shoulder and flung these words at Rhoda like a missile. "You have made a mistake. My husband is not here to-day of all days. He has been remiss in not letting you know of his journey. But men are apt, I have been told, to fail in polite attention to persons of your sort." "Mrs. Errington!" cried Rhoda, turning pale, less at the words than at the look and tone which interpreted their meaning, so that it was impossible altogether to misunderstand it. "I came here to speak to Mr. Errington about something he wished to hear of, and if I may say it to you instead—" "To me? How dare you?" Castalia turned full on her with a livid, furious face, lit by a pair of hollow, burning eyes. Poor, artificial, small product of her social surroundings, as she usually seemed, the passion in the woman transfigured her now with a tragic fire and force, before which Rhoda's innocent lily nature seemed shrivelled and discoloured, like a flower in the blast of a furnace. It was strange to himself, but Mr. Gibbs, as he looked at the two women, and was fully conscious on which side lay the right in the matter, could not help feeling an inexplicable thrill of sympathy with Castalia, as she stood there breathing quickly and hard, with dilated nostrils and suffering, tearless eyes. The truth is that there was some subtle ingredient in Mr. Gibbs' composition which was more cognate with flesh and blood, even erring, passionate flesh and blood, than with the cool fluid that circulates in the petals of a lily. David Powell would have said that it was a manifest stirring of the old Adam which caused the regenerate Obadiah Gibbs, a professing Christian, a confirmed and tried pillar of Methodism, a man whose precious experiences had been poured forth for the edification of many a band meeting, to be conscious, for the first time, of some fellow feeling with Castalia, at the very moment when she was conducting herself in a manner to shock every sentiment of what was just and fitting. But whether it were due to original sin, or to whatever other cause, the fact remained that Obadiah Gibbs, for the first time in his life, now felt disposed to spare and screen the postmaster's wife. "I'll give the message when Mr. Errington comes back," said he to Rhoda, almost hustling her out of the office as he spoke. "The poor thing is not very well," he added in a lower voice. "She has been a good deal cut up, one way and another. You mustn't think anything of her manner, nor bear malice. Miss Maxfield, good morning." When Rhoda was gone, feeling almost dizzy with surprise and fright, Gibbs followed Mrs. Errington into the inner office. He found her openly examining the contents of the table drawer, having tossed all the papers she had found in it pell-mell on to the table. Gibbs entered and closed the door carefully.
"Mrs. Errington," he began, intending to remonstrate with her, or perhaps utter something stronger than a remonstrance, on her manner of conducting herself in the office, when she interrupted him at once, looking up from the heap of papers. "What message did that creature give you for my husband?" she asked abruptly. "Now, Mrs. Errington, you really must not go on in this way. I am responsible to Mr. Errington, you know, for things being right here." "Did you hear me? What message did that creature give you?" "Oh, now really, Mrs. Errington, I think you ought not to speak of Rhoda Maxfield in that way. She is a very good girl, and you hurt her terribly by your manner." Castalia smiled bitterly. "Did I?" she said. "Of course you're in league with her. Why does this good young woman come in here in secret to see my husband? What can she want to say to him that cannot be said openly?" "I cannot hear such things, ma'am. I can't indeed. If you would give yourself an instant for reflection, you would remember that Miss Maxfield offered to tell her message to you yourself." "Offered to tell me? Do you really suppose I am duped by such low tricks? I heard her say, 'Send him to me directly he comes back.' Heard it with my own ears. But of course you won't tell me the truth." "I am obliged to say, Mrs. Errington, that you really must leave the office. I am very sorry, but I am responsible in Mr. Errington's absence, and I cannot allow you to turn everything topsy-turvy here in this way. There has been trouble enough by your coming here already." "Trouble enough? Who says so? Who is troubled?" "Mr. Errington is troubled, and I am troubled, and in short it's altogether out of rule." "Then he confesses, does he, that he is afraid of my coming here to make discoveries about him? Why should he be troubled, if he had nothing to conceal?" Castalia spoke with trembling eagerness and excitement. She had thrown all semblance of dignity or reserve to the winds. She would have spoken as she was speaking at that moment in Whitford market-place. Gibbs looked at her, and a doubt came into his mind as to whether his suspicions, and other people's suspicions about her, were quite so well founded as he had thought. She was terribly violent, jealous, insolent, unconverted, full of the leaven of unrighteousness. But was she a practised hypocrite, a woman experienced in dishonesty? For the life of him, Obadiah Gibbs could not feel so sure of this as he had felt, now that he looked into her poor haggard face, and met her eyes, and heard her utterly incautious and vehement speeches. "As to me not telling you the truth, Mrs. Errington," he said, "I suppose you know the truth as to why your visits here bring trouble to everybody?" "Tell it me, you!" "Well, Oh, you must be aware of it, I suppose. And if I was to tell you, you would only be more angry and offended with me than ever, though what I have done to excite your displeasure I don't know." "Tell me this truth that I know so well. Do you think I should seriously care for anything you could say, except as it concerned my husband?" "Mrs. Errington, I don't know whether you are feigning or not. But anyway, I think it my duty to answer you with Christian sincerity. It is borne in upon me that I ought to do so." "Go on, go on, go on!" cried Castalia, drumming with restless fingers on the table, and looking up at the clerk with eyes that blazed with excitement and impatience. "You are aware that there have been unpleasant circumstances at the post office, letters lost, money letters lost. Well, your name has been mentioned in connection with those losses. It is known in Whitford that you come haunting the office at all hours when your husband is away. A little while ago you paid a bill with some notes that were endorsed in a peculiar way. People asked where you got those notes. I thought it my duty to mention the subject to Mr. Errington the other day. He was greatly distressed, of course. He said he should interrogate you about the notes. My advice to you is, in all sincerity and charity, as the Lord sees me, to tell your husband the truth, whatever it is." He ended his speech with a tremor of compassion in his voice, and with a sudden breakdown of his rhetorical manner; for Castalia's face changed so piteously, so terribly, as he spoke, that the man's heart was deeply touched by it. She grew ashy pale. The quick fingers that had been tapping impatiently on the table seemed turned to lead. They lay there heavy and motionless. Her mouth was half open, and her eyes stared straight before her at the blank wall of the yard, as though they saw a spectre. "Lord have mercy on us, she is guilty!" thought Obadiah Gibbs. And at that moment, if he could have hidden her crime from the eyes of all men, I believe he would have done it at the cost of a lie. "Of course you're not bound to say anything to me, you know, Mrs. Errington," he went on after a short pause. And as he spoke he bent nearer to her to rouse her, for she seemed neither to hear nor to see him. "You'd better go home now at once. You don't seem very strong." Still she did not move. "Look here, Mrs. Errington,
You may rely upon my not breaking a word, not one syllable to anybody else, if you will try to make things straight again as far as in your power lies. Go home now, pray do." Still she did not move. "You don't look much able to walk, I fear. Shall I send the boy for a fly? Let me send for a fly." He softly touched her shoulder as he spoke, and she immediately turned her head and answered with a composure that startled him, "Yes, get me a fly." Then she sat quite still again, staring at the wall as before. Gibbs went out into the outer office and sent the boy for a vehicle. There he remained, pen in hand, behind his desk, until the jingle of the fly was heard at the door. He went back himself to the private office to call Castalia, and found her sitting in exactly the same place and attitude. She rose mechanically to her feet when he told her the fly was ready, but as she began to walk towards the door she staggered and caught at Gibbs's arm. He supported her with a sort of quiet gravity, as much as if he had been her old servant, and she a cripple whose infirmity was a matter of course, which showed much delicacy of feeling. And as they neared the door, he said in her ear, "Take my advice, ma'am, and tell your husband the truth." She turned her eyes on him with a singular look, but said nothing. "Tell him the truth, and look upward. Lift your heart in prayer. There is a fountain of grace and love ready for all who seek it." "Not for me," she answered in a low but distinct voice. "Oh, my poor soul, don't say so! Don't think so!" By this time she was in the carriage, having been almost lifted into it by Gibbs. She was perfectly quiet and tearless, and as the vehicle drove away, and Gibbs stood watching it disappear, he said to himself that her face was as the face of a corpse. End of chapter 16. Volume 3, Chapter 17, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 17. Castalia was driven home and walked up the path of the tiny garden in front of Ivy Lodge with a step much like her ordinary one. She went into the drawing-room and looked about her curiously, as if she were a stranger seeing the place for the first time. Then she sat down for a minute, still in her bonnet and shawl. But she got up again quickly from the sofa, holding her hand to her throat as if she were choking, and went out to the garden behind the house, and from thence to the meadows near the river. There was at the bottom of the garden, and outside of it, a miserable, dilapidated wooden shed, euphoniously called a summer-house. There was a worm-eaten wooden bench in it, looking towards the Whit, and commanding a view of the wide meadows on the other side of it, of a turn in the river, now lead-coloured beneath the dreary sky, and of the distant spire of Duckwell Church, rising beyond the hazy woods of Pudcombe. No one ever entered this summer-house. It was rotting to pieces with damp and decay, and was inhabited by a colony of insects and a toad that squatted in one corner. In this wretched place Castalia sat down, being indeed unable to walk farther, but feeling a sensation of suffocation at the mere thought of returning to the house. She fancied she could not breathe there. A steaming mist was rising from the river and the damp meadows beyond it. The grey clouds seemed to touch the grey horizon. It was cold, and the last brown leaf or two, hanging, as it seemed by a thread, on the boughs of a tree, just within sight from the summer-house, twirled and shook, and shuddered in the slight gust of wind that arose now and again. There was not a sound to be heard except the mournful lowing of some cattle in a distant field, until all at once a movement of the air brought from Whitford the sound of the old chimes, muffled by the heavy atmosphere. There sat Castalia and stared at the river, and the mist, and the brown withered leaves, much as she had stared at the blank yard wall in the office. "My heart is sore pained within me, and the terrors of death are fallen upon me. Fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and horror hath overwhelmed me." She heard a voice saying these words distinctly. She did not start. She scarcely felt surprise. The direful lamentation was in harmony with all she saw and heard and felt. Again the voice spoke. "Our fathers trusted in thee, they trusted, and thou didst deliver them. They cried unto thee, and were delivered. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people." Castalia heard, scarcely listening. The words flowed by her like a tune that brings tears to the eyes by mere sympathy with its sad sound. Presently a man passed before her, walking with an unequal pace, now quick, now slow, now stopping outright. He had his hands clasped at the back of his neck. His head was bent down, and he was talking aloud to himself. "Ay, there have been such. The lot has fallen upon me. I know it with a sure knowledge. It is borne in upon me with a certainty that pierces through bone and marrow. I am of the number of those that go down to the pit. Why, O Lord? Nay, though he slay me, yet I will trust in him. For he is not a man, as I am, that I should answer him, and we should come together in judgment." He stopped in his walk, stood still for a second or two, and then turned to pace back again. In so doing he saw Castalia. She also looked full at him, and recognized the Methodist preacher. David Powell went up to her without hesitation. He remembered her at once, and he remembered too, in a confused way, something of what Mrs. Thimbleby had been recently telling him about dissensions between this woman and her husband, of unhappiness and quarrels, and what was that the widow had said of young Mrs. Errington being jealous of Rhoda? Ah, yes, he had it all now. The time had been when David Powell would have had to wrestle hard with indignation against any one who should have spoken evil of Rhoda. He would have felt a hot human flush of anger, and would have combated it as a stirring of the unregenerate man within him. But all such feelings were over with him. No ray from the outside world appeared able to pierce the gloom which had gathered thicker and thicker in his own mind, unless it touched his sense of sympathy with suffering. He was still sensitive to that, as certain chemicals are to the light. He went up close to Castalia and said, without any preliminary or usual greeting, "You are in affliction. Have you called upon the Lord? Have you cast your burthen upon him? He is a good shepherd. He will carry the weary and footsore of his flock, lest they faint by the way, and perish utterly." It was noticeable when he spoke that his voice, which had been of such full sweetness, was now hoarse and even harsh here and there, like a fine instrument that has been jarred. This did not seem to be altogether due to physical causes, for there still came out of his mouth every now and then a tone that was exquisitely musical. But the discord seemed to be in the spirit that moved the voice, and could not guide it with complete freedom and mastery. Castalia shook her head impatiently, and turned her eyes away from him. But she did not do so with any of her old hauteur and intimation of the vast distance which separated her from her humbler fellow creatures. Pain of mind had familiarized her with the conception that she held her humanity in common with a very heterogeneous multitude. Had Powell been a sleek, smug personage like Brother Jackson, veiling profound self-complacency under the technical announcement of himself as a miserable sinner, she might have turned from him in disgust. As it was, she felt merely the unwillingness to be disturbed, of a creature in whom the numbness of apathy has succeeded to acute anguish. She wanted to be rid of him. He looked at her with the yearning pity which was so fundamental a part of his nature. "Pray," he said, clasping his hands together, "go to your Father, which is in heaven, and he shall give you rest." "Oh, God loves you. He loves you." "No one loves me," returned Castalia with white rigid lips. Then she got up from the bench, and went back into her own garden and into the house, with the air of a person walking in sleep. Powell looked after her sadly. "If she would but pray," he murmured, "I would pray for her. I would wrestle with the Lord on her behalf. But of late I have feared more and more that my prayers are not acceptable, that my voice is an abomination to the Lord." He resumed his walk along the river bank, speaking aloud and gesticulating to himself as he went. Meanwhile Castalia wandered about her own house like a ghost, as the servants said. She went from the little dining room to the drawing room, and then she painfully mounted the steep staircase to her bedroom, opened the door of her husband's little dressing closet, shut it again, and went downstairs once more. She could not sit still. She could not read. She could not even think. She could only suffer and move about restlessly, as if with a dim instinctive idea of escaping from her suffering. Presently she began to open the drawers of a little toy cabinet in the drawing room, and examine their contents, as if she had never seen them before. From that she went to a window seat, made hollow and with a cushioned lid, so that it served as a seat and a box, and began to rummage among its contents. These consisted chiefly of valueless scraps, odds and ends, put there to be hidden and out of the way. Among them were some of poor Mrs. Errington's wedding presents to her son and daughter-in-law. Castalia's maid, Slater, had unceremoniously consigned these to oblivion, together with a few other old-fashioned articles, under the generic name of rubbish. There was a pair of hand-screens elaborately embroidered in silk, very faded and out of date. Mrs. Errington declared them to be the work of her grand-aunt, the beautiful Miss Jacintha Ancram, who made such a great match, and became a marchioness. There was an ancient carved ivory fan, yellow with age, brought by a cadet of the house of Ancram from India, as a present to some forgotten sweetheart.
There was a little cardboard box, covered with fragments of raised rice paper, arranged in a pattern. This was the work of Mrs. Errington's own hands in her schoolgirl days, and was of the kind called, if I mistake not, filigree work. Castalia took these and other things out of the window seat, and examined them and put them back one by one, moving exactly like an automaton figure that had been wound up to perform these motions. When she came to the filigree box, she opened that too. There was a Tonquin bean in it, filling the box with its faint sweet odour. There was a pair of gold buckles that seemed to be attenuated with age, and a garnet brooch with one or two stones missing. And then at the bottom of the box was something flat, wrapped in silver paper. She unwrapped it and looked at it. It was a water-colour drawing done by Algernon immediately on his return from Llanryddan, in the first flush of his love-making, and representing himself and Rhoda standing side by side in front of the little cottage where they had lodged there. Algernon had given himself pinker cheeks, bluer eyes, and more amber-coloured hair than nature had endowed him with. Rhoda was equally over-tinted. There was no merit in the drawing, which was stiff and schoolboyish, but the very exaggerations of form and colour emphasized the likeness in a way not to be mistaken. Castalia trembled from head to foot as she looked at the two rosy, simpering faces. A curious ripple or tremor ran over her body, such as may be observed in persons recovering consciousness after a swoon. She tore the drawing into small fragments. Her teeth were set. Her eyes glared. She looked like a murderess. She trod the scattered bits into the carpet with her heel. Then, as if with an afterthought, she swept them contemptuously into the bright steel shovel, and threw them into the fire, and stood and watched them blaze and smoulder. After that she wrapped her shawl more tightly round her. She had forgotten to remove either it or her bonnet on coming in, and went out at the front door and walked straight into Whitford and to Jonathan Maxfield's house. She asked for the master. The old man was at home, in the little parlour, and Sally showed Mrs. Errington into the room, almost without the ceremony of tapping with her knuckles at the door, and then made off to the kitchen to tell Mrs. Grimshaw. The lady's face had scared her. Old Max was sitting near the dull fire which burned in the grate. The big Bible, his constant companion now, lay open on the table, but he had not been devoting his attention to that solely. He had had a large old-fashioned wooden desk brought down from his own room, and had been fingering the papers in it, reading some, and merely glancing at the outside folds of others. He now looked up at Castalia without recognizing her. "What is your business with me?" he asked, peering at her in perplexity. "I've come to speak to you," began Castalia, and at the first sound of her voice Maxfield recognized her. He remembered the only visit she had paid him previously, when she came to beg that Rhoda might be allowed to visit her. She had taken a great fancy to his pretty Rhoda, this skinny, yellow-faced fine lady. Ha! Well, she might show what civilities she pleased to Rhoda. No objection to that. Indeed, it was a proceeding to be encouraged, seeing that it probably caused a good deal of discomfort and embarrassment to Algernon. So he gave a little nod, meant to be courteous, and said, "Oh, I didn't know you just at first. Won't you be seated?" Castalia refused by a gesture, and stood still opposite to him, with one hand on the table, apparently in some embarrassment how to begin. Then it flashed on old Max that this honourable Mrs., as he called her, had probably come to thank him, and found it not altogether easy to do so. But what could Castalia have to thank him for? This: Rhoda had so implored her father to relieve Algernon from his anxiety about the bills, that at length the old man had said with a chuckle, "Tell you what, Rhoda, I'll hand 'em over to Mr. Diamond, and maybe he will give them to you as a wedding present if he gets the school, and then you can do what you like with them. My gentleman won't be above taking a present from you or your husband. I've seen what meanness she can do, and what dirt he can swallow, and not even make a wry face over it. Ay, dirt as would turn many a poor labouring man's stomach." Rhoda, upon this, had consulted Matthew Diamond, and had not found it difficult to make him agree with her wish to give up the bills to Algernon. Indeed, although he had almost come to old Max's opinion of his former pupil, he would not for the world have behaved so as to make Rhoda suppose that he bore him a grudge. Rhoda's errand to the post office that afternoon had been to bring Algernon this comforting news. She had taken care not to tell her father of Mrs. Algernon's behaviour, but had come home and cried a little quietly in her own room, and kept her tears and the cause of them to herself. Therefore it was that Jonathan Maxfield supposed the fine lady to have come to thank him for his magnanimity on behalf of her absent husband, and he was already preparing to give her a dose, as he phrased it, and to spare her no item of Rhoda's prosperity and wealth and good prospects in the world. Castalia remained leaning with one hand on the table, and did not continue her speech during the second or two in which these thoughts and intentions were passing through old Maxfield's brain. But it was by no means that she hesitated from embarrassment or lack of words. Rather, the words crowded to her lips too quickly and fiercely for utterance. "I've come to speak to you about your daughter," she said at length. "Ay, ay, Miss Maxfield's a bit of a friend of yours. Miss Maxfield's allus been kind to all the family ever since we've known 'em. But you'd best be seated." "They say you are an honest, decent man," Castalia went on, neither seating herself nor noticing the invitation to do so. "It may be so. I am willing to believe it. But if so, you are grossly deceived, cheated, and played upon by that vile girl." Maxfield brought his two clenched fists heavily down on the table, and half raised himself in his chair. "Stop!" said he. "Who are you talking of?" "You may believe me. I tell you I have watched. I have seen. She was in love with my husband years ago. She used every art to catch him. And now that he is married, she receives secret visits from him. Do you know that he came at night, 10 o'clock at night, to your house when you were away? She goes to the post office slyly to see him. I caught her there this morning, leaving a private message for him with the clerk. Is that decent? Is it what you wish? Do you sanction it? She writes to him. She has turned his heart against me. He schemes to keep me out of the office. I know why now. Oh yes, I am not the blind dupe they think for. She has made him more cruel, more wicked to me than I could have imagined any man could be. My heart is broken. But as true as there is a God in heaven, I'll have amends made to me. She shall beg my pardon on her knees, and you had better look to it, if you don't want her character to be torn to pieces by every foul tongue in this town. I have borne enough. Keep her at home. Keep her from decoying other women's husbands. I warn you." Maxfield, who had been struggling to reach the bell, pulled it so violently that the wire was broken. At the peal, Betty Grimshaw came running in, terrified. "Mercy, brother-in-law!" she cried. "What is it?" "Get the police!" gasped old Max, as if he were choking. "Send some one for a policeman to turn that mad queen out of my house. She's not fit for a decent house. She's... Oh, but you shall repent this. I'll sell you up, every stick of trumpery in the place. You audacious Jezebel! Turn her out of doors, I say. Do you hear me?" Betty and the servant stood white and quivering, looking from the old man, unable to rise from his chair without help, and the lady who stood opposite to him, glaring with a Medusa face. Neither of the two frightened women stirred hand or foot to fulfil the master's behest. But Castalia relieved them from any perplexity on that score, at least, by voluntarily turning to leave the room. In the doorway she met Rhoda, who had run downstairs in alarm at the violent pealing of the bell. Castalia drew herself suddenly aside, as though something unspeakably loathsome stood in her path, held her dress away from any passing contact with the amazed girl, and rushed out of the house. CHAPTer 17. Volume 3, Chapter 18 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 18. Algernon's state of mind during his return journey to Whitford was very much pleasanter than it had been on his way up to town. To be sure, he had committed himself distinctly to a very grave statement. That was always disagreeable. But then he had made an immense impression on Lord Seely by his statement. He had crushed and overwhelmed that pompous little ass. He had humiliated that absurd little upstart. And best of all, for these others were mere dilettante pleasures, which no man of intelligence would indulge in at the cost of his solid interests, he had terrified him so completely with the spectre of a public scandal and disgrace, that my lord was ready to do anything to help him and Castalia out of England. Of that there could be no doubt. It must be owned that Algernon had so far justified the quick suspicions of his Whitford creditors and acquaintances, as to have conceived for a moment the idea of never more returning to that uninteresting town. It was extremely exhilarating to be in the position of a bachelor at large, to find himself free for a time of the dead weight of debt, which seemed to make breathing difficult in Whitford. For although by plodding characters the relief might not have been felt until the debts were paid, Algernon Errington's spirit was of a sort that rose buoyant as ever, directly the external pressure was removed. It was delightful to be reinstated in the enjoyment of his reputation as a charming fellow, much fallen into oblivion at Whitford. And perhaps it was pleasantest of all to feel strengthened in the assurance that he still was a charming fellow, with capacities for winning admiration and making a brilliant figure, quite uninjured, although they had been temporarily eclipsed, by all the cloud of troubles which had gathered around him. So he had, for a moment, thought of fairly running away from wife and duns and dangers of official severities; but it was but a brief unsubstantial vision that flashed for an instant and was gone. Algernon was too clear-sighted not to perceive that the course was inconvenient, nay, to one of his temperament, impracticable. People who started off to live on their wits in a foreign country ought to be armed with a coarser indifference to material comforts than he was gifted with. Alternations of ortolans and champagne, with bread and onions, would be, even supposing one could be sure of the ortolans, which Algernon knew he could not, entirely repugnant to his temperament. He had no strain of adventurousness as would have given a pleasant glow of excitement to the endurance of privation under any circumstances whatever. Professed Bohemians might talk as they pleased about kicking over traces and getting rid of trammels and so forth; but for his part he had never felt his spirit in the least oppressed by velvet hangings, gilded furniture, or French cookery; whereas to be obliged to wear shabby gloves would have been a kind of trammel he would strongly have objected to. In a word, he desired to be luxuriously comfortable always, and he consistently, albeit perhaps mistakenly, for the cleverest of us are liable to error, endeavoured to be so. Therefore he did not ship himself aboard an emigrant vessel for the United States, nor did he even cross the Channel to Calais, but found himself in a corner of the mail coach on the night after Jack Price's supper party, bowling along, not altogether unpleasantly, towards Whitford. He had not seen Lord Seely again. He had inquired for him at his house, and had been told that his lordship was worse, was confined to bed entirely, and that Dr. Noakes had called in 2 other physicians in consultation. "Deuce of a job if he dies before I get a berth," thought Algernon. But before he had gone many yards down the street he was in a great measure reassured as to that danger by seeing Lady Seely in her big yellow coach, with Fido on the seat beside her, and her favourite nephew lounging on the cushions opposite. The nephew had been apparently entertaining Lady Seely by some amusing story, for she was laughing, rather to the ear than to the eye, as was her custom, for my lady made a great noise, sending out ha-ha-ha's with a kind of defiant distinctness, whilst all the while eyes and mouth plainly professed themselves disdainful of too cordial a hilarity, and ready to stop short in a second, and stroking Fido very unconcernedly with one fat, tightly gloved hand. Now, although Algernon did not give my lady credit for much depth of sentiment, he felt sure that she would, for various reasons, have been greatly disquieted had any danger threatened her husband's life, and would certainly not have left his side to drive in the park with young Reginald. So he drew the inference that my lord was not so desperately ill as he had been told, and that the servants had had orders to give him that account in order to keep him away, which was pretty nearly the fact. "The old woman would be in a fury with me when my lord told her he had promised me that post without consulting her," thought Algernon, "and would tell any lie to keep me out of the house. But we shall beat her this time." And as he so thought he pulled off his hat and made so distinguished and condescending a bow to my lady, that her nephew, who was near-sighted and did not recognise Errington, pulled off his own hat in a hurry, very awkwardly, and acknowledged the salute with some confused idea that the graceful gentleman was a foreigner of distinction, whilst my lady, turning purple, shook her head at him in anger at the whole incident. All which Algernon saw and understood, and was immensely diverted by. In summing up the results of his journey to town, he was satisfied. Things were certainly not so pleasant as they might be, but were they not better on the whole than when he had left Whitford? He decidedly thought they were, which did not of course diminish his sense of being a victim to circumstances and the Seely family. Anyway, he had broken with Whitford. My lord must get him out of that barraquet. The very thought of leaving the place raised his spirits, and as he had the coach to himself during nearly all the journey, he was able to stretch his legs and make himself comfortable. And he awoke from a sound and refreshing sleep as the mail coach rattled into the High Street and rumbled under the archway of the Blue Bell. The hour was early and the morning was raw, and Algernon resolved to refresh himself with a hot bath and breakfast before proceeding to Ivy Lodge. "No use disturbing Mrs. Errington so early," he said to the landlord, who appeared just as Algernon was sipping his tea before a blazing fire. "Very good devilled kidney, Mr. Rumbold," he added condescendingly. Mr. Rumbold rubbed his hands and stood looking half sulkily, half deferentially at his guest. His wife had said to him, "Don't you go chatting with that young Errington, Rumbold, not if you want to get your money. I know what he is, and I know what you are, Rumbold, and he'll talk you over in no time." But Mr. Rumbold had allowed his own valour to override his wife's discretion, and had declared that he would make the young man understand before he left the Blue Bell that it was absolutely necessary to settle his account there without delay. And the result justified Mrs. Rumbold's apprehensions, for Algernon Errington drove away from the inn without having paid even for the breakfast he had eaten there that morning, and having added the vehicle which carried him home to the long list beginning "Flies, A. Errington, Esquire," in which he figured as debtor to the landlord of the Blue Bell. He had flourished Lord Seely in Mr. Rumbold's face with excellent effect, and was feeling quite cheerful when he alighted at the gate of Ivy Lodge. It was still early according to Castalia's reckoning, little more than 10 o'clock, so he was not surprised at not finding her in the drawing room or the dining room. Lydia, of whom he inquired at length as to where her mistress was, having first bade her light a fire for him to have a cigar by before going to the office, Lydia said with a queer, half scared, half saucy look, "Laws, sir, missus has been out this hour and a half." "Out?" "Yes, sir. She said as how she couldn't rest in her bed, nor yet in the house, sir. Polly made her take a cup of tea, and then she went off to Whit Meadow." "To Whit Meadow? In this damp, raw weather, at 9 o'clock in the morning?" "Please, sir, me and Polly thought it wasn't safe for missus, and her so delicate, but she would go." Algernon shrugged his shoulders and said no more. Before the girl left the room, she said, "Oh, and please, sir, here's some letters as came for you," pointing to a little heap of papers on Castalia's desk. Left alone, Algernon drew his chair up to the fire and lit a cigar. He did not hasten himself to examine the letters. Bills, of course. What else could they be? He began to smoke and ruminate. He would have liked to see Castalia before going to the office. He would have liked to make his own representation to her of the story he had told Lord Seely. She must be got to corroborate it unknowingly, if possible. He reflected with some bitterness that she had lately shown so much power of opposing him, that it might be she would insist on taking a course of conduct which would upset all the combination he, with the help of chance circumstances, had so neatly pieced together. And then he reflected further, knitting his brows a little, that at any cost she must be prevented from spoiling his plans, and that her conduct lately had been so strange that it wouldn't be very difficult to convince the world of her insanity. "Gad, I'm almost convinced of it myself," said Algernon, half aloud. But it was not true. The fire was warm, the room was quiet, the cigar was good, the chair was easy. Algernon felt tempted to sit still and put off the moment when he must re-enter the Whitford post office. He shuddered as he thought of the place with a kind of physical repulsion. Nevertheless, it must be faced once or twice more. Not much more often, he hoped. He rose up, put on a greatcoat, and said to himself lazily, as he ran his fingers through his hair in front of the looking-glass, "Where the devil can Castalia have gone mooning to?" Then he turned to leave the room. As he turned, his eyes fell on the little heap of letters. He took them up and turned them over with a grimace. Ravel, respectful compliments. No, your mouth ought to have been stopped, I think. But that's the way. More they get, more they want. Never pay an instalment. Fatal precedent. What's this? A lawyer's letter? Gladwish? Oh, very well, Mr. Gladwish. Nous verrons. Chemist? What on earth? Oh, Rosewater. Better than his boluses, I dare say, but not very good, and quite humorously dear. Extortionate rascal! And who are you, my illiterate-looking friend? He took a square blue envelope between his finger and thumb, and examined the cramped handwriting on it, running in a slanting line from one corner to the other. It was addressed to Mr. Algernon Errington. "Some very angry creditor, who won't even indulge me with the customary Esquire," thought Algernon with a contemptuous smile, and some genuine amusement. Then he opened it. It was from Jonathan Maxfield. End of chapter 18. Volume 3, Chapter 19, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 19. In about a quarter of an hour after reading that letter, Algernon called to the servants to know if their mistress had come back. He did not ring as usual, but went to the door of the kitchen and spoke to both the women, saying that he was uneasy at Mrs. Errington's absence, and did not like to go to the office without seeing her. He said 2 or 3 times how strange it was that his wife should have wandered out in that way, and plainly showed considerable anxiety about her. Both the women remarked how pale and upset their master looked. "Oh, it's enough to wear anybody out the way she goes on," said Lydia. "Poor young man! A nice way to welcome him home." "Ah!" returned Polly the cook, shaking her head. "I'm afraid there's going to be awful trouble with missus, poor thing. I believe she's half out of her mind with jealousy. Just think how she's been going on about Miss Maxfield.
"Why, 'tis all over the place. And they say old Max is going to law against her or something. But I can't but pity her, poor thing." "Oh, they say worse of her than being out of her mind with jealousy," returned Lydia. "Don't you know what Mrs. Revell's housemaid told her young man at the grocer's?" etc., etc. The discussion was checked in full career by their master returning to say that he should not go to the office until he had seen Mrs. Errington, and that he was then going to Whit Meadow to look for her. He went out past the kitchen and through the garden at the back of the house. He looked about him when he got to the garden gate. Nothing to be seen but damp green meadow, leaden sky, and leaden river. Where was Castalia? A thought shot into his mind, swift and keen as an arrow. Had she thrown herself into the Whit? And if she had, what a load of his cares would be drowned with her! He walked a few paces towards the town, then turned and looked in the opposite direction. For as far as he could see there was not a human being on the meadow path. His eyes were very good, and he used them eagerly, scanning all the space of Whit Meadow within their range of vision. At length he caught sight of something moving among a clump of low bushes, blackberry bushes and dog roses, a tangle of leafless spikes now, although in the summer they would be fresh and fragrant, and the holiday haunt of little merry children, which grew on a sloping part of the bank, between him and the Whit. He walked straight towards it, and as he drew nearer, became satisfied that the moving figure was that of his wife. He recognised a dark tartan shawl which she wore. It was not bright enough to be visible at a long distance, but as he advanced he became sure that he knew it. In a few minutes the husband and wife stood face to face. "This is a nice reception to give me," said Algernon in a hard, cold voice, after they had looked at each other for a second, and Castalia had remained silent and still. In truth, she was physically unable to speak to him in that first moment of meeting. Her heart throbbed so that every beat of it seemed like an angry blow threatening her life. "Why do you wander out alone in this way? Why do you conduct yourself like a madwoman? Though, indeed, perhaps you are not so wrong there. Madness might excuse your conduct. Nothing else can." "I couldn't stay in that house. I should have died there. Everything in every room reminded me of you." She answered so faintly that he had to strain his ear to hear her, and her colourless lips trembled as the lips tremble of a person trying to keep back tears. But her eyes were quite dry. Algernon was pale, with the peculiar ghastly pallor of a fresh ruddy complexion. His blue eyes had a glitter in them like ice, not fire, and there was a set, sarcastic, bitter smile on his mouth. "Look here, Castalia, we had better understand one another at once. I shall begin by telling you what I have resolved upon, and what I have done, and you will then have to obey me implicitly. There must be no sort of discussion or hesitation. Come back to the house with me at once." She shook her head quickly. "No, no. Tell me here, out here by ourselves, where no one can hear us. I cannot bear to go into that house yet." "Pshaw! What intolerable fooling! Well, here be it. I have no time to waste. I have seen your uncle. Don't interrupt me. He has promised to get us out of this cursed place, and to find a post for me abroad as consul. I had to exercise a good deal of persistence and ability to bring him to that point, but to that point I have brought him. We must keep him to it, and be active. My lady will move heaven and earth, or t'other place and earth, which is more in her line, to thwart us. Now, when it is necessary to keep things here as smooth as possible, to arouse no suspicion that we may be off at a moment's notice, to hold out hopes of everything being settled by Lord Seely's help, what do I find? I find that you have gone to a man who is a creditor of mine, who is not over fond of me to begin with, and have grossly and outrageously insulted him and his daughter, just as if you had ingeniously cast about for the most effectual means of doing me a mischief. I found this letter on the table. He threatens to ruin me, and he can do it. If my name is posted, my bills protested, and a public hullabaloo made about them and other matters, your uncle's influence will hardly suffice to get me the berth I want in the face of the opposition newspapers bellowing on the subject. Your uncle is but small beer in London at best, but that much he might have managed if you hadn't behaved in this maniacal way." "And how have you behaved? Oh, Ancram, Ancram, I would not have believed, I could not." She burst into tears, and sank down on the damp grass, covering her face with her hands, and shaking with sobs. "Listen, Castalia! Do you hear me?" said her husband, shaking her lightly by the arm. She did not answer, but continued to cry convulsively, rocking herself to and fro. Algernon stood looking down upon her with folded arms. "Upon my soul," he said, after a minute, and with a contemptuous little nod of the head, which expressed an unbounded sense of the hopeless imbecility of the woman at his feet, and of his own long-suffering tolerance towards her, "upon my life and soul, Castalia, I have never even heard of any one so outrageously unreasonable as you are. Your jealousy, we may as well speak plainly, your jealousy has passed the bounds of sanity. But as I told you, I am not going to argue with you. I am going to give directions for your guidance, since it is quite clear you are unable to guide yourself. In the first place, for God's sake, stop that noise!" he cried, a sudden fierce irritation piercing through his self-restraint. "In the first place, you must make a full, free, and humble apology to Rhoda Maxfield." Castalia started to her feet and confronted him. "Never!" she said. "I will never do it." "I told you I was not going to argue with you. I am giving you your orders. A full, free, and humble, very humble apology to Rhoda Maxfield is our one chance of softening her father. And if you have any sense or conscience left, you must know that Rhoda richly deserves every apology you can make her." "You think so, do you?" "Yes, I think so. She is a thoroughly good and charming girl. The only crime she has ever committed against you is being young and pretty, and if you quarrel with every woman who is so, you will find the battle a rather unequal one." He could not resist the sneer. He detested Castalia at that moment. Her whole nature, her violence, her passionate jealousy, her no less passionate love, her piteous grief, her demands on some sentiment in himself, which he knew to be non-existent, every turn of her body, every tone of her voice, were at that moment intensely repulsive to him. The poor thing was stung into such pain by his taunt, that she scarcely knew what she said or what she did. "Oh, I know," she cried, "that you care more for her than for me. A pink and white face, that's all you value. More than wife, or anything in the world. More than the honour of a gentleman. She's a devil, a sly, sleek little devil. She has got your love away from me. She has made you tell lies and be cruel to me. But I'll expose her to all the world." "What in the name of all that's incomprehensible has put this craze into your head against Rhoda Maxfield? It's the wildest thing." "Oh, Ancram, you can't deceive me any longer. I know. I have seen. She came on the sly to see you at the office. You used to go to her when you told me you had to be busy at the office. I watched you. I followed you all down Whitford High Street one night, and found out that you were cheating me. Ha! And you also opened my desk at the office, and took out letters and papers. Do you know what people are called who do such things?" said Algernon, now in a white heat of anger. She drew back and looked at him. "Yes," she said, "I know." "Have you no shame, then? No common sense? You attack a young lady, yes, a lady, a far better lady than you are, of whom you take it into your head to be jealous, merely because she is pretty and admired by everybody. By me, amongst the everybodies. Why not? I didn't lose my eyesight when I married you. You talk about my not loving you. Do you think you go the way to make me do anything but detest the sight of you? You disgrace me in town. You disgrace me before my clerk in the office. You and your relations persecuted me into marrying you, and now you haven't even the decency to behave like a rational being, but make yourself a laughing-stock, and me a butt for contemptuous pity in having tied myself to such a woman. One would have thought you would try to make some amends for the troubles I have been plunged into by my marriage." She put her hands up, one to each side of her head, and held them there tightly pressed. "Ancram," she said, "do you detest the sight of me? You've tried your best to make me. Have you no spark of kindness or affection for me in your heart? Not one?" "Come, Castalia, let us have done with this. I thoroughly dislike and object to scenes of any kind. You have a taste for them, unfortunately. What you have to do now is to do as I bid you, and try to make your peace by begging Rhoda's pardon, and so trying to undo a little of the mischief your insane temper has caused." "Ancram, say one kind word to me." "Good God, Castalia! How can you be so exasperatingly childish?" "One word. Say you love me a little still. Say you did love me when you married me. Don't let me believe that I have been a miserable dupe all along." She no longer refused point blank to obey him. She was bending into her old attitude of submission to his wishes. His ascendancy over her was paramount still, but she had made herself thoroughly obnoxious to him, and must be punished. Algernon's resentments were neither quick nor numerous, but they were lasting. His distaste for certain temperaments was profound. Castalia's intensity of emotion, and her ungoverned way of showing it, roused a sense of antagonism in him which came nearer to passion than anything he had ever felt. With the sure instinct of cruelty, he confronted her wild, eager, supplicating face with a hard, cold, sarcastic smile, and a slight shrug,
A blow from his hand would have been tender by comparison. Then he pulled out his watch and said, "How long do you intend this performance to last?" in the quietest voice in the world. And all the while he was in a white heat of anger, as I have said. "Oh, Ancram! Oh, Ancram!" she cried. Then, with a sudden change of tone, she said, "Will you promise me one thing? Will you swear never to see Rhoda Maxfield again? If you will do that, I will try to forgive you." "To forgive me? Then you really have lost your senses." "No, I wish I had. I would rather be mad than know what I know. But think, Ancram, think well before you refuse me. This one thing is all I ask. Never see or speak to her or write to her again, not even when I am dead. Swear it. I think if you swore it you would keep it, wouldn't you? This one poor thing, for all I have borne, for all I am willing to bear. I'll take that as proof that you don't love her best. I'll be content with that. I'll give up everything else in the whole world. Only do this one thing for me, Ancram. I beg it on my knees." She did indeed fall on her knees as she spoke, and stretched out her clasped hands towards him. For 1 second their eyes met. Then he turned his way, and said, as quietly as ever, "I am going to Mr. and Miss Maxfield at once, with the most effectual apology which could be offered to them, namely, that you are a maniac, and in any case not responsible for your actions, nor to be treated like a rational being." She staggered up to her feet. "Very well," she gasped out. "Then I shall not spare you nor her. I have had a letter from my uncle. He has told me what you accuse me of. I went to the office. That man there told me the same. The notes that I paid away to Ravel. You wondered. You were uneasy. Why, you gave me them yourself. Oh, Ancram, how could you have the heart? I wish I was dead." "I wish to God you were." She was standing close to the edge of the steep slippery bank. And when he said these words she staggered, and with a little heartbroken moan put out her hand to clutch at him, groping like a blind person. He shook off her grasp with a sudden rough movement, and the next instant she was deep in the dark ice-cold water. End of chapter 19. Volume 3, Chapter 20, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 20. It was past midday when a loud peal at the bell of Ivy Lodge startled the women in the kitchen. Polly ran to the front door to open it. There stood her master, who pushed quickly into the house past her. "Is your mistress come back?" he asked almost breathlessly. "No, sir. Oh, mercy me, what's the matter? What has happened?" she cried, for his face showed undisguised terror and agitation. He sat down in the dining room and asked for a glass of wine. Having drunk it at a gulp, he said, "I cannot understand it. I have been nearly to Whitford along the meadow path. I didn't try the other way, but then she would not have wandered toward Duckwell, surely. Then I crossed the fields and came back by the road, looking everywhere and asking every one I met. Nothing to be seen of her. Your mistress's manner has been so strange of late. You must have noticed it. I am afraid, I cannot help being afraid that some terrible thing has happened to her. I have had a dreadful weight and presentiment on my mind all the morning. Where can she be?" "Oh, no, no, sir, never fear. She'll be all safe somewheres or other. She'll just have gone wandering on into the town. She have been strange in her ways, poor thing, and we couldn't but see it, sir. But she can't have come to no harm. There's nothing to hurt her hereabout." Thus honest Polly consolingly, but she was infected too by the terror in her master's white face. "You don't know," he said tremulously, "what reason I have for uneasiness." He drew out from his pocket book a torn scrap of paper with some writing on it. "I found this on the floor by her desk this morning. This is what alarmed me so before I went out, but I wouldn't say anything about it then." Polly stared at the paper with eager curiosity, but the sharp slanting writing puzzled her eyes, never quite at their ease with the alphabet in any shape. "Is it Mrs.'s writing?" she asked. "Yes. See, she talks of being so wretched. Why? God knows. Her mind has been quite unhinged. That is the only explanation. And you see, she says, it will not be long before this misery is at an end. I cannot live on as I am living. I will not." "Lord, have mercy upon us!" ejaculated the woman, on whom the full force of her master's anxiety and alarm suddenly broke. Her round ruddy cheeks grew almost as white as his, and Lydia, who had been peeping and listening at the door, burst out crying, and began uttering a series of incoherent phrases.
"Hold your noise," said Polly roughly. "There's troubles enough without you. Now look ye here, sir. I'll put on my bonnet and go right down into Whitford. You take a look along Whit Meadow up Duckwell way. I bet £10 she's there somewheres about. She has taken into going about through the fields, hasn't she, Lydia? Oh, hold your noise and try to do something to help, you whimpering fool." Polly's violent excitement and trepidation took a practical form, whilst the other woman was utterly helpless. She was bidden to stay at home and receive Mrs., and tell her that master was coming back, and beg her to bide still in the house until he should return. "But I'm afraid she'll never come back," sobbed Lydia. "I'm so frightened to stop here by myself." "Oh, you great silly! Haven't you got no feeling for the poor husband? He looks scared well nigh to death, poor lad. And as for you, it ain't much you care what's become of missus. You never had a good word for her. You're only crying because you're a coward." Meanwhile, Algernon sat in the little dining room with a strange sensation, as if every muscle in his body had been turned into lead. He must get up and go out as the woman had said. He must. But there he sat with that sensation of marvellous weight holding him down in his chair. The house was absolutely still. Lydia, unable to remain alone in the kitchen, had gone to stand at the front door and stare up and down the road. Thus she heard nothing of footsteps approaching the house at the back, coming hurriedly through the garden, and pausing at the threshold of the door, which was open. Presently, after some muttered conversation, in which 2 or 3 voices took part, a man entered the house and came along the passage, looking, as he went, into the kitchen and finding no one. Just as he reached the door of the dining room, Algernon came out and confronted him. "There's been an accident, sir, I'm sorry to say," said the man. "The alarm was given up our way about an hour and a half ago. Somebody's fallen into the Whit. I'm very sorry, sir, but I'm afraid you must prepare for bad news." Whilst he was speaking, the house had filled with an ever-gathering crowd. People stood in the passage, peeping over each other's shoulders, and pushing to get a glimpse of Algernon. There were even faces pressed to the windows outside, and the garden was blocked up. Polly had come hurrying back from the town, and now elbowed her way through the crowd to her master. She soon cleared the passage of the throng of idlers who blocked it up, and shut them outside the door by main force. They still swarmed about the house and garden, both on the side of the road and on that of Whit Meadow, and their numbers increased every minute. Polly pulled the man who had been spokesman into the dining room, and bade him say what he had to say without further preamble. "It's no use preparing him," she said, pointing to Algernon, who had sunk into a chair, and was holding his forehead with his hands. "You'll only make it worse. I'm afraid you can't tell him anything dreadfuller than he's got into his head already. Speak out." Thus requested, the man, a carpenter of Pudcombe village, told his tale. Some men, working in the fields about a mile above Whitford, half a mile perhaps from Ivy Lodge, had heard cries for help from the meadows near the river. He, the carpenter, happened to be passing along a field path from a farmhouse where he had been at work, and ran with the labourers down to the water's edge. There they saw David Powell, the Methodist preacher, wildly shouting for help, and with clothes dripping wet. He had waded waist deep into the Whit to try to save some one who was drowning there, but in vain. He could not swim, and the current had carried the drowning person out of his reach. "You know," said the carpenter, "there are some ugly swirls and currents in the Whit, for all it looks so sluggish." A boat had been got out and manned, and had made all speed in the direction Powell pointed out. He insisted on accompanying them in his wet clothes. They searched the river for some time in vain. They had got as far as Duckwell Reach, when they caught sight of a dark object close inshore. It was the form of a woman. Her clothes had caught in the broken stump of an old willow that grew half in the water, and she was thus held there, swinging to and fro with the current. She was taken out and carried to Duckwell Farm, where every effort had been made to restore her to consciousness. Powell understood the best methods to employ. The Seth Maxfields had done everything in their power, but it was no use. She had never moved, nor breathed, nor quivered an eyelash. That was the substance of the carpenter's story. "Is she dead?" asked Algernon, with his face hidden. They were the first words he had spoken, and when the man answered with a mournful but positive "Yes, quite dead," he said not a syllable further, but turned away from them and buried his head in the cushions of the chair. "He hasn't even asked who the woman was," whispered the carpenter to Polly. The tears were streaming down the woman's cheeks. Castalia had not made herself beloved in her own house, but Polly had felt the sort of regard for her which grows by acts of kindness, and forbearance and compassion, performed. She shook her head, and answered in an equally low voice, "No need for him to ask, poor young fellow. We've all been fearing something dreadful about missus all morning, and he had his reasons for being afraid, as she had gone and done something desperate." "What? "You don't mean that she made away with herself?" said the carpenter, raising his hands. "Oh, that's more than you and I know. Best say nothing. How can we judge? Poor soul! Well, I always did feel sorry for her, and that I'll say. Though, mind you, I'm sorry for him too. But there's some folks as can't stroke the dog without kicking the cat." The news spread rapidly through Whitford, and caused the utmost excitement there. Mrs. Algernon Errington had been found drowned in the Whit. How, whether by accident or design, no one knew. But that did not prevent people from hazarding 1,000 conjectures. She had wandered out alone, had ventured too near the edge of the slippery bank, and had lost her footing. She had been robbed and thrown into the river. She had committed suicide from ungovernable jealousy. She had committed suicide in a fit of insanity. She had become a hypochondriac. She had gone raving mad. She had committed various frauds at the post office, and had killed herself in terror at the prospect of their coming to light. This latter hypothesis found much credence. So many circumstances, trifling perhaps in themselves, but important when massed together, seemed to corroborate it. And then, if that did not seem an adequate motive for the desperate deed, Castalia's notorious and passionate jealousy was thrown in as a make-weight. There would be a coroner's inquest, of course, and the chief witness at it would probably be David Powell. It appeared he was the last person who had seen the unfortunate woman alive. Mrs. Thimbleby was in terrible affliction. Mr. Powell was very ill. He had plunged into the ice-cold river, and had then remained for hours in his wet clothes. He had not been able to walk back from Duckwell Farm, and Farmer Maxfield had brought him home himself in his spring cart, and had bidden Widow Thimbleby look after him a little, for he, Maxfield, thought the preacher in a very bad way. He was seized with violent fits of shivering, and the doctor whom Mrs. Thimbleby sent for to see him, on her own responsibility, told them to get him into bed at once, to keep him warm, and to administer certain remedies which he ordered. But no word would Powell speak about his ailments to the doctor or to any one else. He waved off all questions with a determined though gentle resolution. He allowed himself to be helped into bed, being absolutely unable to stand or walk without assistance, and he did not refuse the warm clothing which the widow heaped upon him. He lay still and passive, but he would say no word of his symptoms and sensations to the doctor. "The man can in no wise help me," he said to Mrs. Thimbleby. "All the wisdom of this world is foolishness to one whom the Lord has laid his hands on. I am bowed as a reed. Yes, I am broken." His voice was hoarse and feeble, and his eyes blazed with a feverish light. The widow found it vain to importune him to swallow the medicines that had been sent. In her heart she had some misgivings that it might be wrong to interfere in the dealings of Providence with so holy a man by administering drugs to him; but the misgivings never reached a point of conviction that might have comforted her. "I'll leave you quiet a while, Mr. Powell," she said. "Maybe you'll sleep, and that would do you more good than anything. Sleep is God's own cure for many troubles, isn't it?" He looked at her with a wild, unrecognizing stare. "When I say my bed shall comfort me, my couch shall ease my complaint, then thou scarest me with dreams, and terrifiest me through visions," he murmured. The good woman softly went away, wiping the tears from her eyes. "One thing is a mercy," said the poor soul to herself, "and that is, that Mr. Diamond is so kind and thoughtful. He gives no trouble, and is a help on the contrary. And I'm sure I don't know how we should have managed without his arm to help Mr. Powell upstairs. And another thing is a mercy, I hope it isn't wrong to feel it so, that Mrs. Errington is out of the house. I do not know how I should have been strengthened to keep up and attend upon her, and she in such a way, poor thing. The Lord has had pity on us for Mr. Powell's sake." Minnie Bodkin had driven to Mrs. Thimbleby's house early in the afternoon, and taken Mrs. Errington away with her. Mrs. Errington had rushed to Ivy Lodge under the first shock of the terrible news which Mr. Smith, the surgeon, communicated to her. She had seen her son for a few minutes. Her intention had been to remain with him, but this he would not allow. He had insisted on his mother's returning to her own lodgings, after a very brief interview with him. "No wonder he can't bear to have her about, though she is his mother. Tiresome old thing!" exclaimed Lydia peevishly. But if Algernon got rid of his mother as quickly as possible, he refused to admit any one else at all, and remained shut up in the dining room, whither he had had the sofa carried, meaning to sleep there. He had been so obliged to receive Seth Maxfield, who came to ask when and how he would wish his wife's body conveyed from Duckwell Farm to Whitford. "Can't she stay there?" he had asked in a dazed sort of manner; then added quickly, turning away his head,
I'll leave it all to you. You've been very good. You've done everything for the best, I am sure." And he put out his hand to the farmer with his face still turned away. And later on he had had to see some officials about the inquest. But after that was over he locked his door, and refused to open it except to Polly, when she brought him food. He ate almost ravenously, drank a great deal of wine, and then lay down and dozed away the hours until dawn the next day. End of chapter 20. Volume 3, Chapter 21, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 21. The inquest was to be held at the Bluebell Inn, and after the inquest the dust of the Honourable Castalia Errington was to be laid beneath the turf of the humble village churchyard, amidst less noble dust, with the daisies growing impartially above all, and spreading their pink-edged petals over the just and the unjust alike. It was now currently reported that the thefts at the post office had been Castalia's doing. Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Dockett had been sure of it all along, so they said, and so they really imagined now. The story of the mysterious notes paid to Revell, the draper, was in every mouth. Roger Heath went about saying that Mr. Errington ought to make his loss good out of his own pocket, if he had any feelings of honour. But all the people who had not lost any money in the post office were disgusted at Roger Heath's hardness and avarice, and asked indignantly if that was the moment to speak of such things. For the tragedy of Castalia's death had produced a strong effect in Whitford. Perhaps there was not one human being in the town who grieved that she was gone, but many were oppressed by the manner of her going. People had an uneasy feeling in remembering how much they had disliked her, almost as if their dislike had made them guilty of her death in some vague, far-off, inexplicable way. They told themselves and each other that though her manners had been repellent, poor thing, yet for their part they had always felt sorry for her, and had long perceived that her mind was astray, and that she was falling into a low melancholy state, that was likely to lead to some terrible catastrophe. By this time scarcely any one in Whitford entertained a doubt as to Castalia's having destroyed herself, and the social verdict, temporary insanity, was pronounced in assured anticipation that the legal verdict would be to that effect also. There were two men who did not mystify themselves by conjuring up any factitious tenderness about Castalia's memory, and who gave way to no superstitious uneasiness of conscience as to their dislike of her when she was alive. One of these men was Jonathan Maxfield. The other was the dead woman's husband. Maxfield had no retrospective softness on the subject. He, indeed, being accustomed to take certain passages of the Old Testament very seriously and literally, and having fed his mind almost exclusively upon those passages, was of opinion that Castalia's tragic fate had been brought about by a direct interposition of Providence as a judgment on her for her bad behaviour to himself and his daughter. And if this opinion on Maxfield's part should appear incredibly monstrous, let it be remembered that in his own mind the godly were typified by the Maxfield family, and the ungodly by the enemies of that family. As to Algernon, harassed, anxious, and doubtful of the future as he might be, he was glad that his wife was dead, and he knew that he was glad. Her death made a way out, apparently the only possible way out, of a labyrinth of troubles, and relieved Algernon from the apprehension of an exposure which it made him sick to think of. He had not meant to kill her, he said to himself. He had certainly laid no deliberate plan to do so. Had he, in truth, been the cause of her death? In the state of mind she was in, would she not have thrown herself into the river, or otherwise put an end to herself, without that touch from him which he had given, he knew not how? It all seemed unreal to him when he thought of it. The leaden water, the grey sky and meadows, and the slippery bank with its tufts of blackberry bushes. He went over and over again in his mind the words that had passed between himself and Castalia, her violence and her wild jealousy and suspicions, and her allusion to her uncle's letter, and to what Gibbs had told her, and then her fierce threat that she would not spare him. She had become utterly unmanageable, mad in fact. She had resolved to die. She had a suicidal mania. That scrap of writing would suffice to prove it. To be sure he had found it and put it in his pocket-book weeks ago, although he told the servant that he had picked it up off the floor that morning of his return from London. But that only indicated that the idea had long been rooted in her mind. And besides, the paper bore no date. There was nothing to show how long it had been written. No, it was not he who had killed Castalia. She had gone down willingly to death. She had uttered no sound, no cry. He should have heard a cry all across the silent meadows. He had not looked back. He had fled away from the river at his topmost speed, after he saw her slip and stagger, and fall heavily into the black water under the shadow of the bank. Had she risen again to the surface? It was said that drowning persons always rose 3 times. But she had made no sound. Surely she would have cried out if she had longed for life. Ah! It was horrible to imagine her white face and staring eyes rising above the strong dragging current, and looking for help. That was all very ghastly, very hideous. He would not think of it. It was over. Castalia was dead. And although he would have given much that she should have died in any other way, yet he was glad that she was dead, and he knew that he was glad. He made no pretence to himself of a factitious tenderness about her. She had been thoroughly antagonistic and distasteful to him of late. She had been the bitter drop flavouring every action, every hope, every minute of his life. He had been the victim of a hard fate, and of the false promises, implied if not expressed, of Lord Seely. Those paltry sums, those notes that he had taken, he had been driven into committing that action altogether by stress of circumstances. It was strange to himself to think of the light that action would appear in to other people. To his own mind, knowing how it had come to pass in an instant, by the tug of a sudden impulse, it seemed so clear that there was no real ground for blaming him in the matter. He had felt the difficulty of getting money with a severity which the rest of the world probably could not conceive. He was absolutely indifferent to the question of abstract right or wrong, justice or injustice in the case; but the concrete hardship to himself of being poor he had keenly felt to be undeserved. And now, if it were not for one thing, he should begin to breathe more freely. The one thing that weighed on him with a gloomy though formless foreboding was the inquest. He had been obliged to go to Duckwell Farm. He had been asked to look at Castalia's dead body. He had not dared to refuse to do so, but he had requested to be shown into the room where she lay, alone and without witnesses. The room was that sunny parlour where Rhoda Maxfield had sat on many a summer evening, and where the neighbours had discussed the news of his own marriage less than a year ago. But Algernon's imagination did not wander very far from the present. He walked to the window, and looked out through the black trellis work of leafless vine branches. Then he stared at the prints on the walls, and the gay china vases filled with winter nosegays of trembling grass and chrysanthemums. And then his eyes, which had wandered in every other direction, were compelled to turn towards the broad, old-fashioned sofa, covered with fair white linen, under which the outlines of a human shape revealed themselves. Was that stiff, white, silent thing Castalia? He could not realize it. He would scarcely have started if the door had opened and his wife had walked into the room in her ordinary dress and with her ordinary gait. He had seen her last full of passionate excitement. That stiff, white, silent thing could not be she. He would not lift the coverlet, though, nor look on that which lay beneath. But he stood and gazed at it until the heap beneath the linen sheet seemed to stir and change its outlines. Then he turned away shuddering to the window, and looked at his watch to see whether he might venture to leave the room yet. Would the people think he had been there too short a time? He came out at length looking pale and depressed enough to excite a good deal of sympathy in the breast of Mrs. Seth Maxfield; and with his usual quick susceptibility to the impression he produced on others, he was fully aware of this, and gratified by it, despite the chill vision of the still white heap under the coverlet which persistently haunted his memory. He saw looks of pity, he heard whispered exclamations of admiration, and they did more than gratify, they reassured him. It had entered into nobody's mind to conceive that he had been the cause of his wife's death. Into whose head indeed should it enter, or how? He remembered the last lightning quick glance he had cast over the wide meadows, and how it had shown them to him empty and bare of any living thing for as far as his eye could reach. No, he was safe from suspicion. Of course he was safe from suspicion. And yet he would have given a year of his life to have the inquest over, and the dead woman safely put away beneath the daisies in Duckwell churchyard. Meanwhile the mortal frame that had so throbbed and suffered for his sake lay there lonely and neglected. Strangers' hands had composed it decently. A stranger's roof sheltered it. It was to lie in a stranger's grave. Only one woman came and stood beside the couch in the sunny parlour, and looked on the dead shape with eyes full of compassionate tears, and before going away laid some sprays of fern and delicate hothouse blossoms on the quiet breast, and fastened there a curl of light hair. The hair had been cut jestingly from Algernon Errington's head when he was a schoolboy, and then put away and forgotten for years. It now lay above his dead wife's heart. "She was so fond of him, poor soul," said the compassionate woman. It was Minnie Bodkin. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 22. The big room at the Bluebell was full. It was a room associated in the minds of most of the people present with occasions of festivity or entertainment. The archery club balls were held in it. It was used for the exhibitions of any travelling conjurer, lecturer, or musician whose evil fate brought him to Whitford. Once a strolling company of players had performed there before some 15 persons, and several dozen cane-bottomed chairs. There were the tarnished candelabras stuck in the walls, the little gallery up aloft where the fiddlers sat on ball nights, and the big looking-glass at one end of the room, muffled with yellow muslin, and surmounted by a dusty garland of paper flowers. Now the wintry daylight coming through the uncurtained windows made all these things look chill, ghastly, and forlorn. People who had thought the Bluebell Assembly Room a cheerful place enough under the bright illumination of wax candles, now shivered and whispered to each other how dreary it was. The coroner's jury had been out to Duckwell Farm to view the body, and to look at the exact spot on the bank where it had been landed from the boat, and to stare at the willow stump to which it had been found fastened by the clothes. And they had returned to the Bluebell Inn to complete the inquiry into the causes of the death of Castalia Errington. A great many witnesses had already been examined. Their testimony went to show that the deceased lady's behaviour of late had been very strange, capricious, and unreasonable. Almost every one of the witnesses, including the servants at Ivy Lodge, confessed that they had heard rumours of young Mrs. Errington being not right in her mind. They had observed an increasing depression of spirits in her of late. Obadiah Gibbs's evidence was the strongest of all, and his revelations created a great sensation. He described his last interview with Castalia at the post office, and left the impression on all his hearers which was honestly his own, namely, that on Castalia, and on her alone, rested the onus of the irregularities and robberies of money letters at Whitford. He did his best to spare her memory. He sincerely thought her irresponsible for her actions, but the facts, as he saw and represented them, admitted of but one conclusion being come to. Algernon Errington's appearance in the room elicited a low murmur of sympathy from the spectators. His manner of giving his evidence was perfect, and nothing could have been better in keeping with the circumstances of his painful position than the subdued yet quiet tones of his voice, and the white, strained look of his face, which revealed rather the effect of a great shock to the nerves than a deep wound to the heart. Of course he could not be expected to grieve as a husband would grieve who has lost a dearly loved and loving wife, but their having been on somewhat bad terms, and Castalia's notorious jealousy and bad temper, made the manner of her death all the more terrible. Poor young man! He was dreadfully cut up, one could see that. But he made no pretences, put on no affectations of woe. He was so simple and quiet. In a word, he was credited with feeling precisely what he ought to have felt. His statement added scarcely any new fact to those already known. He had not seen his wife alive since he parted from her when he started for London to visit Lord Seely, who was ill. He corroborated his servant's testimony to the facts that Castalia had wandered out on to Whit Meadow about 9 o'clock in the morning, that he had been made uneasy by her strange absence, and that he had gone himself to seek her, but without success. In reply to some questions by a juryman, as to whether he had gone to London solely because of Lord Seely's illness, he answered with a look of quiet sadness that that had not been his sole reason. There were private matters to be spoken of between himself and his wife's uncle, matters which admitted of no delay. Could he not have written them? No, he did not feel at liberty to write them. They concerned his wife. He had mentioned to Lord Seely his fears that her mind was giving way, as Lord Seely would be able to affirm. A letter found in the pocket of the deceased woman's gown was produced and read. It had become partly illegible from immersion in the water, but the greater portion of it could be made out. It was from Lord Seely, and referred to a painful conversation that he had had with his niece's husband about herself. It was a kind letter, but written evidently in much agitation and pain of mind. The writer exhorted and even implored his niece to confide fully in him for her own sake, as well as that of her family, and promised that he would help and support her under all circumstances, if she would but tell him the truth unreservedly. Nothing could have been better for Algernon's case than that letter. Instead of being the cause of his disgrace and exposure, it was obviously the means of confirming every one of his statements, implied as well as expressed. It showed clearly enough, first, that Algernon had given Lord Seely to understand that his wife laboured under grave suspicions of having stolen money letters from the Whitford post office; secondly, that he, Algernon, believed those suspicions to be well founded; thirdly, that symptoms of mental aberration which had recently manifested themselves in Castalia were at once the explanation of, and the excuse for, her conduct. This letter, which, if Castalia were alive to speak for herself, would have been like a brand on her husband's forehead for life, was now a most valuable testimony in his favour. Algernon's hard and unrelenting mood towards his dead wife grew still harder and more unrelenting as he listened to this letter, and remembered that Castalia had threatened him with exposure, and had resolved not to spare him. Nothing in the world but her death could have saved him from ruin. Even supposing that she could have been cajoled into promising to comply with his directions, she would not have been able to do so. She was so stupidly literal in her statements. A direct lie would have embarrassed her, and then, at the first jealous fit which might have seized her, he would have been at her mercy. Lord Seely's letter showed a strong feeling of irritation, almost of hostility against Algernon. It might not be recognisable by the audience at the inquest, but Algernon recognised it completely, and felt a distinct sense of triumph in the impotence of Lord Seely to harm him, or to wriggle away from under his heel. Algernon was master of the position. He appeared before the world in the light of a victim to his alliance with the Seelys. There could be no further talk on their part of condescension, or honour conferred. He and his mother had lived their lives as persons of gentle blood and unblemished reputation, until the Honourable Castalia Kilfinane brought disgrace and misery into their home. In making these reflections, Algernon was not, of course, considering the inward truth of facts, but their outward semblances. It made no difference to his indignation against the pompous little ass who had treated him with hauteur, nor to his satisfaction in humbling the pompous little ass, that if all the secret circumstances hidden and silenced for ever under the cold white shroud that covered his dead wife could be revealed before the eyes of all men, Lord Seely would have the right to detest and despise him. Lord Seely had not treated him as he ought. He was firmly persuaded of that, and as he measured Lord Seely's duty towards him accurately by the extent of all he desired and expected of Lord Seely, it will be seen how far short the latter had fallen of Algernon's standard. The Seth Maxfields gave their testimony as to how the deceased body had been carried into their house, how they had tried all means to revive her, and how every effort had been in vain, and she had never moved nor breathed again. The two men who had rescued the body from the water, and the carpenter who had brought the news to Ivy Lodge, repeated their story, and corroborated all that the Maxfields had said. There only remained to be heard the important testimony of David Powell. He had been so ill that it was feared at one time that the inquest must be adjourned until he should be able to give his evidence. But he declared that he would come and speak before the jury, that he should be strengthened to do so when the moment arrived, and had opposed a fixed silence to all the representations and remonstrances of the doctor. On the morning of the inquest he arose and dressed himself before Mrs. Thimbleby was up, albeit she was no sluggard in the morning. He had gone out, while it was still dark, into the raw, foggy atmosphere of Whit Meadow, and had wandered there for a long time. On returning to the widow Thimbleby's house, he had seated himself opposite to the blazing fire in the kitchen, staring at it, and muttering to himself like a man in a feverish dream. Nevertheless, when the due time arrived, he entered the room at the Blue Bell to give his evidence with a quiet, steady gait. His appearance there produced a profound impression. A stranger contrast than he presented to the Whitford burghers, by whom he was surrounded, could scarcely be imagined. Not only were his bodily shape and colouring different from theirs, but the expression of his face was almost unearthly. There was some subtle contradiction between the expression of David Powell's sorrow-laden eyes and brow, and that of the mouth, with its tightly closed lips drawn back at the corners, with what on ordinary faces would have been a smile, but on his face, being coupled with a singular pinched look of the nostrils and a strained tightness of the upper lip, it became something which troubled the beholder with a sense of inexplicable pain, almost terror. As he advanced along the room there was a hush of attentive expectation, during which Dr. Evans, the coroner, curiously examined the Methodist preacher with grave professional eyes. After a few preliminary questions, to which Powell gave brief, clear answers, he said, "I have been brought hither to testify in this matter. I am an instrument in the hands of the great and terrible God. He works not as men work. In his hand all tools are alike." "What can you tell us of the death of this unfortunate lady, Mr. Powell?" asked the coroner quietly. "You were the first to see her struggling in the water, were you not? And you made a gallant effort to save her."
She struggled but little. She went to her death as a lamb to the slaughter, nay, as a victim who desires to die." Powell spoke in a low but distinct voice, broken and harsh, indeed, compared with what it once was, but still with a soft tremulous note in it, now and then, that seemed to stir deep fibres of feeling in the hearts of those who heard him. In such a tone it was that he uttered the words, "as a victim who desires to die," and tears sprang into the eyes of many from sheer emotional sympathy with the sound of his voice. "You're of opinion, then, Mr. Powell," said the coroner, "that the deceased wilfully put an end to her own life?" "No." "You think that she was not in a state of mind to be responsible for her actions?" "She was murdered," said Powell in a distinct, grating tone, which was audible in every corner of the crowded room. End of Chapter 22. Volume 3, Chapter 23, of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow, by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 23. There was a momentary rustling, as if every person present had moved slightly, and then a deep hush. The silence seemed to last a long time, but in fact only a second or two elapsed before Powell, drawing up his tall, lean figure to its utmost height, and pointing with outstretched hand full at Algernon, exclaimed with a kind of cry, "There is her murderer! Woe to the cruel! Woe to the unrighteous man! Ye have ploughed wickedness. Ye have reaped iniquity. Ye have eaten the fruit of lies." There arose a murmur, a movement, a confused sound of ejaculations. Algernon stood up, and some one laid a hand on his shoulder and pushed him back into his seat. "Ask what he means," said Algernon, but his voice was so weak and faint that the words were not heard beyond the few persons who immediately surrounded him. He could scarcely grow paler than he had been from the beginning of the inquest, but a ghastly ashen grey hue showed itself round his mouth. His lips were quite colourless. Terror, agonizing terror, was in his heart. What did this preacher know? What had he seen? Had Castalia spoken and accused him before her death? Anguish for anguish. Perhaps he suffered at that moment as much as his victim had suffered when she felt the hand she loved send her to her death. The movement and the murmur in the crowd were over in an instant. The coroner sternly commanded order. There was silence again, and the very air seemed charged with a horrible apprehension, which weighed upon every one as a coming thunderstorm oppresses the cowering birds. "You must speak clearly and plainly, Mr. Powell," said the coroner in a severe tone. "State what grounds you have for this very extraordinary accusation. The evidence laid before us to-day goes to show that Mr. Errington did not see his wife since parting from her on the Monday night to go to London, until he was called on to identify her dead body at Duckwell Farm. He spoke with her in the meadow by the river's brink. She appealed to him. She implored him. She knelt to him. I saw her gestures. Then he hurled her down the steep bank into the water, and fled away, leaving her to perish." A most profound sensation was caused by these words throughout the whole assembly. The jury looked at each other like men suddenly aroused from sleep. They seemed not only startled, but scared. Indeed, a singular expression of disquietude appeared on every face, almost as if each individual in the crowd had felt himself accused. Before any further questions could be put to Powell, there was a stir and a commotion at the lower end of the room, and a murmur of voices. Algernon Errington had swooned dead away. He must have fallen to the ground had he not been caught in the arms of his next neighbour, who happened to be Mr. Revell, the draper. Some one in the crowd handed a smelling bottle to be held under his nose, and they cleared a little space around him to give him air by the directions of Mr. Smith, the surgeon, who was at hand. It was proposed to carry him away out of the heat and the throng, but in less than a couple of minutes he revived, and immediately on recovering consciousness he desired to remain where he was. The terror of listening to what Powell said was not so appalling to his imagination as the terror of fancying what he might be saying when he, Algernon, should not be there to hear it. Order being restored, the preacher's examination was continued. On being asked where he had been when the circumstances alleged to have taken place happened, he replied that he had been at some distance up the river, in the midst of a thick coppice which grew low down on the bank there. He had been near enough to see, although not to hear, the interview between young Errington and his wife. And to the questions what had brought him to that remote spot at such an hour, and why he did not make his presence known at once on seeing the deceased lady fall into the water, he answered, waving his hands to and fro, "I was prostrate on the earth, not praying, I may not pray, but suffering under the wrath of the powers of the air. The voices were very terrible on that day. They had aroused me from my bed. They had hunted me forth in the early morning. I had wandered for a long time, for hours, after your reckoning, but for years according to the time of the spirits." "Mr. Powell," said Dr. Evans sternly, "this will not do. You must speak less wildly. Remember what a tremendous responsibility rests on you after making such an allegation as you have made. Answer the questions put to you clearly and seriously." But it was in vain that David Powell was catechised and cross-examined in the endeavour to draw from him any more definite account of the events of that last morning of Castalia's life. He reiterated, indeed, his statement that Algernon had wilfully and forcibly thrust his wife down the bank into the river, and had then fled away at his utmost speed; and he added that he, Powell, had not thought of pursuing or calling to the murderer, being absorbed in his attempts to rescue the drowning woman. He persisted, too, in declaring that Castalia had been willing, nay, wishful, to die. She had not struggled. She had not cried out. She had not tried to reach his outstretched hand. She had closed her eyes, and had given herself up to the power of the death-cold waters. So far he was coherent and consistent. But when he endeavoured to describe how or why he had found himself on that spot at that hour, he wandered off into the wildest statements, and grew ever more and more excited. His face flushed, his eyes blazed, his voice rose almost to a scream. He broke into a torrent of words, standing up in the face of the crowd, and emphasizing his discourse with strange violent gestures. "I will declare the truth," he exclaimed. "I will cry aloud and spare not. Now therefore be content. Look upon me, for it is evident unto you if I lie." Then with a sudden change of tone, sinking his voice to a hoarse hollow monotone, and gazing straight before him with wide horror-stricken eyes, he added, "Let me speak. Let me confess the truth before I go whence I shall not return, even to the land of darkness and the shadow of death. A land of darkness as darkness itself, and of the shadow of death without any order, and where the light is as darkness." A shudder ran through the audience. The preacher seemed to hold them in a spell. No voice was raised to interrupt him. Many persons turned pale as they listened, but on one face in the crowd the colour faintly dawned again. In one breast the preacher's voice, giving utterance to the awful and glowing imagery of the Hebrew of old time, awoke something like a sensation of relief and comfort. Algernon Errington felt the life blood pulsing warmly again in his veins. This Methodist man was mad, clearly mad. What was his testimony worth? Powell went on, speaking still more brokenly and incoherently. "I am a castaway," he said. "I declare it before you all. Some of you have listened to my ministrations in other days. I spoke then of assurance, of Christian perfection. Those words were in vain. There are but the elect and the reprobate, and unto the number of those latter I am doomed. I have long known it, and struggled against the knowledge, but I declare it to ye now as a testimony. How shall a man be just with God? This is one thing. Therefore I said it. He destroyeth the perfect and the wicked." The coroner recovered his presence of mind. In truth he had been so absorbed in studying David Powell with the professional interest of a doctor and a psychologist that he had suffered him to ramble on thus far unchecked. But now he broke in upon him abruptly. "We cannot listen to this sort of thing, Mr. Powell," he said. "All this has no bearing on the present inquiry." Then he said a few words as to the desirability of an adjournment. Mr. Errington might wish to call some other witnesses. Powell had acknowledged that he had been too far distant to hear a word of the conversation he alleged to have taken place between the husband and wife. It was possible, therefore, that he had been too distant to see the two persons with sufficient distinctness to swear to their identity. Some more particular testimony might be obtained as to the precise hour at which the deceased lady had been last seen alive, and as to what her husband had been doing at that time. Upon this Algernon Errington arose in his place, and said in a clear though slightly tremulous voice, "For myself, I desire no adjournment, but I should like to put a few questions to this witness." There was a sudden hush of profound attention. David Powell still stood up in the face of the assembly. He was rocking himself to and fro in a singular restless way, and muttering under his breath very rapidly. It was observable, too, that his hands seemed continually attracted to one point in the room, just behind Algernon Errington. Every now and then he passed his hands over his eyes, as if to obliterate or shut out some painful sight. But he did not turn his head away, and in the next instant after making that gesture he would stare at the same point again, with an expression of intense horror. Algernon waited for an instant before speaking. Then he said in such a tone as one uses to attract the attention of a very young child, "Mr. Powell, will you try to listen to me?" The preacher immediately looked full at him, but without replying. Algernon did not meet his eye, but turned his face aside towards the coroner and the jury. He looked at them with an appealing glance, and a slight movement of his head in the direction of Powell. Then he resumed, "The accusation you have brought against me is so overwhelming, so amazing, that it is not very wonderful if I feel almost stunned and dizzy. How such a notion ever entered your brain, Heaven only knows. I deny it completely, unequivocally, solemnly. To me it seems that such a denial must be unnecessary. The thing is so monstrous. But will you try to answer one or two questions with some calmness? How long had you been in the copse before you saw my wife walking by the river side?" Powell shook his head restlessly, and passed his hand over his forehead, with the action of brushing something off. "I was called out before the dawn," he said. "The voices bade me go forth. They sounded like brazen bells in the silence, beating and quivering here." And he pressed his fingers on his temples. "You hear voices which are unheard by other people, then?" "Often. Every day. Every hour." "Tell me, do you not sometimes see forms that other persons cannot see?" Powell started, trembled violently, and looked at Algernon with an expression of bewildered terror. But it was at the same time manifest that some gleam of reason was struggling against the delusions in his mind. He felt and perceived dimly, as one perceives external circumstances through sleep, that a trap was being laid for him. The pathetic questioning look in his eyes, as he vainly tried to recover the government of his mind, was intensely painful. For a second or two he remained silent, with parted lips and clenched hands, like a man making a violent and supreme effort. It seemed as if in another instant he might succeed in gaining sufficient mastery over himself to reply collectedly. But Algernon did not give time for such a chance to happen. He repeated his question more eagerly and loudly, looking at the preacher almost threateningly as he spoke. "Tell me, Mr. Powell, and remember what a responsibility you have assumed before God and man in making this accusation, tell me truly whether you do not see visions, figures of men and women, that other people cannot see? Don't forms appear before your eyes and vanish again as suddenly? Have you not told your landlady, Mrs. Thimbleby, as much on many occasions? How can you dare to assert with confidence that from the distance you say you were at, you could distinguish my face and that of my wife? All your descriptions of her violent gestures, and kneeling on the ground and clasping her hands, does not that seem more like the delusions of fancy than the information of your sober senses?" Algernon spoke with indignant heat and rapidity, a calculated heat, a purposed rapidity, meant to have a confusing effect on the preacher, and which had that effect, but which also excited a sympathetic indignation in many of the auditors. Powell looked wildly around him, and clasped his hands above his head. "You must put one question at a time, Mr. Errington," said Dr. Evans. "Then I put this question. David Powell, do you, or do you not, see visions and faces and figures that the rest of the world is as unconscious of, as of the voices that called you out to Whit Meadow that morning that my poor wife was drowned?" Powell, with his eyes still fixed on the same point that he had been gazing on so long, suddenly cried out with a loud voice, "As God liveth, who hath taken away my judgment, and the Almighty, who hath vexed my soul, my lips shall not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit. God forbid that I should justify you. Till I die I will not remove my integrity from me. It is there, there behind his shoulder. It has been holding me with the power of its eyes. Oh, how dreadful are those eyes, and that ashen grey face! Look! Behold! The Lord has brought a witness from the grave to testify to the truth. See! Behold! Can you not see her? Look where she stands in her cold wet garments, with the water dripping from her hair. She points at him. Oh, God most terrible! The drowned woman points her cold finger at her murderer." He stretched out his arms towards Algernon, and then with one bound leaped shrieking into the midst of the crowd. A dozen hands were put forth to hold him. He struggled with the tremendous strength of insanity, but was at length forcibly carried out of the room a raving maniac. After that there were not many words of an official nature spoken in the room. The inquest was adjourned to the following day, and the assembly dispersed to carry the account of the strange scene that had happened all over Whitford and its neighbourhood. End of chapter 23.
Volume 3, Chapter 24 of A Charming Fellow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Charming Fellow by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 24. The next day medical evidence was forthcoming as to the insanity of David Powell, who had been removed to the county asylum. Testimony was, moreover, given by many persons, showing that the preacher's mind had long been disordered. Even the widow Thimbleby's evidence, given with many tears, went to prove that. But she tried with all her might to bear witness to his goodness, and clung loyally to her loving admiration for his character. "He may not be quite in his right senses for matters of this world," sobbed the poor woman, "and he has been sorely tormented by taking up with these doctrines of election. But if ever there was an angel sent down to suffer on this earth, and help the sorrowful and call sinners to repentance, Mr. Powell is that angel. I know what he is, and I have had other lodgers, good kind gentlemen too, I don't say to the contrary, but overboil their eggs in the morning, or leave a lump in their feather bed, and you'd soon get a glimpse of the old Adam. Now with Mr. Powell, nothing put him out except sin, and even that did but make him the more eager to save your soul." Several witnesses who had testified on the previous day were re-examined, and some new ones were found, who swore to having met Mr. Errington going along the road from his own house towards Whitford in great agitation, and asking every one he met if they had seen his wife. The hour was such that, to the best of their belief, it was impossible he should have had such an interview as Powell described with the deceased between the time at which the cook swore he left his own house and their meeting him in the road. On this point, however, the evidence was somewhat conflicting. But the Whitford clocks were well known to be conflicting also, St. Mary's being always foremost with its jangling bell, the Town Hall clock coming next, except occasionally, when it hastened to be first with apparently quite capricious zeal, and the mellow chimes of St. Chad's, that were heard far over town and meadow, closing the chorus with their sweet cadence. There certainly appeared to be no cause, no conceivable motive, for Algernon Errington to have committed the crime. Many witnesses combined to show with what sweetness and good humour he bore his wife's jealous tempers, and besides it was notorious that he had hoped through her influence to obtain assistance and promotion from her uncle Lord Seely. Whereas, on the other hand, there did seem to be several motives at work to induce the unfortunate lady to put an end to her own existence. There could be little doubt that she had committed the post office robberies, and the fear of detection had weighed on her mind. Moreover, that she had for some time past been made unhappy by jealousy and discontent, and had contemplated making away with herself, was proved by several scraps of writing besides that which her husband had found and produced at the inquest the first day. In brief, no one was surprised when the foreman of the coroner's jury delivered a verdict to the effect that the deceased lady had committed suicide while under the influence of temporary insanity, and added a few words stating the opinion of the jury that Mr. Algernon Errington's character was quite unstained by the accusation of a maniac, who had been proved to have been subject to insane delusions for some time past. It was just the sort of verdict that every one had expected, and the general sympathy with Algernon still ran high. As for him, he got away from the Blue Bell as quickly as possible after the inquest was over, slipping away by a back door where a closed fly was waiting for him. When he reached his home he locked himself into the dining room and sat down on the sofa with closed eyes and his body leaning listlessly against the cushions, as if all vital force were gone from him. The prevailing, and for a time the only sensation he felt, was one of utter weariness. He was so completely exhausted that the restful attitude, the silence, and the solitude seemed positive luxuries. He was scarcely conscious of his escape. He felt merely that the strain was over, and that voice, face, and limbs might sink back from the terrible tension he had held them in to a natural lassitude. But by and by he began to realize the danger he had passed, and to exult in his new sense of freedom. Castalia being removed, it seemed as if all troubles must be removed with her. The funeral of Mrs. Algernon Errington was to take place on the following day, and it was known that Lord Seely would be present at it if it were possible for him to make the journey from London. It was said that he had been very ill, but was now better, and would use his utmost endeavours to pay that mark of respect to his niece's memory. Mrs. Errington, indeed, talked of my lord's coming as proof of his sympathy with her boy. But the world knew better than that. It knew by some mysterious means that Lord Seely had quarrelled with Algernon; and when his lordship did appear in Whitford, and took up his quarters at the Blue Bell, rumours went about to the effect that he had refused to see young Errington, and had remained shut up in his own room, attended by his physician. This, however, was not true. Lord Seely had seen Algernon, and spoken with him; but he had not touched his proffered hand. He had said no word to him of sympathy. He had barely looked at him. The poor old man was overpowered by grief for Castalia, and it was in vain for Algernon to put on a show of grief. About a matter of fact, Lord Seely would even now have found it difficult to think that Algernon was telling him a point-blank lie; but on a matter of feeling it was different. Algernon's words and voice rang false and hollow, and the old man shrank from him. Lord Seely had come down to Whitford on getting the news of Castalia's terrible death, without knowing any particulars about it. Those were not the days when the telegraph brought a budget of intelligence from the most distant parts of the earth every morning. A few hurried and confused lines were all that Lord Seely had received, but they were sufficient to make him insist on performing the journey to Whitford at once. Lady Seely had tried to impress on him the necessity of shaking off young Errington now that Castalia was gone. "Wash your hands of him, Valentine," my lady had said. "If poor Cassie has done this desperate deed, it's he that drove her to it. Smooth-faced young villain!" To all this Lord Seely had made no reply, but in his own mind he had almost resolved to help Algernon to a place abroad. It was what his poor niece would have desired. But then, after his arrival in Whitford, all the painful details of the coroner's inquest were made known to him. He made inquiries in all directions, and learned a great deal about his niece's life in the little town. The prominent feelings in his mind were pity and remorse. Pity for Castalia's unhappy fate, and acute remorse for having been so weak as to let her marriage take place without any attempt to interfere, despite his own secret conviction that it was an ill-assorted and ill-omened one. "You couldn't have helped it, my lord," said the friendly physician, to whom he poured out some of the feelings that oppressed his heart. Perhaps not, but I ought to have tried. My poor, dear, unhappy girl." On the day of the funeral Lord Seely stood side by side with Algernon at Castalia's grave, in Duckwell churchyard. But when it was over, they parted, and drove back to Whitford in separate carriages. Lord Seely was to return to London early the next morning; but before he went away he determined to pay a visit to the county lunatic asylum, and see David Powell. On the day of the funeral Algernon had spoken a few words to Lord Seely about his wish to get away from the painful associations which must henceforward haunt him in Whitford, and had reminded his lordship of the promise made in London. But Lord Seely had made no definite answer, and moreover he had said that, by his doctor's advice, he must decline a visit which Algernon offered to make to him that evening. Was the pompous little ass going to throw him over after all? In the course of that afternoon he heard that old Maxfield intended to come down on him pitilessly for the full amount of the bills he held. A reaction had set in public sentiment. Tradesmen, who could not get paid, and whose hopes of eventual payment were greatly damped by the coolness of Lord Seely's behaviour to his nephew-in-law, began to feel their indignation once more override their compassion. The two servants at Ivy Lodge asked for their wages, and declared that they did not wish to remain there another week. Algernon's position at the post office was forfeited. He knew that he could not keep it, even if he would. It began to appear that the removal of Castalia had not, after all, removed all troubles from her husband's path. But the heaviest blow of all was to come. Lord Seely left Whitford without seeing him again, and sent back unopened a note which Algernon had written, begging for an interview, with these words written outside the cover in a trembling hand: "Dare not to write to me or importune me more." Algernon received this late at night, and before noon the next day the fact was known all over Whitford. People began to say that Lord Seely had obtained access to David Powell, had spoken with him, and had gone away convinced of the substantial truth of his testimony; that his lordship had left orders that Powell should lack no comfort or attention which his unhappy state permitted of his enjoying, and that he had strongly expressed his grateful sense of the poor preacher's efforts to save his niece. From London, Lord Seely, who had heard that Miss Bodkin had visited Duckwell Farm while his niece lay dead there, and had placed flowers on her unconscious breast, sent a mourning ring and a letter, the contents of which Minnie communicated to no one but her parents. Nevertheless, its contents were discussed pretty widely, and were said to be of a nature very damnatory to Algernon Errington's character. However, the painful things that were said in Whitford could not hurt him, for he had gone, disappeared in the night like a thief, as his creditors said, and no one could say whither. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Conclusion. Our tale is almost told. The last words that need saying can be briefly said. When some weeks had passed away, Mrs. Errington received a letter from her son, demanding a remittance to be sent forthwith, poste restante, to a little seaport town on the Italian Riviera. He had not, during the interval, left his mother in absolute ignorance as to what had become of him, but had sent her a few brief lines from London, saying that he had been obliged to leave Whitford in order to escape being put in prison for debt, that his present intention was to go abroad, and that she should hear again from him before long. Algernon had been so quick in his movements that he managed to be in town before the story of Lord Seely's having cast him off had had time to be circulated amongst his acquaintances there, and he was enabled, as the result of his activity, to obtain from Miss Machen Stubbs and others several letters of introduction calculated to be of use to him abroad. He was described by Mrs. Machen Stubbs as a nephew of Lord Seely and her intimate friend, who was travelling on the Continent to recruit his health after the shock of his wife's sudden death. He had brought away from Whitford such few jewels belonging to his dead wife as were of any value, and he sold them in London. He furnished himself handsomely with such articles as were desirable for a gentleman of fortune travelling for his pleasure, and allowed the West End tradesmen, to whom the Honourable John Patrick Price had recommended him during his brilliant London season, to write down against him in their books some very extortionate charges for the same. His outfit being accomplished in this inexpensive manner, he was enabled to travel with as much comfort as was compatible in those days with a journey from London to Calais, and he stepped on to the French shore with a considerable sum of money in his pocket. For a long time the tidings of him that reached Whitford were uncertain and conflicting. Then they began to arrive at even wider and wider intervals, and finally, after Mrs. Errington left the town, they ceased altogether to reach the general world of Whitfordians. The real history of the circumstances which induced Mrs. Errington to leave the home of so many years was known to very few persons. It was this. About a 12-month after Algernon's departure, Mrs. Errington made a sudden journey to London, and on her return she confided to her old friend Dr. Bodkin that she had sold out of the funds nearly the whole sum from which her little income was derived, and transmitted it to Algy, who had an absolute need for the money, which she considered paramount. "But, my dear soul, you have ruined yourself!" cried the doctor, aghast. "Algernon will repay me, sir," replied the poor old woman, drawing herself up with the ghost of her old Ancram grandeur. The upshot was that Dr. Bodkin, in concert with one or two other old friends of her late husband, made some representations on her behalf to Mr. Filthorpe, the wealthy Bristol merchant, who was, as the reader may remember, a cousin of Dr. Errington, and that Mr. Filthorpe benevolently allowed his cousin's widow a small annuity, which, together with the few pounds that still remained to her of her own, enabled her to live in decent comfort. But she professed herself unable to remain in Whitford, and removed to a cottage in Dorrington, where she had a kind friend in the wife of the headmaster of the proprietary school, whom we first presented to the reader as little Rhoda Maxfield. Mrs. Diamond, as she was now, lived in a very handsome house, and wore very elegant dresses, and was looked upon as a personage of some importance in Dorrington and its vicinity. Her husband had decidedly opposed a proposition she made to him to receive Mrs. Errington as an inmate of his home, but he put no further constraint on Rhoda's affectionate solicitude about her old friend. And the two women drove together, and sewed together, and talked together, and their talk was chiefly about that exiled victim of unmerited misfortune, Algernon Errington. Rhoda preserved her faith in the Ancram glories, and although she acknowledged to herself that Algernon had treated her badly, he was invested in her mind with some mysterious immunity from the obligations that bind ordinary mortals. A visitor, who was often cordially welcomed at Dorrington by Matthew Diamond, was Miss Chubb, and the kind-hearted little spinster endured a vast amount of snubbing and patronage from her old enemy on the battle-ground of polite society, Mrs. Errington, with much charitable sweetness. Old Max lived to see his daughter's first-born child, but he was unable to move from his bed for many months before his death. Perhaps it was the period of quiet reflection thus obtained, when the things of this world were melting away from his grasp, which occasioned the addition of a codicil to the old man's will that surprised most of his acquaintance. He had settled the bulk of his property on his daughter at her marriage, and in his original testament had bequeathed the whole of the residue to her also; but the codicil set forth that his only and beloved daughter being amply provided for, and his son James inheriting the stock, fixtures, and goodwill of his flourishing business, together with the house and furniture, Jonathan Maxfield felt that he was doing injustice to no one by bequeathing the sum of £3000 to Miss Minnie Bodkin as a mark of respect and admiration; and he moreover left £100, free of duty, to that God-fearing member of the Wesleyan Society, Richard Gibbs, now living as groom in the service of Orlando Pawkins, Esquire, of Pudcombe Hill; a bequest which sensibly embittered the flavour of the sermon preached by the unlegacied brother Jackson on the next Sunday after old Max's funeral. Dr. Bodkin still lives and rules in Whitford Grammar School. His wife's life is brightened by the sight of her Minnie's increased health and strength; but she has never quite forgiven Matthew Diamond, and has been heard to say that young Mr. Diamond's children are the most singularly uninteresting she ever saw. Of Minnie herself, the Chronicle hitherto records a life of useful benevolence, undisfigured by ascetic affectation, or the assumption of any pious livery whatever. She keeps her old delight in all the beautiful things of art and nature, and old Max's legacy has enabled her to enjoy some foreign travel. She is still in the first prime of womanhood, and more beautiful than ever; but at the last accounts, poor Mr. Warlock has not been tortured by the spectacle of any successful rival. For his part, he goes on worshipping Miss Bodkin with hopeless fidelity. For a long time Minnie continued to visit David Powell in the lunatic asylum at stated periods. He generally recognised her, and the sight of her seemed to soothe and comfort him. After a while he was pronounced cured, and left the asylum; but his madness returned on him at intervals, and he would voluntarily go and place himself under restraint when he felt the black fit coming. He did not live very long, being assailed by a mortal consumption; but as his body wasted, his mind grew clearer, stronger, and more serene, and before his death Minnie had the satisfaction to hear him profess a humble faith in the divine goodness, and a fearless confidence in the mysterious hand that was leading him even as a little child into the shadowy land. There was as large a concourse of people at his burial as had ever thronged to hear his fiery preaching on Whit Meadow. His memory became surrounded by a saintly radiance in the imaginations of the poor. Stories of his goodness and his afflictions, and the final ray of peace which God sent to cheer his last moments, were long retailed amongst the Whitford Methodists, and his grave is still bright with carefully tended flowers. Of Algernon Errington the strangest rumours were circulated for a time. Some said that he had become croupier at a foreign gambling table. Others declared that he had married a West Indian heiress with £1 million of money, and was living in Florence in unheard of luxury. Others, again, affirmed that they had the best authority for believing that he had gone to the United States, and had appeared on the stage there with immense success. However, the remembrance of him passed away from men's minds in Whitford within a few years, in London within a few months. But it was a long time before Jack Price left off recounting his final interview with Errington. "That young Ancram, you know. Captivating way of his own, what? On my honour, the rascal borrowed £10 of me. Ready money, sir, down on the nail. Bedad, it was a tour de force, for I never have a shilling in my pocket for my own use. But Ancram would coax the little birds off the bushes, as they say in my part of the world. Principle? Oh, devil a rag of principle in his whole composition. What? I wonder what the deuce has become of him. I give you my word and honour he was really now, a charming fellow." End of chapter 25. End of A Charming Fellow.